over time, bullshit, right? Until you get closer to the truth, approximate the truth. You might not have the whole truth. It's not a religion after all. No one claims to have the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
So is it bad if I have a theory that can't be falsified, or is it a good thing when it comes to science?
All theories must be falsifiable.
Right, or they're not a scientific theory. So when you have a theory, you try to run it through the scientific method, right, where you manipulate the cause and see the effect. And if you can't do that, then it's not falsifiable. That's why it's called a scientific theory, right?
There are many versions of the scientific method, right? So the scientific method is an ongoing process. It's different to the experimental scientific process because you can't experiment with things very, very far away. So it's a method to understand things that you can't physically hold in your hand, like, I don't know, Beetlejuice, right?
Show me like some science that's different from the scientific method. I like to see that.
But there was this is scientific method as the ongoing process, which is almost identical to the normal scientific method, except it opens the door to continuous development. Right? Um, it's perfectly fine as a scientific method. No one's disputing its veracity as a method. No one does that. Right?
So can you show me the scientific method where you don't need to do an experiment?
Well, they base it on predictions and stuff like that, and it's not based on like experiment, like how you might experiment the temperature or something, you know?
The prediction of the outcome of the experiment.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, it's the prediction of the outcome of the experiment. It's not just a prediction. Like, oh, honey, you believe him? He no good for you. I predict he bad man.
It's testing predictions. That's why it's quite similar to the scientific method, right, in its nature. So and I'll read out each process. There's a lot more processes in this one than the usual scientific method. So make observations, think of interesting questions, formulate hypotheses, develop testable predictions, gather data to test predictions, develop general theories, make observations, and the cycle repeats. Or you can refine, alter, expand, reject hypotheses. Right?
So you know what an experiment is, right?
What, like, as in the scientific method, the one that you would say is the only method?
Yeah, it's a hypothesis test, right?
Of course it is.
So without that hypothesis test or experiment, how do you know if your postulation or prediction is true?
That's not
what science means knowledge, right?
It's not supposed to be saying this is the truth. That's what I've tried to tell you. It's meant to be saying that this is the current best understanding of what's going on.
How do you get that without the experiment?
Well, testable predictions. That's what I already explained.
Right. The hypothesis test is the experiment. So you have to have the experiment in order to have good science. It has to be falsifiable with an experiment.
Well, look, there's two ways you could look at this, right? You could say that this is the one method we must use, right? One method we must use, and has to have all the facets of an experiment you do here on Earth. Or you could say, look, there are things far away that we want to try to understand as best as possible, or not something immediate or local to us, that we want to try to investigate as much as possible. And you make observations, testable predictions, and so on. And then that is the best method for doing that. Now, if you don't have a method for doing that, you're, it's you can hold on to experiments that you do here on Earth, but you'll never ever be able to have the utility that the ongoing method will have. Right? It's just like you'll never know because you don't have a method for it to even get close to understanding what's going on. At least this method tries to do that, right?
Yeah, and you still never know, right? So you make a postulation and you still never know because it's not tested.
Well, I mean, look, there are things in science that you would say that you actually never knew at all. Like, for instance, scientific laws. They're actually as inductive as any other ongoing process in physics. But
What's a scientific law? Could you define that for me and put it in the chat, please?
a scientific law is a generalization of, like I'd say, a rule in physics. So, and it's meant to be universal, but it's based on a generalization, inductive generalization, right? Now, and that's not how it's defined. That's me basically summarizing what it means. I could give you the definition if you want.
Obviously, I know what a law of nature is, but I don't know what a law of science is. You're going to have to be
The
more
second law
specific
of
and for me.
thermodynamics
Put
is
it
an
in the chat.
example.
Yeah, that's not a scientific law. That's a natural law.
Okay.
Law
So,
of
my
nature.
apologies for misspeaking.
Okay.
Natural law it is.
Yeah. Well, the
Either
thing
way,
is when,
inductive.
you know, you're just kind of shooting from the hip and postulating,
Yeah, you just got
you
now.
tend
You
to
just
misspeak a lot. So,
yeah, you just heard me say scientific law over natural law, and now you're acting like everything I said was invalid. Like, come on, bro. You know,
no,
like,
I'm not saying that no, now you're strawmanning me. Relax, you gee whiz, bro. Calm down.
Shooting from the hip as if I'm making it all up.
Relax. Don't be so triggered right away. Like, don't spiral right away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're obviously.
Chill.
I know your aim, right? Your aim is to say that he misused.
What is my aim? Please divine my thoughts, Yiwi. Please divine my thoughts. Of course, go ahead.
If I say, for instance, the ongoing process is this or that, and it's inductive, and I say things like the second law of thermodynamics are also inductive, but you would take them to be true for some reason, but not other inductive things, then that's a flaw in your.
Why is it inductive?
You heard me say science.
Excuse me, it's a straw man. It's a straw man again. The laws of nature are inductive, or are they just observed?
Well, they're inductive because they're generalizations.
They're generalizations. So specifically, it's a generalization that gas always fills the availability of the volume.
All natural laws are generalizations. Welcome to reality.
Okay, can you just go ahead and post that for me? Just get the citation and post that for me. Or is this just your subjective ideal?
Okay, 1 second. Okay, this was one. A couple, just so you Okay. I've posted the SEP on natural science and some random article I read which talked about induction with science, about how it's a generalization, right? It's not like, I mean, it's kind of intuitive. I don't know why to source it, but if you have a bunch of observations and you want to build a law from them, you're taking those observations and saying, like, look, everything we've seen so far shows this. Doesn't mean it's true in all cases. It just means that it's probably true in all cases, meaning it's a generalization, a statistical generalization of a law, right? That we just take to be true, right? That's inductive. Induction isn't where you arrive at knowledge unless you want to become a glober all of a sudden, in which case, welcome to Globe. But yeah, that's basically the idea.
So you're talking about observations that we call laws of nature that happen always, right? And this has what to do with the scientific method exactly?
It's just to say that you're saying we don't have knowledge, right? I mean, you can arrive at knowledge, or like what you would call knowledge to justify true belief, based on induction and an inductive deductive process, right? So if you have the ongoing process, which is inductive in the sense that it creates testable predictions and stuff like that, and it arrives at a probable idea, which will be inductive for the time being, or abductive, depending on the method. And then you go to your deductive method to try and find the falsifiers in that idea. Then you have an inductive deductive method, a method for getting closer to truth than not having any method at all, right? Which is what you have, no method at all. You can't even approximate a truth. You can't even get close to one, right? You can only use what you can do here on Earth, and that's it.
The laws of nature are, those are things that we observe in everyday natural reality life, right? The things that you're talking about, making testable predictions that don't get tested, but just observed and then declared. So you're just inducing something by looking at it from far away, basically?
Deducing something by looking at.
Oh, excuse me. I guess it'd be more inductive, right? You're just inducting what you believe to be true because you see it.
So we are.
So you just observe and declare, right?
Yeah, this is why I say everything is incorrect, because we're only able to make these sorts of assessments based on the quality of the tools we have at the current time, right? The current age that we're in, and this is currently the best possible explanation we have. Obviously, it's all going to be wrong in the future, but it's the best one we have, and some of it might have a legacy in the future. It might be able to build off what we'll know in the future or whatever, right? The point is that as a method, we're constrained by the tools we have, but it's an ongoing cycle. No glober sits here and says, yes, this is a fixed cosmology, unchanging, just like the flat Earth.
So you're going to say to me that no glober says this is all ironclad. It's already been figured out. We know this. This is true.
I'll guarantee.
No glober's going to say that.
So Grisp, you posted again. This is why I talked about the method. There's a Humean problem with induction, right? And what Karl Popper did.
Why are you avoiding the question that I just asked you?
Because he's responding to what I said earlier, right? Am I okay to respond to what he said?
Yeah, great. You're like a cocker spaniel staring at a bird out the window, bro. I ask you a direct question, and you go off to somebody in chat. It's a very simple question.
Ask your question again. But I want to respond to him after, though.
What is the good of having a inductive postulation that isn't tested and eventually will just be changed later on? What good is it?
Well, I told you that the point of it is to develop knowledge, right? So it's the idea that, yes, whatever you have right now might not be the complete idea, the complete cosmology, but by falsifying ideas that are definitely not the case and using that deductive process, you can approximate, get closer to, as time goes on, the actual truth, what reality actually is. That's the utility of it. Now, if I may, to the other guy, Karl Popper was responding to the Humean problem of induction. Induction alone is not useful. That is what Karl Popper meant. You're misunderstanding what Karl Popper is actually saying with induction, because he doesn't say throw away induction. He says add a deductive process. And what's that deductive process? It's the method of falsifying, finding falsifiers in a theory. Inductive, deductive, not just inductive alone. That was the problem of science before Karl Popper, right? Now we do an inductive, deductive process. Okay?
Britnett, I think scientific method works by abduction first and then deduction. It doesn't utilize induction anyway.
Well, and it can be inductive and abductive. It depends on what exactly is being explored. I mean, induction is just induction, and to some extent abduction is a case of probability.
Nowhere does it use induction.
Well, I told you that the natural laws are inductive by nature, but okay.
Natural laws are not scientific. You can't take them through the method.
Of course they aren't. But we're not talking about the method itself. I mean, the method itself, there is an inductive, deductive scientific method, right? If you want to call it abductive, I mean, I don't know. It is called the inductive, deductive method. I don't know why. I mean, abduction is used in science. It's the most common thing you will use in science. But the method itself is called the inductive, deductive method.
No, it's not. A scientific method is abduction and deduction.
No. I mean, science is abductive, and it's also inductive and deductive.
No, there's no place for induction in science.
So,
let me give an example.
Right, okay, here you go. Right, if I was going to say, there's, a specific observation, then you can make a general conclusion of it. That would be induction, right? That happens in science. Specific observations generate sometimes general conclusions.
That's like saying my car won't start. It must be the starter.
But predictions are generated from incomplete observations, right? Because you don't know the full.
If I replace the starter, then it should work. But it doesn't work until you only replace the starter, and then now it works. That's deductive.
In the chat.
Because you deducted.
We all know what inductive, deductive, and abductive is. There's no qualm about what they are. It's about whether or not they happen in science. I don't care, right? Call it abductive if that makes you feel better. Regardless, they aren't based off a knowledge claim, right? Like you would call purely deductive. Induction and abduction are not based on that premise. You do not get a knowledge claim from abduction or induction, right? That's the point. Well, I want to hold to, not the qualming over what if science ever uses induction. I think it obviously does, but someone else disagrees. Not the point of the debate.
So, Britnett, how are predictions made in science?
Well, they're tested, right? I mean, like they make observations and test them, like far away observations. So, for instance, is there a, you could say, I notice weird things about Uranus. Is there a planet beyond Uranus, right? And you find out through that prediction. If you say, I predict there will be a planet beyond Uranus.
So you just described something that would be done in pseudoscience. A prediction in science is the hypothesis. So you predict what your
and you test that prediction by looking in the area where you're supposed to be looking for that thing. If it's not there, it's not there.
No, you test it by varying independent variable.
Now you're just telling me that I have to do this method. When again, we're going to go back to the issue.
Once you have to do the method.
A second.
It's like saying you can do the Heimlich maneuver without doing the maneuver.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's like this idea that if the best way to destroy the globe is to say this is pseudoscience because this method cannot possibly work or give you any utility. Look, I think you can't just call it pseudoscience and expect it to land. You have to tell me
What's the
why
definition
induction
of
and
pseudoscience?
abduction, as this method is given, is fundamentally flawed in the sense that it can't tell you anything, right?
Because it's like saying it has to be the starter. It could be the battery. It could be the starter fuse. You don't know until you start deducing. Like, okay, I'm going to do a test, right?
Yeah.
So you get out your little light, right? Your little pin light, and you attach it to the battery. Okay, it's got a good charge.
Yeah.
Then
Listen.
you go to the fuse. Hold on, bro. Then you go to the fuse. Okay, the fuse is good. And then you go to the starter. Okay, it's getting a good charge. So it must be the starter. Then you've deduced all other possibilities.
Yeah.
And then you replace the starter, and then your car starts, so you have knowledge at that point. If the other mechanic says, hold on, bro. If the other mechanic says, I think it's your starter, that'll be $500, but he doesn't do anything, you're not going to want to pay that mechanic.
Yeah, I've already told you though. Right, it's inductive deductive, or if you prefer, inductive abductive deductive, right? Or whichever method's being used at the time. But that point is to say that you do come close to knowledge because you're approximating what definitely isn't the case, right? And if something can hold on its own and speak for itself, the theory struggles to be defeated, right? Then it's a well-rounded theory, right? It's probably closer to the truth than something that isn't, right? Now, you said that the scientific method itself is pure deduction, right? It's just deduction alone. But there is deduction in the ongoing method. Again, this method, you call it pseudoscience if you want, but you actually epistemically, or ontologically, I guess, aren't really contending with it as a method. You're just trying to say, it's not the method I prefer, or I want, right? That's fine. I respect them, you know? But my facts aren't going to care about your feelings, right?
It's not the feelings, it's the what's the definition of pseudoscience? So this is
You're cutting out.
science. Scientific methods, they sound non-fields, so it doesn't matter what the is. What's the definition of pseudoscience?
Yeah, what you said.
Sorry?
Okay. Think about it. I have met.
So many things.
Oh no!
So many. Just don't even know where to start.
Hello. Test.
Yeah. Mic check. Mic
check. Test.
Yep.
On the.
Okay. Yeah, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Okay, I'm dropping. I drop.
I'm gonna drop a... Can I get a mic check?
I can hear you clearly.
All good. All good.
Right, clear enough.
I can
Please
keep
continue.
everyone clear.
Test. I'm on my phone now.
Testing,
Good.
testing.
Okay, I can hear everyone.
Good. What about you?
I couldn't tell if it was me or everyone. I was kind of like insecure about my internet for a second.
Yeah, me too. It was everyone for me as well.
Either way, guys, the point is that call it pseudoscience if you want. If it's a method that has a deductive element, it is good enough for philosophy. It's good enough for science. Figure out what the
No,
actual
it's not.
problem is with the method, right? Not calling it whatever you
Yeah,
feel like.
you didn't rule out like anything like you claim to. You didn't rule out anything. Certainty.
You can't just make shit up, Brett.
What was made up? Sorry.
whatever you're proposing here, man. Like you're saying that you don't have to prove it, right?
Yeah, I mean, then it's not even falsifiable. You don't even have to worry about it. Just dismiss it out of hand instantly. Like, who cares? Oh, we're not sure, but it could be this. Like, who gives a shit what you think it could be?
Yeah, I respect that decision, but I think that for me, I'll use the best method possible to figuring out things that are hard to figure out. Right?
Right, like deductive reasoning, right? You deduce all the other things that you think it might be, and you have one independent variable, and when you vary that, like a light switch, you see the light come on. So you do it multiple times. Light goes off, light goes on, light goes off. You pull the switch, light on, light off, light on, light off. And you see that it's not just a correlation, it's causation. If you don't manipulate the independent variable and see the dependent variable happening right before your eyes, that's why it's observation and experiment, then you just could be throwing around baseless assertion, false cause fallacies.
Well, I mean, in the sense that it could be incorrect. It's not baseless. There's reasons for why you think what you think, right? Even in induction and abduction, right? It's just
Yeah, but
that
you don't
it's
want
based on the best tools we have to observe those things, right?
inductive reasoning. I told you that if you got two mechanics, one says, I think it'll be your starter, that'll be $500, but he doesn't do anything to prove that hypothesis. He just makes an observation. Yeah, it won't start. That'll be your starter. That'll be $500. Like, you're going to take that guy to court if he keeps your car.
Yeah. I
But
think
the other guy who replaced the starter and now it starts because he deduced all other possible causes were not the cause. He manipulates the independent variable, the cause of the effect of your car not starting. You'll happily pay that guy $500, even if it takes him 30 minutes.
yeah, it's like, oh, just go the other way around. Like, imagine you go on the Weather Channel tomorrow and it says, it's a high chance of rain today, and you decide, you know what, I can't know that it's not going to rain, so or if it is going to rain, so I'm just going to not take my umbrella. Of course you would, right? You would say that, and the chances are it might, because it's probably going to rain. It probably, actually, high chances are it will actually rain. And that's just how probability is, right? So you would take your umbrella, and you'd be smart for doing it. You'd be rational for doing it. You'd be irrational to reject it, right?
But that's not science.
Meteorology?
Yeah, that's not science. You know that?
Yeah, so you wouldn't take an umbrella. I call that irrational. You would say that's perfectly fine because I don't deductively know that it's going to rain.
It's based on percentage. Like this day in history, with these conditions, it rained this percentage of time, right? But that's a guess, right? With science, there's no guess after the experiment. It is what it is. It works.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about science after the experiment. You don't have information, and there's no guesswork involved after that.
Exactly, Larry. It either is or it ain't. That's it.
Come on, man, help me out here, bro. Like
So,
after you've done the
When
experiment,
people say
do you
guess,
have to
right? A guess is
guess?
like a guess in a colloquial sense is something which is beyond sort of any reason for thinking it. You just kind of, well, not even that. Sometimes you do have a reason to think it, like, for a guess, but a best guess is based on a solid foundation. You have reasons for that guess, right? It's not like it's irrational, just made up out of thin air, right? I think that's a common misconception I hear a lot of the time. It's just like,
Yes, it
if it's a
is.
belief.
It's sometimes that's what they do. Exactly what they do.
Well, I wouldn't take anyone's guess that isn't based on anything concrete, right? So if you had data, for instance, of light doing things far away on a star, and you made a guess from that, I would take that as a good guess. If I heard someone say the star is doing this, I think, and I have no observation or reason for thinking that, I would call that a bad guess. I wouldn't put too much weight on it.
If you had no idea how something worked, you might hazard a guess to arrive to some sort of hypothesis, but you're not going to just guess what the mechanics of something are and just publish that as your conclusion.
And there's a safeguard in mathematics, which is that it has to, whatever you're guessing, has to be logical, has to make logic, right? And it has to meet that standard by meeting with mathematics, right? And analogies, so it has to be analogous to something that you could draw upon. Again, it's not as illogical as just a random guess.
Yeah, but there's a difference between I'm guessing that it's your starter and actually doing systematic tests on the circuit to directly find the problem. And if you're getting charged to the starter motor and it's not starting, well, it's a good chance that it could be your starter. It's not likely the ignition switch has went out. Starters go out way before ignition switches, in my experience, and a mechanic would know that, right? He doesn't change ignition switches very often, but starters go out roughly about 100,000 miles.
So,
Ignition switches, they go out less frequently. So he changes the starter. If it doesn't work, then it might be the ignition switch.
so
But he
would it
doesn't have
be,
to guess after that it's not the starter.
so when you say there's a good chance, would you consider that a guess?
Right, that's the hypothesis. I think it's the starter. Then you do the experiment where you manipulate the starter by changing it out. And this is all analogous. Of course, this isn't natural science. After you change the starter, then you give it a go. If it starts, there's no guesswork after that. You're done.
I think what this really comes down to is that, because we both understand, I think at this point, what I'm trying to say as the method is for figuring out things that are hard to figure out. And you have obviously a preference for method. I would agree with you. It's probably a more concrete method. It's purely deductive. That isn't to say that my method is without utility, right? It has a deductive element. It has an inductive element, right? You just think that because it's probably wrong, right? Or like in its complete sense, like the cosmology is probably wrong in a complete sense. That there's a flaw with the methodology. Actually, I'd say that the methodology itself is, as I could conceive, the best possible way we could ever come close to knowing anything along those lines, right?
No, you don't end with an uncertainty. You start with a certainty, one certainty and one uncertainty. At the end, you just have a certainty. That's it.
Yeah, I really
Okay.
don't think you would appreciate your mechanic saying, I think it's the starter, and my inductive reasoning is solid. Like,
Well,
you're going to want him to actually prove it with the experiment by manipulating the cause of it not starting.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on,
your
though.
wife wouldn't appreciate you not taking an umbrella out if you read the news and it said it's going to be a high chance of rain. She wouldn't be very happy with that either. It doesn't matter who's happy with what. It's about the best method for coming close to knowledge, right?
So to the example with a car, because this happened to me recently. Let's say you isolate the problem, like you find your best guess, so to speak. You isolate it, you eliminate a whole bunch of other things that it can't be, and you say chances are high that it's this thing. So you go into the car, you take down whatever you need to get to that thing, you replace it, put everything back where it was, and now the car runs. Does that now prove 100% that the thing you thought it was, that you now fixed, was the problem?
I'd say it's pretty close to 99.99. Because if it's functional and your car starts now, what more do you want?
That's sure.
What more certainty can you achieve? Your car runs now. You can depend on it to go back to work for
Well, you
another
could
100,000
achieve-
miles or so.
You could achieve 100% certainty.
Well,
Yeah, because at any time someone could say, actually, it was this, and provide another experiment and prove something different. But if it's working, man.
Yeah, I understand that, but you said 99.999, right?
Yeah, because there's a chance that maybe there was some sort of connection issue, and when you replace the starter, that it fixed that connection issue, right? Maybe
Exactly.
that's a possibility. But
Yeah.
it's 99.999. I mean, it's a pretty high certainty if you change your starter out at 100,000 miles that it was the starter that went bad.
I
So
want
if
to.
someone-
Sorry, go on.
real quick, if someone is uncomfortable saying that 99.99% is certain, and the most they'll say about that number is it's a high confidence, I don't see why we should reduce that to just a guess.
It's not a guess when you change the part out.
Well,
Because
just
it's a complex system, right? There could be, like Larry said, there could be an unknown thing that you haven't identified, which caused the problem, like for
Yeah.
the starter to become inoperable. You change the starter motor, and now you're going. But if there was a problem that's connected to some other component that caused the problem in the first place, it's going to happen again, isn't it?
I just want to focus in on one thing that he said, one phrase, and it works, right? Very important phrase, because obviously there's a utility in the method in that it generates predictions that you can test, right? You can look for and observe, and as far as the method goes, that is why people enjoy it, right? Because it gives results, right? And as far as we know, it's better to as far as we would probably agree, it's better to have a method that gives results, has a utility, than none at all, and just reject the possibility of even trying to use it because it's not giving you the certainty you desire, right? For me, I think on a baseline, it works is basically the beginning and end of globe cosmology, right? That's what you base it all off.
Well, if that was true, your model wouldn't be in crisis right now.
No, the method works. The method works to generate not the things that people tie together in theory. I'm talking about the method works in generating and testing observable prediction, right? That's what's the working bit, having the data, the empiricism, and that's basically, if we are all empiricists in here, care about the most. That's the current best way to do it, right? Unless you have something better, I don't see why you would just reject it altogether.
And if there is a crisis, it's because that method works, and that's the method that identified where those cracks are in the model.
Yeah, it's inductive deductive. I mean, that's the whole point of finding falsifiers, right? Finding falsifiers so you can see where the problems are.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about science, it's very obvious to me that if you're actually using the method, you're going to be a lot better off than manipulating or changing that method out to some other method, because it either is the scientific method or it isn't. You can't use half of the method, right? You can't just form a hypothesis and then not be able to test it. So after you test it with the experiment, that's where the knowledge comes in at, because you yourself have manipulated the cause and seen the results of the effect
5 days a week.
And there's no guesswork after that. It's just purely experimental results.
Yeah. I think this is coming to terms with the idea that that knowledge isn't a perfect game where you have absolutes, even with the scientific method, right? You don't get absolutes with that. At best, it's flawed, but the best current system for finding knowledge. You get people who are rationalists who think empiricists are stupid, right? So it's not even like everyone even agrees it's a good method, right? I mean, most people do because it gives results. But in the same vein, the ongoing method gives results, and yet you're not satisfied with it as compared to other methods.
I know, because you see, with what Larry's describing, he's starting off with potential falsifiability and ending with no falsifiability needed. That's it. Yeah, we're done. We got that now. You're ending with, you're starting with no falsifiability needed. You don't need to. There's no potential falsifiability there, and there's no falsifiability needed. It's not required. There's no point. Why even bother trying to falsify something that you're not certain of?
I think it is falsified.
That's your conclusion.
I think it's necessarily if there's a theory out there that doesn't have any possible falsifiers, put it in the garbage, and I'll join you with putting it in the garbage, right? But I think, as far as I'm aware, I mean, you could point one out to me, an idea that has no falsifiers, meaning no possible avenue of falsification, like rainbow unicorns. Yeah, like it's not.
There's no need to try.
Yeah, I was wondering
It's
that
just
myself.
an idea.
Is there an example? Because there's nothing I
Like of
know
what?
that says. Well, there's nothing I know that says like nothing to see here. We're done with this. Like there's no falsifiability needed.
Yeah, both Newtonian and Einsteinian. It's out. Like you just disregard it. There's no need to try and
I
falsify anything there.
I
It's
see.
just not needed.
What do you mean
don't
when you
need-
say
There's no challenge to falsify it.
when you
it
say it's
hasn't-
out? Do you mean it's been falsified? Is that what you mean?
No, there's it's not even in a position of falsifiability. There's nothing there. There's nothing there.
I think.
What are you trying to falsify?
Correct me if I'm wrong, right? And this is I'm going to be I completely understand what you're saying, but I just need to make sure that. Well, actually, no. I think I understand what you're saying, and I need you to make sure that we're on the same page. With Newton, I hear a lot of the time that Newton is no longer valid. It's thrown in the garbage, right? Because it was falsified. Now, I think when they say that, what they really mean is that that as it works, as at the time people conceived Newtonian physics, was put up against something that was more accurate, and that Newtonian physics on its own then was useful, but it wasn't the closest possible understanding of the truth, and so falsified in that sense, and obviously had to be reworked. And a reworked version of a previously falsified theory can revitalize it, bring it back into the foreground, right? Is that basically, like, are you saying that because Newtonian physics was technically falsified, but we still use it today, is kind of
No.
like them saying it's
No.
unfalsified?
I'm saying you can't put it into a hypothesis or hypothesis test where you can say, right, and test it to say either this will occur when I do such, or this won't occur when I do such. That's where your falsifiability is.
When I do
when you
such?
set up your hypothesis, which is going to be, eventually you're going to test that hypothesis, or putting the falsifiability into there by saying, when I do something here, X will happen. Or when I do something here, the same thing here, X won't
Are you rocking
happen.
on your chair, T-Dub?
No, sorry, that's my pug panting in the background.
Okay. Thought you were very anxious.
Yeah, no. That's your falsifiability part. Just
But
putting an idea out there and saying, "Oh, that's the best we've got. Now, let's see if it gets falsified." No, that's not scientific. That's not how.
But that's
not
exactly what
scientific
Newton. That's exactly what Newton went
that's-
through.
What? What did he
That's-
put his idea through a hypothesis test?
It was tested, yes. That's how I think Britnat mentioned. That's how we discovered the planet beyond Uranus.
No,
Yeah, I always
that's not
can't
a
tell which
hypothesis.
one's
Yeah,
the one.
I get them
It's
confused
either
too.
Neptune or Uranus. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I always have to do the acronym.
Call it your anus, please, when you talk to each other.
So when we applied Newton's laws, we got a successful result, and that was in a similar vein as the car example. That was enough for most people to say, okay, this works, right? There was a thing that we had no idea about, but it had to be there because of these equations. Then we tried that again with a similar discrepancy with the orbit of Mercury. And we said, well, it worked once, let's try it again. And it didn't work. And quick aside, they suspected the planet Vulcan was affecting the orbit of Mercury. And a whole bunch of physicists, astronomers came forward with observations of planets that they thought were Vulcan, and no two astronomers had the same thing. So in some sense, when I at least talk about consensus, that's the kind of consensus I'm talking about. The consensus that was lacking in that regard, that caused everyone to say, okay, well, this isn't then the case, is the kind of consensus that they did have for Neptune. But close parentheses, that's when it became quote unquote falsified, and the need for something better was required. So it actually did go through that process, Newtonian at least.
I'd argue that it didn't, because that is not a scientific hypothesis. There was no manipulation of an independent variable to determine that absolutely is the case that X happened or didn't happen. You just went, if our equation is correct, then we expect to find X at this position, or we won't
Sounds
find X
close
at this
enough to
position,
me.
trying to mask it behind a kind of twisted version of the scientific method with no manipulation of an independent variable. No saying, asking what's causing X to happen.
I mean, I don't know.
Sorry, what's
That
causing
sounds
why to happen, right? What's
sure.
causing, yeah.
Yeah,
Is it
I mean, I
X?
get what you're saying, but that to me sounds like a testable. That to me sounds like a hypothesis test, like whatever you want to call it. If that's not good enough to be classified as a scientific method, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I think that's good enough as a hypothesis test. So long as the actual finding of those results is done rigorously and carefully, I think that's, I mean, I think at this point it's just sort of quibbling over definitions or terminology.
It's a correlation, right? And what did they get from that? That did they say we are correct, or that we're probably correct?
Well, they were correct when they found Neptune.
Were they, or was
Yeah.
it coincidence?
Well,
Is correlation causation?
No, they predicted exactly where they should find it. That's where all the astronomers looked, and it was there. Plain as day,
So
plain as
shouldn't
the
that
nose on a peg.
absolutely 100% work for absolutely everything else, like Mercury?
Well, that was a thing. That's why it was incomplete, right? So the fact
So
that it
it
worked
didn't
so
work.
well,
Then there's something wrong there. But it's
no,
not even a scientific experiment to begin with. But what was
but we're
observed?
past that.
So,
We're past
oh,
that.
that's right. There was
I agreed with
um,
you. I agreed with you that it lacks those components that you asked for. So if you don't want to call it following the scientific method, I mean, I'm not going to twist your arm into that. It's not my place. For me, it's good enough to call it science.
I'll call
Well,
it
it's obviously
the close
pseudoscience.
to knowledge method. I don't mind whatever you want to call it. Empirical method, an empirical method. You know, doesn't really matter
How
what
can
we
it be
call it.
empirical if you come up with a theory that's not valid with the scientific method?
It's based on data. Anything based on data is empirical.
Well, if you have a theory that's based on data, then it's not a scientific theory, it's a data theory.
It's empirical still. You can call it data theory or data theory as it's correctly pronounced. You can, yeah, I don't care, right? Whether or not it's pseudoscience, maybe pseudoscience suddenly isn't a big problem, because for me it's not. Obviously, it's a method developed by philosophers of science and scientists to come to the best possible understanding of the world, and for me that is basically science, right? So I'll call it a scientific method. You can call it a pseudoscientific method, but what's important is whether or not the method produces results, not what we're going to call it, right?
Hey,
Well,
how do you?
You didn't produce anything. You didn't produce an effect. You didn't cause anything to happen or not happen. You didn't produce a
see, it's good enough for
result.
them, bro. It's good enough for them.
It's
If they
not about
say, hold on. If they say that the tides are caused by moon's gravity and we can't falsify it, to them that's a win, right?
You can falsify it.
They're good.
it has to be
Okay,
falsified.
yeah,
Like I said, I will
Right,
join
yeah.
you
You can
if
turn
there's
off. You
if
could
there's an
turn off the
unfalsifiable
moon's
theory.
gravity. You can turn off the moon's gravity and see if the tides stop, and that's how you can falsify it.
Yeah,
But
if there's
seeing
an
as how we can't turn off the moon's gravity, then it's unfalsifiable. And to you guys,
okay.
that's a win. You'll teach that to children in school.
No, I will protest a unfalsified, like, to find a falsifier in a theory isn't actually that difficult, right? Give me a theory and we'll work together and figure out where the falsifier is, right? Any theory, give me one.
Okay,
You
well, I
don't
think
need
the sun's
No, I
heat
mean, like a scientific,
and
like one that's
energy.
currently used, like in the globe cosmology, not like.
You gonna let him
Oh.
talk?
Sorry, I was just correcting, just so we are on the same page. A globe theory that you think is unfalsifiable. Let's go. Globe cosmology, that is.
Larry just gave you one.
No, what
Yeah,
did
just gave you one. Oh, we could also do the curvature of the Earth. That's unfalsifiable too, because now you guys have changed the goalpost to, well, there's refraction. So now we can't falsify that either, because you're just going to say refraction when we disprove the geometry that you gave to us from NASA.
I would say
Easily
to you,
falsifiable.
yeah, I was going to say, I would say to you, right, there are many ways you can falsify it without looking over a horizon. I think you were taught that that was the only way, right? But if you, I mean, just take for instance, right? You and I hold hands and we get into a ship, right? And we go up and we look back at the Earth and go, "Oh, it's clearly a globe, right?" Or it's
Do
clearly
you think
not
we
a globe.
can do that?
Oh,
You think we can do that?
it's not about whether or not you and I can do it. It's about if it's falsifiable.
That's how you would falsify it, bro. We
Just
can't
one
falsify
way.
it because we can't go to space.
Just
How are
one
we going
way.
to do that? You and I, you come to Texas tonight. We're going to space together.
Yeah,
You and I.
that's just one way. Hundreds of ways to
That's
falsify
not
a
going to
globe.
happen, bro.
There are hundreds of ways of falsifying a globe.
Well, I could also pull a
That's
fairy
just the
out
most
my ass.
obvious one, right?
Yeah, I could pull a fairy out my ass and we could sprinkle fairy dust on both of us, and we could hold hands and go halfway to Never Never Land and see
Yeah,
if the Earth is a globe.
another-
That's what you just said to me, bro. We can't do that. It doesn't work like that.
Another one would be, right, if I mean, I don't know if this would count as a falsify. It's more like a disproving an evidence, right, or falsifying an evidence. I don't know what you want to call it, but let's say this obstruction business, right? Let's say we had a camera that had this component that allowed us, this mechanism that allowed us to zoom into such a degree that at no obstruction can we not see further, right, up to any distance across the Earth, right? Let's say I'm standing on the border with Ireland and I could see, so far I could see the Azores with my special camera, right? Yeah, I would definitely falsify at least whatever the current globe is.
Now you've pulled a magical camera fairy out your ass. It's still the same thing. Because you guys say refraction is happening all the time, then we can never, in your mind, falsify your model because it's always refracted.
So
Well, you could, yeah, there's many methods that you could use to falsify the globe, I think.
Well, can we stick to the methods we can do in reality?
I mean,
Well, you don't
we
want my
could do this
fantastical
one as well.
methods? How about
Yeah,
the
no
triangles?
fairy dust.
The triangles thing, right? So if you found that every single triangle you made over a long distance was always 180 degrees, then I mean that's as good as falsifying the globe as any other.
Bro,
right?
I have to ask you, have you ever walked down a road? It's not in a straight line. There's hills and shit, bro.
Level distance.
Where are you going to find a level distance for 1,000 miles? Do you know of any 1,000-mile runways?
You create it.
You create a 1,000-mile runway. Once
You create
again,
a
you're pulling
1,000-mile level.
fairy dust out your ass.
No,
We're
no,
talking
no.
about reality.
But
No,
by the
you
way,
interrupted me before I said
just
what I was going to say.
go on. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say you create a 1,000-mile level. Doesn't have to be on any surface necessarily.
Just to be clear, we're talking about whether it can be falsified, not if you are personally able to do it yourself. That's irrelevant to what we're actually trying to discover. If it's falsifiable, right?
Also true.
Have you ever heard of peer review? What do you mean it's not relevant whether or not you're able to peer review it? You just have to take our word for it like we're the high priest.
Well, no,
And you say that's not a religion, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying as an idea in itself, is it falsifiable? Yes.
Without fairy dust.
It's not fairy dust though to say like you go up high enough and you can just look back.
How are we going to go high enough
walk
to see the
1,000
curvature,
miles?
bro?
You can walk 1,000 miles.
How are we going to walk 1,000 miles in a straight line? Dude,
well,
you're being
a lot
ridiculous.
of places on the earth are demarcated, so you could roughly know where you're traveling. Also, I don't know about you, but I think planes can stay quite level, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't know much about aviation, so
Pretty sure. Yeah. You could at least get that measurement.
yes.
But to that end, refraction is not like a magical panacea, right? It's not capable of doing like whatever we require it to. So if refraction, by the rules that it's obliged to follow, isn't sufficient for explaining a particular phenomenon, that in and of itself would be a falsifier.
Yeah, you could falsify refraction. Very,
Yeah.
very possible. But obviously, we all know that refraction in a way that's expressed does exist, at least in experiment. It's just whether it's terrestrial.
Yeah, but there's no fish tank in the sky, bro.
Doesn't have to be.
So you're saying there doesn't have to be like different mediums and boundaries of those mediums for Snell's law to happen?
Snell's law is not the only way we can measure refraction.
What's the other
Or
way?
express refraction.
What's express refraction?
Well, Snell's law is one way, Fermat's principle is another. You really don't need any of those. All you're describing is trajectories. Like you can throw out whatever names you want and just talk about what's actually happening out in fucking cat. Hold on.
Of course, he's a cat person. Makes all sense now.
With the describing what's happening.
Just to be clear, we have established that it's falsifiable.
I'm seeing X, therefore.
Yeah, but we've established the globe itself is falsifiable. Right? Because everyone's a degree.
Sorry about that.
Even if it's not something practical that we can all do together.
Girlfriend's cat, by the way, not my cat. Fucking rodent.
If we're talking about falsifying the globe, right? It's sad to say, really, but you can't.
Falsification outside the realm of natural science. Right. So it's just like demonstrating that somebody's idea is incorrect.
Here's an example of when I might be a Larry of Flat Earth, right? And I say, look, I live in Kazakhstan, right? I live in the middle of Asia, right? There's no water near me, right? I'm Mobutu from Nigeria. I've never seen water in my life, right? How could you expect me to falsify, look over a body of water when I have to crawl to a fucking water fountain, right? Then, you might just say, right, that, oh, well, it's unfalsifiable. No, of course not. It's still falsifiable, even if it's outside of your personal means.
Yeah,
right?
but you can take a flight to California. You can't take a flight halfway to the moon, though, bro.
Oh, well, no one needs to go halfway to the moon to see if it's got a bit of curve on it,
You sure about that?
I'll do the chicken and the
I'm positive.
So you guys claim that if you go up high enough, you see curvature. How high do you have to go?
From a Google search I made about a few weeks ago, apparently the minimum height, so it's not always but can be sometimes, is about 30,000 to 50,000 feet.
So you're disagreeing with Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see
Yes,
it at
I will gladly
128,000
disagree
feet.
with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thank you very much. I have no qualms in saying that. I thought, were you expecting me to say no? I must agree with him.
Well, you should agree with math, and if he's using math, then surely math proves certain things, right?
Do
I
you
don't
know
know
what
what math
he's
he was
using?
using. He just said it. He just said it out on a stage. I don't know. What math was he using?
Because I was recently posed that very challenge to mathematically calculate where curvature should be visible. And I gave it an honest college try. I don't know that it's possible. I don't think you can get there just mathematically.
Yeah, college. Anyway.
So
You got another one for me, Larry?
You can't use geometry to find out whether you should see curvature at a certain altitude?
I
I
don't
guess not,
think
because
you
there's
can.
always refraction, right?
No, it's not refract. It has to do with the eye.
Well, I mean, even if you're looking down, right, there's refraction involved, right? Because you actually are going through multiple layers of density towers, right?
There are confounding factors, yes. So refraction might be one of them. Atmospheric conditions like haze might be another. But even without those things, I think to determine the minimum altitude to where curvature becomes apparent to the human eye, if it can be done, I'm not entirely sure how.
Does it matter, really? I mean, even if I just add on an extra 50,000 feet or 200,000 feet, you're still not halfway to the moon, right? So it's neither here nor there. Either way,
Yeah, well, there's a
Larry.
distance you could say it's obvious, but where it begins to be apparent is difficult.
Exactly.
What sort
like
of
the
curve
slight.
are we talking about? The
Just
y or
enough-
x-axis?
Just enough to say it's not flat, really, will do me. Thank you very much.
Which axis?
Well, what I was looking at is so looking out to the horizon, it looks flat, right? If you're up high
Talking
enough,
about
you can
left to right.
sure.
Left to right.
Well, you can tell me
What
when
about?
I explain what I'm talking about.
Yeah, go on.
When you get far enough away and you have the entire Earth in view, right? Like those NASA photos, that's the entire curve, right? So somewhere between those two altitudes, you should see that apparently flat line begin to curve. So if that's left to right as you describe it, that's what I was looking for.
But is that the x-axis? I never get them right.
X or Y, I guess you could switch them as you travel along the Z.
What about the other axis, like forward, back, like
Forward, back.
what about what altitude do you need to get to actually see that the Earth looks like, right? It's actually curving down and away from you towards the horizon, so
Ooh.
it actually looks arced,
Well, that depends on who you ask. So some people will tell you that vision is two-dimensional. And I suspect those people will tell you that that's only something that can be deduced and not just seen. I don't know where I've settled on that. So I don't know if I agree with him exactly, but I think that's going to be where you sort of butt heads with that argument.
Yeah, I'd love to be in a position where I'm looking at the underside of of clouds. I mean, like a position where I could be above some cloud, like I'd be above a point I'd be elevated according to the globe, above the clouds, but looking at the underside of them.
Oh, I see. So the clouds in the distance that are sort of tilted away from us.
Right, yeah. That would give that sort of an apparent curving down and away from you towards the horizon kind of effect, right? Like, love to see that.
My suspicion is that the clouds might be too close to the surface for that to be possible,
Okay.
but I'm not sure. That actually might be something you could run the numbers on a little easier.
I mean, it just should just look like the sphere. It should look like a ball.
Yeah, I'd agree on a basic level. If it is a sphere, it should look like a sphere. But when I say should, I mean like it should look like a sphere for my own sort of confidence in it, right? Not because there's any demand upon the sphere to actually look like a sphere locally, right? I don't think there's any natural demand for that. It's just one of those things where this is kind of like where I sort of lean into ideas that are perhaps not scientific but more just rational, like the idea of like whether or not I'm going to accept the idea that someone has seen it, right? And I'm quite satisfied with accepting that because I said before, photographs are evidence, and the burden does move in debate. It doesn't. It's not a fixed thing. It's not always on one individual. And once you've provided evidence, you've satisfied the burden of proof. Then it's really beholden on someone else to say why this photograph can't be evidence in this particular situation. It's like Bigfoot, right? Bigfoot's photographs are evidence until someone goes out and looks for Bigfoot and says, well, no Bigfoot here. Which flat earthers, in with respect to them, try to do, right? They see the photos and then they try and look on Earth and say, well, where is the curve, right? Fair enough, but I don't think they've done. I don't think they've falsified the globe, right? I think some when people say they have, I don't buy it. I've not seen it yet, anyway. Well, manufacturers lost that debate.
Yeah, matter of fact, you made it unfalsifiable, right?
I've got over this, young man. It's not unfalsifiable.
When I went to North Beach, Corpus Christi, and I saw Ingleside on the Bay, from 1 foot above the surface, you guys said refraction, right? And maybe not you specifically, but the proverbial you, the globe earther, said that's not an impossible shot because of refraction. Well, what would it have to be for it not to be impossible? Like, if I saw the grains of sand touching the water, would that cut it? Would that be enough?
I think you're looking in the wrong direction here, right? I think it would be way more powerful instead of just telling us that you saw too far one day and that could be explained by refraction. But
actually, it was 3 days in a row, day and night.
But to explain whence, why, and how come, therefore, when there is obstruction and people zoom in and nothing comes back into view, what's going on there, right? Because that's really why people think it's a globe, right? if sometimes that happens, it's like kind of like a big kind of what's going on, you know? It would be way more impactful if you could just show what that is, right?
What about when it
Yeah, I
happens
think
before the horizon?
What do you mean?
Sorry, Larry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You go.
I was going to say Witsit has demonstrated that on one of his recent, like maybe in the past 2 or 3 months, showed that the higher the aperture, the less convergence of an image, and the lower of the aperture, the more convergence. And
You want to say that in plain English for me?
yeah, sure. The larger the camera eye hole, the less blending of the bottom and the top of the horizon.
I
But
see.
the smaller of the camera eye hole, the more blending. So when things blend and diverge together from the bottom and the top of the image of the horizon, that makes it look like something's disappearing from the bottom up.
Mm. Now, I may just happen to have pulled you into a topic I've been talking about recently, if I might just say so myself. Would you call a P1000 Nikon a good camera for assessing that?
No,
What is?
I would think you would need a much larger. Well, if you're talking about 10 miles, sure, right, or 5 miles, something like that.
Or
But
12 miles?
if you're talking about like, well, I guess it would also depend on the atmospheric conditions of the day, right?
Oh, I see. What camera then?
I think I like a telescope.
A telescope?
Right, because if you want to eliminate that factor, you want the largest freaking aperture that you can have over the shortest distance.
I see. All right. So if I find you an example of someone using a telescope over water and nothing appearing into view, you would have to go to Whitson and say, by the way, you're debunked, right?
No, that wouldn't debunk. It's funny that you think that would debunk him. That wouldn't debunk what he said because it's demonstrated using lasers in a lab setting. Right, you're talking about long distance observations over who knows what kind of atmospheric conditions, and you think that would debunk lab setting experiments?
What lab
That's
did
kind of weird.
Whitsitt go into?
Well, he didn't go into a lab. He was citing his source. Was it Harvard or was it Stanford? I can't remember. It was a college. Maybe I have to go to his channel and look it up.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not so
Maybe I
sure
can
about
find
this
it.
Whitsitt fella.
It's not about Witsit. It's about the college.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure Whitsitt can interpret what a college paper says, so it's part of the problem.
Well, that's a weird personal attack you made just there.
He's not here. Perfectly fine.
It's okay to talk about people when they aren't here. You guys got some real issues with like what's it called?
I'm weary of internet celebrities,
Ethics.
you know.
Ethics. Yeah, I'm weary of internet celebrities too. But what Witsit showed was from a college, and those aren't internet celebrities.
Yeah, like I said, the issue isn't with. I mean, the paper might be bogus, right? We'll look at the paper. You know, we've got Peter here. He's familiar with scientific papers and reading them. Maybe you could give us a hand.
No, we're not unmuting Peter.
You can type it. I don't mind. I mean, I would like you to unmute, but beggars can't be choosers, can they? Really?
Oh, I forgot. The algorithm is completely stacked up against us. So I type in Witsit gets it aperture, and what do I get? Shutting down flat earthers, Neil deGrasse Tyson style.
Well, that's very cringe that someone would make a page called that.
I'm just astounded by the links that the government would go to oppress people. Or suppress,
I'm tired
excuse
of
me.
being told that I have to
Suppress.
agree with what Neil deGrasse frickin' Tyson says. You know, he's not my hero. I don't know why everyone assumes he has to be.
Not all heroes wear capes, my friend.
I'm about to go to his channel and find it because there's no way the algorithm is going to give me what I'm looking for.
While you're looking for it, can you explain roughly what widths it showed with this laboratory?
Already did. The larger the aperture, the less divergence.
Okay, could someone
Thank you.
translate into English? Someone who's not scientifically literate, please.
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by divergence.
I meant to say convergence. Convergence, right? Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Well, still, like, in what sense?
So what you guys call refraction is, in my opinion, the opposite of what you guys are claiming is actually happening, right? So if you look at the car and it's going down like a really hot day, like in August in Texas when it's really hot, and it's going down the highway, the bottom of the car starts to disappear first, right? Even though during the winter you never see any stupid shit like that. But during the summer you see it, and it's because of the conditions of the road, right? That's what's causing it. Because when it's summertime, I can't see if there's a cop on the other side of the hill, and it looks like there's a mirage or some sort of pond on top of the hill. But during the wintertime, I can see if there's a cop on the other side of the hill on the highway in a certain particular spot that I drive down frequently
Those
while I'm
situations,
working.
right? You have very particular conditions, right? Conditions you could almost expect that kind of thing to happen. I want to know why snow, rain, fog, sun. That's about all the weather conditions I can name off the top of my head. You still couldn't look past that obstruction, right? No matter what the conditions are. Sometimes, at least,
Yeah,
obstruction
you
could
can
appear in
never see
winter.
past something
It
that's
can,
obstructed.
yeah, obstruction can appear in winter, summer, autumn, spring, and no matter what camera you've got, they sometimes, not all the time, because I don't want to bring about the black swan, but sometimes can't see through it, right? All conditions, you know?
Well, what I'm talking about specifically is obstruction is being caused by the atmospheric conditions. I can never drive down an area and see past the hill, but I can drive down an area and there being some sort of condition that's making it where I can't see if there's a cop over there. Because I would like to speed a little bit and not be harassed by road pirates. Not talking
Yeah,
120.
what would those
I'm
conditions
talking maybe.
be?
Well, it's really freaking hot, and it looks like there's water oasis over there. And there's no oasis. It's just the
Yeah,
road. It
what I'm saying is there seems
looks
to
like
be
the
no.
sky is on the. It looks like the sky is on the road. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm saying there's no obvious conditions that I think you could name that when I expect to see through the obstruction.
Yeah, you can't see past obstructions. I agree. That's why I think your guys' model of refraction is bullshit because you can't see past obstructions. I agree with you.
I'm not sure that's what I was saying, but okay, I understand.
Sounded like it to me. You said you can't see past obstructions. Isn't that what you said?
Well,
I was actually.
I think you can see far sometimes with refraction, but with obstruction itself, as it presents itself, usually with large objects, not so much with small objects. Yeah, you can't see through it, leading me to suspect, no matter what conditions there are, that is, that it's probably not so contingent upon what you're talking about, where it is weather conditions dependent.
I had this question yesterday. Was that Larry that was speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah. This discussion was going on yesterday somewhere, and I was thinking to myself, look at pictures like the black swan. We have a look at other objects that we see beyond this curvature, the claim is that refraction always seems to bring them back up over that curve at eye level, makes them appear like the horizon is much further back than what it actually is geometrically. So why is it any time I'm driving on a highway and there's a small rise in the hill, there's never a car loomed up? Why can I never ever see on top of any other physical, the other side of any other physical barrier?
Because refraction doesn't work that way.
That's right. Even at night, we see lights over long distances. When I see a car coming at me over a small rise on the road, I see their lights shining up into the sky as they're coming up the other side. I never see the car looming up and looking further away than what it is.
Well, are you sure about that?
100%.
Well, how would you know if that's what you were seeing?
What do you mean?
Like, how would you know whether you were seeing the car where it actually is, or if it were being loomed up by some small percentage?
Well, I drove trucks for a very long time, yeah, and any small rise or any small hill in the road, no matter what the distance it was from me, I never ever seen a vehicle on the other side of that hill like what's claimed when we see, the Black Swan and other images. I've never seen that once in, 43 years now. And again, when we do see something coming up over a rise, we see the lights pointing up, not at our height, facing us. And like Larry said, what we do see is mirages and other things where it appears there's water, and when we do have refraction. So I've never witnessed these occurrences in real life. They only seem to happen when we have pictures like the Black Swan.
Well, my suspicion is...
Hold on, just real fast. I've been delivering for 20 years. I know these roads very well after 20 years of delivering pizza. Like, I could map out the whole city by memory. Literally, I could map it out. And when it comes to certain areas and what I can and can't see, right, as someone who's looking for children, looking for distracted drivers, like, I know what I can see where I'm at. And during the summer months, like when I'm headed west and the sun's just right, like, it causes a super large amount of refraction to where I can't see what's on the other side of the hill. So it's like rain, right, or fog. I have to slow down more than, less than 50 miles an hour, just so I'm driving safe so that I don't hit what's on the other side of that hill. When normally I can kind of see over that hill enough to see if there's a car there. But
you mean the sun's blinding your eyes so you can't see?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about mirages.
Yeah. So, and there's two sort of conditions for refraction.
Technically a mirage, but when I say mirage, you guys know what I'm talking about, where everything gets wobbly and it looks like there's an oasis.
Yeah.
And that direction of curvature of light is typically the opposite direction. Oh, is it opposite direction? It's more extreme anyway. So you're less likely to be actually able to get a true line of sight in those scenarios. So the refracted light is going to be kind of causing you to miss whole sections of the ground because the refraction is so strong.
Right, making them disappear from the bottom up. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but when it's not like that, right, you'd notice that if you're going over a hill, that the top of a cab of a truck would appear before the bottom, wouldn't it?
Say it again?
If you're driving towards a hill, and I think this probably applies to the other guy that was talking more, but if you're driving towards a hill and there isn't strong refraction and a truck was coming the other way, you would see the roof of the cab before you saw the bull bar on the truck.
What is a bull bar? You talking about the bumper?
Yeah. Bull bar in Australian term, but yeah, the bumper bar. Yeah. So a truck's coming towards you. It's coming over the crest of a hill. You see the top of the truck before you see the wheels.
Right, of course.
Oh, you'd see that in every instance, yeah. I've never seen a truck come up over a hill. I've never seen a truck come up over a hill and see the wheels first.
Yeah, well, the claim here is that with refraction, that is what is happening. That the we don't see that top-down occlusion.
I'm confused now.
All right, so you guys asked for me to cite that thing. Took me a second to find. Sorry about that. I accidentally clicked join. All right, so can you guys see that? Did I get a mic check?
Yeah.
All right. So I just posted that from Witsit. It's not exactly where the timestamp is, but you won't have to search for an hour worth of footage. So if you just click on that link, it's going to take you like 1:15, and that's where he's doing the presentation. And it's, let's see, where's it from? Yeah, that's, just go back to the beginning of that little video where you see the two, I guess I'm going to call them scientists, setting up their little experiment in the lab with the lasers. And yeah, that's the part I was talking about the aperture causing convergence with low aperture. And there's always a limit to the aperture, right? Because it's not like we can exponentially just keep creating larger and larger telescopes and aperture. So anyway, check it out if you like.
Sorry, I missed like most of that. What happened?
Go ahead, Peter. You're up.
And how lower aperture causes things to disappear from the bottom up. And I timestamped it, so if you just rewind the footage back to where you see the two scientists in a laboratory setting with the lasers, that way you don't have to take Witsit's word for it, and you can just listen to what they're saying. Because I know that you think Witsit is incapable of understanding simple concepts, which is weird. I wouldn't say that about any of y'all. I would just assume
No,
you
I
could understand it.
I watched a few Witsit debates and I was less than impressed. That's all.
Well, you might have some sort of confirmation bias that keeps you from hearing his arguments. You may hear it, but it's not going to register because you're biased.
I've seen debates where Witsit won. I'd say I'd give him wins in debates where his opponent was that much dumber, right? That I thought Witsit actually won the debate. I think the one was it was against some fat guy, some fat young guy.
That really narrows it down. There's a lot
I
of
can't remember his name. He had like curly brown hair. I don't know. Anyway, the point is, I thought he won that debate, but I still think he's, a bit compromised intellectually. That's all.
I don't think he's dumb. Like he does pretty well in debates. Like
Yeah, well,
I think
debates
it's
are more
weird.
than just what debates are more than substance. It's
You
also
think
about,
he's
like, your delivery.
intellectually compromised? Like what do you
Yeah.
mean by that? What do you mean by that?
I just think that, like, he's a confident speaker. He delivers well, but the substance of what he says. I mean, I'm just not very confident in his actual.
I can contribute to this, Yui, because I've studied Witsit deeply. I think I know who he is. So he's an intelligent young man who has enough intelligence to string together the right mixture of words from scientific papers to sound plausible. To anyone who ever studied physics, it is immediately obvious he is making a word salad out of those words. To anyone who did like 1 year of physics in college. He's
Well, I'm
using the words in
scientifically
the wrong
illiterate.
context. He's using
It's
them.
really weird.
I disagree with that. I'm
He uses
scientifically
the,
illiterate, right?
he uses those words in a completely wrong context or in absurd combinations that are never used.
Yes, example. I've already heard you say this.
I cannot repeat absurdities.
That's what I thought. It's pretty absurd.
For example, he argues that you can only have equipotential surfaces of electrostatic field if you have two Gaussian plates, he even says sometimes. And I've talked to, I've witnessed a conversation between him and my friend who's an actual physicist, when my friend, the physicist, was very kindly, being Italian, asking him to please explain what he means by those terms. Because that guy had taught electrostatics for like 20 years. And he was like, what do you mean when you say Gaussian plates and equipotential lines or some stuff like that? And for 30 minutes, Whitsitt was trying to like disrespect the other guy. While even I know that those terms make no sense, because I learned that shit in college. And he just misuses, he like swaps one word for another, throws in the word plates to suggest that there must be like a plate at the bottom of the earth and one in the sky. Like this is all cargo cult.
I'm not going to white knight for any of those claims. I don't know about that.
Oh, that's my take. Thank you for letting me share.
You know, I think most of you Globers are halfway decent. In fact, I think that some of you guys are so decent that I think you're being dishonest, which, you know.
Would you like me to be honest, Larry?
Well,
Would
if you
like me to
just
be
let me,
honest?
yeah, when I'm done speaking. So
Okay.
it's not a real big deal if you guys believe it, right? But when I hear you guys saying, and not you, like the proverbial you, when I say you guys saying stuff, because it is the first time I heard someone say this, that you could use logical fallacies. It's okay to use a logical fallacy in the debate because the debate isn't about finding the truth. It's about convincing people of what you believe. Like when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, how could this guy come from a college that has any ethics department that's worth its weight in gold, right?
Who said make a
Because
logical fallacy? That's not good.
the guy who
I think.
debated Whitsitt recently,
Oh
his
right.
name is William, he said
Was that
exactly what I just said, right? It's
was
okay
that
to
the
use
guy I was thinking about when I said the brown curly hair,
I don't know.
little chubby?
I don't know.
But yeah, flat. I
But
mean, in the same vein, flat earthers. I mean, the ones in here, I love to bits, right? It's
yeah, but when do we say it's okay to
it's
use
the
sophistry to trick
celebrities. It's
people?
the celebrities. I'm always kind of like, I
But
don't
when do
know.
we say it's okay to use sophistry to trick people?
No one should ever use sophistry to trick people unless
I agree.
it really is an entertaining debate. I mean, if you're doing sophistry and I find it entertaining, I'll let you get on with it.
Yeah, but you should say that it's sophistry, right? Like if you're trying to provide entertainment, you know, and I say you're an idiot. No, I'm just joking. You're not really an idiot. But to use it like you don't understand what you're talking about because you disagree with me, that would be like intellectually dishonest.
Well, I'm going to have to inform you, Larry, that anyone who has a debate is exposing their ego, right? And sometimes you might need to do a little bit of sophistry to win, right, and to save your ego. And you might
Oh
think
man.
you're above that, but trust me, when your ego is under assault, every one of us, right, has at some point made a sneaky little comment that we know is probably incorrect, but we know that our opponent doesn't know that. So we've slipped it in a debate, right? That's
I think you're
exactly what
projecting. You're
happens.
projecting, bro.
No, everyone does it. You just
I
don't
disagree.
debate competitively. Clearly,
I don't
right?
ever say wrong shit on purpose, bro. That's weird. Why would I do
Well,
that?
you know, it's the competition. It's the sport, right?
No, it's not competition. It's about
Stop
finding
being
the
an
truth.
asshole,
You're
Brett.
just like him, bro.
I usually do it in political stuff, right? Because that's where I might know a lot more than my opponent, right? Physics, I don't really know anything, so I could be outsmarted, outwitted really quickly. But with politics, I'll always, because I'm very educated in it. I'm able to use a theory I know personally has several flaws against an opponent, but I won't bring up those flaws. I'll be quite coy about. I'll be like, acting as if it's obvious, right? So it's just what people do if they're being competitive. I mean, I don't know. It's part of
I
the
think
sport of it.
Look, I'm competitive, but I don't have to lie to kick it.
Yeah, I think the
Well,
key thing there is if they're competitive. I would say that it's okay to use fallacies if all you're trying to do is win a debate. But I
yeah.
wouldn't say that it's the same. I wouldn't do that if you're trying to arrive to like a truth.
Oh yeah.
or
If you're
something.
like one of those people
You
who are
guys
like,
are
oh,
trying
it's
to
all
show
about
your
knowledge and
colors.
truth.
You guys
I
are
mean,
showing
the
your
idea that
colors
debate's all
tonight.
about knowledge and truth, I think, to be honest with you, I understand that as a goal, prima facie. If a debate is about knowledge and truth, then yes, don't do fallacies. Obviously,
Yeah.
we all know what they are, don't do them. But I'm going to be honest with you, few debates actually are about that. Even here, few anyway in the
That's
server
weird,
are about
man.
that.
Every
No, it's
debate
just
is about coming to a consensus and that consensus being the truth.
oh,
How could
well.
it be otherwise?
Well,
That's
no.
weird, bro.
People get sucked into the competitive. Like you might go into it thinking this is what I care about, and you might finish about thinking that's what I care about. But when you're in the debate, you get sucked into the. I mean, if you are competitive, you get sucked into it a little bit, and sometimes it can make you do very naughty things. Right? That's just the game we play. It's our
Speak for
reality.
yourself, bro. Just don't put that on me.
I think it applies to you as well. I mean, it applies to everyone, right? I don't know.
I would say I definitely tried not to do that to a greater or lesser degree of success. But I do have to agree that many of the debates that I see, it is trying to convince someone of something. I think
There's
that
nothing
especially
wrong
on
with
Discord.
there's nothing wrong with using rhetoric to try to convince someone, because rhetoric is the art of speaking. But to use sophistry is immoral, unethical.
I mean, if you say so. Yeah, I mean, if you say so.
I think in principle I agree. I don't know how separate those things are kept for most people. Like I don't know where most people will draw the line between those two.
Okay, so if you think that I'm using logical fallacies, can you point out some that I've used tonight?
I mean, you made some
Because you
bad
say that I do
inferences,
it.
but
You say
made
that
some
I
bad
do it. So
inferences and asked poor
just be
questions with
specific.
fallacies.
I would.
You did
at the
that,
very
Larry.
least-
You did do one thing, and you misused a fallacy, right? Which is good as any sophistry.
Yeah, Larry.
If you're going to call out a fallacy, you should know what it is, right? So,
Hey, Yui, I have a question.
yeah, what's up?
To use sophistry, does one need to consciously use it?
No, it's born
Yes.
is brought about subconsciously in
No,
competitive
no,
debates.
but
No one's thinking, "I'll do that."
No, Yui. Does one need to be aware at all, consciously or subconsciously, that one is using sophistry?
Oh no, you could be just that bad, right?
That's what you are, Larry. You wanted me to be honest, so I will deliver on my promise. I've been listening to you patiently tonight on mute for like 2 hours. You do not know anything about the subjects that you talk about.
Hey,
Anything.
Polish man, shut the
You
fuck
have
up,
no
bro.
idea.
You're the sophist. You're the sophist. Stop fucking projecting, you
Иди
stupid
нахуй.
motherfucker.
Иди нахуй,
Пошел
братан.
нахуй сам.
Hey, so Larry,
Yeah.
when you talked about dark matter, gravity, you have no idea about the relationship between cosmology, the theory of gravity, what dark matter is, whether it's a strong theory
Tell
or
me,
a
what is
proposal.
dark
You
matter?
have no idea. You have no idea.
Please enlighten me. I'm
You
so sorry. You're
have
right.
no
I
idea.
am ignorant.
Yet you have a
Please
strong
tell me,
opinions.
what is
And
dark
your
matter?
sophistry was buried
Obviously,
so
you know.
deeply that it's not even sophistry per
Listen,
you.
I'm going to give you the chance to speak. Tell me what is dark matter, because you're right. I don't know. Go ahead.
Dark matter is an idea, a proposed idea, one of many ideas proposed to explain observations that do not match the current theory of gravity, and not the theory of gravity, the cosmology that's based on the current theory of gravity. It's an idea that is out there. It is not liked by many a physicist, not just the one guy that you Googled, that you called a professor, because you think he supports your case. There are many more. Many physicists don't like the idea. They try to get rid of it. There are other physicists who propose other ideas. That's how science is made. You see something that you cannot explain, you propose a potential explanation. Until you can back it with some solid evidence and make it palatable enough that most people recognize it as the best solution, it's just one of many ideas. Trying to use that concept to debunk gravity would get you laughed out of any room where there would be 3 people who know something about physics.
Okay, so you didn't tell me what it is other than an idea, which I said it's ad hoc.
That's what
Posture.
it is.
Hold on, bro. I'll
It's
let
an
you
idea.
talk. Hold on. Yeah, I said it was an ad hoc explanation to explain away why gravity doesn't work when you actually observe reality. Right? That's what
What
I was
does that
saying.
even
So
mean? That's
how
another
is
word
that
salad. Ad hoc
how
explanation. What do you mean ad hoc? Someone just walked
made
into
it
a
up?
room and said dark matter.
Yeah, that's what an idea is. It's something that people make up.
See, you have no idea.
Yeah, that's what an idea is. It's something that just pops in your head that you make up on the spot. You didn't know that?
Well, that's what happens to you, but you don't do physics, do you?
It's really funny because
Dark matter
while
is
this other
You
guy,
think someone
dumbass.
walked into a room and said,
Dark
guys,
matter
it's
is
dark
not
matter?
physics.
It's an idea in physics. You guys often don't even know what you talk about when you talk about physics. You seem it's kind of binary system, like this is physics. Like he was talking to you about this for like hours today. Like
Yeah,
it must be
physics.
like this or not like that. But none of you who
Yeah, physics needs a medium to explain which medium you're in.
physics needs a medium. Awesome.
What medium is dark matter in?
I don't debate nonsense.
Okay, physics is an object moving through a medium. What medium is dark matter in?
No, physics is
Okay, you're disqualified, dude. You don't even know what you're talking about. It's like grade school level. Like literally grade school level. That's what I call astrophysics. It's not physics, it's astrophysics. Talking about how dumb flat earthers are. Holy shit.
Like asteroids.
notice that guy
Hemorrhoid.
didn't butt in. He's been listening for hours, but he didn't butt in until he heard Globers arguing that
He
they
was
should
muted.
use
He was
sophistry.
muted, Larry. He was muted.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay, I stand corrected. I wonder how much time he spends at the Bigfoot hangouts or Discords.
The werewolf one.
Yeah.
That was an awesome server. I'm bummed it's gone. Of
What was
course,
it
he's
you
be
said,
like,
been
Crit?
muted.
Physics is traveling through a medium? What does that mean?
think about it for a while.
It doesn't make any sense.
It makes no sense that an object traveling through a medium doesn't make any sense to you.
Oh, physics is an object?
Describing an object traveling through a medium.
Yeah, physics is about objects in motion, and seeing as how there's no such thing as a vacuum, it would perfectly make sense that it's the study of objects in motion through a medium.
Do you deny that, Britt? That it's not a study of an object through a medium?
Well, you would say that's how you would define physics.
Yeah, you don't doesn't resonate with you at all? You don't get it?
I don't think I would define physics that way.
So how would you define it?
It's an idea, really, and you're wrong.
The best part too is like this claim that flat earthers can't do physics. Your body is constantly doing physics. Your mind and your body. Every day. You get up, walk. Constant calculations. At split second calculations.
Yeah, I used to be a hacky sack master. Tell me that I don't know anything about physics.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's like this the globalists can't even understand what they don't understand, and how difficult it is to like train a robot to like just kick a ball. Like we're gonna use this robot. All it has to do is take a few steps and kick a ball, and it'll still fall over a lot of time. But yet, somehow it'd be like, flat earthers are dumber than that. They can't even do, in his worldview, a flat earther can't even stand up, walk a few steps, and kick a ball. They can't do it. It's impossible. No, because they somehow, because they don't agree with dark matter and dark energy. Suddenly, then a flat earther can't kick a ball, can't throw a ball, can't go play catch with a dog. None of that stuff. None of them can do any of that stuff.
I played football in high school and middle school. So the tight end, he does go out and catch the ball sometimes. My favorite physics in football is when there's a kickoff return and they catch the ball and you're trying to catch them and you tackle them so hard that when you wrap them up, they land on their back and you can feel the grass sliding against your forearms because they're sliding backwards. Football was a lot of fun. I was very aggressive in those days.
So was Peter having a meltdown? Is that why he went on mute? I missed it.
Yeah, he started talking about how dumb flat earthers are, and they get laughed out of any room, and like.
I'm sad I missed it. He's seething, I guess. Oh yeah,
no flat earther.
Get laughed out of the room, but he's the one joining our room all day long. Bro's coping.
No flat earther can do any physics at all. He basically denies all of evolution. Like, your body's a perfect machine designed to manipulate through time and space. Oh, and flat earthers can't do that. Why? Why, Peter? Oh, because they don't agree with dark matter and dark energy. What about the astrophysics people who already disagree with dark matter and dark energy? It's not a settled idea. They constantly have a debate over these things. Oh, they're dumb too, according to Peter. And none of them can do any of that stuff.
So he said dark matter was an idea. I said it was ad hoc postulation. And he said what I said was word salad. But how are those two things different? Can any Glober tell me how that's different?
Well, Peter has a friend that's a physicist, so that makes Peter also a physics expert. You see?
Yeah, that's the way it works.
Well, I'm not going to say that. It's kind of crude. It would have been funny, though. But I'm not going to say it. If he would have said it, if I would have heard him say that, I definitely would have said it. But since I didn't hear him say that, I won't say it. You know what's funny is he said that if anyone could hear me speaking that had took one semester of physics, they would know that I don't know what I'm talking about. But every time I talk to a physics student, they're agreeing with me, even on Discord when they have the full capability to disagree. You know who's disagreeing with me? The ones that aren't going to college to be a physicist. Funny, right?
It's like anything you do in the physics classroom at a high school level. It's like, hey, track this ball through, how does this ball move through this idea? Or, it cannonball this, or, whatever. It's always something moving through some direction.
Vector calculus.
So they were talking about predictions is doing science. So when I was in high school, there were several times where someone would kick the hacky sack way out of bounds over my head and behind me. And I would turn around without looking and do like a Spartan kick, but instead of it being out away from me, it was like towards me. And I would kick that hacky sack right back in the middle of the circle without looking. So that's a prediction of where it was going and when it was going to be there. And then as I turn around, raise my foot, because when you're forward kicking, like the hacky sack is like the size of an egg. So if you're off by a few degrees, or sorry, a few, let's say, centimeters to the left, and you kick it, it's not going to go where you wanted it to go, because it's going to hit the side of your foot. And if you know anything about kicking balls on the side of your foot, you want to kick the ball exactly where you want it to go. So I guess now that I'm thinking about it, according to you guys that, believe in multiple scientific methods, playing hacky sack is science, right? But I made a prediction and it was right. That's science, bro.
He's gonna
Hacky
bust out the
sack.
numbers and be like, you know what? I'm gonna walk down the hallway, go into my garage, push a garage door opener, jump into my car, drive to work, and in all those equations he's doing, he's factored in dark matter and dark energy every step of the way. Like, get the fuck out of here! You're just bricked.
You are literally beyond delusional, my friend.
Yeah, you really think that you're using dark matter? Show your calculation. Let's see it.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Absolutely no idea.
Yeah, ditto. Not at all. You have no clue. You will never use any dark matter or any dark energy in any physics you'll ever do. At all.
Of course
Zero.
I wouldn't, because you're insane. You don't know what you're talking about.
You won't
I'm
use
not
the
going to
curve
argue
of
with an
rotation
insane
either.
person.
You won't use a curve of rotation of the Earth either. All physics you will ever do, from the moment you were born to the moment you die, will always be on a flat and stationary Earth. And that you don't know this highlights the point that you would fail even the lowest level of physics problems.
Do you think hacky sack people are hacky sackers? Do you think they're scientists, bro? Or specifically, are they physicists? Because they make predictions of where the hacky sack's going to be and what velocity they need to bump it back up in the air in for it to land in the other person's comfortable kicking zone? That's a question mark for the guy who said that I didn't know about physics.
Yes, soccer players too.
Yeah, that was one that Bill Nye had talked about when he was upset at basketball players. How basketball players understand physics. And before the game starts, you're the home field advantage. They can go out there and bounce the ball and see how the ball reacts to different spots on the court. So they kind of got a really good feeling of where these different special spots are to maybe hopefully make a good play at one point. He said they can do that and they can practice this and they know where to bounce the ball and how to bounce the ball. I go, but yeah, Bill Nye, okay, they got it figured out, but they're not counting about balls in space, dumbass. It's balls in the medium, air, across the court. And he thinks somehow that equates to watching a ball in space, like predicting balls in motion. He's just dumb. He's not even able to figure out how to play basketball, but yet he's going to tell you about that star over there is affected by a bunch of dark matter and dark energy. Corner shot with 8-ball.
Yeah, they develop a pretty good mental model of what's going on, those guys, right, Crit? That they, you inherently learn the behaviour of things, but that's not science until you can say why it happens. It's just the model, right? Intuition. And then you turn it into science by saying, I think it happens because of this. And you make a prediction, you do a test and that kind of stuff. But they do develop a really precise internal mental model of the physics of the soccer ball or the court or the happy sack, and they know how it's going to behave under certain circumstances. But they couldn't tell you exactly why it does that, and when it won't do that, if there are other things that will cause it not to happen.
Yeah, I'm looking for this Tyson. Tyson did a lecture called The Dark Universe. I clipped a part of it. Well,
Hey, dude, is my cat a physicist? He's good at predicting things when he jumps. He usually lands perfectly at the perfect spot. Is he a Newtonian physicist? To Daz's
Wow.
point, is my cat a Newtonian
Yeah,
physicist? He's much
think
better
about
at
that.
predicting.
Think about
jumps
that
than I
question
am.
for a while.
Yeah, let that sink in.
Yeah, for you. You let that sink in for you. That's what your
Oh, I've been
epistemology.
marinating on this one, brother.
Yeah, that's your epistemology that you've come to the conclusion based
You
on.
wouldn't know epistemology if it's set on your
Yeah,
face.
based on your epistemology. Your question was, is your cat a physicist? Now think about that for a while.
I have thought about it.
Now think about why you would ask such a stupid question.
Because it's a perfect analogy to a football player being a physicist.
You don't understand that we're making fun of you guys that say that you don't have to do an experiment, right? That you have observational science. So according to you guys, watching porn is science. You don't need to do an experiment.
You don't know what
So
science is.
Hold on,
No.
bro. Shh. Don't talk.
Have you
while I'm
done
talking.
much science?
Did your daddy not teach you better than to talk when someone else is talking?
No, he told me when there's a delusional maniac talk over him for the benefit of the audience.
Oh, so your dad's a reprobate. Okay, I got you. Moving on.
Here's a Dark Universe lecture. Tyson basically says he doesn't know what dark matter and dark energy are. And that's not a problem. It's like a minute long. He says that's not a problem until you look at this chart, which shows 96% of the universe is unobservable dark energy and dark matter. He goes, you could call it Fred and Wilma. It doesn't matter. He classifies this as we are 96% stupid in the universe. Dumb stupid. Okay, if you factor out dark matter and dark energy and you just look at the world the way it is, the way it presents itself, you're no longer 96% dumb stupid. The whole world makes sense again. Just sprinkling in a bunch of random variables that you don't use anyway just causes the model to become, as Tyson so elegantly said, dumb, stupid. You could call it Fred and Wilma. Dark matter and dark energy are actually nothing at all. It's a 1980s Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
Did anyone else's dad teach them to talk over people? Or is like he the only one? Anybody else want to admit that?
Yeah, it's like in the world, you've got really just a few things. You got your name, your word, and your word. And your name like, don't dishonor your name. They talk about don't dishonor your family. He's willing to throw his own father, his name, under the bus. And his word. Just because he's that triggered by a game of hacky sack.
If my dad taught me some shit like that, I'd probably keep that to myself, son.
Peter's not kidding anybody. He was raised by a single mother.
Yeah,
Which he calls his dad. He calls his dad's just a his dad's a nebulous term for whatever dude was banging his mom. The rotating door. I had 8 daddies.
If my son was on the internet telling people that I taught him to talk over people, man, I think that would actually make me livid, like absolutely livid.
Be like, I taught you better than that, boy.
Now, it's one thing if he got excited and talked over somebody, but if he were to say that I taught him to talk over people, oh, hell no.
What's
So
your
let's
next
analyze.
question for the Globers, Larry? What have you got for us next?
Well, I'm just going to do a little bit of analysis on the last guy. He said,
Really?
yeah, because I'm really interested in what you guys say. Like, it's okay to use sophistry. It's okay to deceive people into believing what you believe.
Well, when you say it's
hold on. Time out. I'm still talking. It's okay to talk over people. My dad said it's okay to talk over people if they're stupid. So if you look at the Dunning-Kruger effect, like, smart people realize they have like cognitive limitation. And if you ask them if they're smart, they'll probably say no. And they probably underestimate their actual limitations. But whereas stupid people, what they do is they overestimate their abilities. So they think that they're smart. Stupid people think they're really smart. In fact, the study where they came up with this, Dunning-Kruger saw a guy
we know
who
what
had.
Dunning-Kruger is. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm almost done. I saw a guy who robbed a bank. And when they caught him, he said, "How did you catch me?" They said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I was wearing invisible ink on my face." So he thought he was smart. He thought he was going to outsmart the cops and the banks and everybody. And he was wearing invisible ink. And that was going to make it to where he could hide his identity. So stupid people think they're smart, and smart people recognize their cognitive limitations. Thanks.
Okay. Now, what do you think you sit on that?
I got average IQ.
Okay, well, I think it doesn't matter about your IQ, it's about knowledge, first and foremost. That's what Dunning-Kruger is really looking for, your competency, not your IQ. I mean, you could have a very high IQ and not have much competency in anything. But the point about the sophistry wasn't to say it's okay, like, woo sophistry. It's to say that in reality, Larry, right, there are two people in debates that you'll come across. You'll come across people who are sophists, right? And they don't know that they're sophists. And that is a stupid person, right? And you'll run into people who aren't sophists, but will use sophistry. And they're called debate bros, right?
So can you use scientific method and not be a scientist?
Can you use the scientific method and not be a scientist?
Right.
Well, what's a scientist?
Someone who utilizes the scientific method.
Well, then you've answered your own question, haven't you?
Right. So you said that you can be a sophist and not know it because you're using sophistry. It's my belief that in order to be a sophist, you have to be using sophistry on purpose. Like if I accidentally make a bad argument and you point out that my argument needs a reformulation because of its inadequacy, and I go, you know what, you're right. And I say, I'll never use that argument again. Well, how could I be a sophist?
Well, you could say that. You could say, like, if someone was that honest and they were the kind of people who said, like, if you gave them a critique of their argument, they wouldn't use it again. Sure, that person might. I don't know if they would escape the word sophistry, especially if they do it frequently, but they might escape a dishonest sophistry. But but I don't think that applies to most people. I think, Larry, I've heard this tale before. Everyone tells me they just want the knowledge, they just want the truth, right, in a debate. But to be honest with you, that's not what actually is the case. Most people want to win and want to smack the other opponent down, and they'll use just about any tool in their repertoire, right? I don't believe. I mean, I'm not. I've just heard it so many times over the last year, over the 8 years of debating on Discord, that I just don't believe it anymore. Right? It's a nice, fanciful idea that doesn't actually happen. It
Really?
only happens if you're on very good terms with that person. So,
I
like,
guess
I
we'll
can
run it
have
like
that
I
conversation
guess
with
we'll start running it like courtroom in here then, instead of a
Yeah,
debate.
exactly. Sorry, it's just a reality. Reality is cruel.
I'd rather do it that way. That way you can't lie.
Yeah, me too. I mean, if we could just completely eliminate sophistry altogether and no lying, and you have to prove your evidence whatsoever. But every time we do that, there's no Globers around for months. Every time we try to make it as legitimate as possible, it's like, if you guys can't use fallacies, you don't want to come over and play. Ask me how I know. I've seen it.
I'd say that if your view is that you have an entitlement to an intellect based on your position, Larry, you are a sophist, right? Because
What does that mean, an
typically,
intellect based on your position?
well, basically, if you say if we removed all sophists, there'll be no Globers here, is the idea that you can't possibly be a Glober and produce a good argument, which is only something I would expect from someone who thinks they're entitled to intelligence based on a position, which is obviously not the case for anyone. You can be an intelligent person and be wrong. You could have a very good argument, reason for thinking something is true, and be wrong, right? You are obviously a sophist, Larry, and you've just told me that you weren't about 10 minutes ago, but now I know you are, right? So you are a sophist.
Okay, whatever.
You've demonstrated that.
Go back about a year ago at Earth Awakenings channel, and you'll hear the flat earthers talking about, we're not going to tolerate any more logical fallacies. And look at how dry the live stream is. They're in the text chat, but they wouldn't come on the voice. They were boycotting Earth Awakenings YouTube channel. It was about a year ago, maybe a year and a half.
Okay, Larry, I don't know how you imagine that went down. I wasn't there. But if you're telling me they just said, you know what, let's not do logical fallacies anymore. And people who believe in the globe were like, no, I need to make logical fallacies. I will not join VC until I can make my logical fallacy. I think you've probably skewed what actually happened, right? Nobody, anywhere, any subject would do that.
You want to do
why
that
are you
experiment? Do you want to do that experiment in here and see what happens?
Oh man.
Okay.
Yes. Every time they use.
I think actually.
Hold on. Every time. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Yeah.
Mods are talking. Every time they use a logical fallacy for the rest of the night, we call them out on the logical fallacy. We make them stop talking. And if we can enter their words in to the formulated fallacy, use their words to make that fallacy, then they get muted.
Sophistry, Larry. This is sophistry. And you know why?
Is it?
Two things. One, you have to be good at pointing out fallacies. And when you do, you have to be correct. Larry, you did it incorrectly not
We have
1 hour ago.
experts in
right?
here. We have
The
experts in here that can point them out for you.
Well, not everyone's perfect. Some people get things wrong. Secondly, fallacies can be constructed. So I've seen, for instance, people often say someone's affirming the consequent. Now, there's a secret to affirming the consequent for a lot of arguments, and that's that you can flip the P and the Q around and make it not affirming the consequent anymore, right? In a lot of cases. But people often frame it like affirming the consequent when it doesn't have to be, right? Now
So wait a minute.
that would be called straw manning, right? And,
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You said if you flip the P and the Q around, so if you say it in Spanish, it's no longer a fallacy according to you.
That's obviously not why it's sophistry. Again, Larry.
In Spanish, they speak it backwards, right?
You can't be the arbiter.
They say the predicate, then the subject, right?
You can't be the arbiter of who's done a fallacy if you don't know what they are.
You know that makes sense, bro. You just said that if they say it backwards, like in Latin or Spanish,
what I said.
Yeah, they flip the P and the Q around. So if they say it in Spanish, it's not a fallacy.
The P and the Q. See, this is just
you mean in order, right? Because when you flip it around, you're talking about the order in which it was said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you say it in Spanish, it's not a fallacy. Okay.
What? Here's an example, right? Just
Do you not know that they speak backwards in Spanish?
That's not what we're talking about, though, is it? Larry, this is not.
You said really flip the P and the Q.
You're not really showing me that that you would. That this would go down well because you have to know your fallacies.
Is there any Spanish speakers who would like to correct me on either side besides this guy?
Okay, do you want me to give you an example of what I'm talking about?
Do you not flip? Hold on, bro. I'm asking everyone else but you. If I'm incorrect, please somebody correct me. If you flip the P and the Q, isn't that something you would naturally do if you're speaking Spanish?
You are correct.
Anybody else disagree?
What do you think flipping the P and the Q around means?
Let's test it. I know that's one saying I like in Spanish. Si mi tía tuviera ruedas, sería una bicicleta. It means if my auntie had wheels, she would be a bicycle. Where's the P and the Q there? Si mi tía tuviera ruedas, sería una bicicleta. Analyze it, Yuri.
It doesn't necessarily mean my aunt will be a bicicleta. It will mean that he had ruedas. She has wheels, and having wheels doesn't necessarily mean you are the wheel. If you say it in Spanish, so you're wrong about that.
No, let's analyze it. I don't speak Spanish much, so I want us to analyze it.
Yeah, if you say my grandmother has wheels, mi abuela tiene ruedas, that doesn't mean she is a wheel.
Yeah, but here it says tuviera, not tiene, tuviera. So if she had wheels,
tuviera, it's like if she had wheels,
there you go.
She is a bicycle. She is a wheel because she has wheels.
Sería, she would be.
Yeah, but that doesn't logically follows, right? Doesn't logically follows. It's just like making something up and saying it with your mouth, right?
Well, it's a logical statement. Yui, what do you think? Yui is the logician here.
I'm no logician, but I actually don't know how we got into Spanish. I had no idea what just happened.
Guess how Larry brought it up out of nowhere, right? So that's how we usually get into those things.
It's funny you say that because I actually am an INTP. I am actually a logician.
Okay, that's not what that's not what's meant by logician. It's not.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. A logician is the INTP
anyway,
Briggs-Myers personality type.
Okay, I
don't
oh
fool
my
yourself.
Goodness,
Larry,
no,
Larry.
Yui, how much better can this get than what he just said?
It's just getting spiraling. Anyway, Larry, what I'm
he just used it. Oh,
go on.
It's funny.
It is funny. It is genuinely funny.
I'm glad we both you want to present tonight? You guys got any?
It's like watching BBC The Office, the first season.
Yeah, you got any glow proof to present tonight? It's court night.
I am actually working on the ultimate glow proof here.
Go ahead,
almost
start
done
presenting it.
I will be ready tomorrow. I think I'm doing my final calculation.
Hey, Peter just made a fallacy in Spanish, a logical fallacy. He just said it in Spanish.
Well, I'm proud of myself.
So you use them in Spanish and English.
You're proud because you made a fallacy. You guys are weird, bro.
I don't speak almost any Spanish, so the fact that I can make a fallacy in a language I barely even speak, I am proud of that, yes.
Yeah, because now you got 2 languages you can do them in, or 3.
Make that 4.
I would say, right, unless it's completely clear, right, completely clear that a fallacy has been done, I would say, save me your pretentious nature and just don't bother saying it. Because if you don't know your fallacies, I don't want to hear you try and call them out, right?
Objection.
Yeah. It's like when what's his face? Larry said, I did an appeal to ad populum because I said consensus matters. But that's not why consensus matters. It's not because it's true because of that, right? It's just
What's
like,
the point of appealing to consensus then? Why would you even say consensus?
well, there's a thing, Larry, called informal fallacies, which aren't always fallacious in how they're framed, right? It's like what's the example that I like to use a lot? Appeal to authority, right? Authority. Now, when is an appeal to authority fine in a debate? Appeal to authority is usually fine in a debate if they actually are an expert in that field.
Right, correct. Like when Jordan B. Peterson is talking about something to do with psychology, he probably knows what he's talking about, as
Yeah,
opposed to when he's
exactly.
talking about climate change. So if someone said Peterson said this about climate change, so it's right, that would be a legitimate appeal to authority fallacy.
Well, I mean, there's more to it. Some people say, I mean, people dispute it and say, like, it has to be that you cite an article by that person, or you could just cite their name. People have disagreements over it, but usually people agree it's not always wrong, right? It's not always wrong to say that this authority says this, so this is going to be my supporting evidence for my argument or whatever, right? People usually accept that as a citation or reference. There's many more. Appeal to consensus. If you're not trying to say that it's true because of the consensus, you're basically in the clear of that fallacy, right? Affirming the consequent. If you're doing induction, you can't affirm the consequent. You know, there's loads of different ways you can sidestep a fallacy, but people don't usually acknowledge or notice it, right? Which is why I don't trust some people to be the ones to call them out, right?
Bro, listen, there's a reason why flat earthers are all experts in fallacies. It's because they've been used on us so much that we had to learn it to the nth degree. Like before I got into the flat earth thing, I didn't need to know about logical fallacies in my everyday life. But as soon as I start debating flat earth against globe earth, like I had to be like on point with my logical fallacies. Well, first of all, so
you're
I
not
would.
good at it, Larry. It's only some work. You're not perfect.
Well, at least I'm not appealing to a consensus up in this bitch. You won't hear
No
me
one
bring
is.
up consensus during an argument. You'll never, ever hear me do that. But you did. You brought up consensus.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, you
consensus
brought
can
up
be used in
scientific
an argument, just
consensus.
not to establish
You
its
did.
truthfulness.
Are you
Well,
allowed
what's the
to use
point of bringing it up then?
Are you allowed to use consensus as a witness in court?
Appeal to consensus
Okay,
in court.
no, I have a good one, Yui. How do you think in natural sciences people establish what is a rigorous way of performing an experiment?
Court is in session. Go.
Yeah, what do you mean by rigorous? Define that for me.
Exactly. So we're doing physics. Let's say we study electrostatics or something. There are different ways to perform experiments. You know, some are more controlled, others are less, but there is no perfect control ever. How do the body of physicists, let's say in a given country or maybe worldwide, establish what is rigorous enough to be admitted as proper evidence from an experiment, proper measurement? How do they establish that?
I think there's like a scale or like a grading system. I can't remember. I talked about it before. This guy told me about it. What did he call it? Shit. I don't remember what it's called. But they get like a
Doesn't matter.
grade.
Describe it.
Yeah, it's like a grade, like on how rigorous it is. So when it comes to like theoretical astrophysics or psychology, that would get a very low grade as compared to like biochemistry.
Okay, sure. So let's say that's the case. How do they agree what is appropriate enough for, let's say, an experiment in electrostatics to be admitted to some kind of serious scientific journal?
Well, what's the part of the paper where they tell you how they did the experiment? Not the abstract, right? That's just the title that most people read. But the methodology, right?
Yeah, let's say, yeah, how do we decide if that's good enough or if that's shitty and should be dismissed because it's just low quality?
Well, I guess you would have to interpret the methodology, right?
Yeah, and how would you agree at the end, let's say in the United States, in the whatever, some faculty or some nature journal, this is the standard we're going to use going forward. How would you come to that conclusion?
I don't know. I don't peer review papers.
But how do you imagine? Do you think we discovered like a magical equation in nature that told us it has to be like 17 or 72? Like, how did we arrive at that conclusion?
I just told you I don't know. What do you not
Okay, we
understand about that?
arrived, all right, fair enough. We arrived at it by consensus. Enough people, experts in the field, people with long experience respected by the community, said, we think that at this point in time in human development, this level of precision or rigor is considered high quality. Everything below is not, everything above is nice to have, but like that's what high quality means. Consensus of experts.
So you're telling me
Fundamental,
that
notice, I'm almost done. Notice that that's fundamental to doing science because, as we both agree, science is a rigorous endeavor and you have to perform experiments or observations in nature. So, the threshold you're going to use for the rigor is a fundamental aspect of that, and that was established by consensus.
okay, so you're telling me during the peer review process, they hold the validity based on the consensus and the zeitgeist of the day, right? The
Exactly.
worldview or the spirit of the day. So that's
Exactly.
why QE says that the peer review process is not scientific. Now it makes perfect
I
sense.
wouldn't quote QE as an authority in anything, but being QE and calling people, I don't know if I can say this word here. But listen. How else, if you don't like this method, please propose an alternative method of solving that problem that does not rely on consensus. Go.
Well, I just don't like consensus because before I was 5 years
Okay,
old,
propose
my
an
dad.
alternative
Hold
because
on.
otherwise we cannot do science.
You go by the merit of the methodology of the experiment. So I just want to say this. Before I was 5 years old, my dad taught me something very interesting, right? He would always ask me, if everybody else jumped off the bridge, would you do it too? And I was like, no. He was like, okay, then don't follow the herd. So my dad taught me that before I was 5 years old, I knew not to follow the herd and appeal to consensus because people are stupid. And if one cow jumps off the cliff, the next cow is going to jump off the cliff, and that cow is going to jump off the cliff. And that's what you say adds validity to science rather than the methodology itself? That's weird, bro.
Respectfully, bro, you did not answer my question at all. So go try again.
Yeah, I know, because I was thinking about what I was thinking about rather than what you
All
were
right,
thinking
now that
about.
you're done thinking about it, try to answer my question.
All right, ask it again.
If you don't like the fact that the quality of rigor,
Oh, yeah, I did answer that. Yeah, I said it's in the methodology and it's for each individual
but that
person.
means nothing. Respectfully,
What?
that's
A
just random
methodology
words.
means nothing but consensus is what you're appealing to?
No,
Weird,
how do we
bro.
establish what methodology
weird.
is? It is very weird what you said. Nonsensical,
It's
even.
weird what you said. You
No, I
appeal to
did not say.
consensus rather than the methodology of the
No,
experiment to
not at all.
ascertain the
Not at all.
validity of it. That's weird.
No, let me clarify that for you. Let's say there are 5 different methodologies for a particular type of experiment. How do we decide which of the 5 is good enough or the best or acceptable and which ones are not? Walk me through it.
Yeah, it would be what the methodology did to control all other variables, try to identify other possible causes and eliminate them by controlling them and doing as much research as possible, and then doing the experiment. One independent variable, that's kind of redundant, with the independent variable only being manipulated at a time. If you deviate from that, well, I suppose you're going to, leave the realm of natural science and get into the realm of philosophy.
If you could do that, if you were able to do that, you would have to have a full understanding of all the phenomena, all the variables, confounding variables, everything. So you wouldn't need you wouldn't have a error of margin because you would perfectly understand everything, and you could rate those methodologies based on your understanding. In reality, for those of us who have done a little bit of science, that is never the case. All methodologies have pros and cons, and somehow you have to decide which one is better than the others. And trust me, it doesn't come out of the computer in practice that like, oh, obviously this one's the best because it controls for everything. Because you never know if it controls for everything. There are always compromises and there are always unknowns. This is real science as opposed to what you read in the Reader's Digest the other day about. So, in reality,
Bro, what are you?
do the
Wait,
best.
wait, wait.
No,
Wait,
I'm
what are you
almost done.
talking about? When did I bring up Reader's Digest?
No, I did.
How the
I'm
fuck
gonna
old
do
are
my
you,
best.
Peter? Fuck's sake.
In reality, I cannot do better. In reality, okay, science looks like that. How do people decide? Yui, can you do it? Because I can't. How do scientists decide
Yes,
on the
we can.
methodology? Do the best, Yui.
In reality. There
Yes,
you go.
exactly. In reality, oh shit, I can't. Scientists have to decide without having perfect knowledge what is the good enough or high quality methodology, and they do that by consensus. You don't like that, propose an alternative. Go.
Yeah, instead
That
of
works in reality.
yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, instead of going with the herd and groupthink because we know that's fallacious, you would let each individual person judge based on the merits of the methodology of the experiment whether it's viable or not. To appeal to majority or anything else is just bad logic. Like, why would you say
Okay,
that's good?
let me.
Because hold on.
Mhm.
Why would you say that's good? Because all these people said it was good. How about Uvalde, Texas? Right? All the cops weren't going in to stop the shooter from shooting up the school. Does that mean it was the right thing to do because it was consensus? Of course not. That's fucking retarded.
The problem is when you talk more, I forget the nonsense you said before, so I cannot address it. So in that case, let me replay. It's still fresh. Let me replay that. So you said every person chooses. So when I write a paper, let's say on electrostatics, I will choose a methodology that I like, and everyone will accept it because I chose it. Yes?
No, they're not going to base it off of what you chose. They're going to read it themselves, and hopefully they'll skip the abstract and go right to the methodology and see what exactly did they do, and maybe even see if they could repeat it themselves. Right? That's how the real peer review process should work. I didn't know that it was working off a
No, that is
consensus.
how it works, but think through it. Think through
Para
it.
mí. Ah, yo me lo tomo, porque usted me lo trajo para mí
Hot
y yo me
mic,
lo como.
caliente
Oh, no
microphone.
hablo. So if that's what they do, so 1,000 people read the paper and they all form an opinion on the methodology, what do you think happens next?
They form an opinion and they make a decision based on that opinion.
Is that a consensus when they all form a kind of a collective opinion and do a thumbs down for my paper, a thumbs up, and maybe use the same methodology in the future, make it a gold standard maybe for the time being? Would that be consensus?
If it's based off of individuals, no, that's not consensus.
Oh, so what is consensus?
When you base it off of what other people think rather than what you think.
Like a group of individuals?
Well, I don't really see the cops at Uvalde as a group of individuals, right? Because
Why
there's
are you
hold on,
talking about cops? Where did that come from?
We're talking about consensus, right? Because
In
the
physics, in
consensus
science,
for
in
a
natural
Order in the
sciences.
court.
Shh,
Order
be
in the
quiet, be
court.
quiet.
Order in the court. One at a time.
Thank you. For a full hour, the consensus is we better not go in there, even though something really terrible is happening inside that school, right? So there was no individual thinking because it's not likely that each individual would all come to the same decision. It's a 50-50 chance, right? That they would say, yeah, I'm a cop. I'm supposed to serve and protect, especially children, right? But for a full hour, more than an hour, the consensus was, yeah, we better stand down. That seems like the right thing to do. So consensus is retarded, and you do not have individual thinkers in a group like that. If everybody agrees on everything, then, like say you and I, if you and I agreed on everything, only one of us is doing the thinking. Right?
Yui, what type of fallacy is this?
Peter, pay attention to what he's talking about and stop typing.
No.
Bro, it's real simple. If you and I agree
No, nothing
on
that you
everything,
said made any sense to me whatsoever.
well then stop talking to me if you can't figure out what I'm talking about.
I
Because
was
it's
listening,
real.
and
It's
nothing that you
elementary.
said made any
Listen,
sense in
it's
the
elementary.
conversation we had.
Yeah,
Peter, I
it's
It's
think you're
impossible you were
retarded.
listening. It's impossible you were listening at all while you were typing.
Yeah, if I could just
What are
repeat
you,
it.
the keyboard
Pay
police?
attention. Pay
Peter,
attention
what are
this
you, a
time.
fucking retard? Like what?
Pay
Dude,
attention.
I'm working on
If
the final globe
listen,
proof
bro.
here in Google
Listen.
Sheets.
Bro, you're being like weird right now. Just listen to my words. If you and I agree on everything, only one of us is doing the thinking, right? Come on, Peter. Is it possible that two men can agree on everything
No.
while they're both independently thinking for themselves?
Is it possible that two men could have a conversation on a particular topic without invoking random other topics?
Dude, we're talking about collectivism and individuals. And we're talking about
No, we're
appealing to
not.
majority.
We're talking about the meaning
Yes,
of
we
and
are.
utility of
You're
consensus.
talking, bro, you're talking about consensus. That's collectivism. Did you not know that?
No, I did
That's
not know that.
collectivism?
That's
Yes.
idioticism is
If you
what
agree
you're
with
doing.
everybody around you, you're in the collective. It's groupthink.
That's not what
It's not.
consensus is.
Whoa. Are you serious? Because it's not likely that two people are going to agree on everything. It's also not likely that 97% of scientists are going to agree either. That's weird. That's not how people act when they're thinking for themselves.
Yui, is that the type of sophistry you mentioned earlier when people try to defend
See
at all
what he
costs,
did?
right?
He went and asked his group what to think about.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. He appealed to the
Yui,
groupthink.
you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, you're a
Yeah,
group thinker. We
we
know
do.
exactly
You're a
what you're
groupthink.
saying.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Hey, why don't you get in the side chat with all your other buddies that are listening and see what they say, and then come back with an answer for us?
Is that why
Hey,
he was in the side chat?
Scott, are you still there, Scott? Are you listening? He's
To
my
be
buddy.
fair, Judge Fe, I don't think you want to. Are you going to tie yourself to this hill? Like, you don't have to. This is definitely just a Larry thing. You don't have to all agree with him.
Yeah, Larry
Well,
thinks for
keeping
himself,
order- keeping order
and
in
he's
the court.
skeptical. Yeah, sorry, Larry's skeptical, and he thinks for himself. He thinks that appealing to consensus is one of the stupidest things that you can do in this life, because people are stupid.
We're not talking about appealing to consensus. We're talking about the role of consensus in actual science, which you've never seen.
Bro, if that's how science works, I don't think that's science.
Well, tell me
That's
how
something
else it
else.
should work. Tell me how that particular problem should be solved in your world.
I think the title should be published at the abstract should be published at the end of the paper to summarize it, and they should lead with the methodology. And then you should be told to stop after reading the methodology, think about it for a few minutes, maybe 5 or 10, and like analyze the methodology. And then after that, you can go to the philosophical part where people start agreeing or disagreeing with each other. That's how it should be done.
And then what happens? What happens when 1,000 individuals make those individual opinions, come up with those opinions?
Then they can base their decisions off of their own opinion rather than the opinion of others.
Yes, and then in the end, when we rate that paper as useful to that field of study or not useful, what happens? How do we do that?
Well, you do the experiment yourself, and if it works like the methodology said that it would do, then you pass that on. But if you can't repeat that, and it's something like dark matter where you can't falsify it or prove it to be true, don't publish it.
What are you talking about?
Actually, how I thought the peer review process worked. Because why would you do it any other way?
So you
That's
don't
so stupid.
over time you don't establish any standards that are recognized as useful.
The standard is the methodology and the results of the experiment, bro. How do you not know that?
You just told me that the person writing the paper chooses the standard completely subjectively.
No, the person reading the paper. That's the peer review process. Each person reviews what their peer has done, and they try to replicate the experiment. And then whether the experiment had the same results or not should depend on whether it gets published.
And over
I can't
time,
believe they're doing it a different way.
I know that you can't believe it because you have never, ever, ever had any experience with this whatsoever. Yes or true or false?
False, because anytime I've ever watched a video on how to change an alternator, if
I'm
I
sorry.
fucking
Let
let me
me
finish.
clarify.
Shh. If I watched that video and they got something wrong, I would hit thumbs down. But if I watched the video and it was a perfect example of how to change an alternator, I thumbs up the video on my other account that's not connected to the main one.
I'm sorry, I asked a poor question, so I will restate. Can you please describe the experience you've had personally experienced engaging in scientific experiments or writing scientific papers of any kind, engaging in the process you just commented on? What kind of experience have you had with that?
Well, if you're talking about like natural science, I can't think of anything right off the top of my head, so I don't have anything for you.
Okay, so should I take it as none?
If you think that I've never done a scientific experiment, I think that's weird.
In a certain rigorous setting, you've cooked water, I'm sure, and measured temperature, stuff like that. But like in a certain rigorous setting of the field of science,
Okay,
you've had no
I'll give you an example. I have created hydrogen on demand generators, HHO, creating Brown's gas and pure hydrogen.
That's not science. That's practical engineering.
Okay, so is it not science that if I do this, then this will happen, and then I did that and that happened?
No, if I flush the toilet, water will go down the
No, that's
drain.
not the same
That's not
thing.
science.
If I hook up a battery or an alternator, to a HHO generator, and I have enough salt in the water, then I should get hydrogen and oxygen as byproducts when I do that. So if this, then that. Did you not know that that's science?
No, that's not science. That's a practical application of a known behavior of nature, so to speak.
That's
Isn't
science.
that natural science?
That
That's
is not
weird, bro.
Science.
No,
That's
no.
weird.
You defined it
No.
earlier, Peter. Peter, you defined
When I
saying
plug
natural,
my
natural
kettle into the
observation.
outlet and electrons are flowing and heat is generated, that's not me doing science. That's me utilizing a recognized phenomenon that has been scientifically described
Dude,
by other
that was
people.
chemistry. That was chemistry. How
No,
is that
that
not
is not
science?
that is not science.
I
Then
created
farting
hydrogen and
is science,
oxygen
and
out
me
of
farting right
H2O.
now is science, right? Because it's biology.
No, bro,
Me
that's not what we're
farting.
talking. That's a false equivalency, bro.
Well, it's a better equivalency than your cops.
Cops?
What are you talking about? You're talking about using technology that other people developed and described and scientifically. Like if you told me you wrote a scientific paper discussing the properties of hydrogen and how it behaves under certain conditions, and you went through the process of rigorous testing and being evaluated by others, that would be practical science. But that's not what you
Okay,
said.
so you just admitted that the peer review process isn't scientific because I saw someone on the internet who said that they could crack water and create hydrogen, pure hydrogen, if they do these steps. And when I recreated that process, you said that's not science. So you just admitted that the peer review process is not part of science. Thanks.
This is absurd. What you just said is absolutely absurd.
No, it's what you said.
No, I
You said
didn't
that I
say
wasn't
that.
doing science.
You just made that
Yes,
up in
I
your head.
did. I did the peer review process where I said, okay, this is the methodology. I'm going to repeat this
You
and see if I
thumbing
get the same
down a
results.
YouTube video is peer review process?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about creating an HHO generator and cracking the water and getting hydrogen out and testing it to see if it is hydrogen with soap and bubbles and a lighter.
That's awesome. That's a practical engineering, practical application of some phenomenon that you become aware of. That's good. That's admirable. You did more than I ever did with that.
A cause and effect, right?
Yes,
Relationship.
but that's science is
Yeah.
not saying the words cause and effect. Me eat beans, me fart later. That's not science.
It's not about being.
It's cause and effect, but I'm not doing science when I eat a burrito, right?
No, you're just eating a burrito. But what
Exactly, and I'm
I
farting
did was
later, and that's not science.
validating the methodology of the claim that if you do this, you'll get this.
Okay, cow eat grass, cow poop. Science. Cow do science.
If you think that's equivalent, I guess.
I mean, chemical reactions occurred. Electromagnetic forces played a role in the chemical reactions. Quantum phenomena. So, cow is a chemist and a quantum physicist.
If that's what you believe.
That's what I'm hearing from you. Thank you. I think I'm
No,
done
I've never
with this.
said
I'm
that.
done talking.
You're straw manning me. I never said anything
Court
about
session's
cows.
over. I concede. I lost. Find me. Incarcerate me. I give up.
Please notice at the end he said that's what I said. I never mentioned anything about cows or burritos. That was all him. I was bringing up a experiment that anybody could do.
I used
that can afford.
sophistry at the end.
Anybody can do who can afford like a jar and maybe some steel wool and a piece of plastic and a car battery. That's all it takes. That'll get you the Brown's gas at least.
There we are with gases again.
Yeah. Can I ask a question about that?
About Brown's gas?
No, about what you did. What qualifies that as being an experiment, as to what Peter is saying, as just following a procedure?
So when it comes to like science, you want to have like a cause and effect. So I wanted to get hydrogen and oxygen, right? Well, I didn't want to buy hydrogen tanks, and I didn't want to store hydrogen because that stuff's pretty explosive. But making small amounts of hydrogen on demand, that's not very dangerous, right? So if you do this, you'll get that. That's cause and effect, right?
Yeah, but that's still not an experiment. The experiment is about establishing the cause and effect, and you have to have measurements or have some kind of relationship, some sort of hypothesis that you're actually validating there. You were kind of just. So, did you verify the gas was hydrogen, or did you verify it was oxygen? Or I'm not trying to be
the thing about
disruptive here.
Brown's
I'm just
gas.
asking.
The thing about Brown's gas, it's pretty volatile. So if you're making a small amount of it on demand, and you put soap in that water in the bubbler on top, and the bubbles come up, and because it's soap, it creates a little bubble. If you just so happen to light those bubbles on fire, it goes pop. So that's how you verify that you're creating Brown's gas.
Can somebody please unmute Scott because he would like to contribute to the court session?
Doesn't look muted to me.
Yeah, Scott, you don't look muted by the powers that be.
So
Does
is
he
that
look,
cause?
let's do cause and effect here. Does he look muted to you?
Does anyone disagree that that's cause and effect? If you do this, then you'll get that. If this, then that.
But you didn't verify the effect. You got
You
a
make me
gas that
want to
went
go
pop.
do that now, though, in the garage. Thanks.
Yeah.
Just make sure that you don't make it too powerful, or you'll create quite a bit of hydrogen, and you probably don't want that in your bubbler.
I understand. I understand. Wink, wink.
Yeah, start off slow.
Yeah.
And get the
So if
blowback
you were the
valves.
first person to do this, right, and you were doing the experiment based on the hypothesis that applying electrical current to your salted water will produce hydrogen and oxygen, just having a gas form at the other side is not validating the hypothesis. You need to validate
Right.
that the gas was hydrogen.
That's why you add fire to the bubbles, because
Yeah.
if it's
Well, what
not
if you
hydrogen,
produce methane?
then it won't
What
pop.
if there was methane produced? Methane
What
and
is it with you
oxygen.
guys and cow farts? Stay on topic. We're talking about hydrogen,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
We're
that's
talking about
right.
hydrogen. What is water made of?
So, well, that's a good question. How do you know that?
What is water made of? You don't know? Okay, fair enough. H2O.
No, it's H2O. Yeah,
Allegedly,
yeah.
right? So if
Yeah.
there's hydrogen and oxygen in there, and you just so happen to add an anode and a cathode and a little bit of charge, right? Then you'll start seeing a little bit of bubbling happening, right? It's very similar to making colloidal silver.
So I know how the process works. That's not an issue. What I'm trying to
Okay,
tease
so
out here.
what do you mean that it's not science? Because at the end I tested it to see if it was actually combustible, and it was.
Yeah.
So when is water bubbles combustible? When's the only time that water bubbles are combustible?
When gas is produced, you don't necessarily know what. That's what I'm trying to say here, right? Is
When you have successfully separated
you've
the
made an
hydrogen
assumption
and the
about your
atom
hypothesis outcome?
bonds. Listen, when you have successfully separated the hydrogen atom bonds and you get gas coming out of the water and it goes pop, when you light it on fire, that's the test that your experiment was successful.
The test that you produce combustible gas. I don't believe that that's a test for hydrogen. That you haven't successfully accounted for all the possible variables.
Oh,
Was
okay.
there
So
something else in your water?
what do you think
right?
it is?
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
Yeah.
You
I
think it's
reckon
a
it's
salt?
hydrogen, right? Yeah, I reckon it's hydrogen. But we're saying, is
You
this a
reckon?
valid experiment or just an exercise in reproducing an output from a known process, known procedure? It's not an experiment that you conducted. You produced hydrogen using the known procedure for producing hydrogen. It wasn't
So you're
an
telling me
experiment.
You're telling me every time the 7th grade teacher gets the class to perform an experiment, it's not science because it's already been done? Is that what you're saying?
It's showing the kids how to follow an experimental procedure.
Experiment? Oh, that's science. Okay, so you do
they're
agree that
following
it's
an
science.
experimental procedure.
Experiment is
They
science.
and
Isn't
they're
that
making
natural
some
science?
assumptions about what happens at the end, right? There's lots of assumptions.
Is an experiment natural science?
Can be. It doesn't have to be. You can do experiments without natural science being involved.
You can do an experiment without natural science being involved. Well, it wouldn't be a scientific experiment then, would it?
Well, it wouldn't be one that strictly follows a scientific method, no.
So it wouldn't be science.
Well, it depends what you define science as, right? If you
experiment?
call science broadly discovering the nature
hypothesis
of the
test?
universe,
No, that's philosophy,
yeah, hypothesis
bro.
test.
Don't be weird. That's philosophy. Discovering the nature. That's philosophy,
Or the
bro.
physical nature of the universe, then.
Right, that's philosophy. That's not natural.
Yeah, but I'm not a philosopher, so going back to our early discussion where we're talking about, and same deal. I don't mean to make this sound like I'm insulting you, but from my perspective, I'm not skilled at philosophy, so it feels like it's being used as a tool to prevent a conversation sometimes. But that's fine. But what I'm saying is that the kids, they do it in school. It's like a lot of stuff you do in school. It's simplified. They didn't have to verify that the gases were hydrogen and oxygen. They provided, a weak confirmation that their gases were hydrogen and oxygen. It's not a rigorous experiment. The only rigor in the experiment was to show that the electricity caused the gas to be produced. There was no rigor around analysis of the outcome of what the gas was.
Oh, you think that's where I stopped? You think I just made a pop and then disassembled it, don't you?
Well,
okay.
We don't know. Yeah, you may have gone further. That's fine. You may have analysed the gas and
I may
proved it was actually
drive.
hydrogen.
I may drive for a living, right? And I may have took it a step further, but I guess there's no evidence before the court that I did that, so we'll just let that fly.
Still only application. It's practical engineering what you're describing, all of it.
So in engineering, do they ever use science?
They use the outcome of scientific process sometimes, and sometimes they don't give a shit about science. They just tinker and stuff works. Most of
Okay, well,
engineering is done that way. There's no
in
no
nature,
need.
does lightning ever strike saltwater? So that would
Are
be the
you
naturally observed phenomenon.
trying to teach us about sophistry or what?
No, I just asked a simple question. Like,
I don't know. Why don't you
does
tell me?
the ocean get struck by lightning like what,
I
like
don't know.
100
I don't.
times an
How
hour?
does that answer my original question, which was about your experience with the scientific process?
You're
Because you
talking
keep
about the
drilling.
scientific.
Well, why are we
You're talking
talking
about
about your hydrogen stuff?
you're talking about the
How did
scientific
that be
process,
described?
right? So when lightning strikes saltwater, maybe people noticed that a gas was created, and when it struck again, there was a secondary pop, right? So that would be your naturally observed phenomenon, right? And then people said, "I wonder how that works." So they try to
Were you
recreate it.
one of those people? Did you describe that phenomenon and submit a paper and gone through the peer
No,
review
obviously,
process?
no, obviously I saw it on YouTube
Why are you quoting that?
because I'm showing you that's how natural science works. You have a naturally observed phenomenon,
Do
and
you
then you
think that
try to
maybe I know a
recreate
little bit
that.
more about how natural science works than you do from personal experience?
I have no idea what you know, bro. How could I? And for you to
Well, you
assume that
told
you
us
know
you know
more than me,
nothing, so I only need to know a little bit and I'll know more.
I told you I know nothing about science.
Not from practical experience, from watching YouTube, yes, but from practical experience, you admitted no.
I admitted no. Okay.
Have you
I don't.
performed a scientific experiment, wrote a paper describing the methodology, the process, and the outcome of the experiment, estimated the error margin in the experiment, and submitted it to your asshole professor for him to tell you that you're full of shit? Have you done that?
So
I've
you
done
think
it.
you think you need a professor to do science?
No, someone with experience who tells you, "Oh, you made a mistake here, over there, and your numbers don't add up." That's a D.
So you
Have you
established
ever
earlier, not me, you established earlier that the peer review process is not part of science. So going by your own words, that scientist professor is not part of the
Have
scientific
you
method.
ever participated in a practical situation like the one I described? Doesn't have to be exactly like that. Have you ever?
Well, apparently you're not going to accept what I'm saying as
It's a
science,
yes
even
or
though you.
no. Have you ever? What did your daddy do this
Bro,
to you?
no, I'm doing
Hello?
it to you because I'm
When you
assuming
were
that your daddy never taught you not to speak over people. So you asked me a
I
question,
already told you.
and I'm going to answer it, right?
Don't bamboozle me here with your
Yeah, you're bamboozling me and projecting, bro. Just be quiet. Let me finish my thoughts. When you ask someone a question, it's rude to talk over during the answer. Did you not know that? Were you unaware of that? Nobody
It's
taught you
rude
that in
not to
school?
answer the question.
I can answer it any way I like. You can't control whether or not you like the answer that I
But I
give.
can protest.
Yeah, that's rude.
Protest after he's done.
I'm protesting it before he begins.
It's weird, bro.
It's a waste of time. It's disrespectful to others when you do not answer the question.
Okay, I'm going to let you know right now that every person who reaches adult age has already done thousands and thousands of experiments. Scientific experiment. And if you think you need a professor to check your experiment before it's considered science, you're a collectivist. You might be a collectivist if you think you need a scientist to check your experiment and for him to tell you whether or not it's actually science. That's weird that you think that, dude. It's really weird.
Okay, now, respectfully, could you answer my question?
What is your question?
Have you ever participated in a rigorous scientific endeavor like the one I described? When you had to document your methodology, describe it, document the results,
I'm
calculate
sure. I'm sure I
margin
did in
of
school.
error in your results, receive feedback from people. Did you ever submit any of that to receive
I'm
feedback?
sure I did that in public school.
Tell us about it.
I think it had something to do with using charcoal to make some sort of fungus grow on it with ammonium, I think is what it was. This was like in the 1st or 2nd grade. It created crystals. That's what it was. It created crystals.
Okay, and so this is your experience in the domain
Yeah, it's
of
called
practical natural science.
It's called chemistry. If you do this, then this will happen.
Okay. And this gives you think that this entitles you to comment on how modern advanced science is done by anybody?
Is that what I said?
No, that's
Or
what
did you?
you talk about all day long.
Those are your words.
You
I never said that.
discredited swaths of modern science. Single-handedly, you've debunked them just like that. You didn't even sweat. You were on your phone going somewhere to get some medicine, and you destroyed Einstein, everybody in between. Some poor
No, that's not
teaching
what I
assistant
did.
lady, all of them.
Listen, bro. All I did was
shivered in his throat.
report on what the professor had said. It was journalism, not
And
science.
you didn't even understand what he was talking about. I know it.
Okay, what did he say?
He talked about how he doesn't like the idea of dark matter.
Well, you could get that from reading the title. Can you go into depth?
I know what he didn't say. He didn't say gravity is fucked.
That's exactly what he said, not in those words, but that's exactly what he said.
No, he didn't. The guy studies cosmology and gravity. He did not say gravity. Nuh-uh. Because
So you didn't watch
don't
the
like
video.
dark matter. No gravity.
You didn't watch the video, bro. You just exposed yourself. Everybody who's
I've
seen
looked
that
into this
video,
guy before. You
they
think you're
know.
the first flirt quoting that guy who's an actual professor? Don't you think I've read what he does?
All right,
Do you
listen,
think he?
tell the
Do you think?
truth. Did you watch the video?
Yes, not
What was
today.
the first thing that they were talking about?
Something in cosmology, dark matter.
No. The first thing they were talking about was
Dude, I
flat
didn't
Earth.
watch it today,
You didn't
so I
watch
don't
the
remember.
video.
You know
You,
what's?
sir,
Hey, can I
are
tell you something?
despicable.
You know
Yeah,
what
go
this
ahead.
guy would be famous for? If he claimed gravity was not real, that's what you'd be quoting. Not that he says dark matter. You think he wouldn't be
That's
world
literally what I
famous
said.
if he said gravity is shit?
He said
No,
Einstein's
you're
gravity is
quoting
not
his
respectable.
thoughts on dark matter, which are perfectly fine. He's actually nothing out of ordinary. He's not the only physicist that doesn't like dark matter for good reasons. You're quoting that, and then you're stitching it together to your half-assed understanding of gravity, cosmology, and everything in between, and you say, guys, it's obvious. This guy says dark matter sucks. Therefore, no gravity. They have a crisis in their entire body of physics. Says I am Larry, who made a mushroom grow on a piece of charcoal.
See, you're straw manning me, right? Because
He's
I'm saying that's
terrible
what
at
he
it.
said. That's what he said, bro. Watch the video. You're despicable, bro. How you going to come in here and act like or gaslight everybody into thinking you know what you're talking about in that video, and you just demonstrated that you haven't even watched the first 60 seconds of it. And you think you're winning. Like in your mind, you think that you got the consensus on your side, therefore you're right. That's pathetic, bro.
As opposed to you, I am conscious of where my limitations in my understanding of science are, and I don't comment on the shit that I don't know
Where are
about.
they? Where are they? Well, you just did.
All
You
over
just
the place.
commented on a video that you didn't watch.
Because I can understand what the guy is saying. I know enough to
How
understand
can you
You didn't
understand what he
watch
said
it.
criticizing
if you
dark
didn't
All
hear
matter
it?
right,
You didn't
is.
watch
I
it.
object. I object. How can you comment on it if you didn't watch it and you
I
understand
watched
what
it
he's
2
saying?
months ago. I watched it 2 months ago.
And it didn't occur to you that you got a college professor talking about flat Earth? That didn't stick with you?
No.
That's weird, bro.
How did you make that connection?
Because I watched the video. I actually watched it. Unlike you, And you commented on it as if you had
Dude,
watched
you
it and
also watch the
gaslighted
sun
everybody in the
go
room.
over your head and
You
you think it's
gaslight.
moving away from you over a stationary plane, okay? So you watching something is not evidence of anything being real.
Bro, you think that there's like rocks in the sky that you can walk on, like the Hallelujah Mountain, like you've been watching too much Avatar. Don't you? Is there rocks in the sky that you can walk on?
Yep.
How do you know that?
People who are better at understanding things tell me that than I. People who are better than I.
Consensus. Bro.
Experts.
So how are we? We're not on YouTube, right? Yeah,
Yes,
we're not on
we
YouTube.
are. Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay, never mind then. I'll refrain from asking the next question. Okay, so you think there's rocks in the sky because other people think so. Okay.
There's
Gotta
a
watch out.
shitload of things I think are true because other people tell me so.
Wait, we're live. We're live on YouTube right now.
Yeah, so I can't go into
Yes,
the
we
next
covered
topic.
this. Yeah.
Yeah,
The next topic must be so controversial.
it is so controversial that you can't even talk about it. Because when you're right, you have to oppress people's speech to maintain your correctness. Otherwise, people might think the consensus is something else other than what you project.
I am almost ready with the ultimate globe proof, guys.
Go ahead.
The ultimate
You saw
pile
it
of
on.
shit.
I said almost.
Oh, okay. Well, when you're ready, just tell us about how you saw it on TV and another man said that it was a globe and you believed him.
No, I actually made it myself. So, is it possible to like present the screen in this Discord thingy?
I don't know.
Like, is it possible to do a presentation of some kind, like slides or?
Let me get my screen recorder on so I can share this with all my friends.
No, I'm not going to do it now. Probably not today because there are quite a few things. Almost right.
Oh,
Yeah, I need to do quality control.
Just
But
stay
like, just
in here
asking
until
for
it's
the future.
done. We're all waiting. We're just gonna sit here and wait till it's done.
I might do a trial run tonight.
Hey, I'll tell you what, why don't you let me comment on your presentation that I haven't seen yet and then gaslight everybody and try to make them think that I know what I'm talking about. That would be really sophisticated, right?
Yeah, I will
Oh my
let you
God.
have a first go at it.
No, I said that I was going to comment on it before seeing it. You did get that part, right?
You already have. You don't
I
realize.
commented on your presentation that I haven't seen.
Yes, accidentally in the past.
Okay, maybe that's true. But from my understanding, I haven't seen it. Therefore, it would be asinine to comment on it. You're a funny dude. That's for sure. You're a funny, funny man.
My opinion, he owned all of you.
What was that, Scotsman?
In my opinion, he owned all of you.
He owned all of you.
How does he
Yeah.
own something by asking others? Is that how you own people?
By destroying you all.
So he asked others.
Destroying.
Now bringing up the good arguments.
Like
that
what?
other people, that's the good argument. Other people.
Yeah, people who are much smarter than all of us in this room. Yep.
You sound fucking retarded too.
Well, you're
Well,
American, so shut the hell up.
If you're so stupid that you have to outsource your thinking, then how can you tell who's smart enough to think for you anyway?
Uh-oh.
Damn.
Well, people
Not
who
the
have a
thinking
higher
you're
IQ.
outsourcing. You're outsourcing the actual the performing of the actual process of scientific discovery is something you need to be good at. You need to at least be experienced at. You don't need a paper for that. You need practice. How many of you have any practice?
Wait a minute. You said that you have to give a paper to your professor. Which one is it? Do you have to give a paper or do you not have to? Don't double
Well,
speak.
if you want to learn what other people, you can write a paper, keep it to yourself, or you can give it to someone who may have more experience than you and see what they think. That's why you submit papers. You could be writing, for what I know, Larry, you could be sitting on a pile of papers about gravity, relativity, quantum mechanics that are all in your basement that you never shared with anybody because you didn't give a shit what anybody else thought. That's your right. You're a free man. But if you want to check with other people what they think, maybe you made a mistake. You know that sometimes happens. Even competent people make mistakes. Maybe you'd like to know what other people think. That's why you submit papers. And when you're at school, you're really just practicing, so you give it to your professor because you want to go through the tough process of being rejected and, given an F because you're learning. But guess what? You've never done any of those things, ever. Now, I wouldn't hold this against you because I've never done many other things either. But why do you speak like you're an expert on something when you have zero practical experience with that thing? That is the definition of delusion. That's like me arguing about biology or chemistry or history of ancient Egypt, things that I have watched, YouTube about. Why would I ever go into a room and take any voice in regard to those fields while I'm cognizant of my limitations in those fields? So I'm somewhat a reasonable person. You are delusional.
So I'm delusional by doing research and reporting my findings to other
No,
people.
your
Hold on.
conclusions are
Doing
delusional.
poor research.
Yeah, I'm delusional by doing my research on what other
Poor
people are
research.
saying. Can you shut your mouth? Are you incapable of governing yourself? Must you be governed by everyone else?
You need to be corrected.
Okay, so you're not capable of governing yourself. Okay.
I'm capable of
So,
correcting you, that's for sure.
can somebody
Peter's a
mute
little
that guy for me?
psychopath.
I know he's all up in his emotions right now. He's having a panic attack. Okay, so what I've done is I've took a look at what the experts say, which you guys talk about, experts, right? And I'm reporting on what they have said, and I'm citing my source, so you don't have to listen to me because maybe I did make a mistake. Maybe I did misunderstand something. That's why I posted the source material for you guys to check it out for yourselves. Isn't that what they teach in school? Cite your source? I learned that in school. And isn't that what I've been doing? Talking about what they were talking about? And you can't tell me I don't understand it because you haven't watched the video, even though you've already commented on it. So you made a knowledge claim about something you have no knowledge of, and I'm the one who's delusional. Well, coming from someone who may be delusional, I'll take it as a compliment.
Can you resend that video, please?
Why?
Because I would love to watch it right now. I'm going to actually
Okay.
watch it. Can you send it?
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and send it because most of you guys are terrified of that video after I tell you what's in it. And when you get to the part to where he says anybody who takes Einstein's theory of special and general relativity seriously, I can't take them seriously. Will you please timestamp it and show me? Because I don't remember exactly where it's at. So do that for me so that I know that you actually watched it, okay?
Okay.
Mic check. Is anybody talking? Mic check. 1 2 1
Go
2.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Right, I'm about to post it. Maybe I'll timestamp it for you, because, well, I'll find out where it's at, and then I'll be able to check whether or not you actually paid attention to the video.
Real shit, nigga.
Oh my God, Larry?
Did you watch the whole video?
No, no, no. I just have a question. Did you? I vaguely remember you commented regarding the Higgs boson. Did you?
No, I haven't talked about that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah,
I
find
haven't.
me the timestamp. It's a long video, 35 minutes. So tell me where the good shit
Well,
is.
he's talking about dark matter through the whole thing.
Okay, I'll skip to that.
Yeah, I never said anything about the Higgs boson.
I like the guy already.
Just wait, you're gonna hate him in about 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay, so it's the chapter on why do people still cling onto the idea of dark matter?
I don't know. I'm looking for it. I haven't watched this in a while.
Oh, it's at 11 of it's at 7:53. There are chapters in YouTube, so you knew that, right?
Yeah, but I don't remember exactly where it's at. Like you said, it's a long video.
I got to the part you talked about the galaxies going too fast. It's fantastic. Is that the part you wanted me to see, or should I keep going?
Sorry, I gotta get the front door. I didn't hear what you said.
Saying some very kind words about Isaac Newton. Not going to be good for you, Larry, when you come back. For a minute there, I thought I was too mean, too hard on you. But now I'm going to go all out, buddy.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello? Yes?
Hi.
Want to say something?
Hi.
Is that all you want to say?
Well, do you believe in flat Earth?
No.
No.
You?
No.
Okay. Do you think the ground is a ball?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Whoa.
Yeah, how did you prove that?
It's just obvious. Go look it up.
Holy crap.
All right.
It's obvious, but you have to look it up. I like it.
Well,
There
your
you go.
your
That's a
kindergarten
good point,
teacher.
Jedi. It's a good point, Jedi. It's so obviously you have to go look it up.
Well, your kindergarten teacher should have taught you, but if you didn't learn it by then, you could just look it up.
So it's not obvious. You have to learn it in kindergarten.
Well, you got to learn it at some point, yeah.
So what's
So
the
it's not
evidence they
obvious.
provided?
You gotta
in
learn
kindergarten?
it.
What do you mean?
Sounds
What's
like
the evidence? Just look it up.
So I have to look it up because you don't know.
You could literally. Well, I could show you. Do you want me to look it up for you and show you a picture of the
No,
Earth?
I want you to look it up for you because it's your claim and your
All
belief.
right,
So
I'll
let
look
me
it up
look it
for
up for
you.
yourself.
I'll share my screen. I'll share my screen. Jesus. Wait. Actually, I gotta make sure there's no porn or anything. Okay. I'll share my screen. You guys are about to learn some stuff.
This is for you.
Are we going to learn today?
Okay. Picture of Earth
I think he left.
from space. See? Doesn't look flat to me.
Oh, why is your name all the way up there now? By the
Right.
S's.
It looks
So
like a
you're showing us
ball to me.
cartoon images from Google that don't look flat, and this is how it's obvious to you that the ground is a ball.
Wait, I'm confused. Can you prove to me that Australia exists or something? And how would you go about doing that? Or
Wow,
Antarctica?
just
Kind of
really,
out of left field.
this really went off
What?
the rails. Wow.
What do you mean? I'm showing you pictures of the Earth.
Should we Google some pictures of unicorns next?
Wait, do you guys trust
Can I show you
Wikipedia?
those in kindergarten too?
Do you guys trust Wikipedia?
Bigfoot's out there too. I saw pictures of Bigfoot.
Well, Bigfoot isn't true on Wikipedia. Do you guys trust Wikipedia?
Peace be upon him. Who's this great Wikipedia that you speak of? And their omniscience.
It's
It's the top all-knowing guy writes that.
unless there's some grand conspiracy that I'm not aware of.
Yeah.
It looks like the Earth is kind of round to me. I don't know.
On the internet.
Is there a grand conspiracy that I'm not aware of?
This is the new thing, the new tactic I was talking about earlier.
They got new tactics, have they?
This true color image shows North and South America as they would appear from space.
Wow. So it's just an image as it would appear, huh?
Well, maybe you could become an astronaut. Well, you're probably too stupid to become an astronaut.
Oh
But if
man, you
you
got me. You really got me with that
we're
one.
all too
Oh, he's
stupid.
bailing out. Bailing
Astronauts
out
don't even
already.
exist. Wait, do you guys even think astronauts exist?
Who? What? No, they lied.
Astronaut.
No.
So, if it's obvious that the ground is a ball, why did you have to Google a cartoon to prove it?
Well, it's not obvious when you're like looking outside your window because it doesn't because
So it's not
the Earth
obvious.
is so big.
It's not
So,
obvious. Yeah.
yeah. That's why we started laughing to
Well,
begin with.
wait, define obvious. I don't really know what you mean.
You fucking said
Hold
it.
on a
You're the
second.
first person
You
to
said it,
bring up
and
the
you
word
don't know what
obvious.
it means.
Yeah, but I have my own definition. I'm not sure we're using the same definitions. So I'm just curious
You
what
make
your
up your own
definition of
words.
obvious.
You make up your own definitions for stuff.
Because like when I look
Obvious.
out my window, I
They're
don't
clear.
know that like that World War II happened because like that's in the
It's
past. You
obvious.
kind of have
It's
to
as
learn about
clear
it.
as day. When you look out the window, it's obvious what you see outside.
Yeah, when I look out the window, I don't automatically
the
know
Earth.
that World War II happened.
You see the Earth, though, don't you? So
Do
do
you?
Yeah,
you
I said the,
excuse me, do you obviously see the Earth being a ball when you look outside your window? Is it obviously a ball?
no. When
Is
you
it
look outside your
obviously...
window, it's not obviously a ball
Okay, then. So where is it obviously a ball?
from outer space.
Oh, so not
Look at the
obviously then.
picture. Look at the picture.
Yeah, not going to be opening the window and out of space now, am I?
Well,
Dude, the
that's
picture
what we
you're
have
talking about,
institutions.
you read
So
it. The picture you're talking about, you read, is just an image. What it would be, what it would look like. You're
wait,
dumb.
how do you know World War II happened?
Because I can't see it out my window, like you said.
I know.
Because I live in England and there's bomb craters everywhere.
Oh, there you go.
Wait, how do you know those bomb craters are from World War II?
Because there's fucking bits of shrapnel that have been dug out of them.
How do you know they're from World War II? A specific time period,
They have markings. They have
1930s.
markings on them.
Yeah, it's
Well, show me
recorded
them.
history.
Can you show me those
SF,
markings? Because I haven't seen them.
Sarah, are you saying that World War II didn't exist? Doesn't exist? Didn't happen?
I'm
Is that
saying
what
it's
you're
not
saying?
obvious when you look outside your window.
Okay, fair enough. So World War II didn't happen, and the Earth's not a ball, so we're good.
Well, no, I do think World War II happened. You guys.
Oh, you do?
I'm just
okay.
applying the same standard that you guys are using.
What is the standard that you apply for World War II?
History textbooks.
So just what you see in textbooks and stuff. So no real evidence, just rumors.
I'm sorry, like what evidence are you talking? Like, how do you know World War II happened? What have you seen?
I don't know that World War II happened. That's the point of this in conversation. All you have to believe. See, it's a faith-based system for you. You have a religious faith that World War II happened. You don't actually know that. It was before your time. So it's faith-based. Now, as far as the Earth is concerned, you're standing on it, and you could tell whether or not it was curved according to the geometry that the globe claims. Like you said a minute before, the world is so big. So how big is the Earth?
Wait, so you don't believe World War II happened either?
Excuse me, I asked you a question. How big is the Earth?
I have no idea.
But you said it was so big, so you must know how big it is. How big is it?
How does that logically follow that just because I say that the Earth is big, that I must know exactly how big it is?
Well, if you say it's so big, you must have an idea, right?
Yeah, I have an idea. Maybe not in miles, but I can conceptualize.
Well, why don't you Google it? Since you Google everything else about your life that you think is true, Google and see how big the Earth is in radius. How big is the radius of the Earth?
Why would I care?
Well, why are you in here then? You can hit the road, Jack.
Yeah, you came in here caring, and now you don't care.
No, I'm just not sure why the size of the Earth is relevant.
It's very relevant because you brought up the fact that you look out your window and you can't tell that it's round because it's so big. Why don't we see how big it is?
Okay, if you really... Here, wait, I'll...
Remember, we're going along your fact that you said it's obviously a ball. Obviously.
How big is the Earth?
Well, it is obviously because he read an image that said this is an image, what it would look like from outer space.
Well, he did just Google it. What does it say?
It's almost 8,000 miles. The diameter.
The diameter. How about so that would be a radius in the ballpark of 4,000, right? So a radius of 3,959 miles. See, I know how big the claimed Earth is. And that means that every distance to horizon at 1 foot observer height would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we can go out to the ocean and see from a 1 foot observer height if the sagitta, the Earth curve, is at 1.22 miles. It's actually pretty easy to determine whether or not the Earth is a ball. So, have you done this? Have you checked to see if the Earth is a ball, or is it just us?
I think it's just you, dog.
Okay, well, we checked.
You guys checked?
And it's not there.
Yeah, we.
So, no Earth curve.
Do you guys have pictures?
That's
well, since that's all that you believe, we're going to put one for you. Yeah, we're going to put one for you since only pictures validate your reality, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. If we have
outer space.
So get off your screen, whatever you're watching, and pay attention to chat.
Wait, okay.
You're going to learn today.
Let's see.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I'm looking at chat.
You don't need to be sharing stuff. You need to be paying attention now.
Let's go. Let's see the picture.
So
That's your
this
picture
is
of the
like a
flat
meme.
Earth?
Right. It's also a photograph. In this photograph, the observer's height is 1 foot. Can you tell me where the horizon is?
Wait, I thought you were showing me a picture of the Earth. This is a
Are you
picture.
going
This is the
to
Earth.
answer his question or no?
That's not the Earth.
This is not the Earth.
This is water
Pneumonia.
and some
Pneumonia.
oil rigs.
So is there water on the Earth?
Yeah, but water isn't the Earth.
We're talking about a whole picture of the Earth.
Yeah, a whole picture.
Oh, you guys. Right. So you guys don't have any whole photographs of the Earth, do you?
I just showed you.
No, you didn't.
No, you showed an image, not a photograph. Do you know the difference?
How would you know the difference?
Well,
Holy cow, dude.
How do you know it's not a photograph?
It told you it wasn't.
Yeah, you read it to us. Remember?
Hold on. I'm so confused. What is the difference between an image and a photo? Like, aren't all photographs images?
Bro, I can't have a conversation with you if you don't know the difference between a photograph and an image.
I know the difference you're trying to make, but I don't think that's correct.
So what's a photograph?
A photograph, to me, it just sounds like something that you take with, like, your camera.
Yep. What's an
all
image?
Photographs are images. An image
Not
is
all
Incorrect.
images
just
are
a way of
photographs.
saying a photograph, too.
Not all images are photographs.
Yeah, not all images are photographs, but all photographs are images.
There we go.
Fair enough. So what did you give us? A photograph or an image?
I guess. Well, I think it's a photograph. Well, hold on. Let me look at it again.
You don't know.
You already
Well,
read
there's
it
a
to us.
photograph of the Earth from the Apollo 11
It's
mission.
definitely an image. A photograph, it is not.
There you go. You have a photograph in the chat.
Wait.
From the Apollo 11
Wait.
mission.
Photograph of
What's going on,
Earth.
guys?
Yeah, actually, that's not a photograph of the Earth or what we're living on. Because when you go out and look at the bodies of water that are on its surface, right, they're not curving like it's showing in that image, not photograph that you posted.
Wait.
So right, that's what Tezu just showed you, right?
That's
if you
a
could
photograph.
follow along.
That's a
right?
photograph made by humans.
Yeah, you keep saying that. You keep saying that. But
because
at this
it's the
point,
truth and you don't want to admit it.
It's
Wait,
not the
what
truth.
about-
I'm
what about
explaining to
this?
you how we know it's not the truth, right?
What about
Says who just
Oh,
showed
yeah, an idiot who's on
Says
this
who
for
just
24
showed you.
Bro,
You guys
can
able to
you?
follow along? You guys able to follow along?
What about this
I'll
image?
tell you what. We could go ahead and verify these images or photographs that you guys seem to be showing right here. In fact, you could go out and verify whether or not I showed you is real. That's the cool thing about this. It happens on the Earth, not in a place that you believe exists called space. So tell me, in this photograph that I showed you, where is the horizon?
You didn't show me a photograph.
I did show you a photograph.
No, that's an image. This is an
No,
image.
still a frame from a video. You could call it a photograph.
It's a
for sure.
photo. It's a still. It's a photograph.
I don't. This doesn't.
So-
You guys are retards.
How can you guys call
your
this?
videos
If you're going to deny it, then we're not going to have a conversation with you. Or you could just go out to Santa Barbara and do this for yourself. That's the beauty of it, right? You want to go to Santa Barbara?
Hey, bro, want to go?
No.
Actually, I'd like to go.
No.
So if the ball is fake, all of reality has to be faked. That's how attached to this myth you are, huh?
I know half of you are trolling.
Okay, so that's complete
setting
non-answer.
in.
You don't seem to be able to track with the conversation. So anyway, that cartoon image that you posted, supposedly from the moon, of what we're supposed to be living on the Earth, right? It's showing curved bodies of water on the surface of what would be the Earth, right? Says
Yeah.
it just showed you that those don't exist. So it's just an image, bro. Sorry.
Wait, if you could prove to me that this is a photo right here, can you prove that
Yeah,
to
this
me?
is still from a video. Somebody can post the original video for you to hand wave as well.
And
Any
how
minute
do we know that that video wasn't created by AI?
You're an idiot.
now. You can go to Santa Barbara and confirm what it's showing you. That's the
Well,
thing. You can
AI
independently
can
verify.
create.
Yeah, it's funny how you have this level of skepticism towards completely mundane stuff like a video of a guy at a beach, something that really shouldn't be held
Well,
in like to that level of skepticism. But then somebody shows you a cartoon of a ball in a vacuum chamber and you go, yeah, that's it, 100%, no verification required. Interesting double
wait,
standards.
I'm just wondering what about this image you don't like?
So I didn't say anything about liking it or not.
Oh, so what's wrong with it?
Which
It could
one? The
be an
one you
accurate
posted? Well,
representation.
it's a cartoon image. I already told you. Earth
Is it
doesn't have
not
water.
accurate?
I already told you. In reality, water doesn't do what it's showing in your cartoon picture. So it's not a true representation of the world. It's just an image.
How do you know?
I just told you how I know. It's to do with the nature of water. Why aren't you able to follow along?
The nature of water somehow means that this image isn't.
Doesn't bend
What about
like
this?
it doesn't bend like it's showing in your cartoon. Doesn't curve.
First of all, this isn't a cartoon. This is an image.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll call
it's
it
a
an image.
cartoon.
Why are you calling it a cartoon?
Because it was drawn
Why are you
by a
getting
computer.
Why are
Do
you
you know
getting
what a
distracted?
cartoon is?
Why are you getting so distracted? We don't need to
Oh,
split hairs about this. If you don't like the word cartoon, we'll just call it image, but it's
it's an
definitely not a
image.
photograph.
Okay. Wait. Hold on. I just want to clarify something. Loud.
Yeah, because water doesn't curve. It's a pretty simple point, isn't it? I'm
Do you
not sure
think
how
this
much
is
further
an
it can
image
be dumbed
or
down.
a photograph? Image or photograph?
Picture or painting?
I'm just wondering.
So this is going to be a real difficult process for you.
Wait, what do you want me to answer? I'm so confused.
You
Yeah,
are.
it's really confusing. Water rests flat and horizontally.
Wait,
Right.
hold
So
on.
it doesn't curve. It doesn't
Hold on.
seek a curved surface level when at rest.
Water rests flat and horizontally.
Is there anyone else who wants to talk? This guy's.
Yeah, he seems
Wait,
bricked
what are you
already.
trying to
He's
say?
never
What are you
seen
trying
it.
to say?
He's never seen a cup of water.
Wait, what are you trying to say?
I want to
I'm trying
talk
to
to
say what I
Larry.
said.
Since water rests flat and horizontal.
Yeah, when it's at rest, it's not curving,
Who's
conforming
rest?
to the radius of a ball, curving and wrapping and bending around the ball. It just seeks a flat surface level.
Wait,
You
have you
got
seen a
it?
drop? Have you seen a drop of water on a flat surface? It
Yeah, I'm not
forms.
talking about a drop of water. I'm talking about a body of liquid at rest. So, like anything from the scale of a cup and beyond that.
Because your tears around doesn't mean the earth is.
Well, for as much as they've cried, you would think that our water or sea levels would have risen by now. Peter, what you got? You said you're ready to go.
Yeah, I need Larry. Larry went away.
Oh.
It's an awesome video. First, I want to thank him. Great video. I've never seen all of it. Well, I've watched half of it, but because I've been given a snippet before by some idiots on Twitter. Amazing video. It's going to be the most epic fail for Larry, so I can't wait for him to come back.
Can we have a preview?
Larry completely doesn't understand what the guy says. I took notes. I will explain what the guy says. I actually love everything he says. Fantastic. My new favorite physicist, that guy. Larry promised that one, I would find the proof for flat Earth, and two, that I would be scared to even, watch it. It's a fantastic video. If you know what the guy's talking about, but Larry doesn't, so.
Can you
Case in point.
Salvador, turn your camera off? It caps the room at 25.
Hey, but Jedi, check this out. Are you? I'm thinking like doing the first run of my ultimate globe proof with you tonight, if you're game.
Okay, listen up, Salvador. Turn your camera off. It capped the room at 25. Oh, wait, never mind. Forget that. Disregard.
Yeah, I can do, mate. I'm a bit busy at work at the moment, but yeah, in a bit.
No, I'll keep it for some other day because it will take like 30 minutes at least.
Oh wow, okay. Sounds cool though.
Yeah, I know, right? Because you guys always ask who has globe proof, and I never say I do, but this time I'm going to say I do.
30 minutes.
Being as we're waiting for Larry, I'm sure.
No. I cannot
the other guys
fuck
love
it
to
up.
hear it.
No, it's the first night. It's the first pass. It's got to be done properly.
Are you going to start with measurements?
No, the measurements will come at the end.
No, we wanted you to. You're not going to show the measurements first, so then you can prove
Oh,
it.
I will. The measurements are known. I'm going to start with the methodology.
No, you're not going to start with measuring the Earth curve.
No, first here's a snippet. Okay, first I'm going to prove that it's possible to determine the shape of the Earth using this methodology. So one doesn't have to presuppose. And then I'm going to show you some well-known measurements that were done presupposing the shape of the Earth.
How do you not presuppose something that you're presupposing?
No, because I'm going to show geometrically that if Earth is flat, the measurements would have to be dramatically different than they were. I'm going to prove it, and once I prove it, and only if you guys acknowledge that this geometric proof is correct, then I'm going to present the measurements. You see what I'm doing here? That's how science is done.
You do the backwards.
What you're doing is presenting a nothing burger.
No. That's not how
you have
science.
to.
No.
You have to show, then tell. You're trying to tell, then
no,
show.
I'm gonna show. I'm gonna walk you step by step through what the geometry of the experiment is, and then the results, and then the conclusions.
An experiment, so you got a hypothesis for that?
Yes.
See, everyone's chewed at the bit, mate. You might as well give it to them.
No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Consider this a teaser. Yes, the hypothesis is that the Earth could be flat or spherical.
So you said science and experiment, so this would be a scientific hypothesis?
Yes.
Okay, is the Earth flat or spherical? That's not a cause and effect question, so this isn't science.
If it measures flat, then it's flat. If it measures spherical, it's spherical.
So what's the cause and effect relationship?
The cause is how God created the Earth. The effect is how we measure it.
That's retarded.
Yeah, it's non sequitur.
You're not asking me to, in a lab, create an Earth and then tell you its shape, are you?
No, I'm just asking questions about what you said, which is that this is science, it's an experiment, and your cause and effect relationship is, well, as Radwin said, retarded.
Oh, you're asking silly questions, so I'm giving you appropriate answers.
No, they're pertinent questions to what you said.
Yeah, it's like if you ask me what's the cause and effect for whales existing. They just exist.
Well,
we
you
can
are the one
determine
who
what they
invoked
are.
the cause and effect relationship when you said experiment and science. And yes, I have a
Observation.
scientific
In science,
hypothesis.
observations are a form of experiment. You guys just don't know that. So don't chastise me for saying that. I know you disagree. You're just not
Okay,
aware.
I'm not expecting much from this because so far you've butchered every aspect of it, and you haven't even started giving us the method.
Yeah, it will be beautiful. Trust me.
I think he might not be
It's already a
presenting
train wreck,
anything.
Peter.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be presenting anything.
I think I will be.
You won't. You can't even
Yeah,
figure
I
out what a
will.
hypothesis is. You don't know what you'd be using one for, or what it does, or what an experiment does, or anything.
I'm just toying with you, buddy. I'm toying with you.
Yeah, you're toying with
How
us.
could there be a hypothesis? There is no hypothesis. There's simple geometry, and measurements will either fit this result or the other result. That's it.
Okay. Not an experiment, then, like you said. All right, we can throw that away. Thanks.
So one will fit one
Observation
result,
of
one will fit
nature.
another result that you haven't proven to exist.
It's like, repeat that? I know it was good, but I missed it.
So you're going to say one result fits something that you haven't proven to exist, and the other one, if it doesn't fit that, it's not true, right?
You will certainly.
You haven't proved a ball exists.
I know for a fact that you will draw exactly that conclusion from my future presentation. But I hope that others might draw other conclusions. Larry, where are you? Don't be hiding, Larry boy. I watched your video.
Probably dealing with his mom right now.
I'll wait.
Are you measuring triangles?
I've been drawing triangles all day. Well, for a few hours. You know what's going to be one side effect of that globe proof? That even not if, but when you guys disagree with the measurements, you will have no excuse not to perform the same experiment yourselves because anyone can.
You won't go to Santa Barbara and take pictures.
Why would I? Matthew already shared a picture.
Yeah, I've been to Santa Barbara. I took a picture at the Black Swan location.
Yeah, what is it? How did it come out? What was the temperature that day?
Oh, I don't know what the temperature was, but I couldn't see the bottom.
It's null and void. It's null and void.
It's null and void, Matthew.
Oh,
what
sorry.
shoes were you wearing?
Well, we have our temperatures, so you have to have at least everything we have.
The point
What
is,
did you use
differences
for
in
a camera?
temperatures influence what you see.
Did you use a P900 or P1000?
No.
Yeah.
Null and void.
Disqualified. Also, are the cranes on your oil rig bendy?
No.
I reject your evidence. They need to be bendy.
We weren't looking at cranes. You look at cranes.
Yeah,
I
it's
wonder.
only you. It's only you guys who seem to not understand what the whole argument is about. It's not about the cranes.
Yeah, we know. Like everything else could be bendy as fuck. We just need to be confused.
The
for
horizon's
the
not
horizon.
bendy. Is the horizon bendy as fuck?
Of course.
Where do you see that?
It's bendy. I can see it's a different
Okay, well,
color, and there's more of it than there should
show
be.
us where it's bendy. I don't see a bendy horizon.
It's that light bluish part and the part behind the
Like a
oil rig.
horizontal line. It's
Yeah,
not
the
bendy.
scientific term for that
Right.
phenomenon is bendy as fuck.
So you're just a read.
Welcome to refraction.
Everything's refraction then?
What's refracted?
Hold
No,
on.
bendy
So you
cranes
can't
are.
be- So you can't be measuring anything in your experiment because it's refraction, so
You know what's cool about the measurements? I'm gonna quote. I'm selling this thing so hard, I know. The guy who did the measurements, he didn't know about refraction, so he didn't even take it into account. So he has an error margin. Hey, Larry, how's it going, buddy?
Well, it's null and void then.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, Larry.
yeah,
Hey, are you available to talk?
sure.
Hey, man. First, I genuinely want to thank you for sharing the video with me.
You're welcome.
In the past, I only saw a small snippet that some silly people on Twitter shared with me, but I am really glad that I watched it. I love it, and I like the guy, the physicist. I really like him.
Did you like
now
the
in
part
the
where he was talking about the ether and the
yes,
microsynthetic experiment?
yes, yes.
Yeah.
I
So,
took notes. I took notes here.
so
Okay.
do you know the implications of that? If there's an ether, that means that the Earth isn't moving through space, right?
Yeah, you misunderstood his joke. Okay.
Oh, it was a joke. I didn't realize this was a comedy
Yeah,
routine.
yeah. Because
Oh,
you don't
okay.
know what. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I don't know
should I
comedy.
go
Right.
over my notes?
Oh, if you like, go ahead.
I took notes.
Yeah,
Man.
notes.
And I saved them for future use because I know I'm going to be told to watch that video again. So here's the thing, one by one. First of all, he has a nice segment talking about why people still cling to dark matter. He talks
Right.
about this phenomena in academia, how people often pursue certain theories that are considered cool or fashionable.
Right,
This
because
is
the funding.
yeah,
Right.
this is absolutely true. For example, thousands, if not millions, of physicists have wasted their lives studying the string theory, which is now considered completely useless, pretty much. But it was the most
Right.
fashionable when I was in college. It was like everybody wanted to do it. And then the inertia of that social phenomena caused them to want to do it for another 30 years until it fell flat on its face. Okay?
Yeah, they couldn't get gravity to work at the quantum level. Right.
Yeah, they
That's
couldn't
right.
get it. They couldn't even match the current predictive power of existing theories, so they failed.
Right. Yeah.
So this happens all the time, and he's absolutely correct. Like I said, many people don't like dark matter, and there are many reasons. Then he talks about how dark matter kind of doesn't match the observations with the speeds of galaxies. That's why he considers it not useful. Fantastic. Then he says something nowhere in the video. He says he questions gravity. Did you notice that? But it gets better.
Wait a minute. Stop right there. Because if dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma, is it possible that the Einsteinian model with dark matter can exist?
Yeah, we're going to get there. The Einsteinian model did not have dark matter in it.
Oh. Oh, now? Okay,
Oh,
because
it
see,
didn't.
when I first started bringing up dark matter like 8 years ago, they were all telling me that I was wrong. Until I got somebody that, hold on, until I got somebody that was honest and said that if dark matter isn't there, then Einstein's gravity doesn't work. So string theory failed because Einstein's gravity didn't work at the quantum level, and dark matter failed. So
Larry,
now we
you don't
know.
know what I'm
Hold
schooling
on,
you here.
hold
Don't
on.
give me
Now,
this bullshit
hold on,
again, dude. Please.
hold on.
I
Now
have
we know
notes.
that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. Please go ahead.
If you knew anything about anything, you'd know that when Einstein wrote his theory, we didn't even have any observations of galaxies. So there was no dark matter in his theory because we didn't even have the observations that confused us and caused us to think about dark matter. Do you even know that? Do you even know the chronology of events?
Yes, of course I know that they
Okay,
didn't
good,
know about
Larry.
galaxies until the
Okay.
1920s when Hubble discovered the galaxies. Because the man, not the telescope. The man with
Yeah,
the
but
telescope.
dark matter comes later, okay?
Yeah, but I was
All
talking
right,
about the discovery of galaxy.
good for you. So then he says, I have almost verbatim quotes here. Gravity is the least understood phenomenon. Therefore, there is no surprise that the current explanation fails in certain border conditions that were previously unknown. Okay, this is how scientists talk. This is a person saying, we don't understand this particular area of physics very well compared to other interactions, so it's not surprising that our current theories will be proven faulty under certain circumstances.
Right,
Then
gravity
he
failed.
says,
I get it.
No, he does not say that. He says our current description of gravity has major problems under certain conditions. You know what he says next? When he talks about Mond, he says the only difference will be around negligible spacetime curvature, aka slow accelerations, which the math in Mond fits those perfectly. So under conditions, and those are those intergalactic areas where there's very little space-time curvature, the Mond model works much better, surprisingly well, than the current established model.
Right, so
And
Einstein
then,
was wrong. Got it.
and this is, I'm glad you're saying this. You're so excited, because here comes the next set of notes. He says, the guy asks him, what are we going to do with all the observations about special and general relativity, such as time dilation? Don't freak out. I'm just commenting on the video. And the guy says this, the new theory must account for all already observed phenomena, such as special relativity. He says, exactly the same way Einstein made sure that his model matched Newtonian model perfectly, this new theory will have to match the theory of Einstein perfectly in the areas where it agrees with observations. This will be a huge part of the new model, meaning that it will become a superset of Einsteinian theory. Almost done, almost done. And then he says, for example, such as time dilation in strong gravitational fields. The new theory will have to also include the explanation for that, because guess what? We observe it. That's what your man, Mr. Professor, believes. And then, somewhere in there, he makes a joke about ether, which I'm sure you misunderstood, because he says one of the versions of Mond calls for gravity being explained in terms of particles and wavelength of those particles, and you could consider their interactions in those conditions to be kind of analogous to ether. That's the joke that you missed,
So
because you have no idea
how did you know that was a joke?
he's talking about. Because
How'd
he
you know it was a joke?
smiled and chuckled, and I have the context.
Did you
It
hear the
does
part
not
where he
mean the
says,
same ether.
hold on. Did you hear the part where he says, I can't talk about ether or they'll take my degree away and they'll blackball me, right? So he's not
Do you
allowed
understand?
to.
Do you
Hold
understand
on,
what he means?
bro, relax. He's not allowed to talk about ether seriously or they're going to punish him for it. So
Does
maybe
he
we should.
seem to you in that video like a man who's not allowed to do something?
Did you
He
not hear what
told
he
you.
said?
He told you that.
Dude,
You think it was a
because the
joke?
word ether, it's a joke in the sense that reusing the
Oh,
same
okay.
word
So that's why
it's
you thought it was a
controversial.
joke.
Reusing the same word for a different thing is controversial in science, and he is alluding to that in his interview. I understand it. Any other physicist, well, I'm not a physicist even, any other physicist in the world would understand what he means.
So he said this thing about ether, and he talked about the virtual particles popping in and out of existence, right, in a vacuum, and you think that was a joke. That doesn't really happen. Is that what you're saying?
That does happen, and it was me 3 months ago who proposed to those idiots in the Flat Earth Friday on Twitter that they should repurpose the word ether to describe exactly that, quantum vacuum. I came up with this idea before you showed me this video because it's funny. You could, because you can call it whatever you want. You could call it pizza, okay? And you can call it ether, but it doesn't make it analogous to the Newtonian ether or the one that Lorentz was trying to save with his contraction, another brain fart that you committed hours ago. So,
Wait, he wasn't trying to save ether with the
yes,
Lorentz
he was.
contraction.
Yes, he was. That's why he proposed that the apparatus is shrinking. You think we
No,
use Lorentzian
that was
contraction
to discredit
in
the
modern
ether.
theory, and we don't. You just don't know what you're
Bro,
talking about.
you don't know what you're talking about. He didn't propose the Lorentz contraction to save ether. He proposed it to explain why the Earth wasn't moving through the ether.
No, you don't. I'm not even touching that experiment because we're going to spend 2 hours. You don't understand any of that. But
You
here's
don't
the thing.
understand that it's not an
Here's the thing.
experiment, so
I am wrapping up now my delivery here. I love the video. I honestly, genuinely thank you for sharing it. I'm not being sarcastic right now. And this just proves my point that you know nothing, you don't have any context about gravity of any kind. That's not an offense on its own. Many people don't. And I don't have any idea about many other things in physics and outside of it. However, you are delusional when you speak with authority on this subject. You're completely delusional, and I mean it. Reconsider having no practical experience in a particular field and talking with authority about it. It is a joke when people who have at least some context listen to you speak on that subject. I mean it sincerely and honestly. You can hate on me,
Yeah, you
but
said that.
that's the truth.
I don't hate you. I'm just wondering, was he promoting dark matter and Einstein's theory of gravity, or was he promoting Milgramian gravity?
He is promoting a new, enhanced theory of gravity. By the way, every physicist who wants to become famous is working on some version of a new theory of gravity. Every physicist in the world, at least in this space of physics, is working hard trying to come up with a new novel theory of gravity that works better than Einsteinian. And he is one of them. If that's new to you,
So
that's
why?
because you never ever looked into this problem, ever.
Now,
I
why would
have, and this is not new to me.
now why would they need to do that if Einstein's theory worked perfectly?
It does not work perfectly. Who told you this?
So it's wrong.
Of all theories or models are wrong.
All theories or models are wrong.
Of course. In your version, I know what you mean
Wait a
by
minute. Let me
wrong.
get this straight. All scientific theories are wrong.
Of course, none of them have
Oh.
perfect predictive power, and none of them perfectly match observations.
Now you're the one joking, right?
No, I'm actually the first person you ever talk to who understands the scientific process, and you don't.
So how could something go through the scientific method and it be wrong?
Because everyone knows all models have a margin of error, and also, more important than that,
No, you said theory.
entire areas of reality that they don't even claim to describe.
So is the germ theory wrong? Wait, we better not talk about that. I'm sorry. Never mind. Forget that I asked that. We're not allowed to.
Somehow, I'm not surprised.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I think you have more. I could probably
Let me think of another
11 conspiracies that you deeply believe in, even without asking you what they
Well,
are.
wait a minute.
And I would be spot on.
You just said all theories are wrong, so you're the one actually questioning that theory.
In the linguistic sense that you use the word, which I know has nothing to do with reality, but yes, they're all wrong, the way you think about them, Larry. Because you set expectations that nobody sets for science, and then you ridicule science for breaking those expectations, and you're like the only maniac in the world who set them in the first place. Do you see how silly that is?
So let me ask you this. Did he say that any scientist worth his salt can't take dark matter seriously after this? Did he say that?
That's what he said, yes.
It is what he said. Okay, so if you need dark matter to make gravity work at the galactic level, does that mean you can't take Einsteinian gravity serious after this?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, so they're separate. Okay.
Yeah, you're just saying Einsteinian theory breaks around those circumstances.
Well,
It
you just
doesn't
said
no
all
longer.
theories. You just said all theories are wrong. So you just said Einstein's wrong because his theory of general relativity is a theory. So you just said Einstein's wrong.
Einstein never claimed that his theory explains everything in the world. No real scientist would ever claim that, ever.
So just for the record, you said all theories are wrong, and that would include Einstein's theory of gravity wrong. So maybe you shouldn't talk about things that you don't have a degree in. You're making yourself really, look bad.
Am I now? I'm telling you what science is, what scientific theories are.
All scientific theories are wrong, according to you.
No, the problem here is not that. The problem is that for some strange reason, not fully understood to me, I am here in a room talking to some random dude who acknowledged he has no idea about science, and here I am treating him seriously, having a on-topic conversation about science. Why am I doing this? I honestly don't know at this point, but this is the problem. You're not ready to process what I'm telling you. You just want to meme
Yeah, you're telling me that guy was joking and not having a serious scientific conversation, even though it was an interview.
He was joking when he said ether.
How do you know that?
Because I can tell, and I have the context.
So now we can take the whole thing as a joke, right?
No, he certainly didn't mean ether in the pre-Einsteinian meaning of ether, because
How do
is
you
he
know what he
talking
meant?
about propagation of electromagnetic waves, or is he talking about
Yes,
interactions
that's
of
what he
potential?
said. That's what he said in the video.
Dude, he's talking about properties of space that could be analogous to space-time, but also slightly different. He says it explicitly that
He said there's no
space-time.
particles. He said it's all waves, and when the waves converge, that's what we call a particle or a
Oh,
photon.
what do you think?
So you think that's a
Really?
joke? You
No.
think that's a joke?
What do you? Oh, you think I don't know about quantum mechanics and the standard model of particle physics? You're gonna teach me about that?
Dude, I'm
He's
just going over what
proposing
he
that
said.
one of the explanations in the new theory could be a quantum explanation of gravity, and in it there would be interactions that could be compared to what the original ether proposed. If
And you
you
think that
think
was a
that
joke?
means ether, and if you think that this guy is saying, when you hear those words, I'm bringing back the old school ether bitches, and they're gonna arrest me for that, you're more delusional. No, you're actually exactly as delusional as I
Then
thought you were.
why was he talking about Michelson Morley if he wasn't talking about ether?
Because that concept, the whole discussion about what is the fabric of the universe through which waves propagate, started around the time of Michelson-Morley. It still continues. It was never concluded. He tells
So
you that.
if it was a joke, why was he talking seriously about Michelson Morley if it was just a punchline?
That's not a punchline. The nature of the fabric of the universe, if you will, is still an actively debated and studied area. Doesn't he tell you in the video that spacetime is a very useful model describing certain things, but it may be falling apart around those circumstances in the galaxies, and maybe we need to modify it. He also tells you all the predictions that spacetime makes need to be carried over into the model. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, I get it. When my car won't start, I have to modify it because it's broken, right? Just like gravity. It's need to be
You see,
modified.
no, you're not getting it. It has nothing to do with your car.
No, we get it. We know when something is broken and needs to be modified.
You should listen to the professor because he explains it. He says Newton's theory was awesome. It broke apart under certain conditions. Einstein came in, said, I have a new one. Newton is a subset of mine. I prove it mathematically. He now says him or other people will come with a third one and say, we have an even awesomer one. Guess what? Einstein is a subset of ours, and here's the proof. And here we have additional features in our model that explain the puzzling behavior of galaxies. It's that simple. It's like matryoshkas, like the Russians' babushkas, one's inside of the other. It's
No,
that simple.
it's not. He said it's competing theories. You weren't listening.
Dark matter is competing with this.
Right.
The
So
numbnuts.
dark matter
Dark
doesn't
matter
exist.
is not part. You.
Calm down. Dark matter doesn't exist. Therefore, Einstein's theory of gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. That's why they're going back and trying to make
You're
modified
getting it
Newtonian gravity.
reverse. For the last time. There's Einsteinian theory. It doesn't have anything to say about galaxies and their motions.
I
Then come the
know. That
observations.
came later. I know that.
Then come proposals to extend Einsteinian theory to account for the new observations. One of such proposals is dark matter. There are many competing proposals. None of them reject Einstein because they cannot, because Einstein matches observations outside of those galaxy situations perfectly. All
No,
of
it
them
doesn't. It doesn't work
attempt.
for the quantum field theory.
All
You're
of
wrong.
them.
You're
No,
wrong.
no, you're wrong again. You don't get it. All
Okay.
of them.
Let me post
All
it
of
for you.
them. All of them propose in some way to extend Einsteinian relativity. It doesn't matter if they rename it, call it a different name. They will include it. They will include the parts of it that match observations in it. They must, because no physicist is a maniac who would question a theory that matches observations perfectly where it does and throw it away. Einstein didn't do it with Newton, and these guys, whoever they are, won't do it with Einstein. The fact you don't understand it is on you and exposes your utter ignorance and delusion on top of the ignorance.
All right, well, this is going to expose you because if you read it carefully, it's going to tell you something that you need to know. So, what does that say? The very first sentence, and this is from Harvard. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this should have large gravitational effects. So, what's the subject of that sentence? Gravitational effects, right? Are we clear on that? Are we talking about gravitational effects?
Yes.
In quantum field theory? Okay. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. Is that a little or a lot?
A lot.
That's a big discrepancy, right? So go
Yes.
ahead and tell us again how quantum field theory works really well with gravity. I'd love to hear it.
Which thing came first, relativity or quantum field theory?
I don't know. I think relativity.
Yes. Quantum field theory deals with small scales and subatomic particles. It is a fantastic theory that matches observations perhaps even better than Einstein's or at the same level. By design, it deals with small things. But as it was developed, people thought, okay, we can maybe develop it further to explain everything, including gravity. We have not yet. It doesn't mean it won't happen. But everyone who ever studied quantum field theory knows that it makes no claims regarding gravity. It's not even in the model. When we perform experiments in CERN, we don't even account for gravitational interactions between particles, even though we know they exist to a very small degree.
No, they exist.
Yes, we know. But we don't. You're an idiot. Why are you laughing? So because the theory does not include gravity, it admits that. It doesn't say gravity. No quantum field physicist would tell you, because it's not in QFT, gravity does not exist. Not a single one. Not even when they were high. Not even when they're tripping on acid. Because guess what?
Gravity doesn't exist.
They spent
That's why.
tens of thousands of more hours thinking about this than you, and they know that these two theories are simply separate. The way optics
They're
doesn't
competing
explain
theories.
chemistry.
Because it doesn't show up in experiments. Gravity doesn't show up.
You have no
experiments.
idea what you're talking about.
Well,
You
show
are
me where it shows
delusional.
up. Show me
It
where gravity
doesn't,
shows up in
because
quantum field,
it
quantum
doesn't.
experiments. Go ahead.
It does not.
Right, so you have no evidence for it when it comes to the quantum field.
And that's why the quantum field theory does not contain gravity, because it's incapable of making any predictions regarding gravity. That's not the same as saying gravity does not exist. Are you really that thick?
Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Did the string theories, did they get it right?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because it's very hard to create a working physical theory at this point in
it's hard.
humankind's history. It is very hard.
It's hard to make the theory of gravity work at all levels, because it doesn't work at the galactic level, hence dark matter being falsified with a certainty of 5 sigma. It doesn't work at the quantum level.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes,
they have
you
to
got it.
modify
Yes.
Newtonian gravity because Einsteinian gravity isn't working. Your shit's weak, bro.
Is that your takeaway from the video when the guy says, I know how you think. You see the word modified Newtonian, whatever, forgot what it stands for.
Newtonian gravity.
Right. And you hear the word Newton and you go, oh, ha, 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 this debunks Einstein, even though the guy himself
It's a
says
competing theory. It doesn't
No, it's
debunk
not.
Einstein. It's a competing theory.
He says it explicitly. The new theory will have to account for every single feature in Einsteinian theory that agrees with observation.
Yeah, because you want to agree with things that agree with observations, right? You don't want to agree with things that don't agree with observations.
Exactly.
So why would he throw out stuff that actually exists?
Exactly. Exactly. So
Okay.
if you
So
now
that
you're
doesn't
making
mean.
sense.
Yeah, now I'm making sense. But when Einstein predicts that something should happen, like with the galaxy, and it doesn't
He
happen,
did
you
not.
get a
Where
new
did you
theory.
take that from? Where
Listen,
did you take that?
if you take gravity, right, the equations, and you put it at the galactic level, it does not work. That's why you need black holes and dark matter to make the math work.
Don't even mention black holes because don't even go there. You have no idea. It's the reverse example. Actually, it's the opposite
Do
of
black
the
holes
point
have
you're
large
trying to make.
gravitational effects? Do black holes have large gravitational effects?
No.
No?
No.
It's not such a strong gravitational pull that it sucks in some of light?
Absolutely not. You're mistaken.
Okay. Well, let me post a link for you.
I know exactly what you're going to post, and I'm going to laugh at you. How about I laugh at you before you post it? You have no idea what black holes are, do you?
You're gonna laugh at what I post, even though I haven't posted it. Okay,
Yes,
so
and
not
I
here,
will be right.
space.com. Black holes are some of the strangest and most fascinating objects in space. They're extremely dense, with such strong gravitation attraction that not even light can escape. So you're wrong. You said they didn't have large gravitational, and this is theoretical. We can't even prove that this exists, but you need it to make the gravity work. So go ahead and laugh.
Yes, ha 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 ha. You just read a popular science article, and the people who wrote it didn't explain everything, and you never looked into black holes. There's nothing
Yeah.
special at black.
I've never looked
Wait,
into black
wait,
holes before. This is
wait.
my first time.
Yes.
I'm
Let me
a
ask
black
you a
hole
question.
virgin.
Let me ask you a question. If the sun became a
Sorry,
black hole, you're welcome. If the sun became a black hole right now of exactly the same mass as the current mass of the sun, would any of the orbits change in the solar system?
Not if it has the same mass, it would have the same gravitational effect according to your theory.
Right. Is it possible to make a black hole, for there to exist, a black hole, the mass of a peanut?
No,
Would it suck things from around it?
not like a black hole.
All right. So what you said earlier, that black holes have strong gravitational pull, they don't. They have exactly the same pull as anything else would have of the same mass. Agreed?
Okay, but that doesn't
The
go
only
against what it's
difference,
posted.
the
It
only
says,
difference, because you
with such
misread it,
strong
I'm not
gravitational
done.
attraction that not even
Yeah,
light
because
can escape
people,
their grasp.
because don't engage in scientific conversations, well, when all your knowledge comes from popular science articles, because they suck. That's the truth.
Where does your knowledge
So,
about black
here's
holes
the
come from? Tell
from
me.
university, from having to pass,
Oh, where
having had
people
to
write
pass exams.
papers
Yes,
and articles? Oh,
that's what
okay.
we're not like that.
Oh, not like
So
that. Oh,
the
okay.
only difference,
Men write
well,
things down, but it's not like men writing things down,
if
right?
anyone wrote that in a an actual book in physics, they'd be thrown out of the room. Okay. Here's the only difference between a black hole and another body of the same mass is once you fall onto it, you cannot leave. And its density
The
of the
event's
black of the
horizon.
mass.
Yeah, we know.
It's you guys' favorite relative density. The relative part is a joke. It's the density
Yeah, that's called
of
specific gravity. Everybody knows that that's a real thing.
the density of mass that makes a black hole, not the amount of mass.
So let me guess. NASA got this wrong too when they said the result of gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape. Is NASA wrong too?
Those words are wrong. The fact that those black
Oh, okay.
holes are extremely massive is true because guess what? It's hard enough to see a really big black hole. It's impossible to see a small one with little mass in it.
How
'Cause
about
it
the
doesn't
government? Are
affect
they wrong too?
about what?
About what I'm posting right now? Because you said that it's
It's the
wrong that they don't
wording
have
in it that
large
is
gravitational
confusing
pull.
you because you don't.
Why do you think I'm confused? Tell me, is the government wrong when they say a black hole is an extremely dense object in space which no light can escape?
That is correct. Extremely
Oh, so
dense. Yes.
now I'm right.
It's not
Now I'm
gravitational
right
pull.
all
You
of a
don't.
sudden.
It's
You're
not
so
the
funny. You had to
gravitational
agree with the
pull.
government, didn't you? Because
It's not the
consensus.
gravitational
You saw
pull
3
that
and you
they
had to
have.
say, oh, it's consensus, space, NASA, and the government. You saw the consensus won you over, didn't it? You changed your mind, didn't you?
I'm not even looking at what you're posting. I'm listening to your words. What you misunderstand is gravitational pull versus the density of the mass that curves spacetime. All mass curves spacetime, but when you make it extremely dense and put all the mass in almost one point, it curves spacetime to an extreme degree. That's why light cannot escape. Not because it's strong. If you made a little black hole the mass of a peanut, the light that goes inside would also
Black
not be
holes
able to
can't be
escape.
the mass of a peanut, bro.
Yes,
What
they
are you talking?
can.
What?
Of
The
course
mass
they
of a
can.
peanut is gonna.
Yes.
Dude, let me get this straight. I think I misunderstood you. You're claiming the mass of a peanut can have such a large gravitational field that not even light can escape it?
You could squish the
Yes or no?
mass of a peanut. No, the answer is not yes or no to your nonsensical question. You can take a peanut and squish it so much that all the mass would be compacted enough to form a black hole, and from that black hole, light would not escape. Same as from a super big black hole.
Can you cite your source for that?
Einstein.
So Einstein had theories about black holes the size of the mass of peanuts.
No, Einstein actually did not predict black holes. Other people did from his own equations, which is why it's a hilarious example that you were trying to give, because it's the opposite. His equations predict black holes, even though Einstein didn't know that.
Right, because his
Until other
gravity was
people
so
told
weak
him.
it wouldn't work without it.
No, he
Yeah,
just didn't solve
yeah.
his own equations in certain ways, and Schwarzschild did, and he told him, dude, you would have things like black holes. And Einstein said, whatever. And then we found black holes. But that's not the point. The point is bigger here, Larry. The fact that you don't know this shit, it doesn't matter, because most people don't. I'm a
I'm not
nerd,
the
so
one
I know a
saying
little bit.
I'm not the one
Probably
saying that black
wrong
hole gravity
about
is so strong that it
10%
can't
of what I say
suck in
anyway.
light. Listen,
But you have no...
listen, you're talking too much. I'm not the one who said that the gravitation from black holes is so strong that it can pull in light. You disagreed with that, and then I posted 3 articles agreeing with what I said, and then you agreed with it, but never recanted and said that
No.
you're yes.
You're not
Yes.
listening. It
You're
doesn't pull
gaslighting.
light in.
You're a
Not, it's
gaslighter.
not...
Is that why
Listen.
you talk about cow farts so much? Because you're gaslighting over there?
It doesn't pull light in. The light that goes in cannot come out. It doesn't...
So it
a
doesn't
black
pull
hole...
it in, but the light can't come out.
Read my lips. A black hole, the mass of the Earth, would not be pulling light towards it more than Earth pulls light towards it. However, once it gets in, it's not going to come out. The curvature around the black hole and inside it is extremely different than the curvature around the Earth. But when you're away from it, it's not going to like pull you in. It's not going to suck you in like a gravitational vacuum cleaner, as
Then what
sometimes is
holds
shown
the
in
stars
cartoons.
together towards the center of the galaxy?
The big mass in the middle.
The mass that is sucked up by the black hole?
We think that it's almost always a black hole, but it doesn't have to be. You
So
see,
what
this is
creates
the point.
gravitation near the center of the galaxy that has a black
A
hole?
very massive object, most likely a black hole.
Okay, so does the black hole have large gravitational effects?
Only if it's very massive. It
Okay.
doesn't have to be
So
very massive.
let's say it's a supermassive black hole. Does it have large gravitational effects?
Of course, because it's a shitload
Okay.
of mass.
So if that doesn't exist, then that's another reason why Einstein's theory is wrong, and they had to make some shit up in order to make the model work.
Well, Einstein himself didn't believe in black holes.
It doesn't matter what he believed. His theory was wrong, and people are trying to patch it up with dark matter and black holes and whatever they can.
But that's
to
not
make
even
it
how
work.
science works. You see?
Yeah, no, you don't just make shit up to make shit
No,
work.
you don't.
I agree.
So, okay, I'm gonna actually engage with you on this. When Einstein published his theory, he didn't know about black holes. A guy wrote a letter to him. he solved Einstein's equations in the trenches of World War I. Instead of sitting on Discord, he got the book and decided to solve some very difficult mathematical equations. After he did that, he sent a letter to Einstein and said, dude, I came up with this idea of a black hole. It wasn't called like that back then, but the idea was that. Einstein said, it's interesting, but I think it is just a mathematical solution. I don't think it matches reality. It's probably just a mathematical construct. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And he died with that belief. Because guess what? In physics, we make observations. And because we couldn't, he said, it's just an interesting aspect. We only talk about black holes because we have evidence that they exist. That's all. And we've advanced the math further too. So there you go. So you could know all this had you looked into this. And you don't have to look into this. But please don't engage on such subjects as some kind of self-professed expert. Because to anyone who has even
Do you have a
looked
recording
at
of me saying that I'm an expert?
physics.
Do you have a
Oh,
recording?
you speak like
So
it.
there's no evidence of me claiming to be an expert other than what
You
you just
proclaim.
I never proclaimed to be an expert, bro. You're a liar.
No, but you
You're a
proclaim
liar.
things that only experts would proclaim.
What? What does that
That's why
mean?
you're delusional.
What does that mean? You claim
You
things
say
that
this
only
doesn't work, Newton doesn't work, there's no gravity, it's obvious
Well,
that
if
Einstein
Newton
doesn't
didn't
work.
work, why would
What
Einstein come up with his theory?
what expertise or knowledge do you
Answer the
possess
question.
that makes you feel
If
comfortable making such
Newton worked,
proclamations?
if Newton worked perfectly, why would Einstein have to come up with his theory?
Because Einstein was a curious man.
So why was it accepted? Because it was better than Newton, right?
It matched more observations than Newton.
So it was a better theory. So he's standing on top of Newton. So what about when Newton was debunked with the double slit experiment?
About what? About nature of light?
Newtonian mechanics. Debunked.
Well, in what way? Explain.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and post it. Sure, thanks for asking. Give me just a minute, I'll find the document. And I hope you read it.
Newtonian mechanics debunked.
Are you going to read it when I post it?
Of course.
Excellent. All right, so what do you think? Oh, dang, I have to press back forever. I always click the wrong link. So, what do you think Professor Shankar meant when he said this is the end of Newtonian mechanics, put a nail in the coffin and shoot down Newtonian mechanics? Do those sound like positive claims?
It's absolutely true. Classical mechanics is dead.
Right. So when I say that this is wrong, why are we teaching it to children? Then you say, you're claiming to be an expert. Don't say things like an expert. I'm reporting on what Professor Shankar said.
Okay, so you think that instead of teaching kids how to solve a simple Newtonian equation for a pendulum, we need to teach them the Schrödinger equation?
No, I'm saying we shouldn't teach children things that are wrong on purpose. Is that
Newtonian
wrong?
Have you studied classical mechanics?
Classical mechanics is not wrong.
I don't think you have.
It's an approximation of reality that works fantastically under normal human scale conditions.
Okay, what does this mean when he says we get a big fat zero? What does that mean? Quote, this is the end of Newtonian physics, end quote. What does that mean?
A large part of Newtonian physics, or classical mechanics, was the assumption that the universe was deterministic.
So that was wrong, right?
That was wrong. But
okay, why do we teach children about Newtonian mechanics even though we know it's wrong?
Because
it's practical, dude. That's
approximation.
Practical to teach children the wrong thing. Go ahead and elaborate.
Yes. What are you gonna? Did you ever look?
Not you.
Did you look at?
The man said it's practical.
QFT? Yeah, you're running away, right?
No, I'm addressing the other
Yeah,
guy.
you're running away. Did you look at QFT?
Peter, the world doesn't revolve around you. Be quiet.
Did you ever?
I'm just going to mute you for a second because I want the other guy to explain, and I know you're trying to cover for him. So why is it practical to teach children the wrong thing with taxpayer dollars? Go ahead.
It's not wrong. Well, that's
wrong.
number one. It's not wrong.
So it's not wrong to teach children the wrong thing.
It's not. No. Classical mechanics is not wrong.
Okay, you're disagreeing with Professor Shankar.
Of course.
So So you know better than the chair of physics of Yale?
I know that classical mechanics is a practical thing to teach students. Yes.
So we teach children things that are wrong.
It's
and that's
not wrong, dude. On an everyday human experience, classical mechanics has many practical purposes. Just because you want to add in some quantum thing and some guy said something about how it's not deterministic and we have to add all these other things, dude, we don't live at a quantum scale, okay? It's a
Someone's
practical.
angry.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying things faster than your brain can process them, probably.
Yeah,
he's angry.
It's not wrong to teach. We're not angry. This
Yeah,
is
we sound
hilarious.
really angry. Yeah, it's us.
So let me get this straight. Professor Shankar is wrong, so you know better than he does, and it's practical.
Dude, you're pathetic, dude. I'm done talking to you.
Okay,
bye.
He's not.
running
He's
away?
definitely not mad. This guy's not mad at all.
Yeah, he's definitely not rage quitting right now. It just appears that way because of refraction, right?
Yeah.
Dude, these people are so sensitive about their religion. Go ahead, Peter. I unmuted you.
Hey, Larry, I think I'm going to wrap this up with you for today, but I'm going to say, as a Christian, I am actually sorry for you. You're a delusional man.
Well, you guys are the ones disagreeing with Professor Shankar.
I
So
don't care about Professor Shankar.
You said you were done, rage quit.
You're completely delusional about your understanding of the things you're quoting. Completely delusional.
What rage quit guy?
Well, at least I don't rage quit when someone disagrees with me or shows me something where a professor disagrees with me, right?
I'm speaking to you from my heart. Invest some of your time into actual study of these things if you're interested in them. You don't have to believe
it's
that
all
they're
rhetoric,
true.
zero substance.
Not you, rage quit. Be quiet.
Invest some time, I honestly mean it, into the
Okay.
study of these things because they are accessible to you. It's not like anyone can
So
learn more
when I
about these
read,
things.
listen, bro, when I read this stuff that Professor Shankar was saying, is that not me doing that thing that you're claiming that I need to do?
No, you need to do more than reading just pop science articles quoting
Pop
physicists.
science. So
It is pop science.
he said earlier that we need to go along to get along with the majority, right? Consensus. And now that I'm showing him that consensus is Newtonian was wrong, now he's like, you don't know what you're talking about. You need to go along with the consensus that doesn't exist.
I'm going to give you a book to read. How about that?
What's it called?
It's called Richard Feynman's Lectures in Physics. It's free, it's online. In the introduction to the book, he explains exactly why we teach students, not children, physics students, classical mechanics, even though it is not true, in quotes. He explains exactly why we do that and why his book is also written in that way. Classical mechanics first, then quantum mechanics. And so at least read the introduction. That will be more than you've ever read on actual physics.
So it's a 2-volume PDF.
Here you go, Larry. No, it's 3 volumes. It's the introduction to the first volume. It's free. It's online. Here's a link to the introduction. And then read about gas laws, optics, gravity, electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, all those things. Like, I mean it. Read it. I've been reading it thanks to you guys, and I've learned from it. Do the same.
Is there a link somewhere?
In the chat, dude. In the chat.
Yeah, I clicked on it. It says Feynman's preface, and it doesn't have nothing but that. Preface.
Just, yes, there's a menu. If you go up, there's a menu. All the chapters are there. But this
the
is the
top
only
right
part I
corner?
want you to read. Yeah.
No, this is where I can share it. I don't see chapters. Next. Is that what oh, okay.
You know what? I'm
I see
sorry.
it.
I'm going to give you a link to the main menu.
Well, thanks for sharing. I mean it. And as a Christian, I really
Yeah.
wish you wouldn't get so tied up in all this theoretical stuff that can't be proven true. You said yourself that theories aren't true, so why are you defending things that aren't true
I'm not
so
defending
hard?
anything. I'm
You're
not
defending it
defending.
so hard. You're
I'm
defending it so
exposing
hard.
you as a person who
Okay,
is
I'm
the
exposed.
exemplification of a person who's completely delusional.
I'm exposed for citing my sources.
No, you don't know what these sources mean. You don't understand
What does it mean
the
today we're going to shoot
meaning of
down
them.
Newtonian mechanics? Is that a good thing?
Feynman's gonna
This
tell
is
you.
the
Of
end of
course,
Newtonian
I've heard
mechanics.
that 100 times
Is that a
before.
good thing?
Do you think this is the first time I heard this?
This is the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. Is that a good thing?
Every
I
modern
don't think you
physicist.
understand what nail in the coffin means, bro.
Listen.
You are delusional.
Every modern physicist who wants to sound cool, including the ones that I like, say that thing. It's a cool thing to say. All of them say it.
So it's
The
consensus.
fact that you don't understand what they mean by it is
What does
on
it
you.
mean? Tell me. What does it mean?
It
We're going to put the
means-
nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. Is he
It
promoting
means
it?
that no, you don't understand this at all.
So what is he saying? Are we burying it? Is that what he's saying?
No. Would you like me to explain?
Yeah, what is nail in the coffin? I've never
Okay.
heard that phrase before. You're so right.
So by the end of the 19th century, most physicists were convinced that the Newtonian mechanics was a perfect description of the world, and it was completely deterministic, and that's all there was to physics. And some actually proposed that physics department be shut down because we need to focus on other types of science because this one is complete. Those people, 130 years ago or so, their beliefs, we put a nail in the coffin of their beliefs because what they believed, their interpretation of what they knew, they were delusional about their understanding of the world. We found out there are many more layers to nature than they thought. That's what that professor means. And quantum mechanics exposed those layers. It does not make Newtonian mechanics useless, like our troll friend here told you a minute ago. It is extremely useful in almost all domains of human endeavor, including satellites and orbits, building buildings, bridges, shooting rifles, anything you want is Newtonian mechanics.
Okay, so let me get this straight. When he says that we're going to shoot it down, this is the end of, and put a nail in the coffin.
Dude, you're a broken
it's
record.
useful. It's useful. That's what he meant.
It
hey,
is
I'm just trying to
extremely
get
useful.
his argument. Okay, it's
You're
extremely
not,
useful.
though.
But you, Larry,
Bro,
you
can
genuinely
I have
do
your
not
PO box?
understand.
I really want to send you a case of Preparation H. Rage quit.
That name Rage Quit's going to stick with you now, Twog. I don't want to talk to you. Puts himself on mute 10 seconds later.
He's so butthurt right now. You need a proctologist. I'm no doctor. You should go see a proctologist, man. I'm not sure that, you shouldn't listen to anything I say because I'm not a doctor, but you may want to go seek a proctologist out. The butt hurtiness with this one is strong, but gravity's weak. Just so y'all know, shit's weak. That's why you need black holes and dark matter to make your shit work, because your shit's weak. Just to even make it work out mathematically. That doesn't mean that it works out scientifically, but just to even make it work mathematically, you need both black holes and dark matter. Make that shit work. Just so we're clear. Anybody else?
I think Rage Quit wants to have another go at you.
Maybe he's trying to maintain his composure right now. Dry those eyes. Get back on the mic, bro. Maybe he ran to the store to get some Preparation H.
Maybe one of those donut-shaped cushions.
Yeah, those are really good. Because when you go over the railroad tracks on the way back home, you know, the weight of your bottom is going to bring you down on your seat real hard. Because we know it ain't gravity, right? It has to be weight.
Y'all are cowards. You mute people and then talk shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Is he muted?
Can you tell us?
Where is? I don't see him. Where is he? What's his name?
Not Twunga.
He's not muted, you liar. You ain't got a lot to kick it, bro.
See how boring the chat gets when I stop talking? You guys need a life.
Shut the fuck up.
He thinks the world revolves around him. Are you gravity? Is that what it is? Like nobody's talking when I'm not talking, even though I had to interrupt them to say that. Everything he said is wrong. Like it's okay to teach children the wrong thing on purpose. It's practical. You gotta indoctrinate them real good. That way they defend bullshit on Discord. For people who disagree with them. You gotta defend it. So you got any evidence for the Earth being a globe or gravity or anything?
Peter was trying to tell us he had some measurements earlier.
He said he was gonna, but he said he needed some time.
Think of that as a theatrical trailer, a teaser, Jedi.
Oh, okay. Coming soon.
Yeah, I have all the hard work is done. Now I just need to do some formatting.
It was the time for measurement of the curve.
The radius, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
The radius, huh?
Well, same thing.
You've been digging.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, the radius, like Alberuni, right? Was he looking at a refracted horizon, by the way?
He didn't know about refraction.
Oh, so it's like when the astronauts went to the moon, if you don't know about the radiation, you don't have to worry about it?
Oh, we just know that he had a 20% error in his model.
20%. That's not a lot, right?
20. Not a lot, no.
No, it's negligible.
11th century, dude.
Use trigonometry to figure out the top of your mountain. Yeah.
Oh, let me start with this, because my whole proof will fall flat if we don't agree on this. Is it possible to measure the height of a mountain?
Is it possible to measure the height of a mountain?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Whew.
It's not possible to measure the horizon if it's refracted. How did you calculate 20% from a refracted horizon?
I don't need to look at the horizon.
From the top of a mountain?
Yeah, I don't need to look at the horizon.
What are you going to look at then?
Any point.
Any point of what?
On the surface.
Any point on the refracted surface? You're looking down through multiple layers of atmosphere. There's a density tower there. You do know about refraction, right?
How can we tell me how we measure the height of a mountain?
Trigonometry?
Okay, what kind of measurements do we perform according to you?
I don't know. It's not my claim.
It's not your claim that we can measure the height of a mountain?
Hello.
Yeah, I think you brought that up, didn't you? That would be your claim.
So let's talk about it.
Oh, you provide evidence for your claim, and then I'll provide
I'm asking
evidence
a
for my
question.
claim.
Is it possible to measure the height of a mountain?
I believe so.
Okay, how do we do that?
I don't know.
Jedi, do you know?
You're gonna need a horizontal baseline for that.
Okay, good. And then?
You're gonna need a flat level plane of reference for that.
Okay, and then?
So that'll be sea level.
Sounds good. And then?
And then an angle.
How do you measure the height? Mike,
Bro,
check.
why are you asking us questions to back up your claim? Can you just make a presentation without asking us questions?
No, I'm intrigued because
posted it for you, Peter.
I
There
may
you go.
choose not to present my presentation if we cannot at least agree that we can look and observe a mountain and measure it, and then I have a follow-up question after that.
I posted a video that might help you.
Is it y equals mx plus b?
Oh, Jerry, thank you. In that video, it shows that we're looking from the ground, from the bottom of the mountain at the top of the mountain, yes?
Yeah.
And we measure the angle.
Yeah.
Can we do the same in reverse? Look from the top of the mountain back onto the ground at a certain point and measure the angle?
You get a slope? Sure.
To get the drop angle from the horizontal at the top.
Yeah, which would be a slope, right? Rise over
Yes.
run.
Sure, you
Yeah.
can call it a slope. Yeah,
I
I love
suppose
it.
you
That's
could.
all I need. All I needed. Thank
Okay.
you. So refraction, whatever Larry was blabbing about that we can't look because refraction, like you're okay with that being a decent measurement to look from the ground at the top of the mountain and in the vice versa.
Well, doesn't refraction make the light angle go down?
It does make it distorts it in some ways, it bends it, yeah.
Right, so it doesn't bend it, it just changes the trajectory of the light. So it allegedly, in colloquial terms, makes the light bend down, right?
It depends, but okay, let me ask you another question. Does refraction in the atmosphere exist or not?
Well, when you're looking through different layers of density, yes, at the correct angle. Yeah.
Would a
Okay,
mirage, would an inferior
sure.
mirage be refraction?
Right, it would be. But in regular
Would
conditions, maybe,
looming be a
yeah,
refraction?
I guess. But like,
What
if
about
we were
stooping?
to, if we were to measure the height of a mountain, we would probably want to avoid days where such effects are prominent, right?
Well, there's always refraction, bro. What are you talking about?
No, always. So how do you measure the height of a mountain?
Well, it's a calculation, right? It's not a technical measurement. You're calculating the height of the mountain
How do you calculate?
with the equation that you guys just discussed.
Okay, but you measure the angle. That's a measurement, right?
Yeah, you're measuring the angle to make the calculation. You're not measuring the mountain like with a tape measure.
I mean, I'm okay with you measuring it anyway, as long as we agree that it's possible.
It's possible to calculate the height of a mountain, but it's not a
Oh,
measurement.
okay, but are angle measurements using tools acceptable?
As measuring angles, yeah, you can measure angles.
Okay, that's all I need.
And then you calculate the height of the mountain with those measurements.
Okay, cool. My whole spiel will only use those two concepts.
Your whole spiel, huh?
Yeah.
What country are you from?
I'm from the United States of America.
Okay.
How about you?
I'm from Texas.
I like that country. It's a nice country.
Sometimes. It's funny though, because when he measures the refracted horizon, it's going to be stooping because he's looking through so many different layers of atmosphere that it's going to make the horizon look like it's lower than it actually is. And he's going to claim that that's curvature.
He didn't say
No,
fair.
that's not how we're gonna determine. My proof will have two steps. Step one, we will definitely determine that it's a sphere, and we don't need to look
That's
at the
step one.
horizon for that.
That's step
We don't
one.
need to look.
Oh,
That's
okay.
step one. Yes. After we've determined it's a sphere, we will measure its radius.
Wait, shouldn't step two be step one?
No, I'm not a sucker.
Wait a minute. You should
You're not a
measure.
very good magician either.
You should measure the radius first to determine that it's a sphere.
And I'm going to show you how. That's a common mistake that people make around here, right? They say that, and then they get grilled for an hour by someone like Alpha Veritas, right? Until everybody else goes to sleep from the rant. I'm not going to make that mistake.
Did you say your name is Alpha Veritas?
No, he's my friend.
So your friend's name is Alpha Truth?
I know, it's kind of funny. So, we're not going to measure any radiuses. We're not going to assume any shape of the Earth. We're just going to perform a few angle measurements, and we're going to go, oh shit, it's not flat.
Wait. You're saying there's a curved adjacent to the surface of the ground or the surface of the flat plane of reference that you're going to reference?
If you actually
Or
believe the
your
Earth is flat, you're a fucking retard. You can mute me all you want. I don't give a shit.
If you believe the Earth's a globe because you saw it on TV, you might be brainwashed.
No,
Wait, if you
nigga.
think you can support the curvature of the Earth with angle measurements, you're dude. I really want to be vulgar, but I'm trying not to swear. You're really dumb.
Well, you're going to have to show up when I present my presentation, then you're going to find out how.
Where are you going to get the plane from if it's a curved Earth?
You need the flat Earth more than we do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you
Wait
do.
a minute. You agreed that you need a plane to start from. You need a level. That's how trig works.
Yeah, I have level. I have a
No,
horizontal
you have a
line.
curved Earth according to you, bro.
I don't know what I have yet.
No, you said that you need a level, right?
Of
You
course,
said
I
sea
can have a
level.
level.
Okay. So where are you going to get that on a curved Earth?
At what level?
Sea level? Any level? Because if you're using trig, don't you need a plane to start with if you're going to use
No, I
trigonometry?
need a surface that doesn't have annoying topology on it.
So are you going to use a curved Earth for trig?
You can do trig on anything.
So you can do trig on a curved surface.
You can do anything, buddy.
See, I didn't even
But the
have
funny thing is, we're
trigonometry,
gonna
but I know that
Except
you can't
measure
do that.
angles from flat baselines.
Yeah, you guys never thought about this, right? We're gonna do trig first, and then we're gonna say which model adds
Triangle.
up
So
to
we're
the
gonna do
results we got.
triangles. We're gonna do triangles first, so that we can prove the sphere.
No, we're gonna do angles.
Triangles. Listen to what you're saying. We're gonna play with triangles, and that's how you're gonna know the Earth is a sphere.
Yes.
Okay, you said it. Thou hast said
And
it.
actually, I would love for Jerry to be there and Bev, because we're gonna use just regular triangles, no fucking spherical mass
How
at
do you have
all.
a triangle with a spherical baseline?
No, you don't. That's silly.
That's right, because the Earth is flat. That's how you can
Yeah.
accurately measure,
Yeah.
accurately calculate the height of the mountain, because we live on a flat surface. Thanks.
You're gonna love the diagram that I made for you.
Hopefully not using a curved surface, because that would be dumb.
Certainly.
Yeah, I hope that you don't, because we're all going to laugh at you.
I at least hope that some people will think through it. I know you won't, Larry.
Yeah, I won't think that you probably need, a flat plane surface for the bottom of your triangle. You do understand what a triangle is, right? What do you need to have a triangle?
Yeah.
3 angles with what? What's the second part?
I don't know. You're teaching me.
Okay, yeah, you need them to add up to 180 degrees. How are you going to have that over a
No
curved
shit.
surface? How you gonna have?
I'm not
Oh,
measuring
so it's not
triangles on the
trick.
surface.
Oh, so you're not using the globe Earth. You're using the flat Earth to make proof for your globe Earth. You really thought this one through. I'm so glad that you thought that through.
I have.
Don't you just love comfortable silences?
Yep.
Yeah,
Get
when are you
used
going
to
to
'em.
present this anyway, Peter?
Tomorrow. I'm thinking tomorrow.
Has anyone ever done what you're going to do?
I think so.
Oh, so chances are we've already heard it before.
Maybe.
Yeah, I didn't even take a trig class, and I knew that you can't calculate using triangulation from a curved surface.
We're not gonna do that.
No, we're not going to do that. We're going to
Yeah,
do that
because
from a yeah.
you do it from a flat surface. And then you're going to baselessly assert that this somehow proves the Earth is a globe when you use a flat Earth to make the calculation. This is going to be great. I'm going to go ahead and get a cigar ready for the victory dance.
You should.
You might break the internet. Great.
He came here with one mission today, to shut them down. Contain! Contain!
What happened?
These anti-flat earthers, they're like the Rest in Peace Department movie, R.I.P.D. They're like, contain! Contain!
You gotta. Oh my god, I hate this game.
Oh,
Fucking heavy bleed, bro. That is so good.
They're over here like, the dish is not chicken tikka. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. He's going to use a triangle with a curved earth to calculate the
Fucking Christ,
curved
bro.
baseline. I know, right? It's crazy.
No, it's not even you, bro. I just hate this game. That's really it.
You playing games?
Tarkov.
What?
It's Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov.
Oh, yeah. Man, after all these years of debating with people, I wish we would have been doing this live on camera so that we could, like, analyze the anti-flat earthers' body language.
Oh, I don't mind doing that. When I do my shtick, I don't mind doing that.
Your shtick, huh?
Yeah.
Do people from America say that?
I do.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do the no true Scotsman fallacy on you, so I'll just accept that.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. Also, wouldn't use the Texas sharpshooter on anybody, and then look at the revolution of the heavenly luminaries for thousands of years and be like, "Aha! I've made a prediction."
Nigga, what?
I know, right? That would be foolish. Oh wait, isn't that what they do all the time? I've made a prediction.
What happened to the debate?
Oh, we're waiting on a presentation from a globe earther. He's going to use trigonometry.
That's not tonight. That's not tonight.
Oh,
I'm anti-flat Earth, but I don't know how to prove it because I'm not smart.
we just turn on your TV, right? If it's on TV and it's a globe, it
Yeah,
has to be true, right?
it has to be, right?
Has to be. It's what they taught you in government school, and the government loves you. They would never lie to you.
I mean, it's hard to tell. I don't know.
The
Is it
government
really?
wants you to be smart.
Is the surface flat?
Have you seen any curvature outside, bro? Have you ever been
No.
outside? Like since COVID, have you been outside?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see any curvature while you were out there?
No, I don't. I don't think I can see that far.
Oh, so you have to see far in order to see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. You're being for real, right? Like, say on God, you're like not trolling.
Yeah, I'm being serious, and I don't make swears. So, if you haven't seen any curvature but on TV, then how do you know that it's not just something on TV? Like, you don't believe in Bigfoot because you saw him on TV, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be weird.
So, like, do you think the Earth is flat because you don't see any curvature? Is that like one of the reasons, or no?
Well, I mean, if the Earth is a sphere, it would have to present itself as a sphere, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, when I went to the ocean, I could see something that should have been behind 66.6 feet of curvature. How's that possible?
I have no clue, to be honest.
Right.
I'm
The
not a
globe earthers
scientist.
say that the reason it looks flat is because of refraction.
Yeah. I guess.
That's
Whatever
weird.
that
It
means.
sounds like an excuse to me.
Have you ever like been to space?
Hell no, bro. Only in my dreams.
You trying
Only
to
in
come with me?
only in my dreams, bro. Will you bring in the DMT?
Yeah. Where we're gonna have fun. It's gonna be a nice, relaxing trip. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, it's only
Holy
gonna be about
fuck.
15 minutes.
Oh, man.
We have to
What
go to
about
South America for it to be legal, I think.
bro?
I'm not
No.
a lawyer. Ask your
Oh,
lawyer if bending over and signing a plea deal is right for you. But yeah, you
okay.
should contact your lawyer.
How about like I take you to space in my like spaceship? I have one
Tonight?
tonight.
Anywhere's near Texas?
Yeah. You know where Tyler is? Or
Yeah,
come to
I've been there.
Tyler. I'll pick you up at the mall.
And we're going to space.
Yeah.
Which direction is that?
That's like that. Damn. Yo, that's actually really like hard to tell, just because like if we go up, we still gonna go in space, right? But like
Yep.
if we go, yo, no, no, chip pugging, nah.
You got the muffin top, bro.
Muffin top.
He's got the muffin top. I blew his mind.
No, but actually though, like, yo, see that doesn't make any sense. Okay, if the Earth is flat, then why don't like just think about it. Now you just think about it, bro. Where is the edge of the world? Because I'm not trying to fall off the map.
The sand? You
The
know, the area
sand?
between the beach, the sea, and the land?
We fall off there?
Well, no, you just fall into the water. That's the edge of the earth, though. Because, see, in your mind, you've been programmed with the television to think that the earth is a ball
Yup.
floating in space. That's what you see in your mind when I say earth. But it's actually the dirt outside where the earthworms live. What you see in your mind is a model. You know that, right? It's just a model, like a model Porsche.
Yeah.
You're not going to pick up any chicks in your model Porsche, right?
Yeah, right.
So let's think about it logically. It's a model.
Yeah.
The earth is the dirt outside. And the edge of it is Corpus Christi,
What's that?
Mustang Island. That's the
I
edge.
actually do have a question. Who the fuck made those models? Like, whoever the fuck did that, I'm gonna be real fucking top tier dev. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Right?
Do you know where he's at? I'm
Well,
trying to talk to
most
him.
of them are dead. I think there's been over 300 models made.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's
So
actually wild. And
there's like the core Earth model, and then there's a tectonic plate model, and then there's like the potato shaped Earth model, and then there's like the cosmological model, lambda dash CDN.
Oh,
What?
damn, Daniel. That's actually low key life changing. Like really think about it. Okay, let's really think about it all together. Okay. I be popping bottles, sparkles, and champagne. VIP my section, royalty looking sexy. I know I be that man. I'm tired of the liars. I'm tired of the game.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. Yeah, it really is life changing to think about the Earth, different than what you were told. Because in school, it was always sit down, shut up, do what you're told, don't ask too many questions, or I'll send you to the principal and he'll hit you with a piece of wood, and then we'll make you stay late, right? And what does all that do? It makes you real obedient for your employer. It makes you a good employee, right? How come school doesn't teach you how to pay your taxes, start a business, like useful stuff, how to have like a massive garden, how to like produce goods, how to like change people's lives? No, they teach you to sit down, shut up, and do what you're told. And they make you just smart enough that you can pull the levers and fill out the paperwork, but not really smart enough to start your own business. But I guess that's government for you. Back in the Roman days, anyone caught educating slaves, it was capital punishment. You could be put to death for teaching your slaves how to read. So if you taught your slaves the trivium, they'd put you to death. Like you weren't allowed to educate your slaves.
So the methods have been updated. Now the slaves are just miseducated.
You mean they teach you gravity even though they know it's wrong on purpose? Newtonian gravity?
Yeah.
Larry, do you think they keep the other gravity like secret from everybody?
Well, I think that this whole time they've been promoting Einstein like on the front of the magazines and the newspapers and modern media. They teach it, but the real scientist of the day was Nikola Tesla, right? Because we all got Tesla Tech in our pocket all day long, right? Like who doesn't have a cell phone nowadays? So what they
Did he
did is,
have much to say about gravity?
yeah, he basically said our scientists of today have replaced experiments with equations.
Yo,
Right?
what's up, everyone?
He's clowning on Einstein. Yeah,
And
Tesla and Einstein kind of
after
had a
that,
back
he
and forth.
said gravity does not exist. Was that the end of the quote? He said what
Is that
you
what I said?
quoted, and then he said, "And there is no gravity."
Is that what I said?
No, that's why I'm asking.
Those are your words. Oh, okay, no, I don't think you said that.
So, what gravity do you think he believed in, Tesla?
I don't know that he proposed a model of gravity.
Did
I
he have
think
a
he was
problem
working.
with Newtonian gravity?
I don't know. I know that he was working on real shit, like remote control boats in the early 1900s. That's pretty
So
legit,
the
right?
issue
Or was
you
that
took
was that in the 1800s? I
right,
can't
but
remember.
earlier you said that they are teaching children Newtonian gravity instead of the one that doesn't work anymore. So which one works?
Well, I'm not sure that there is a model of gravity that works.
Nigga, what?
Okay, so let me explain that real fast. Okay, so I pick up my cell phone, right? And I drop it. So the cell phone goes down. Does that automatically mean that everything that everyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It just means that your cell phone has weight and there's not enough buoyant force to make it float, right?
That's facts.
Okay,
So
what is weight?
that's a very good question. What is weight? How much does a inflated beach ball weigh at the bottom of a 12-foot pool?
I
Nothing,
don't
right?
know how much.
Right, so it's specific gravity. Go ahead and look it up.
Hey,
The
there's
guy,
no way this nigga's real, bro.
no,
Holy
seriously,
shit.
look up specific gravity, and it's going to say relative density. And when we're talking about physics, you're measuring the motion of objects in a medium because there's no vacuum. It doesn't exist. There's no perfect vacuum. Even if you could suck out all of the atoms out of a space, there would still be something there.
Okay, I have a
So,
question.
hold
What
on,
is
I'm almost
density?
finished.
What
Hold
is
on.
density?
Yeah, what causes density? That's a great question. So when you look at like elements like helium, there's not a lot of atomic weight right there, right? But when you look at elements
You
like
said
gold,
weight again.
yeah, atomic weight. When you look at elements like gold, they have a lot more protons, neutrons, and electrons, right? So gold
Okay.
is more dense because of its atomic weight, right?
Right, but in English, when you say density, it's density of something, right? Of some property. It's density on its own doesn't make sense.
Why not?
Well, because density means how condensed something is, but what is that thing that's condensed?
Well, I guess it would be the
Damn.
element, right?
The element. So it's density of elements.
Right. Or its atomic weight.
Atomic weight. So you said weight again. So what is weight?
Told you it's the amount of electrons and neutrons in an atom. So hydrogen has one, right? And gold has
Yeah.
a bunch, right? And gold is pretty dense. You ever picked up gold and you're like, damn, that shit's heavy. You
Yeah, I
ever picked up
have.
lead? Yeah, that shit's heavy, right? It's pretty dense. Did you know that steel floats in mercury? A steel anvil floats in a pool of mercury. Do you know that?
I've seen steel float in water.
Well,
Alright,
that's
chat.
because of Archimedes' principle, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if we're talking about a lump of steel, like an anvil, not a carved out hole, a steel anvil will float in a pool of mercury, right?
Yes, and why is that?
The buoyant force is pushing it up by displacement.
Where does the buoyant force come from?
Well, it comes from the force that when the submerged object is not denser than the medium, then it creates the buoyant force.
That's incorrect.
Why
Okay.
does it? In
Time
which
out.
direction?
Time out. Why is it incorrect?
Come on, Rage Quit. Why is that incorrect?
Come on, why is it incorrect? Come on, Rage Quit. School me on specific gravity. I've never heard of it before.
It's
Man,
trying to
that
invite you
was
into the conversation, mate.
that was convincing.
Yeah,
Mm.
so it's just a baseless assertion, right? That's fallacious reasoning. Rage Quit, why don't you get your logic together, reformulate your argument, and come back when you actually got one? That'd be great.
Hey Larry, I googled specific gravity, and the first result I got is from a Kids Academy website. So it looks like we teach that one to kids.
Because it's correct.
And then we teach them Newtonian on top of that. I don't think anyone's trying to hide the concept of specific gravity from children. It's more that we're trying to tell them more than just this. And later we teach them Einsteinian. Wonder why.
It's funny because it wasn't just a week ago that an anti-flat earther was telling me that we don't teach children Einsteinian. But I guess you guys are both right, right?
It depends on how far you go in your schooling, but yeah.
He was telling me they don't even teach it at the collegiate level.
I learned it at the collegiate level.
Well, I wish I gave a fuck about him enough to remember his name so that I could introduce you to. So back to specific gravity. I don't remember learning that in school. Some people say that they did learn it in school, so maybe they did. But I do remember Newtonian gravity. They love teaching that shit to children. That mass attracts mass. They love that shit. But
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
they don't ever like tell you that, according to Professor Shankar, physics of Yale, chair of physics of Yale, that we're putting the nail in the coffin after they shot it down, and it's the end of Newtonian mechanics. But yeah, specific gravity is pretty legit, right? How much does a beach ball that's inflated weigh at the bottom of a pool that's full?
I like the fact that you're using the word weigh. Yeah.
Right, because what does gravitas mean? You know
I
what
don't know, heaviness of something?
weight. Gravitas means weight. So when people say gravity, most of the time, I don't even know if they know what they're saying when they say it. So you have to ask them, what do you mean by gravity? Because it has so many different meanings. Is it dark gravity that you're talking about? Newtonian gravity? Einsteinian gravity? Specific gravity? What is it that you're talking about? Or do you just mean weight? So why do things fall down? When people say gravity, if they mean weight, that's correct. It has weight. It's more dense than the medium around it.
What's the equation for weight?
Well, you can describe it mathematically, right? You can mathematically describe it and just throw gravity.
How do you?
Well, listen. You can describe it mathematically because math is a language. Mathematics is a language. But what you can't do is hold on. You didn't know that? What you can't do is you can't make things rise and fall without manipulating the specific gravity. But what you can do is you can put a balloon on your cell phone and it's going to go down, and then you can inflate it with helium and the buoyancy, because the volume has been manipulated, and you can cause it to go up and down when manipulating the volume of that system, and you can do that experiment all day long.
What if you do that experiment in vacuum?
Well, things will go down because they're the densest object in the medium, because there's no such thing as a vacuum. You know that, right? That's a concept. Kind of like an isolated system. Isolated system and vacuums don't exist.
So why do they go down and not sideways?
Because they're the densest object in the medium, so they have weight.
I understand, but why is there down and up?
Well, that's a good question. Would you like for me to post you the the electric model of gravity? Would you like that paper?
Certainly.
All right, be patient. I'll bring it to you. Hold on a second.
Is that it? Is it over now?
No, he's getting me a paper on electric gravity.
Oh, nice.
I'm very familiar with it because last night I talked to this boy, Caleb, and he was explaining it to me on his live stream.
And you said that you wrecked him, right?
Who said that? Caleb didn't say it.
No, I thought earlier you said that you talked to Caleb about gravity and you destroyed him or you wrecked him. You did something to him.
I don't remember mentioning that.
Okay. Someone said something about wrecking somebody.
Well, if someone said it, then maybe, but not me.
Okay, I posted the electrostatic model of gravity.
Thank you. Pretty old school in a Word doc, huh?
You've been pretty cool so far, dude.
I can't help myself.
God, is this real?
Yeah. Yeah.
No shot. The Earth is not flat. Sorry to break it to you.
It's alright. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, it's not flat, dude. What is it?
It's
Measured flat way, but hey ho.
So you do know that there's like competing theories sometimes, and when it comes to theories, the science is never really settled. So even though most of the people in this room might disagree with the electrostatic model of gravity, if it has better predictions than Newtonian, Einsteinian, or dark gravity, I don't even think that's a competing theory, but
the fuck is that?
if it has better predictions, then it doesn't matter what everybody thinks. If it's a better model, then it should be entertained, right?
You nailed it. That's actually exactly what would happen.
And I guess that's a big if. So it's up to you to read this, look into it, do some research, and decide for yourself: is
No,
it better
I'm
than?
reading it, but when you were gone, I was telling the people here that last night I had a long discussion about this very model with Caleb the Crazy Eyes, the flat Earth TikTok sensation.
I don't know who
And
that is.
it's like this blonde Nazi boy with blue eyes.
That was a weird thing for you to say. Does he got like a
Nigga, what?
Nazi tattoo or something?
No, he's a Nazi. He admits it.
Oh, okay. So
So it
he's
wasn't a joke.
is he an
So
Ashkenazi or just like a?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Okay.
But so he explained this very thing to me. I mean, using his words. So I'm fresh with this one. So I have a few questions that maybe you can, because I'm scanning through the document. I'm obviously not going to read all of it right now, but I'd like to ask you a few clarifying questions that I asked him yesterday, and he didn't answer those. He just kicked me out.
Oh, well, I'm not going to kick you out, but I may not be able to answer every question.
Okay,
you have.
that's fine.
I'll do
That's
my
fine.
best.
But you're more. So let's say we put an object in a near vacuum chamber. Is it okay if I just say vacuum, but you know that I don't mean
Right.
a perfect
You
vacuum?
mean partial vacuum, right?
Yeah. If I put it, and
You cut out. Did you cut out?
Yeah.
okay, how about now? Yeah.
Yeah,
There
it's
he
better.
is.
Oh, okay. Let's say it's I don't know, it's an orange, and we drop that orange. What would we measure in terms of the acceleration before it hits the ground?
Approximately 9.8 meters a second squared, also known as little g.
Okay. And in that chamber, we could measure if there is any electrostatic field present. We could isolate the chamber from the atmosphere to remove any electrostatic effects coming from the atmosphere. We could also build a Faraday cage around it. And finally, we could measure that there is almost zero electrostatic potential within that chamber. Would you agree?
Yeah, but how are you going to eliminate all the electric components of an atom when it's comprised of electrons?
We cannot. So that's our baseline, right? It's the orange is whatever it is. I will propose two tests. The first test, we will ensure that the orange has no net electric charge on it. There's still
You're talking
electrons.
about an orange comprised of acidic water?
It's whatever it is, yeah.
Okay, so how are you going to get all the 0-point energy out of the vacuum?
We're not. The vacuum is whatever it is. We can't control it
So
more
there's
than we already
an
have.
orange that's comprised of atoms that has electrons, and apparently there's electrons popping in and out of existence known as 0-point energy, also known as quantum foam, also known as virtual particles, but a rose is a rose, even by a different name. Okay.
How many of those do you think pop out per minute in our vacuum chamber? I'm just curious.
About 0.5 volts, I've heard from lecturers from colleges.
0.5 volts. That's
In any
the number of
system.
electrons?
It's the lowest. Well, you're asking about electrons, and I'm assuming you mean volts, right?
Electrons or volts?
0-point energy is the lowest amount of voltage that you can achieve in any system. So it's not zero. Like with temperature, there's like an absolute zero. With this, there's no zero. It's 0 point something, and it's about 0.5.
I'm not familiar with that, but I'll work with you for now with this one. Okay, so we can establish that just before we drop the orange, it has no net charge on it, right? We can measure that.
Yeah, sure.
So explain to me first why it will fall down.
That's a really good question. I guess you would have to manipulate the cause to see the effect to have any first-hand primary knowledge, right?
I guess. Caleb the Crazy Eyes, he told me that it was because the Earth has a negative charge.
Well, I mean, if anything you could call a ground, the dirt would be a good example of that. Right?
Well, I would like you to explain to me what you think is happening. Or maybe you're done already.
I don't know what's
Okay,
happening.
so this is the end
So
of
I know
the
this.
electrostatic gravity?
No. I'm about to go into what may be happening. So it may be that you've added force to the orange when you picked it up with your hand. And when you added that force, you took it out of equilibrium. And when you release the orange, it's seeking equilibrium, kind of like entropy. You know how hot always goes to cold? Like a cup of coffee, 30 minutes later, it's room temp. And then high charge goes to low charge if you have a dead battery and a hot battery. It's going to trickle down to the dead battery until they're both halfway charged, and it reaches equilibrium, like the coffee.
That's a nice
And then
one.
high pressure to low pressure. So if your tire has a hole in it, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, 14.7 psi at sea level, right? And it's the same thing with picking up the orange. You've added force to it. When you release it, it's going to want to seek equilibrium until it reaches that, and then it's going to stop. That's what I would assume is happening, but Do I know that's happening? No, I probably wouldn't say knowledge. I wouldn't make a
Okay,
knowledge claim.
one last question. Is what you just said, is this what's in this paper that I'm reading?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I think
so the paper
it has more to do. It has more to do with the atomic theory and the makeup of the atoms.
Okay. So I will lend this, and I think I'm going to take a break from this. So, one, the paper you just shared in this VC, you have no idea what it says. That's a big no-no. I get, people have got banned for this in the past. So that's point number one. You have no idea what the paper you just cited says. Number two,
So hold on. Let me stop you
I'm
right there.
almost done. I'm almost
Okay,
done.
number two.
Number two, you also yourself have no idea how to explain the phenomenon of things falling. I thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Well, you picked it up and dropped it. What else would be the cause, my friend?
See you later.
What else would be the cause? You picked it up and then you dropped it. If you didn't pick it up, it wouldn't have fell. What else would the cause be?
May I ask a quick question to somebody who's like legitimately curious about something?
Yeah, what's your question?
What are your thoughts on Newton's laws? Just the three.
Okay. They work in practical everyday use up until a point.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
They work for everyday practical use up until a point, usually on the gravitational scale. On the galactic scale.
He said that I didn't know anything about the paper, but wasn't I talking about atoms and the hydrogen atom and electrostatic forces?
He just ran off. He said that and ran off, man. He didn't let you address it.
I mean, it's so weird. Like, if we're just talking about theories, why the emotional charge? Why get so emotional?
Yeah, right. It's not his theory.
It's just theories. We're just talking about theories, man. I don't get it.
You're a flat earther. He can't be right, mate.
I guess
When
so.
it comes down to it.
You're right. It is a defense mechanism for them because they don't want to deal with the cog-dis, right? People that I've been talking to, and I put them in cog-dis, they tell me that I'm actually hurting their brain. I'm causing them physical pain. So it really is a defense mechanism. I mean, I've literally heard the words, "Larry, you're hurting my brain."
Good. Take that as a compliment, mate.
And all I'm doing is talking about theories. And I'm always open to correction. If I say anything wrong, let me know. Why are they so emotionally tied to this theory that most people don't even understand?
It's intellectual cockfighting, mate. They think they've got the biggest intellect because they've got the biggest cock because everybody's on that side. And that's why they think they could wangle that cock around in some kind of intellectual masturbation.
Well, now I feel gay.
Well, yeah, this is it, isn't it?
It would be easier on them if there wasn't an audience, so they didn't have to save face. But if there wasn't an audience, then people wouldn't get to see how they react.
And then people come and ask me and people like you in the text room, under what model does pressure require a container? It's not an exclusively flat earth idea. You understand this, right?
Yeah, I don't go to the firmament so much. I like to make them invoke it by talking about Marconi broadcasting from the UK to Australia.
You did that well today. That was funny.
Thank you. But other than that, I really don't like to bring it up. I like to make them bring it up. Dude, that's gotta hurt when they realize what I did to him. It's gotta be like, oh shit, he got me. I get the feeling that some of them genuinely hate me.
Like I said, mate, take it as a compliment.
Right. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not losing any sleep over it. They even say stuff like I claim to be an expert. Man, I'm just asking questions and talking about theories. I'm a master of nothing and no one. Sometimes I contemplate whether I'm even the master of my own self. My wife said that I'm the meat master. I got a smoker out back.
Alright.
I do get some pretty good compliments on my barbecue.
Of course you do, you're a Texan.
It does kind of go without saying, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I've ate some of that Louisiana food, that jambalaya, crawfish etouffee. I'm not a real big fan of crawfish, so I don't mind a little bit, but that Louisiana food's not half bad. That jambalaya with a bunch of Tabasco sauce, oof, that's pretty good stuff. Like real jambalaya.
Ooh.
Eat it during the summertime, you get a good little sweat lodge going right there in the air conditioning. Any Glovers got any questions? Where's the edge of the globe? How come we don't fall off if it's flying through space? Oh, it's refracted in gravity? Isn't that your answer to everything? Refraction and gravity, you don't say. So we can't see the edge because of refraction, and we don't fall off because of gravity. It's always the answer. Imagine if globe earthers or flat earthers always came up with the same answer to every question, or the same two answers. Why does Venus spin backwards? Gravity. How do you have a gas giant in a vacuum? Gravity. It's always gravity and refraction. Gravity. Refraction. Why does the Earth look flat? Refraction. But when it comes to what they call gravitational lensing, even though the galaxies are full of gases, it can't be refraction, then it's gravity. Or the Arthur Eddington, what is his name? Arthur Eddington
That's
experiment. Yeah, it's always, gravitational warping of the light. Yeah, I know it's not an experiment.
1919, the observation of a solar eclipse with, I think it was 9 black and white negative stills, where there's only one that is blurry that they reference. It's just one out of the 11 slides that's blurry that they ever reference.
Weren't they pointing a telescope that was pointed at a mirror that was pointed at the sun?
Something like that, yeah. I think so, because of the glare of the sun or something.
Shit's weak.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's slide 9 or something that they took from the 11 slides that they took. It's blurry as fuck. Can't determine anything.
And they claim that they can tell the distance to the sun by looking at the transit of Venus. I saw the transit of Venus. I got no fucking clue the distance to the sun. Saw it with my own eye through a telescope.
All you need to know is that the Earth is a ball with a radius of whatever you decide, and build your cosmic ladder from there.
But why do they rage quit and then respawn like seconds later if we're just talking about theories? I mean, I don't even think the ancient Grecians are such snowflakes. They probably like entertained these hairball theories back in the day and probably didn't get butthurt at all. Stars are going to shine and the snowflakes are going to melt. It all depends on how you act. Some people get in here and they're really mature and they can have like a conversation without insulting your capability to understand something. And then some people are like, you disagreed with me once. You're an idiot. Nothing you say is right. How dare you agree with me? I was educated by the government. I watch TV. I'm educated. Who joined? Let me at him.
Oh, it's just me.
Not very friendly.
Yeah.
So where are we at? Not very friendly.
Oh, I'm just looking over the paper that someone posted, the electrostatic model of gravity.
Oh, cool.
Guy. I don't. What's this specifically about? What is this pertinent to?
It's just a competing model of gravity and explaining what may be happening as opposed to Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian gravity. You know about electrostatic, right? You ever rubbed a balloon on a child's head and then stuck it to the window?
Yeah.
Right. So that's a real thing, right?
Yeah.
Electrostatic forces?
Yep.
Okay, so if that's a real thing, it could cause things to move if you need a force to move, right?
Yeah.
So when there's a good storm going on and there's a whole bunch of rain clouds clumping together, do you think those bumping particles might have a pretty good electrical charge up there?
Yep.
And then if there's enough static charge, maybe they would condensate and phase change back into liquid form, and then because of the newfound density, that would cause it to fall, right?
Yeah.
And then the sun causes the water to phase change back into vapor form, and the density change is going to cause an immense buoyant force, and it's going to go back up, right? And the cycle continues.
So the falling is electromagnetism?
Well, not the way you're thinking about it, because you're thinking about it like electromagnetism basically means that it could only attract iron, right? But if there's incoherent static forces,
What is
and
a static force?
you know, like things cling together. Like you ever got your shirt out of the dryer and you didn't use one of those dryer sheets, so your polyester shirt's sticking to your chest?
Okay.
That's like a static force. Electrostatic force. So sometimes that can cause things to, you know, appear to defy gravity or have no weight, right?
Okay. So
And if the ground is, you know, ground, and it has basically a negative charge because there's like negative and positive, right?
So, under that argument, the reason I'm attracted to the ground is because it has a negative charge.
Well,
And
that
I have a
and
positive charge?
well, the positive charge, the charge in the atoms, because atoms have electrons, right?
Yeah, they also
And
have protons.
right, protons, neutrons, nucleuses, right? But if they are like a helium atom, there's only one electron, right?
No, helium, unless they're ionized, should have 2.
Okay, 2. Thanks for correcting me. But compared to gold has how many? Let's look it up.
Oh, what's the atomic number of gold? It should be the
That's
same
right.
as the atomic number.
That's right. Atomic number of gold.
Okay, but it also has that many protons.
Right, and that, you think maybe that's what's causing the density? So
So
if you look at,
with charges, they should cancel, right?
do they always cancel?
For an atom, they should.
Okay, so
By definition.
if we're saying is gold has a really high atomic weight because of the number of electrons.
Well, wait.
then it's gonna be,
The weight
hold on, let me
isn't the
finish.
electrons.
So what causes the weight?
The atomic weight is the sum of, or it's approximately the sum of the protons and neutrons.
Okay, so if you look at hydrogen, which has a very low atomic weight because of that, then in most systems it's going to rise to the, well, in all systems, it's going to rise up, right?
So why does neon, which I'm pretty sure has an atomic number and an atomic weight on average higher than carbon, float or rise? Because it's a gas. And carbon, just elemental carbon, C, is a solid. It's on the ground. But the moment I burn it, the moment I stick some oxygen on it, I can create carbon dioxide, which has a higher mass then, right? Per unit of whatever, per particle. All of a sudden, that wants to float. What's that about?
Phase change, right?
Right.
From
But
a
why is it
solid-
changing phase? Why is its density changing? It's not just the atomic number or the atomic mass then, right?
I have to think about that. I don't know the answer. So you're saying that when you change it to carbon dioxide, which is a gas, it has a higher density, and yet it floats. Doesn't carbon dioxide?
It doesn't
usually
have a
float?
higher density, but if you were to look at it in terms of atomic mass,
Mhm.
the per particle, because at this point you're looking at molecular mass, is
Mhm.
higher. One little C versus a C plus 2 O's.
Mhm.
It, by definition, has to have more mass per particle, unless those O's have a negative mass, and yet the density is less.
The density is less for carbon or carbon dioxide?
For carbon dioxide is a gas, obviously, because if you
Right.
were to sit there, it's a gas. It's less
Right.
dense than a solid.
Well, I would say that it, floats because it phase changed.
Right. But that's a property of just saying that gases in general are less dense than liquids, which are in general less dense than solids, which is a generalization, but it's a generalization because it's generally true. So the question is then, is phase change itself solely a product of say the atomic mass or the atomic number? And the answer obviously can't be yes.
Why not?
Well, because I can take something which is pure carbon, C, burn it, and it becomes CO2. So the mass per particle has increased. It's gone from the mass of a single C to the mass of a C plus 2 O's. So there's substantially more mass per particle. Or per like the smallest unit of that substance.
So does CO2 float above the carbon, but it
Well-
stays on the ground?
It can mix in the air. It's denser than, say, the oxygen and the
But
nitrogen in the air, but
it's not up
it
there
can.
in it's not up there in high altitudes. It's usually down
Oh yeah,
here.
you can. Like most of it's at lower altitudes, but you can find it at high altitudes.
I guess the answer would be that gas spreads out in all directions. I guess that would be the answer. Whereas when it's in its carbon state, because it's a solid, it's it has bonds, so it's going to stay put. So I guess it
Why
has to
would
do with the
having
bonds.
bonds make it stay put?
Well, because the properties of gas, like I said earlier, with the phase change, is that it goes in all directions. It expands in all directions. And it has no bonds, so it kind of fucks off a little bit, doesn't it?
So that obviously then can't be a function of the mass of that particle then, just alone. Because if
Right,
that were
because
the case.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I'm just saying then it appears that the density alone can't be predicted by just saying the atoms in it have a greater
Right,
atomic number, atomic
absolutely.
mass.
Because when you have ice, it stays on the ground. But when summer comes along and it heats up that ice, it phase changes, and even though it has the same molecular makeup, it now floats up and becomes a cloud with electrostatic forces
So
after the buoyant force.
here's something kind of weird if you think about it though. So we talked about this generalization. Ice has a lot of bonds in it, right?
Oh yeah.
That's why it's solid, and like liquid water isn't. There aren't you don't have the same degree of bonding between those individual water molecules.
Right.
So why is it that when you freeze water, you've turned it into a solid? Most things get denser; they want to sink. Why does the ice float? Why does it become less dense?
That's a really good question because it's the only element that does that, right?
No, silicon does it too, but it's
Oh.
not very common.
Okay, so yeah, I guess that it would crush the fish if it didn't.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Why does it do it? That's a good question.
So you would think that based on that, the density of that ice has to be less than the water it's in, or there has to be some other force acting on it, right? So we're just going to assume for now it's related to something that can be described as a property relating to density. Let's just start from there.
Specific gravity. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So if that were the case, once those water molecules arrange themselves into a solid form, once you add bonds, the density would have to decrease for water, which would imply that the way the water molecules are organizing each other, the way that they fit together once they're in a solid, at least at the temperatures we're familiar with, has to be more spaced out than it is in liquid water.
Doesn't water expand when it freezes?
Exactly. So for some reason, when it's in the water state, the density, the closeness of the particles on average have to be closer together because at the end of the day, it's still water. The molecules aren't changing, just their relationship to each other is changing. Once you freeze them, once they start to become bonded together so that way they don't have as much flexibility and freedom of movement, they have to be more spaced out than if you were just to dump them in a pile together in a liquid form.
Right, that's why we leave our pipes dripping during the wintertime.
Yeah.
When it gets below 30, 32 degrees. Something like that. Yeah, so we don't want to bust our pipes because the water will expand. And because it's in containment, it'll cease from turning into ice until it just gets to a point to where, it's pushing, let's say 28, 27 degrees. Then it'll just automatically freeze and bust the pipes. Like when you pull it out of a freezer.
So
You know
here's
what I mean?
here's what's interesting though. Let's assume all of a sudden you press down on that ice, right? You start trying to crush the ice in like a pressure chamber or something. So you're increasing the pressure. Some of that ice will stay cold, but it'll want to start to melt, right? Because it's hard for it to maintain that structure. And the only way to become more dense after a certain point is to start becoming a liquid.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you can push the ice down with enough force, and it would actually start to phase change because of the force and not the temperature. So just like with water boiling, it's not necessarily just about the heat, it's also about the pressure.
Yeah.
We're having a great conversation so far, man. Glad you came.
Thank you. So, looking back at the water, obviously, for it to have that shape, there has to be structural rules as to how an ice crystal has to form that isn't present in liquid water. And the fact that it's a more spaced out structure, and it's a consistently more spaced out structure, suggests that there's quite a few rules that are occurring at the molecular level that dictate why it has to be less dense. If it were just purely random, we would expect to see some things stay the same, some things become more dense, and some things become less dense. But it's very uncommon for things to go from liquid to solid and become less dense. So that structure has to be quite specific. The explanation that normally exists is that you have charges that are existing within those water molecules. They're polar is the term. So that oxygen, the oxygen component of a water molecule, it's H2O, that wants to maintain a slightly more negative charge because the electrons are hanging out more on the oxygen side of the water molecule than the hydrogen side, depending on how you think about it. So if you can think about these electrons, this isn't a phenomenal, like perfect idea in your head, but if you think of them as like two like ping pong balls bouncing around this molecule, because of the properties of that oxygen, because of its electronegativity, those electrons are going to want to spend more time on the oxygen side, in large part because it has such a fat nucleus, it has so much of a positive charge there, that is going to be attracted somewhat more to the oxygen than the individual hydrogen. So think about it as if it's spending time between two parents, the hydrogen and the oxygen, but it likes the oxygen more. So it's going to be spending more time on the oxygen side. And the reason it likes it more is just because that nucleus, in large part, has just such a positive charge to it. Okay, and so this would mean that is if you were to look at the water molecule from a distance, it would have a neutral charge. But as you get real close to it, as you get real intimate with it, like other molecules would be when they're bumping into each other, you would start to see slight positive and negative charges. So that hydrogen part of that water molecule, that has a positive charge, obviously, because it has a slight electron sort of deficit randomly. It's more likely to be slightly positive than slightly negative when it's in that molecule. And then that oxygen part, well, that's going to be more negative than positive because it has those electrons on the outside and you're really interacting with the outside there. So you'd expect that oxygen to not bond in sort of the classic sense of sharing electrons, but form a weak relationship with the hydrogens of other water molecules. And the oxygen, so the hydrogen wants to get close to the oxygen of the other molecules. So what you should ultimately get, because you get this sort of like weird, sort of like lambda shape, this like elbow shape with water molecules, is you'll end up eventually getting, when they arrange together closely, you'll end up getting these hexagonal patterns. And those hexagonal patterns have a lot of empty space to them, so the density will
That's what I was about to
decrease.
bring up. The empty space and the I think you're talking about the older atomic model, where we think of electrons as particles rather than fields, right?
Right, and I'm more saying that because it's easier to conceptualize what's going on here.
Right, because
It
there's a
would
lot
work.
of weird stuff going on too that you're not talking about.
Right. So both can be, both can conceptually work for this. I'm just using the one that's easier to think about here. Obviously, the field interpretation will probably be a bit more rigorous and it'll give you much more predictability about why it has to be this way and about what the precise angles will be. But sort of from a conceptual level, it's sort of easier to imagine what's going on if you're not sort of intimately familiar with like the mechanics of a molecule.
Yeah, I'm really glad you went into the space part, because when you said ping pong ball, I automatically started thinking about like a tennis ball with ping pong balls with Velcro strips attached to them. But really, it's a lot more like the model of a solar system, where there's an immense amount of space between these very, very, very tiny particles and nucleus, right?
Yeah, so probably the most a scale that probably makes more sense to put this into perspective is you could walk into a football stadium. You put a BB or a ping pong ball or a BB in the I think a ping pong ball probably works better for this. A ping pong ball in the middle of the field, out in the bleachers, out in the upper bleachers and stuff. Little BBs are flying around. That's about the size of these electrons in comparison. The atoms then are mostly empty space. And then these molecules that when we think of molecules, these sort of covalent structures, it's because they're sharing electrons. And for them to share electrons, they have to be sort of close enough together that the electron can spend time with sort of both of these nuclei, or orbiting both of these nuclei. In those orbitals, orbiting is a bit of an analogy there. They're not orbiting exactly like planets.
Right, but that's the model that I learned in the late 80s and early 90s. And it's a bit outdated now because we have a much better understanding of, you know, these particles don't act like Newtonian particles. They act more like fields, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, this is really interesting to think about, and I have to revert to asking questions because I think you're more of an expert in these models than I am for sure. So I guess I have to come up with a good question. So, you know, there's this thing where they say that these subatomic particles are moving and still, and at one place and another at the same time. So that's kind of what destroyed the superpositioning, destroyed the old model of atoms. Is that correct?
So the problem we have when it comes to sort of the behavior of these particles at like the quantum level, when you're sitting there and you're just holding this electron, and if you were to break it down anymore, it stops being an electron. When we refer to quantum, we're talking about like the smallest unit you can measure and quantify, right? Like a penny is a quantum if you're working with like cash, because you really can't divide a penny before it stops being currency at that point. Once you've broken it down to this level, it's really hard to measure what's going on, because if you want to look at an electron, well, how are you going to do that? You could shine light on it. Oh wait, it's too small for that. You couldn't visualize it. And if it were to interact with a photon, it would absorb that photon, its energy would change, and it would start bouncing around again. It would be like
temperature.
It's like measuring cars by crashing other cars into them. It doesn't work very well if you want to keep the car where it is and figure out what the car is doing. More stochastic levels, we can spray a whole bunch of electrons and see how they behave as a group.
What'd you say, stochastic?
Oh, stochastic. So think of it like a pattern emerging from a bunch of things just behaving randomly, right? So think things like the ideal gas law. So if you blow up a balloon, you know the more gas and the higher the temperature in the balloon, the more pressure it'll have, it'll start to expand. But you're not able to tell what every individual particle of the gas is doing. Instead, you're just able to say, as you add more, the general trend, that grander output of a bunch of things acting randomly is going to be in this direction. This is sort of what we're getting at when we talk about stochastic processes. It's a bunch of things acting randomly, but the output has some degree of predictability, if that makes sense. You can see patterns in randomness.
So it's kind of like you can't necessarily see what's going on at the micro, but you can kind of see an emergent event or emergent properties from this, right?
Right. So, like, to measure a single photon or a single electron, or what that's doing exactly, it can be kind of hard. But we can know, if we have a bunch of electrons, we can see that their behavior as a group, what it looks like. If that makes sense, right? Some will be running this way, some will be running that way, but the net effect will be this.
Makes sense. So, you know, if I was talking to someone in the early 80s about some of this stuff, you know, they would be telling me that I'm a conspiracy theorist, I don't really know what I'm talking about, but post 2000s, if I start talking about the model of an atom like this, they're just going to accept it, and there's no real dogma to anyone who's doing their research, right?
Well, what's interesting about these sort of properties is that what you were learning at school in, say, the 80s and 90s was sort of simplified so that way you could actually use that knowledge. Me explaining,
yeah.
like, thinking about electrons as these large groups, these hazes, where instead of doing these nice orbits like planets, instead they're existing sort of probabilistically. You never know exactly where they are, but you know that they're more likely to be here than here, or the fact that they're a wave, or all these things. That's really hard to work with. Not all physicists are even great at conceptualizing what that means. If it weren't for the fact that we were so good at predicting it mathematically, there's really very little we'd be able to do on that front. But that debate, those conversations about what's actually occurring in that atom, if you were to crack it open and spread the parts out, that's 100 years old. In fact, Einstein's Nobel Prize was not for relativity. It was for explaining the photoelectric effect. Yeah. So these properties, that's closer to 100 years old. Sort of the forefront of science, all of these conversations and stuff, they don't trickle down into sort of your elementary school, your middle school, and your high school level classes.
That's fair
because some of it is kind of rough on the edge too. Things like, say, a plate tectonics, that doesn't show up in a class. In the 50s, when you start having people, 50s and 60s, when you start having people like Hess and who am I thinking of? It's Wilson, right? No, Tuzo Wilson, yeah. When they start talking about plate tectonics, it's after a few decades once it's trickled down so that way the teachers have seen it in their university level classes and then they teach it in the classroom. And sort of the theories are polished up in a way you can use it. Understanding those molecules and those atoms as ping pong balls works a lot easier for a chemistry class, which you're probably going to use on a day-to-day basis, than predicting what the shape of an orbital will be, which, unless you're like a materials engineer or a physicist or something, or like very, very intimately interested in a certain specific area of chemistry, not going to use all the time.
Right, but when I learned about this in the 80s, the science teacher didn't say that this is just a model, this is subject to change. This is how they presented it, and as a child, before I really understood the scientific method and scientific theories, I kind of thought about it like settled science. And then a little bit older, I start to see the newer models of atoms, and I'm like, this looks a lot different than what I learned as a child. And, it kind of took a little getting used to that. I thought I knew what the atom looked like. It kind of looked like that atomic bomb sign, right? The orbiting subatomic particles. And now that I have a little better understanding of this thing called superpositioning, whatever that is, it's like it's fun to learn about the newer model or the more complex model, right? Now that I can understand it. So it does make sense that they would explain it like that using like Newtonian particles, because that's what we observe in reality, like objects that we can hold in our hands. But when we're talking about the building blocks of objects or this atomic theory, it's not quite how we experience reality. So I'm putting my hand on this brick wall right now, and they say that I'm not really touching anything. So what is the force that's pushing back if I'm not actually touching the atoms?
So here's the problem with this, and the question is, what are you and who's presenting this information? So if you include you and all the atoms and molecules and electrons that make up your body, well, then you are touching that wall. What's happening is that wall's outer shell of electrons, they don't want to mix with the electrons of other molecules and other atoms, right? They have a negative charge. They repel each other. So when you're putting your hand on a surface, what's occurring oftentimes at a molecular level is all those electrons across the surface of your hand are bumping into that surface, and that surface is pushing back, right? And if it weren't pushing back, if you were pushing on the wall harder than it was pushing you, well, the net effect on that wall then, or that net effect would be in the direction you're pushing, and the wall would actually start to move in that direction until there was something to start pushing back against you. Sort of get what I mean here, and,
Yeah.
and so I said that not very rigorously. Newton's third law, that idea that like every sort of you have the opposite and equal reaction to things. So think of it this way: if you take two magnets next to each other, one a very big magnet and one a very small magnet, and the small magnet is moving towards the big magnet, that big magnet is actually being pulled in the direction of that small magnet too. But it's so massive that force that's being applied on it is being applied over such a large mass that acceleration is relatively small. And if it were on a table, it might not overtake, say, friction. See what I'm getting at here?
Yeah, yeah. So let me ask a question. When I was in the 8th grade and I got really angry and I didn't know how to punch and I punched the brick wall and I broke my pinky knuckle or smushed it. I don't know what happened. I didn't take any x-rays or anything, but it's because of these electrical forces of the atoms that was causing me to break my hand.
At the most basic level, yeah. So when we're talking about most of the world as you experience it, you're probably familiar with the concept of the four fundamental forces. The three big ones that explain things like chemistry and those interactions.
Weak and strong and electro.
Exactly. And the weak and strong forces, they really aren't effective outside the nuclei. That really only explains what's going on with, say, a nuclear reaction, or why the nuclei of atoms, which have a positive charge, why do these protons stay together? Yeah, you can say you have a neutron in there, but what makes these neutrons able to hold together these protons that really don't want to be together? And why is it that if you have too many of one neutron or too few neutrons, all of a sudden things start to decay? They're radioactive, they're not stable. That's all related to the strong and weak forces. I think the strong force is what gives it the stability under most explanations, and then the weak force is that extra effect that allows some things to be radioactive and unstable in spite of those neutrons. And I can't explain in painful detail all the mechanics that are occurring on there, but we actually can make a lot of predictions about them. We can measure them quite effectively. Electromagnetism then is the other force in this equation, and they're all related. We can relate these three forces together under the standard model. It's a page-long sort of equation written in Hamiltonian notation, but there's a strong relationship between these forces at some universal level, and we can measure the constants that explain these three forces extremely well. I think the scale when we're talking about how well we're able to measure these would be if I were to tell you ask you the question of what the GDP of the US was last year, and you were able to give me an answer to the penny, and it was correct every single time. That's how good we are at getting at measuring these forces. The electromagnetic force is the one that you're interacting with most of the time. Those sort of, or that's what's. It's that relationship. The electrons wanting to stick by protons. The protons repelling each other, the protons and the electrons interacting in such a way that sometimes they can share electrons and sometimes they don't. Some protons, some nuclei being so charged in such the right way with the electrons arranged them in just the right way that they can actually rip electrons off of other atoms and ionize them. And then the forces that result when you try to get these charged particles near each other. That's what you're feeling from a day-to-day basis when you punch a wall or you have particles interacting in a void. That's that, yes. And then you can sit down and you can make an equation of what's occurring at the material level between at what point you're applying so much force that these sort of micro bonds, those hydrogen bonds, I mentioned that with water, for instance, they're not formally bonded in the fact that they're sharing electrons, but the charges of the hydrogen and the oxygen are strong enough that different water molecules can actually interact with each other without directly sharing electrons. Those have strengths to them. How much force do you have to apply to something before those bonds start to give? And then once you start to look at these for dozens of different atoms in thousands and millions of different kinds of molecules at different levels of complexity. Once you begin to look at the degrees and the strengths of those bonds and where the electrons are at this time and relative to the protons and the nuclei, that's what's really controlling the mechanics as you understand them.
I could perceive that you're a teacher of some kind, so I'm going to ask you a question, and you understand that I'm a layman. So, from my layman's understanding, when we're talking about atoms, electrons, protons, and neutrons, could you describe these forces as electrostatic in nature? Because we're talking about the attraction force and the repulsion force. We're talking about positive and negative. This all seems very electrodynamic rather than Newtonian in nature. Would that be correct?
Well, so Newton is a tad different. And when we're talking about Newton, we're just talking about things as fundamental as what is a force, right?
Right.
First law, things that are in motion tend to stay in motion. Things that are stationary tend to stay stationary.
Right.
When you're talking about that, you're talking about inertia.
Right. Of course.
So there's still a lot of things that are Newtonian going on here, but the difference is it's as easy as saying we have a ping pong ball with mass A in location B with force C acting upon it. That's where that stuff starts to get fuzzy, and where Newton really
What is
breaks
force
down.
C? I'm sorry, what is force C?
Force C is just a hypothetical force here.
Oh,
It's
okay.
nothing specific. I'm just saying if you take two ping pong balls and you throw them together, we can make a lot of predictions about that at a Newtonian level. They're just big particles. And the reason we can make those predictions is because we have a lot of confidence where those ping pong balls are and what the net forces going on in this equation is. We can quantify everything of importance in that equation. The problem when we get down to these quantum particles is to measure them, you have to mess with them. It would be like you can measure the speed of a car. Okay, let's do this as an analogy. To measure a car, you throw a ping pong ball at it, and you measure the speed that the ping pong ball comes back to you. That works really well for a car. But let's assume all of a sudden you want to measure the speed of a mosquito by throwing a ping pong ball at it and seeing how quickly it comes back. Yeah, that doesn't work very well. That's a big problem we have when we start to break things down to the quantum level, is that things are so small that the very things we would use to measure them are oftentimes so large that they alter their paths and alter their interactions with each other. That's where that difficulty comes to. Now, as to your question about can we describe them electrostatically, actually we can describe all three of them at sort of an equation level. The concept of electrostatics is something that's a little bit more simple. It's sort of a subset of electromagnetism. So whereas electromagnetism is one sort of force there, those charge relations, electricity and magnetism are very, very intimately related. Electrostatics is specifically talking about net charges on a body. And so to that end, actually, I would argue the question is not can we describe electromagnetism with electrostatics, it's really, how good are we at describing electrostatics with concepts like electromagnetism and these sort of standard models? And the answer is very, very well.
So it seems like when it comes to viewing the building blocks of all material from an electrostatic or, like you said, electromagnetic, it seems like that was more of the correct science, which would go along with Tesla rather than going along with Einstein. In fact, we're all using Tesla tech, right? So would I be wrong if I said that we were kind of chasing our tail a little bit for 100 years over Einstein when it's possible that, they took Tesla tech underground and really got ahead of us?
The problem with Tesla was very, very smart, and he was a very, very effective engineer. But when it comes to things like Einstein gave us stuff like the photoelectric effect. And some of the experiments that go into the photoelectric effect can be done at home. It explains why when you shoot like an ionized beam at something, why you get this the scattering of particles off the way you do. It explains why you don't get cancer's exposure to dangerous light every time you like turn on a light bulb. But why standing outside in the sun can give you melanoma without protection. All of those mechanics is what comes down to Einstein. So while Tesla is someone who deserves a lot of respect, and Tesla is an incredible inventor, Einstein gave us a whole hell of a lot regarding explaining how certain phenomena work. I think, and this may be a bit of a simplification, Tesla was an engineer who took a bunch of things and figured out how to get these scientific concepts to work for us. Einstein was describing what those concepts are and the underlying rules that allow technologies to work. And when it comes to those technologies, a lot of them came later and a lot of them are taken for granted. Things like solar panels work by principles that Einstein put forward, for instance. See what I'm getting at here?
Yeah,
We can understand.
just sorry, real fast. You're talking about Einstein's work on the photoelectric effect, and I was talking about the general relativity.
General relativity is almost in a ballpark of its own, in terms of how it works, and it explains why things. That's where Newton starts to become outdated. That's where the idea of can we apply Newton starts to break down, because with Newton, momentum works differently with with Einstein than Newton. And as a result, things like time start to work differently as well. And when it comes to that, there are interesting predictions with things like how radioactive particles behave that don't make sense with Newton, but make total sense with Einstein. I think one example being muons. So muons come to us from above. And the idea is that currently that they form in Earth's atmosphere, or that they come into the atmosphere from cosmic rays. They go down so far at a speed we can measure, at a velocity we can measure, but they decay as they fall because these muons are very unstable. And so they're constantly decaying as they're falling. And so we would expect, because we know how fast they're moving and how rapidly they decay, well, that they should only be able to fall so far. And again, the reason we're able to make some of these predictions is all those equations I gave you before, that are sort of those relationships where we can come up with things so painfully precisely, they fall so much farther. You can be under mountains and start to detect these, and they would put these big sheets of like aluminum bars out to try to like block them. And it turns out they were able to travel through all these materials. They were
Like
able
neutrinos.
not neutrinos are a different particle, but sort of like that. These muons, the differences with these muons is that they're actively decaying. The problem with a neutrino is the fact that they interact with so few things. I think in large part because they have I think neutrinos have a neutral charge. That's where they get their name from. And remember how I said everything, most of how you experience the world is mitigated by by electromagnetism? Well,
Right.
because they have such a small mass, so a lot of the interactions that involve mass don't matter, and because they have no charge means that for them to interact with something is very, very, very hard. That's why neutrinos are so good at passing through things. But with muons, the weird thing is we can detect them because they break into smaller bits, because they're unstable. So why is it that they're able to go so much deeper through the atmosphere? They're able to penetrate deeper through dense substances than we would predict normally. So the Newtonian answer would be to shrug your arms and go, the equations don't work. But if you sit down and you look at Einstein's equation, when those muons are traveling through the atmosphere, at least at first, they're going so fast that time is experienced different from them. So if you were to sort of change your clock for how far down the atmosphere, how deep in the mountain you have to go to detect those muons, and you were to say based on their velocity, and you were to say, okay, this is what the muon looks like to me, but what would the speed, the time that the muon is existing relative to the muon look like? And you run the equations that way. All of a sudden, the muons are decaying right on time, painfully consistently. So what's
How do
happening?
you spell nuance?
Muon, so it's M-U-O-N, I believe. I think the video I watched on that in class was like from the 50s. It was in black and white. The audio quality was terrible. And at
Okay, I
some
got it.
point, I can go see if I can get it. But the thing is that with the muons, the only way to explain that we can come up with it's consistent, right? And consistency is a big thing. We don't know for a fact that there's not some theory out there that explains the entire universe better than we already do. We only have the best explanations that we have available. And the way that we figure out if how the amount of confidence we place on them is how much they predict and how consistent those predictions are, and to a lesser degree how useful they are. So with Newton, the reason we teach Newton in classes instead of Einstein is because Newton's easy, and for everyday interactions, Newton is correct. The sort of error you get when you're not factoring in time dilation for people walking past each other or bullets flying through the air or cannonballs is so painfully small. But when you're talking about things like muons that you can measure their velocities as fractions of light speed, then all of a sudden things like what time looks like to a muon versus what time looks like to you are different.
So I'm really into this, quantum stuff. I find it really interesting. So when we're talking about like fundamental particles, like muons or leptons, it seems like there's no such thing as a vacuum. Like even if you could suck out all the baryonic matter, you're still left with something in the vacuum, and some people call it 0-point energy, quantum foam or virtual particles. But it seems like there's all these particles all around us all the time, other than baryonic matter, and we can't always see it. Are you familiar with the Schwinger effect?
I'm familiar with everything you said, not that exact name of that effect, though.
Okay.
You may have to mention it in more detail. I will tell you, I have not taken quantum mechanics formally. I'm much more of a, in terms of things like scale, like classical mechanics. I've taken a modern or like a low-level modern physics class before, so I've run some of those equations from like Einstein, and you get to see some like really weird results that surprisingly explain a lot, but are really hard to conceptualize. But when it comes to quantum, I have to throw my hands up to a certain point.
Yeah, everybody does. So I got this Big Think article that I posted for you, and it talks about how they did this variation of the Casimir device, and they used 1 atom thick graphene. And what they did is they thought they discovered a superconductor, but it turns out that they didn't, and they pulled permanent electrons out of basically a vacuum. And they got more energy out than they put in. Now, obviously, this would be a first law of thermodynamics violation if there wasn't these, particles that exist in the vacuum. But there's something there: quantum foam, 0-point energy, whatever you want to call it. There's something there, and this is allegedly an over-unity machine. And this is really interesting to me. I think they did it a couple years ago in 2022. And this is a simple tabletop device. So if this is true, this should be revolutionary as far as the sustainable development, the renewable energy, that sort of thing. But I don't see this being mass produced for economic reasons.
The problem with things like this sometimes come down to the fact that how do I best explain this? When it comes to things like material science, let's assume all of a sudden you have a potential cure for a disease, and you don't know if it works yet, right? But you did one study that suggests it works relatively well. Everyone's going to be excited in that research because it has the potential to have massive sort of payouts to everyone, right? It has a lot of effect to help people. But let's assume all of a sudden you made a step wrong or somebody can't replicate your findings. Sort of sinks into obscurity after that. Maybe perhaps you can get more energy out than you put in with that specific lineup, and then once you end up like unraveling all the knots and sort of what's occurring in the physics, so that way it makes sense with everything we already understand. It's like, boom, this could work very well for us. But unfortunately, you need a sheet of like graphite that's like the size of a football stadium to, I don't know, power a calculator. That might not be feasible to power the world as we know it. Do you see what I'm getting at here?
Right.
And you
Takes
might be
time.
able to come up with some idea where you create like all these like interwoven sheets of graphite. But the problem is that sort of at a mechanistic level, you're not able to make something that's economically viable out of it. You're not able to say power things, and even if it's not viable to us, doesn't mean it's not viable to someone else. Maybe perhaps you have some military hardware you want to power, and you don't want to have to worry about moving around energy. Like the military likes to adopt things very, very quickly. That's oftentimes where a lot of the funding starts for projects like this. Can we make this aircraft carrier never have to dock again to be refueled, and that way it can stay at sea almost indefinitely? Cool. So that's a major sort of pressing point with things. Now I think when I've looked at them in the past, have a problem with them occasionally oversimplifying or jumping the gun with an article.
Yeah, they kind of did the weird thing where they said that they're pulling something from nothing, which kind of would poison the well a little bit, and everybody would go, "You can't do that. This is bullshit."
So let's see here. Is this open access? Oh, it's open access. This is cool. So I don't know if I have time to look over it right now, but this is the actual original article they're citing. The good thing about science is the problem with science is where all the cool ideas go first, which means that sometimes things get put into science before there's like a really, really strong foundation for them. Science is almost like thinking out loud with extraordinary results. It's where all the big ideas as well as the ideas that die the quickest go. But the nice thing with this is it's a full access, open access article, I think, which means anyone can read it. Another good thing about science is that people who write in science try to generally write for a slightly broader audience because everyone reads science. I'm not a particle physicist and I read science from time to time. Science and Nature are pretty good for that. So it's an easier journal to work through, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy either. You may actually enjoy reading the original science article as well as going through the supplementary material. And since it's the AAAS, it's the American Association of something science, oftentimes they have their own journalists, so you can actually sort of read what the authors tried to say about the implications of their study to a general audience and not just what a pop science magazine said, which can help a bit.
Yeah, that's really cool. Thanks for sharing.
Anytime. I'm happy I could help.
Yeah, glad you came in here tonight. We kind of had some not so nice people before you, so it's kind of refreshing, because oftentimes I kind of lose hope in humanity that there isn't people with common decency, and you haven't over-talked me, you haven't been rude, and you just been talking about theories, and that's what we're supposed to be doing in here. It's actually a flat earth room, but since you've been so cool, I don't think anybody minds that you're talking about this other stuff, so appreciate
thanks
it.
for
Very
having me.
appreciate it. Yeah. So this stuff is definitely going to be fun to read. But yeah, there was also Lawrence Livermore Labs. You probably heard of the fusion ignition, where they also created more energy than they put in. And me being a little more skeptical, I kind of think this was a thing to promote, and they kind of want to hide the Schwinger effect, because if it's a simple tabletop device, everybody would want one, right? And the Lawrence Livermore Labs, like, you don't have that kind of money, so you can't have one. You know what I mean?
So when it comes to the problem with fusion is that with fusion energy, it's the big breakthrough we need for nuclear energy to make sure that we can have widely available energy without the risks of a Fukushima or Chernobyl. If we could get fusion energy well, it has the potential to be cheap, effectively unlimited, assuming you build the infrastructure, which is going to be a problem in itself. But that's really nice to have fusion energy. The problem with it is that because it's such a cool concept, is that there's a lot of people who, even in the scientific community, are effectively grifters. Cold fusion never panned out. The other problem is that while we can do fusion today, I mean, we were able to actually do fusion quite well since the hydrogen bomb. The entire premise between what makes the hydrogen bomb so powerful is the fact that at some point in the process you switch to fusion rather than just fission. Now, when it comes to fusion reactors, though, it takes a lot of energy to get that fusion process going, and you don't always get the same returns out that you put in. Now, in terms of energy, if you look at it just from like a first law perspective, we're putting in as much energy as we're getting out. But the difference is that energy is actually coming from the masses that are changing of the particles themselves.
Right.
So you're taking the hydrogen. Once the hydrogen is fused into helium, it loses ever so slight portion of its mass. And that's released as energy we can use. The reason we don't worry so much about, say, hydrogen and uranium is because we kind of have an entire ocean to work with. And it's going to be very, very hard to run out of water. The bigger question is, can we actually isolate the specific isotopes of, say, hydrogen we may want and get the infrastructure to work well? Fusion is a very, very exciting field, but unfortunately, I think everyone who's been following news and science for more than a few years is familiar with the fact that every few years there's a major breakthrough in a fusion technology, in quotation marks, that promises us to have a fusion reactor within a year or two that we never get.
Yeah, kind of, I said before I'm a skeptic, right? You might call me a conspiracy theorist, whatever. I kind of think we're being held back. I think that technology is being retarded, slowed, to be politically correct, slowed down, and I think the infrastructure is kind of decaying at a very rapid rate, and who knows how to build, nuclear reactors these days. I think all those people are all old and dying off.
Oh, we can still build most reactors. Like the details of like the problem with nuclear reactors is not the fact we can't build them, it's the fact that people don't want to build them, and the fact that we haven't actually been putting resources towards bettering the technology. Nuclear energy per unit of energy produced, while very safe, is very expensive. It's kind of the opposite of what people think when they think of like energy generally. When you think of nuclear energy, people think very powerful, very dangerous. Normally it's the other way around because of all the infrastructure and all the subsidies that go into its construction. US reactor design hasn't changed much since the 50s, and we're not really building new reactors in the US. Most countries aren't building new reactors. To that end, I don't think it's so much the fact that we're being held back. If you look at things like military technology, we love reactors and we build a lot of reactors. The problem is that reactors are scary, and that there are alternatives that exist that are attractive enough to people, and this is where the more conspiratorial side actually makes sense. If, let's say, all of a sudden you're a coal miner or an oil refiner, or hell, even a wind turbine exporter, nuclear energy, at least to some degree, isn't your friend. And so if you're a wind guy, you're going to argue, why don't we just build a bunch of windmills instead? If you're a solar panel guy, just give me money and we'll make better solar panels. If you're an oil and natural gas guy, well, hell, why are you going to build that? It's dangerous. You have my industry right here. That matters a bit. And that matters a whole lot. Plus, the fact is, with nuclear energy, eventually someone somewhere, a plant needs to be built. And who wants a nuclear power plant in their backyard? It's much easier to have someone build a little, diesel generator. I think people tolerate that much more than they do a full-scale reactor. And regarding the infrastructure, The problem with the infrastructure, I've seen CANDU reactors before. I'm not too familiar about all the details. I do know that they're quite effective. The problem with that is also that a lot of these things, like nuclear energy, very, very heavily government subsidized. And it makes sense. If something goes wrong, it could be a relatively large issue for a lot of people. A coal-fired plant blows up, you have to evacuate a town. A nuclear power plant blows up, you have to evacuate a small region. And so the governments like to place a lot of resources into these plants. It takes a lot of research. It's very heavily subsidized. And to be completely honest, a lot of people don't like that. Because that means your taxpayer dollars might not be going to paving your road. They might be giving a guy who stares at squiggly lines on a graph all day, might get them through grad school. That's where that problem comes from. It's just a lot of competing interests, a lot of politics.
Yeah, there is, a lot of competing interest in politics and academia too, right? I was listening to Professor Krupa in a video a couple hours ago, and he was talking about how in America everything's kind of ruled by, the end click, where they want to go with the paradigm that's already there. That's where the funding is. That's where the prizings are, the prizes and recognition for fame and that sort of thing. And Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, he wrote this book, Set Science Free. And I really kind of saddened that science has been so politicized. And it's, there's lobbyists in the government that causes corruption. Well, there's lobbyists in academia too. And I just wish that we could be more open-minded, because, if you're scientifically minded, you don't want to be like religious people and have a dogma and be a zealot. You want to be like, show me, what are you talking about? What do you got? And when it comes to the scientific journals and whatnot, they're gatekeepers in a way. Like if something goes against the paradigm, they're like, oh, we can't publish this. But they'll go ahead and publish stuff that doesn't work. Are you familiar with the scientific papers publishing having a really low accuracy and repeatable tests? Are you familiar with that? The publishing problem?
Yeah. Actually, give me 1 second because I need it to. I'm going to mute myself so that way it's not kind of loud. I've been having a problem with seeing every few days in my dishwasher a baby cockroach or two. And I think I finally found where they were hiding, so I just bombed that. But I want to wash my hands real quickly just because I'm a bit of a clean freak about that. So I'm going to mute myself, but I'm going to listen to you, and I'll be right back in I don't know, a minute and a half.
Yeah, I like the borax, and there's another one too. What do they call it? The coral reef, the grinded up coral reef. I can't remember what that's called. I'm about to go look. Diatomaceous earth, that's what it is. Yeah, so if you set like a little food down near that area and you put a circle of diatomaceous earth around it, works out pretty well. Non-toxic. Borax is kind of toxic though.
What's the mechanical
Borax,
explanation
Borax
for why
isn't
Earth is the way it is?
painfully toxic. It's actually, I think, while it's an irritant, it's less of an irritant. Sorry, I think the median lethal dose is less than that for table salt. So you just got to be careful about it because it's an irritant and stuff. Like, don't get in your eyes and stuff. But for the most, don't eat it if you can avoid it. Not a huge deal. How those work is that they cut up their abdomens, or they mess with their guts if they consume it. So it's pretty much like barbed wire, or like putting like shards of glass in their food. With the case of I have that down. I actually chalk around appliances, and for the most part, I've done a pretty good job isolating them just every now and then. And I think what happens is it's an old apartment. I think the people who were here before me were very, very dirty, and they hide in the cracks of like walls and cabinets and stuff. There's actually a growth inhibitor down here too, which works relatively well.
Yeah, those work well too. Yeah.
What happened is along the border of my sink, the seal doesn't match up against the countertop perfectly, and so there's a gap within the countertop and like that broader sort of like that under countertop area. My guess is if it's somewhat humid, they've been under there for a while, they're nice and comfortable. I saw a relatively large nymph in my sink. When I walked in to go fill my glass with water, it darted into one of those crevices. I found where that specific crevice was, and I just took a can of Raid snake because it has the snake tip and snaked it in there and just bombed it out real quickly. And so hopefully, because that stuff, it dries quickly, while I wouldn't breathe it and I wouldn't be around it if I didn't have to. It's not the most toxic thing in the world, and it's volatile enough that in that small space it should tell them not to be in there. So, and I have enough like boric acid chalked down, as well as like the inhibitors on most of the surfaces and on most of the counters, that if they try to spend too much time in there, they will die. So hopefully that should deal with at least that little micro outbreak, I guess. I do get what you mean about problems with publishing and accuracy in the sciences. That is a huge problem. Now, areas
I have a
where
question for you, sir. Friendly, I have a question for you, sir.
Shoot.
Is my mic cutting out currently? Testing 1, 2,
It's
3.
a little
Testing.
rough, but I can hear you just fine now, Ham. Yeah.
Thank you. Jerry, he's a good faith interlocutor, and he was warning me that my mic might have cut out. So just making sure. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyway, continue. I apologize.
All good. So now that depends on the field. The fields where you start to have the most problem with the publishing issues tend to be really, really high profile fields where there's a lot of fame and a lot of money to be made by the individual scientists. So for instance, medicine. If you knew the amount of like
that's so
publication-
regulated, it's ridiculous.
It's not even the regulation, right? If it were regulated, that would be one thing, because things would be relatively narrow. The problem with medicine is that, there's so much money to be made, and a lot of times with their biologists, they know how to like do things like test DNA and RNA sequences. Up to some degree, I don't think they're as like statistically informed. And so at times it's very easy to slip things past them. It's very easy to do something called p-hacking, where you test a bunch of things at once. And the idea being is that there's a lot of noise in the distribution for statistics and stuff. And so when you're testing something, you don't know for a fact whether or not it's true. You can only place like a probability that that is representative of what. So generally we have a threshold that if you test something, the significance is at like 5%, which means there's only roughly a 5% chance that you said something was true and it was actually false. So the idea being that the distributions between two data sets are different, meaning you tested something and it had a statistically significant difference in the result. Now the problem with this is, I think my favorite example was it's the one that Pinker brought up, Steven Pinker, and it goes something like
him.
this.
That dude's alright in my book.
Yeah, so let's assume you have a bag of jelly beans with 20 different colors of jelly beans in it, right? And you want to test, do jelly beans cause acne in teenagers? So you give each set of teenagers one of the colors of jelly beans, and it turns out you get one statistically significant result for the specific jelly bean color green. Is that because that result was actually the case, that it was different, that it did cause the acne, or is it that 5% chance that you would get a false positive?
It's probably within the margin of error, right?
It's a false positive because you've tested a bunch of things. Now let's assume all of a sudden I bombard someone with 1 million different chemicals, and I decide that and I do that 5% figure, and what would I expect? What's 5% of 1 million? It's 1% would be 10,000, so it would be 50,000. And I identify roughly 50,000 chemicals that cause cancer. Is it because those chemicals cause cancer, or because it's within that sort of margin of uncertainty? And how many chemicals cause cancer that I didn't catch because it was in the margin of uncertainty in the opposite direction? That's an important problem. So the concept is what happens when you test a bunch of things and then you do the statistical test after the fact, and
This
people
sounds like
publish
a bunch of
significance.
globalist nonsense. Okay, I don't know about p hacking. Okay, but when I look at the Earth, I see that it's flat. I don't know how you can p hack that. Okay,
You're
and so
kind of
everybody,
off topic, bro.
sir, this is 24/7 flat Earth. So it sounds like you're off topic. Okay,
That may be true, but you're kind of interrupting. It's been a good conversation so far. And he's talking about something that's kind of important to me, which is science. So if I'm out of line, somebody let me know.
you know what? You're completely right. I apologize. I don't mean to be a bad faith interlocutor. I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay, so what happens with that though is you have a problem with a lot of institutions. They'll test a bunch of things at once and they'll perform the test to see if it's significant. Generally speaking, with most statistical tests, you create a hypothesis. This will result in this. You test it, and then you say, did it cause the results, yes or no? Oh, okay. But when you test things in mass like this, all of a sudden those little probabilities of a false positive and a false negative, well, they start to stand out. You test enough things and you only publish the positive results, and voila, you have results that won't last next time someone performs the test. Another thing is market like stockbrokers and stuff. So there's a famous example of let's assume you get like 1 million people, and you send half of them. You say this quarter the market will go up, then the other half the market will go down. The batch that you told the right answer to, you do it again and again and again and again, and you go on until you only have like a few thousand people. It's a very small fraction of the people you started with, but to those people, you were always right. It's almost like magic, despite the fact it was just by chance, right? You just randomly gave them a group, you gave them a random answer, but to them, you've made predictions perfectly correctly every time. And so to them, it makes a lot of sense for them to give you every dime they make, because obviously you know the markets. When in reality, you just randomly gave them the group that happened to get all the coin tosses right. So the problem with that, and this is really a problem in, say, medicine. This is because these are people who tend not to be the most rigorously educated in mathematics and statistics. They have classes, they have ethics classes, but they don't look at a histogram and immediately think, what would be the immediate margins of error on this histogram? There's a lot of money involved, even from the individuals. People who are professors of biology can be multimillionaires with the patents they put out. There's a lot of risks. And oftentimes it takes a very long time for when somebody says something wrong, even by accident, for it to be realized. There's so many publications that testing everything that someone says to make sure it was accurate, to replicate those results, isn't always advantageous. And then you have publish and perish too, which is just, if you get a result, even if it might not be true, publish it with that caveat because it's another paper to put on your resume. That's a huge problem in biology. That's a huge problem in medicine. Material sciences, and some physics is a little bit harder to botch and stuff. But when it comes to things like material sciences, hey, I made this new capacitor, that was a huge scandal a couple of years back. Was a guy who kept saying he was making these capacitors out of these certain materials, and he kept getting all these properties, things like cold fusion. We can't replicate them. You have scandals in that because, again, there's a lot of money to be made, and it matters a lot to a lot of people. Varies with the field, too. That matters a lot. So I once asked a geostatistician what field he thought or how his field did when it came to that significance problem, and he said, at least from his experience, fields like geology tend to be better than average when it comes to that sort of stuff. So it depends on the field too, and you got to be careful too, because sometimes what a scientist will do is they'll come up with a result and they'll say, here's my result. I haven't sat down to see if I can replicate this yet. Which is in that sense sort of like a challenge of saying, hey, I did the first part. Who wants to pick it up and see if they can do it better or get a different result? And sometimes what'll happen is somebody will be like, "Oh, cool," and they'll run with it and they'll publish it like it's gospel. That's another problem you see too, and that's one problem that you see sometimes with like pop science articles, is that you have people who are oftentimes like English majors or journalism majors trying to sit down and regurgitate what at times may be a very, very delicate science where the implications for it aren't immediate, but it's like saying, oh, we're one step. We know how to build the screws on this next nuclear reactor because they're this much more durable. And then the journalist walks away with, now they built a new nuclear reactor, which isn't true, and no one wanted to say
Yeah, I
that.
think I've seen something like that not that long ago. Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, they said that the speed of light has been broken. And
It
then,
was a study that suggested, and they ended up chalking it up to a margin of it. It was like an erroneous measurement.
yeah,
But people sure as hell got excited about it.
yeah, they ran with it, didn't they?
Yeah, and that's more of a problem with like journalism and how the public is expected to engage with science than the scientists in and of themselves, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The responsibility of the scientists on that part may be getting better at communicating the results directly, and you'll sometimes see with certain journals, they'll actually heavily encourage or even require scientists to publish a plain language summary as an abstract, which is just a sort of like paragraph-long description of why these results matter to you as an average person, what you should be taking away from this study.
So earlier there was a guy in here, and he was talking about how do we tell like which scientific paper is like legit, and when it comes to like statistics, that's not science. So when you're doing sort of studies in medicine, we can't get too deep into medicine, but there's the placebo double-blind study or something like that, and that's like the highest form. But really, the placebo effect is a real thing. So if you give somebody, let's say, medicine, how do you know what caused the person to get better? The body is naturally healing and self-regulating. So was it the medicine, or was it the placebo, or was it all three? And it's like, how do we really know what is the cause of something?
So
Or how do-
Karl
Go ahead.
Popper had an answer to this. And it was that when it comes to science, you can really only disprove things. You can't know things for a fact.
Falsifiability. Yeah,
Right.
deductive.
That's one of the reasons scientists don't always say things because they think it's the truth. They say it because it's the easiest to falsify thing that hasn't been proven false yet. That's one of the reasons why like sort of parsimonious answers are so popular in science, because if they're wrong, it's easy to test where they're wrong. And it's not so much the fact that everything needs to be as simple as possible, but starting from simple assumptions and working your way up is the easiest way to start ruling things out. Now, when it comes to statistics, that's sort of the probability thing. So if you measure a very large group of people, and you give them all one group the placebo and one group something else, and you notice that a lot more people in the second group that you gave the actual medication to are getting better than the people in the other group, there's a relatively good chance that that medication is doing something good. That's what that's about. And then there's sort of the branch of statistics is how do you measure your confidence that it wasn't just a random chance, that you didn't accidentally like select people who just happened to get better. Because you can do coin tosses, right? I can give you pennies, I can give myself quarters, and we can flip those coins. And you can get all tails with your pennies, and I can get all heads with my quarters, and I statistically conclude that quarters get heads more often than pennies. There's a chance that was just random chance. You just happen to get 10 tails in a row, and I just happen to get 10 heads in a row. But how likely is that? And it turns out things like that are like, when they're like 1 in a million events, you can probably conclude that there's a relatively good chance that it was the medicine actually working and not just the random sort of like organization of that population, right? It's not just chance at that point.
I'm glad you brought up Karl. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go on, talk, Larry.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up Karl Popper, because we get a lot of people that tell us that when it comes to science, it's okay to use induction. And I'm like, well, you don't solve murders with induction. You use deductive reasoning to pin, the murderer down, and where you have to prove it, right? Because in court, you're trying to prove the cause of this dead body, right? So you can't use inductive reasoning like, oh, I think it was the gardener. Like, that's not how you play Clue, right? you have to use deductive reasoning until you get all the way down to, what's that Sherlock Holmes phrase? If everything, no matter how improbable, if you deduced it, then it has to be it, right? I can't remember how the quote goes.
When everything else has been ruled out, whatever is left, no matter how improbable, has to be the answer. Something
Right.
along those lines.
Yeah, something like that. And to me, that's like the scientific method. And everybody that comes in here, they want to argue with us and tell us that, there's multiple scientific methods. And I'm like, no, that inductive logic isn't science. That's not how you do it, because there's a difference between causation and correlation. And I think a lot of times those get conflated. And if you want to know the actual answer to what's causing this effect, you have to run it through the scientific method. I mean, am I wrong about that?
No. What's important to note about the scientific method is that what Karl Popper had there was specifically the hypothetico-deductive method, which is sometimes considered like the Platonic ideal of science, right? These hyper-empirical, the job of scientists is to disprove things, not prove things. Now, while that is it's a huge standard, a lot of times many scientists, especially in low-level classes at good institutions, will encourage students to familiarize themselves with Popper because it makes students better ethically scientists, right? They're not sitting there trying to prove why hydrogen atoms actually are made up of unicorns. Rather, they're interested in thinking in terms of, can I disprove things as they exist? But science has existed for much longer than Popper, a 20th century thinker. We've had science back from figures like Bacon, and even people who followed Popper, like Kunst, talked about the fact that when we look at science, occasionally, while that ideal exists, it's hard to always implement in practice. If there are an infinite number of tests you can perform, how do you pick which tests to do? Another thing on that note is Karl Popper was like, evolution as a theory, and I use theory here in the really, really broad definition that's oftentimes used in science of like large overarching ideas that explain things, is kind of difficult to test in sort of the classic scientific sense. You can't just grab a person and leave them in a room, or grab a population of people, put them in a room and run a test and see how long it takes for them to evolve. That's really hard to run. You couldn't test that directly. Yet he said it's important to note that at least that perspective of evolution gives you a framework from which you can work with other complex ideas. It gives you a mechanism to think about when you're formulating a hypothesis. This group looks different from this group because of this pressure, and the reason I could think that that would be the reason is because of evolution under this lens. And we're always tweaking evolution as we go along. The evolution that people talk about with, like, say, a Gould or a Dawkins or a Pinker, is radical, or a Wilson is radically different than, say, a Darwin, or even like sort of like the pre-Darwinians like Lyell. But it gives us a sort of framework from which to work from when thinking of how to perform science. To that end, Popper is really good to bring up when you want the ideal approach for science, but unfortunately, due to a bunch of factors, it's really hard to implement perfectly. And we tend to get these sort of research clusters based around theories which sometimes compete with each other, and it's a matter of how many hypotheses can each of them predict, or better yet, if these two theories predict, say, they both predict this arc of experiments well, they both do the results, but they predict for this experiment two different results, and one of them is right and one of them is wrong. That's a relatively conclusive way to put one theory to bed while bolstering support for the other one. But it can be a bit hard too, because not all theories are like mutually exclusive either. Remember the example we talked about with Newton versus Einstein. If you sat there and bounced ping pong balls on a table all day, both Newton and Einstein would be right. And it would be very hard to say, do we live in a Newtonian universe or an Einstein universe? But all of a sudden, when you start to look at things like muons, yeah, that Einstein makes a lot more sense. It explains a whole hell of a lot more. But that doesn't mean that Newton stops being able to be used as a tool so long as the assumptions were the same as where Newton originally used. So even though we know we don't live in a Newtonian universe, you can still teach Newtonian mechanics in a class and have people walk away with something they can use. That's the tricky part with science. It's what happens when you start to have to use it to get to like large institutional progress, when you have to work with a lot of people rather than just like one sort of like scientist with an unlimited amount of time.
So I really like what you're saying so far, and I'm not just brown nosing because it's making a lot of sense. So when you talk about like evolution, it's really so ambiguous that it's not really properly defined. A change in allele frequencies over time, like usually that's bad. We call that cancer, right? But I think it's a pseudoscience, right? Because when you look at what I posted, right, Deprogram Wiki, that link right there, the Ebner effect, like this is something that you can do right there, and you put these embryos or eggs in a electrostatic field, and it reverts them back to their original design, so to speak. So it takes GMO products and makes them, like they were originally, organic, I guess you would call it. And I think that has to do more with genetic expression than it does evolution. So, you take a pig out of the wild and the tusk and the hair sloughs off and then it gets all cute and pink and cuddly, right? But then you put it back out in the wild and then it expresses the original form with the tusk and the long hair, right? And the cabbage and the cauliflower and the broccoli all came from the same plant. It's just different expression of the genes. Like, to me, this makes way more sense and is way closer to science than most people will admit. And when I bring it up, I haven't really heard a good argument against it.
So the important thing when it comes to evolution there is evolution is the theory that would give you sort of the connection as to why that would happen. So the idea of when you take a pig and you put it in a barn, you could do the same thing with cats. Let a cat live out in the street, it'll be one type of cat. Bring a cat into your house and treat it like a house cat, it'll be totally different. But its offspring can be the same as feral cats again. What the hell is that? This is a phenoplasticity. And it's the ability for an organism with one gene to sort of live various different lives based on sort of these environmental factors. And the reason that might be useful is so the question is, why would something express phenoplasticity? Why would they change like that? Evolution would be a way of trying to answer that would give you more hypotheses to say, okay, because you can't encode, if you encode for something too strictly genetically, and all of a sudden those environmental conditions change, that organism dies, the genes die with it, those genes don't get passed on to the next generation. Now, once you get to larger effects, though, once you start seeing breeding in a natural setting, this is when we start to move more into the domain of where you start to see the Darwinian evolution shine as an explanation. So if you look at, say, the red maple, Acer rubrum, very phenoplastic tree. It varies quite a bit in terms of what the leaf looks like based on the climate you grow it in. Oh, crud, what's that one paper I'm thinking of where they grew them up and down the Royer et al. 2009. And so what they did is they went to different populations of red maple based at different latitudes. And they collected the seeds from those maples and they grew them at two gardens, one in Rhode Island, or it was Connecticut, I think, maybe, and the other one was in Florida. But their locations were from 4 different locations across the U.S. And so what they realized is that the leaves that they grew in a more northern climate tended to have deeper teeth. They tended to have more teeth to them. They tend to be sharper teeth. They tend to be more defined teeth. That was predictable. And it tended to be the same across all the species. So their siblings in Florida had less teeth than their siblings that were raised in New England. But you could still tell what location the seeds were from, because the ones that were from stocks from, let's say, Ontario that were grown in Rhode Island had more teeth on them than the ones from Florida grown in Rhode Island. Do you sort of see what I'm getting at here? And the question is, why would the same species stratify out like that? And so the Darwinian answer would be, well, the ones with more teeth on their leaves, and there's another paper that explains why trees like having teeth on their leaves in cold climates. But those plants perform better at those climates, so the ones that have those genes are more likely to reproduce. Those genes will become a larger and larger portion of the population, and so the population of those red maples will look different. You're seeing these sort of microevolutionary changes. Darwin is the explanation for why that's occurring, that sort of evolution. And so macroevolution then is what happens if you give those populations a large amount of distance for a very, very long time. Those plants might be very genetically dissimilar. They might not be able to live together, and they might not even be able to hybridize well. Mutations can be very bad, but every now and then, by pure accident, a plant will develop a trait that will give it an advantage. Might not give it an advantage everywhere. That same thing that's an advantage in Canada might be a disadvantage in Florida. An example of an accident that ended up working out well: the microwave was invented by accident. Some British guy was playing around with radars trying to make them more accurate. He left his chocolate bar on it, and he noticed that it turned into soup, despite the radio being near room temperature to the touch. He turns out was able to create a microwave by accident. Now, mind you, if he were doing that and instead he were interested in, I don't know, an air conditioner and started putting off microwaves, yeah, that technology wouldn't have worked very well. But because it was in a condition where it could be utilized well, it was beneficial. It was an error that worked out in the long run. With plants, the idea would be simply maybe perhaps some red maple up north develops seeds with harder shells. Okay, that's a problem because they want those nice long propeller shapes because it allows those seeds to travel a long distance. But it turns out that the squirrels are eating all the propellers in that climate, and so those hard shells are actually making it harder for them to eat. So the seeds are more likely to live because it's not competing with those squirrels. You can actually get more of those trees, and so all of a sudden now the squirrels aren't eating them as much. Maybe those trees will live more. Evolution is the lens for interpreting the results in that case. Not so much a hypothesis because it's really hard to test it, but more of a theory because it's a useful framework to think of. And if somebody could come up with a framework that you could also sort of generate hypotheses from and test that worked well, it would be reasonable to replace evolution with it. But unfortunately, evolution seems to work really, really well, despite the fact it's kind of hard to test directly. Do you see what I mean? It's a tool in this case.
Right, but evolution means the genetic code is changing, whereas phenoplasticity, the code isn't changing. It's just different expressions. So if you look at like the Lebanon cedars, they're massive in Lebanon. But if you take those seeds anywhere else in the world, they just don't grow like that. And to me, that's not evolution. It's just when those trees grow there, they're able to express much more bountiful lumber than if you take it to Israel or something.
Right. But we also know that for trees with strong phenoplasticity, like the red maple, there are characteristics they have that are population specific. And that's not phenoplasticity. That's something else.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But usually when there's when there's a genetic change, usually it's loss of information. It's not usually gaining information. I don't think I've ever seen a case where something gained something other than a copy of a code that's already there, like a third arm.
Well, so that's a tad different there, but you can have duplication of genes and stuff. And in fact, we're all familiar with that already. And if you create a copy of something, you can then modify that copy. You can shave it down, and you would be getting more out of it then. If you get a sheet of paper with random words on it, even if it's a copy of a sheet you already have and you start scrambling those words, you can then get a new sentence. It's difficult to work with, and you're right in the fact that we've been able to see those mechanics of, say, survival of the fittest for quite a while. Let's not forget the fact that Darwin, when talking about evolution, was much more talking about the survival of the fittest mechanics than the actual gene level mechanics. As for the gene mechanics, I'm not like a geneticist or something. I'm not a biologist, so I can't sit here in detail and talk about like what the probabilities are for like switching around and whatnot. But we do see certain predictions, speciation occur that we have seen. And these are sort of predictions that would come out of a theory like that. You're right in the fact that it's hard, but we do see persistent genetic changes. I think sort of the question you're asking with is a little bit more specific, and it's, have we isolated a case where this has happened yet? That again, and that's the problem with theories and not hypotheses, is that it's really, really hard to test that specifically. Now, however, if someone came up with an explanation that explained why you see speciation at this level, but you won't see this level, and it explained phenomena we see better than, say, this sort of like post-Darwinian evolution, the evolution that you see in like Wilson, Gould, Dawkins, that would be okay. And I think a lot of people would be excited about that. But the problem is, though, is it's like knowing that there's something off with Newtonian mechanics, but knowing it's still the best answer you have for some things. There's still a lot of things we don't understand about the intimate details of how genes work, how they replicate, and how often we'd expect a beneficial mutation to occur. But unless we have a better tool set, it's a pretty good tool for how little we know, and it's given us a lot of useful predictions.
Well, I get that. I mean, if you can make useful predictions and it has practicality, especially in the realm of like technology and applied science, I could see it being useful, right? If an engineer can use, that sort of stuff and it helps him do his job better, then it's a tool, right? But as far as it breaking down at the quantum level or at the galactic level, we should teach it as this is the best we got. This is not settled science. It's just a theory. And I kind of feel like when, students are learning about evolution, Big Bang cosmology, it's almost as if it's being taught as settled science. I've heard people say in the past that a theory is above a law. And I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean it's above a law? Like, a theory is just a theory, as when it comes to, like, a natural law, like, it's always going to be the same. So for someone to, like, say that, a theory, like the theory of, let's say, the atomic theory, it's more concrete than the laws of thermodynamics. Like, I don't know how to take that person
No, and whoever
seriously.
said that, so a hypothesis is sort of a question. It's something you can directly test. A theory is a perspective, and a law is a relationship, a mathematically quantifiable relationship. As a general rule of thumb, if you have a bunch of hypotheses that work well together and they're consistent, having a theory that's sort of an umbrella that sort of intuitively or conceptually explains those relationships is a good theory. And you can have an equation that defines something well, like one of Newton's laws, but they don't all have to connect directly. There's generally this sort of idea at like grade school science that it goes hypothesis, theory, law. But it can go in just about any direction. Moore's law is not some fundamental rule of the universe. It's a quantifiable generalization of the technology industry. Hirsch's law breaks down all the time, and it's what, like, one of the reasons why we have like fractal mechanics, because people were interested in describing the scenario in which Hirsch's law doesn't work. Which is about like the clustering of events, how persistent droughts or floods may be. Okay, so and I think the thing is that once you get to sort of say like a university level, once you work with scientists, they they're much more sort of transparent about this. We don't know the intimate details of evolution, but we know that at least this general approach explains a lot. Darwin wasn't right about everything. Hell, he didn't know about the existence of genes, and the guy who came up with the consistence of genes didn't know about DNA. But we can fine-tune it. We can modify that theory, and we can discard the elements that don't work. And if we can find a way that explains how that works, we can add it to that theory. And if it turns out that we come up with a theory out of the blue that explains stuff so much better, we can just get rid of Darwin entirely and use him sort of as a historical, sort of footnote. The problem with grade school science is oftentimes a misunderstanding that science is supposed to be a process and not a collection of facts. Is evolution true? Some permutation of things accumulating change, survival of the fittest, those sort of things, in an attempt to adapt to environment, very reasonable. And we've been able to see that using that theory, using that framework to predict things not only in biology, but things like computer science, when you're testing models and they're competing against each other, when you're using those weights and stuff, at some level, it is sort of incorporating ideas that are familiar with sort of Darwin. Hell, there's a reason why the people who try to apply Darwin to social spheres are called social Darwinists. Because this idea that the survival of the fittest, that separate out at a societal level, you should just let the weak die. Well, not exactly what Darwinist was talking about. And while Darwin didn't advocate for applying that to the social sphere, you can see where it has utility. The question is, do we have mechanisms that explain all the intimate details? We know organisms have changed with time. We just don't always know exactly how, when, where, and why. So we can say with general confidence, yeah, probably more of it is correct than not. But then step back, say, 100 years ago, and you were to ask somebody, well, why do you see the features on the Earth that you do, like mountains? They would say because the Earth is contracting and expanding. It's contracting because it's cooling, and that means that the surface has to buckle. No, the answer now is generally plate tectonics. But what's interesting is, if you go to a lot of, especially the older, professors and stuff of geology, they lived through not just plate tectonics, but the ideas that meteors can be major events in biological history. Two massive paradigm shifts. And they'll even tell you as much of the fact that, yeah, as confident as we are about things like plate tectonics, we can't know for a fact it's correct. Hell, everything before it got, a lot of stuff before it got thrown out. I know that isn't answering your question, but I'm hoping a little bit that you sort of see what I'm getting at here.
It's a process. I agree. It's a process. My problem is the dogmatic approach to these processes is stifling progression. Excuse me. So it's frustrating for people like me who just want to keep an open mind, whereas other people are dogmatic. Like, I want to debate you on evolution so bad right now, but I'm just trying to learn your perspective and what you're trying to say. And I bet there's other people chomping at the bit in the room too that are just dying to ask you what you mean by evolution so they can corner you on a definition and start the debate process, because that's what we do in here. We like to test these theories and run them through the fire. And how else do you purify gold, right? You need, purifying process, heat, right? And diamonds is heat and pressure. So we're trying to refine our ideas and our theories, and the debate process is really good for that, because you get to hear both sides of the coin and have a better understanding of the full picture. So when it comes to evolution, it's kind of a ambiguous thing, but I don't think that there's adaptation happening in the genes that's beneficial. I think the original creature, like the Ebner effect, is a superior creature every time, and every time there's something that sloughs off or slightly changes, it's only going to be beneficial because of what would you call it? Phenoplasticity. It's not actually adaptation at all. It's not evolution at all. It's just the expression of the genes because of the environmental pressures. And it's like the Iceman. Do you know about the Iceman, Wim Hof?
Not off the top. I may know it under different names.
He's the guy who got the world record for swimming under frozen water and
Okay.
ran the marathon with no water in the Sahara Desert and climbed the Mount Everest with nothing but his shorts. Like almost lost some toes.
Yeah. I know the mountain climber with shorts. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's
I thought
done
it was
all these.
Kilimanjaro, but yeah.
I think it was Everest. I could be wrong, but
It might have been both.
it might have been. He's crazy. So this guy, I think what he's doing is he is over oxygenating his body to cause it to go into some sort of hypergenetic expression process to where he can do these things that normal people can't do. So I think he's kind of unlocking things because he's a very interesting guy. If you haven't looked into him, man, he's doing some weird stuff, but he's exposing himself willingly to the scientist. So he's not doing weird stuff and then not letting people test out what he's doing. So it's really interesting, that guy. And I think he's kind of showing us how to unlock our ability to level up by facing the dragons, right? Because nobody wants to do that stuff. Who wants to run a marathon in the Sahara Desert with no water? Like, nobody wants to do that, right? Nobody wants to climb Mount Everest with no shoes. That doesn't sound like fun at all. So he's like showing us, like, hey, you got all this potential. You just don't ever unlock it because you're on your couch all the time. And
that is
Go ahead.
phenoplasticity. You're right. But I think the important thing to note here, though, is if everything was explained by phenoplasticity, and we used to think, and sometime in the fact, we oscillate between how much we think phenoplasticity is important. So I want to give you a bit of a thought experiment in terms of what you'd expect. People in different places look different, and if those people raise their children somewhere else, those children will probably still look like their parents even if they were raised outside of that original location. So that's a bit different than phenoplasticity as we're used to there, right? Why is it that you can adopt a child in Kenya, raise them in Finland, and they don't look like a Finn?
Right, I got you. But if you take monks off of the Himalayan mountains and they start having children down next to the shore, they'll lose that special cardiovascular system that they develop up there.
But not the Sherpa, though. They won't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But do you see what I'm talking about there? That has to be genetic. That's not a phenoplasticity between all humans. That's a specific trait that they have. And so the question is, why, as far as we can tell, is the only population that has that gene? And those concentrations where just about everyone has it, the Sherpa.
So what do you mean by the Sherpa? Are you talking about their clothes?
Oh, the Sherpa are a people in sort of Tibet in like India. So the people who climb Mount Everest regularly, they're oftentimes like the guides and stuff. They very rarely bring oxygen tanks at all. Yeah.
Right, because they have really far advanced, complex cardiovascular systems.
But what's interesting about Sherpa, though, is that Sherpa don't lose it when they grow in a different climate. If you take a Sherpa from the Himalayas and bring him to the Netherlands, and you take him back there after 10, 15 years, he's going to be, for the most part, breathing like the other Sherpa from his village. You couldn't do that with a Dutchman. You could take him from the Netherlands, bring him and raise him in Tibet for 15 years, take him back to the Netherlands for 5, send him back to Tibet, and he'll be struggling again. That's closer to phenoplasticity. But even so, with phenoplasticity, you can have changes that last lifelong. Right? It is much more of a condition of when you were born, you get used to those conditions and you don't change after that, which means you have to be doing so much when you're young. But if that were the case, we could take the children of Sherpa. 2 parents who are Sherpa can move to the Netherlands, have a child, raise their child in the Netherlands, and if they shipped them off to Tibet, I don't know, to visit family, they would be struggling. But they don't struggle. in that case. In that sense, at least under this sort of hypothetical I'm giving you, the Sherpa child is just fine. And we tend to see things like that happen. We see that with skin tone. That's a very common one.
Well, that would be genetic memory, right?
Genetic memory is a tad different. Are you talking about sort of like those epigenetic memory hormone things? Because that's a...
Yeah, epigenetic. Yeah.
So why is it that African Americans in the US, some of which have been removed from the African continent for many generations, still have a darker skin tone than most Americans, despite being removed? Because that memory should fade with time. And it doesn't. And if the memory isn't fading with time, it's actually accumulating. And it can accumulate those traits positively, because that Sherpa trait is very beneficial. Well, then that's still evolution. You've just proposed something a tad different than the genes as I'm explaining them. Because if those memories are very persistent, then it's just still genes again. It just so happens that the mutation process is different.
So I'm sure you know about the people that can dive. What is it? It's like east of Australia. They can dive. What are they called? And hold
The
their breath for like 8
Maori?
minutes. I don't think it's the Maori people, but there's these people that can dive and they live off the water and they hunt in the ocean.
Polynesians? Melanesians?
Yes, yeah, the
Okay.
Polynesians. Yeah, there's a group of them that can hold their breath for like 8 minutes underwater, no problem. And I kind of think I did that to myself a little bit because when I was younger, I was in sports and I was trying to get a scholarship to get into college, and I tore my quadricep. But I digress. So what I was doing, everybody else was taking creatine and trying to get bigger and stronger, and I didn't like that idea. So I rejected creatine. And instead of doing like 80% of my max in 3 sets of 8, I would do this burnout. How many sets of like 60% I could do until I couldn't lift the bar anymore because I was trying to extend my endurance because I felt that I was already strong enough. So I wasn't trying to get stronger. I was trying to have more endurance because I could see the Mexican dudes outrunning me a lot. And although I was stronger than them, I wanted to be more like them, right? Because I was strong enough. So I would do this thing where I would swim underwater. There was an Olympic-sized pool. I would swim the width and back underwater in one breath. And that's how I would train. Everybody else would swim on the surface of the water. And I would train by really pushing myself underwater, by hyperventilating, hanging onto the side, going under and pushing off, and then swimming on the side, pushing off, and then coming back. And that's how I trained, like all the time, like endurance training. And like I went to Colorado, I'm up in Denver, and I didn't have any problem up there. I couldn't tell a difference. Where everyone else was saying that you can feel it when you go a mile high, I couldn't notice anything. I had no idea that anything was different other than it was cold. So I kind of wonder if I unlocked some things by training the way that I did.
Oh, you certainly did, and that's explainable by phenoplasticity. Now, the fun thing about that is, though, there's a good chance that if you just, I don't know, moved to Hawaii, lived a surfer's life, not a diver's life, but a surfer's life out in, I don't know, Honolulu, and went back to Denver again and tried doing the diving, you'd probably start to struggle. And almost certainly a child you had would be struggling. The Sherpa don't have that problem. Do you see what I mean? Those sort of physical skills, you can have quite a bit of flexibility in. And there's a lot of phenoplasticity in the human genome because it allows us to live in many different environments, right? There's no guarantee that the environment we were born in is going to be the environment we're going to live in, is going to be the environment we're going to live until we die in. You don't want every environment you live in to be the environment you have to die in. But that said, though, there are differences between groups of people that are predictable by genes. We can mark them. Things like sickle cell anemia, for instance, which, while it's an example of something that's bad unless you happen to be in an area with malaria, in which case having only one of the 2 genes that cause sickle cell anemia will give you effectively immunity to malaria. There's a reason why that gene is very, very prevalent in areas with a lot of malaria, but you don't see it outside of those regions. There's a reason why you see things like weird immunodeficiency diseases in areas that are prone to plagues that cause cytokine storms, but not in areas like the Native Americans who didn't have to deal with that. The plasticity works. You can train an Olympic runner out of most people, but you can't train every human to be a Sherpa, and you can't just simply by training change your skin tone from being a Finnish man to being someone from Nigeria. That's much harder to do, and even if you can tan, not all people tan. That is less phenoplasticity. That's more about specific genes. And the question is, why are those genes found in one place and not another? Why aren't they even evenly distributed amongst the population? And that's where things like Darwin come into effect with helping to explain things. And it really shines when you're explaining sort of like the difference between species. Why are cats and dogs so similar yet so different? See what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I see your point. You're saying that some things are more permanent, and I would agree with that because when I was doing the research on genetic expression, epigenetics, and all that stuff, he was saying that there's like permanent markers in your traits, and then there's ones that are like written in pencil, and those are the epigenetic ones that cause the genetic expression. Sorry, I didn't mean to say epigenetics. Those are the genetic expression things that can change. So it makes sense what you're saying. I do got to say I am triggered by the evolution thing because I really don't like it. But I guess I really don't like what a lot of people say about it. Is more what I'm trying to say.
And I don't either, because a lot of people misunderstand it. And so even what you were saying there about even if that weren't a permanent gene change, Darwin didn't know about genes. He was just saying that if parents can develop a trait and their children can develop a trait, if you give enough generations and conditions that are like encouraging that trait to exist, you can see large degrees of changes between populations, which is kind of what you're saying. You're talking about a slightly different mechanism at the genetic level. I don't think that that's even that controversial. Where things start to get bad with genes is, like I said, when people read Darwin and they say, oh, that's cool, things change based on pressures. Let's go kill homeless people. That's a totally different thing. And that's much more of a social interpretation of Darwin. Darwin didn't want that. But people who sometimes read Darwin do. And I think it's important at that point to separate the sort of theory with its applications in science from some person who has a social agenda or social ambitions who's sort of interpreting it strictly as a philosophy. Do you see what I'm getting from? Or getting at there?
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm following you. So the whole permanent thing, I can't get too much into the medical stuff, but I've heard that there's benefits if you get the measles naturally as opposed to the other way of getting that introduced into your system. And I hear that these benefits are like way outweigh the medical intervention. And I can't really get into it much more than that because I don't want to trigger any algorithms or anything. So it's like there's natural selection, right? Like you talked about, which, okay, nature is like a concept and it doesn't select anything. But then there's like sexual selection, which I don't hear people talk about a whole lot. So with, mankind, the female usually selects, right? It's her decision, right? Because a guy will just select anybody, whereas a girl will select the fittest.
I mean, Larry, you do. I mean, I just want to say on the measles thing, MMR, right? Measles, mumps, and rubella.
Yeah, we can't really
which
talk
which
about
all of
that
us
subject.
Yeah, well, saying natural immunity is a good method isn't anti-medicine, but it's MMR kills a lot of kids, right?
Yeah,
You
we
don't
can't
want
talk
to
about that.
wait
We're
to
live.
find.
You
Huh?
can't talk about that. We're live on YouTube, so we can't talk about that here.
No,
I'm
we're
sorry.
not vaccine denial. We're talking about a disease. MMR kills lots of kids, right? So even if It was the
You,
case
you
that you
went
thought.
ahead and said the word, bro. We can't say certain things on here. You'll get the channel shut down. You have
It's
to
a
understand.
disease. It's measles, mumps, and rubella.
That's 3 diseases.
Yeah, it's not anti-vax. What are you talking about?
I was just
Stuff you cannot talk here, fuck's sake.
It's like saying we can't talk about the flu or colds or cancer.
Is it flu 24/7?
yeah. I shouldn't have brought it up. I was just.
Ugh.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
getting told off because of you, Larry. That's the issue.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just want to protect the channel because they want to censor us. Give them a reason to. What are they going to do? It's like recording a cop.
Yeah,
know?
but this is just paranoia at this point. If you can't even mention illnesses.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with talking about measles, but when you talk about all 3 together like that, it.
What do you mean you can't talk about all 3? Do you think I don't know. Everyone knows what MMR is. We've all had an MMR vaccine as a kid because it
Bro.
kills kids more than anyone else.
Bro, you can't say that.
It
You're
does.
totally
Just look
going
at
to
the
trigger.
mortality rate of MMR in kids. Just look at it. That's why we develop. That's why you have it as a kid.
Bro, I don't want to have to mute you. Please stop.
Fine,
I
I'll
shouldn't
stop.
have brought it up. Yeah, I shouldn't have brought it up. I was just. I don't even remember what I was talking about.
So, Larry, it's starting to get a tad late for me, so I may duck out in a minute. But
That's fine.
as per sort of your comment of a sexual selection is an extremely interesting topic. People like Darwin talked about it. So it is interesting. It does play a role. It's not like people ignore it when it comes to things like evolutionary pressures and stuff. The other thing is regarding some of the more intimate details of evolution, people, plasticity. I haven't read it in its entirety. I've read large portions of it so far. I do plan to finish it in not too far the future. Selfish Gene by Dawkins. It's really supposed to sit there. It's not the only sort of approach to it. I think Wilson has something that's a bit contrary to Dawkins. I could be wrong about that. Don't misquote me. But that's a good book if you're sort of interested in seeing what the standard that a lot of people work from. The other one is regarding sort of the difference between phenoplasticity and genes and stuff. Has it's sort of tangential to that topic, and I know you like Pinker, the Blank Slate, because I think he handles it relatively well, and I think you'll sort of be able to sort of touch on there how flexible and how malleable people are versus what characteristics are determined at a genetic level. It's a really good book.
Yeah, if you could just send me, DM me the title, I'll try to get into it because I do like audiobooks while I'm at work.
Sure, let's
So,
see.
yeah, it was a great
Both of them
conversation.
or just the one?
Yeah, I don't like Dawkins too much, so I'll go ahead and skip that one.
Sure thing.
I think he's very narrow-minded and opinionated, but sorry, I called my dog. Yeah, it was a great conversation. I hope that we didn't bore everybody to tears at any time somebody would have asked us to get a room that could have been accomplished, but hopefully it was entertaining, talking about a bunch of ideas, and this guy wasn't rude and obnoxious, so it was kind of refreshing. So I
I'm
appreciate
going
the
to give you
conversation.
the Wikipedia page. I'm going to drop it. Can I drop it in the sidebar for the Blank
Yeah,
Slate?
that's fine.
Here you go. Alrighty, I'm going to duck out now. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, come back anytime. Peace.
Peace.
I know you guys are dying to talk about the globe, please. And thank you. He's a psychologist. What? I didn't know he was a psychologist. Had some of the best conversations on here late at night.
Don't listen to anyone who cites Pinker. That's what I say. Just don't.
I think I've heard a few good lectures from him, and
No.
yeah, I don't think I'm gonna read this because this is not his field of expertise. So
He's kind of one of those. I'll write a book on any topic, you know.
yeah, I don't know if I'll read this. I thought he was a legit scientist. If I was going to read a book about something like this, it would be from like a geneticist or something.
I don't know. I like science communicators. If you just try to read like the science textbooks or the actual literature for the experts, you tend to miss out on a lot of terminology. But science communicators dumb a lot of concepts down so that normal people can understand it.
But he's a psychologist, right? I don't know if you want to call that a scientist, but at best, right? If you want to look at the world through a psychologist's lens, then sure. I mean, everyone who's got a discipline will have a lens that they look through. Like I don't know if you ever debated, like, I don't know, a computer scientist. They almost have a robotic mind when they debate, and a politics graduate will speak about the world like how you'd expect a politics or economics student to. So in that sense, it might be interesting for you. But I've read a bit of Pinker, and yeah, I don't find him particularly that interesting.
I went through this period when I was taking a break back in like 2017, 2018, where I just would listen to like as many different like professors that I could and try to find one that I liked. And most of it had to deal with like physics, because at the time I was trying to understand light, because I was real confused about, is it flat, is it curved? And I was on the fence for like a year and a half. And during that time, I kind of considered it like my time to educate myself a little better. And I do remember seeing a couple of his lectures, and I liked him. I just didn't realize at the time that he was a psychologist.
Well, I've read a couple of Pinker's books. Enlightenment Now I'm halfway through that, and what was the precursor to that? It was the same thing where he just went through statistical changes over time. And I find his writing on that subject pretty compelling. The idea that humanity is actually advancing, we're not going backwards into
You're talking
some.
about better angels of our nature.
Yeah, that's the one. And it's been backed up by a couple of other books I've read. Like there's a
It's
guy
also been
who's a
disputed.
historian.
It's also been disputed, right? So do you know who some of the names of the people who have gripe with better angels?
No, I don't really care that
Yeah.
much because I'm not interested in any specific claim from the book. It's just that it's a body of work that seems to back up other bodies of work I've seen.
You remember Fukuyama? Everyone thought he was right about mankind history, his anthropological look at politics and where it is and why it's over now. Pink is just another one of them, really, you know.
To an extent, but again, there's other works that back it up. It's a pretty simple concept. Humanity seems to be advancing morally and just as a society, and we can see this in the numbers.
So by far, my favorite lecture of all time is Manly P. Hall. The way that dude just doesn't look down at his notes, and he just lays out like hour-long, like flawless lectures. He was definitely my favorite during that era when I was just consuming so much.
Yeah. Should look into Nassim Taleb and his critiques of Pinker, Dogs and Gods.
Yeah, sure, I will. Is there any actual good critique, anything individual you can give me, or is it just I'd have to read it to know?
Well, a lot of it is due to how he uses statistics are a bit dubious. He brings up the idea that how he defines terms, conflicts, for instance, conflict disappearing in the world, doesn't seem immediately obvious. Yeah, and there's the idea that liberal democracies are less violent towards each other. I mean, that's obviously it's got flaws, mainly around the idea that you have scapegoat states where you could make an excuse for why you want to have conflict with them, but that's not to say that liberal democracies necessarily have anything intrinsic about them that will make them not go to war with each other. You should look at his critiques. You know, it's not too bad.
What's his name? Can you send a link?
Nassim Taleb, Taleb.
Nassim Taleb. Cool.
Yeah, I was following Jordan Peterson for a little while too, and Lemon Bird, wherever he's at, shout out to Lemon Bird, told me that I should look at his critics. Woo! Wow, yeah, he had some pretty good critics.
Everyone likes a book until they've read. Because I liked Pinker when when you have you're a student, you're very young and dumb, and you read a book, you're like, oh, this makes a lot of sense, and then you read the critique, and you're like, oh, never mind, I don't know if I agree with it anymore. That's basically the story of my life.
Yeah, I never really heard anybody say anything bad about Manly P. Hall that was legitimate. They say, oh, he was a Mason, you can't trust anything he says. Like, well, that's a genetic fallacy. So if anybody has any good critique of Manly P. Hall, I'd like to see it, because that dude is just one of a kind, in my opinion. And I get it, he gets into a lot of occult/esoteric stuff, but I mean that's the thing. If you're a philosopher and you're a seeker, you're gonna look at stuff that most people don't look at. So yeah, he talks about some stuff that most people don't talk about. But I don't think he's a bad dude. He's not like Alice Bailey or Madame Blavatsky. He's not like them, in my opinion. You know, he's not like Aleister Crowley or anything like that. I don't think he's on the dark side.
Why would a philosopher be actually interested in that stuff though? Because it's all just fake voodoo bullshit that doesn't do anything. Like I've never seen Blavatsky or any of those magicians actually manage to do anything.
Yeah, I'm not into Lucius Trust or any Alice Bailey stuff. I don't dig all that stuff. I definitely don't like Aleister Crowley. Or Crowley, whatever his name is. He was the guy who gave us LAM, L-A-M, and that's like the modern depiction of the gray aliens.
Yeah, but like, why would a philosopher try to discuss or think about something that's never been shown to be real? Like any of this magic and alchemy and all that sort of stuff, like the Crowley,
Philosophy gives us
Blavatsky,
alchemy?
right-hand path.
Well, I gotta say, I thoroughly enjoyed every single lecture that I've seen by that guy, and it is really good for me to be at work listening to something like that, not thinking about my mundane job. So definitely got my dollar's worth.
A manufactotum in texture. Like I've never come across Crowley. It's because Manufactotum has read every person you could possibly read. He's a fucking nerd.
Yeah, one of my favorite quotes from Manly P. Hall is that in cosmology, it's mostly philosophy, but science tries to hide that, or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it goes. It's been a while, but yeah, that's definitely one of my favorites because I go and I start studying like cosmology and philosophy, and it's like, oh, like most of this stuff is all philosophical, and there's like no science whatsoever. And then I come across QE, and it's like he's saying there's no science in this, and it's like, damn, this is all just philosophical, and that's why I can't understand why so many people get triggered when they come in here and have these conversations. We're talking about theories and philosophy, and to them, they're like, no, this is science, and science is settled. And it's like, wait a minute, science can't be settled. And they're like, you're wrong.
Yeah,
Wait,
I said.
who's ever said that? Who's ever said that?
Well, like I said earlier, I've had people tell me that theories are higher than laws when it comes to science. So it's like, you know, it's not
Oh, I
just
know
the
what that
theory of
means.
gravity. You know, they're trying to say that it's like more legit than the laws of thermodynamics.
Oh, you're talking about my
Said that
conversation
though.
with you.
No,
I
no,
didn't
not
say
you.
that, Mister. I said
Not you, bro.
that.
I was talking about somebody in 2015.
Okay, 2015. Just to make sure.
So like one out of a few thousand people say it.
Yeah, I've heard people say, like, the theory of gravity is not just a theory, it's science, you know, trying to imply that it's, like, settled and we're never going to have anything different or better. Einstein was a
Well,
genius, just an idiot, that sort of thing.
the theory of gravity, that's a set of laws now. But this theory of relativity, I mean, yeah, sure, it's a set of laws. You could probably argue that it is, but
What?
it's not as settled.
The theory of relativity is a set of laws?
But yeah, I'd say that there's a set of laws there. Like the constant speed of light is a law, right?
Well, Dr. Rupert Sheldrake would disagree with you.
Why do I care about one guy?
Well, I
and his
mean, if you
opinion?
don't want to hear the dissenting opinion, if you don't want to
No,
hear
I
the
do.
dissenting
I'd be
opinion,
happy
that's
to.
fine.
I'd be happy to, but it's just an
You
opinion.
need a
And it's
reason.
like assholes, as the saying goes, opinions don't really matter. Everyone's got them. So, what did he actually do to show that the speed of light isn't constant?
He found it's not a constant. He found all the different speeds of light that have been recorded. And when he accused the guy of cherry picking and fudging, and he said, "We don't like the word fudging," but that's exactly what they were doing.
Was this one way or two way speed of light?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Well, the claim is that the two-way speed of light is constant, but the one-way speed of light can be non-constant because it has to do with your reference frame. Whereas the two-way speed of light, if no matter which reference frame you're in, will be constant because it reduces the changes that happen to something in a different reference frame. When you then double back, it nullifies that contraction that you may have. So anytime someone tells you the speed of light isn't constant, they're talking about the one-way speed of light. But the two-way speed of light has always been measured constant.
Well, I guess it would have to be the two-way speed of light because it wouldn't have been such a big deal if it was the one-way speed of light then.
Was it a big deal, though?
It was, because when he pressed the guy, well, how are you going to hide the fact that the speed of light changes? And the guy smirked and said, well, we got that problem fixed because we've tied the meter to the speed of light. So if the speed of light changes, then the meter will change. I like Rupert Sheldrake. He's also one of my favorites.
I don't understand this. So you're saying that in a conversation with someone, this guy said that how are you going to say the speed of light is constant? And the guy replied condescendingly with something like it's tied to the meter, so it has to be constant, and somehow that invalidates the speed of light.
No. The speed of light changes. They always select the data that fits the constant, but it's not actually a constant. It changes. He made a joke when he was telling the story about this, and he said, well, it's kind of like the stock market. Like, what is this? Oh, this is like the weekly constants, saying that they change. And it's in his book, Set Science Free. It's in many lectures that he's made. I think there's a banned TED Talk about it that you can find.
Yeah, but it's a ridiculous proposition to say that selecting the speed of light that it hasn't been contracted, so the two-way speed of light, or a measurement that could be made knowing that there's no extra variable applied to that speed of light, like Sagnac effect or any rotation or motion of an object causing a path of light to change its time it travels. Selecting something that has been controlled isn't cherry picking, it's just good science, right?
Out of the ones that disagreed with the constant, you think that's good science, selecting the ones that you like?
Yeah, 100%. If the ones that have disagreed, you can show that they disagree because of some variable like motion or different reference frame or like contraction. You understand how that works, right?
That's not happening. They're all properly measured, but it's not a constant. So they've chosen.
I don't know what that means.
Well, maybe you just have to look it up. Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, banned TED Talk. Okay, so you've seen the video then, so you don't need to ask.
No, I haven't seen his video, but I've seen the concept of the one-way speed of light being different. And I know why that is. It's because of motion of whatever is receiving that speed of light, or motion of the object the speed of light is on, like the light beam is on, like the Sagnac effect, that sort of thing.
Well, I'll post a video for you when I go over there. Give me a few minutes.
I'd much rather some published work from him, because if it's just a video where he just makes a heap of claims, it's kind of worthless, right? What's his name?
It's a lecture from his book.
But Rupert Sheldrake, is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay, it's time to stop waxing philosophical. What's going on, guys?
We're just talking about Rupert Sheldrake and how he goes against the mainstream. He wrote a book, Set Science Free.
This Dogs of God's gonna now what? Go look for a book? Go to a library, Dogs of Gods.
I'll look for a condensed version of what his arguments are.
He's going to Google something, read a paragraph, then act like he's an expert.
Nope. Based. That's what I do. Don't read. That's what I say.
But like, what's wrong with that? So his argument is that there was a change in the speed of light as humans measured it between 1928 and 47 or something. But I don't understand how that means the actual speed of light has changed, or like it could just be that we measured it differently for all those years. It's like when you guys talk about the measurement of distance to the sun. It's changed over the years because our measurement devices have changed. But that doesn't
Why don't
mean
you
that
measure it instead of saying what other people did? Why don't
there
you
isn't
see
an
if you
actual
can measure?
measurement. Why don't you try to have a conversation? Why don't you try to discuss
Why
things
don't
instead of just
you do
feeling like
these things instead
bad,
of
upsetty,
defending things
stupidity?
that you've never
Why don't
seen done?
you try to have a discussion instead of just coming in and trying to shut down everyone
It's
by being
it's
belligerent?
bullshit.
You're bullshit. Say something useful, please. Or like, don't say anything at all.
I can't do that without you crying.
Sorry, so you think saying, why don't you go and measure it is a useful thing for you to say in a conversation?
I think it was rude of me to kind of interrupt what you and Larry were talking about, but go ahead, Larry.
Well, no, that's not the rude part. The rude part is that you came in to say something that is nothing, to actually just shut down the
Well,
conversation
the thing is
by
like
saying,
you
why
act
don't
like these things are
you go and
done,
measure it?
but you've never done any of this shit. You've never measured the speed of light. You don't know what the fuck you're talking
No, I
about.
haven't.
You're a fucking
Because
Google scholar.
it's not consistent with my epistemology to have to go measure every fucking thing out there. It may be consistent with yours, which means that you can't claim anything to be true unless you've done
I
it
don't give a
yourself.
fuck
So,
about the speed
do
of
you have
light.
any central claims
That's the
to your
difference.
life that you've gone and measured yourself?
If I gave a fuck about the speed of light, then I would do it, right? But you do care, but you haven't done it. What's up with that?
Yeah, so what's up with that is that I don't live by that epistemology that I have to go and measure everything all the time. If I can see someone else has measured it, that they have other people around them that have fact checked it that say, yeah, it measures to be that. If I see that it's a consistent theory, if I see that it matches everything else by that criteria, then like I'm pretty happy believing in it. Same with if they throw a prediction, that prediction keeps being right, then I'll be happy with that theory that throws out the prediction. But how do you live your life? Like, how do you know anything?
I don't give a fuck about the
Great
speed of light.
minds. Tis
Yeah,
globe.
So
I've
you don't
never cared about the speed of light. I never will need to know the speed of light. But if you come in here acting like you know, then maybe you should figure it out instead of reading, oh, someone else did it. Now I know. Bullshit. You don't know anything.
But that's not my criteria for knowledge. That's your criteria you're trying to push on me. So you can say that I'm not going to accept what you say about speed of light, but you can't say that I can't be happy accepting the speed of light because it fits my criteria. Just because it doesn't fit yours doesn't mean it doesn't fit mine.
Is globe.
Yeah, it is a globe.
Dogs
Like,
are
that's
gods.
something I've measured before. It's
Are
definitely a
you
globe.
disputing with the straight line?
You've measured it, you said.
No, I don't need to measure. What I've done is
Of course, you don't have to do anything.
I've witnessed something that can only happen on a globe Earth.
Okay. Well, I've witnessed something that can only happen if God exists. Now what?
So my thing that I've witnessed can be witnessed by any human
God
being
exists
alive
now?
today. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. You were talking while I was finishing my sentence.
I said, does God exist now?
No, because mine can be shown to other people, making it objective. Yours is only in your own mind,
Okay.
making it so.
Okay.
Different criteria. Well, sorry, same criteria, different.
How do you know that if you don't know what it is that he witnessed?
That's a very good point, Larry. But I know that if I ask Jerry from prior experiences, Jerry isn't going to actually engage with that. He's just going to keep getting upset his spaghetti. Or furious fusily, which is a type of
Yeah,
task.
furious Fusili. Yeah.
Furious.
Well, I could call you other names, fatuous fusily.
Call me anything you want.
Great. So, like, can you show your experience of God to other people? How about that? That's a fair question.
Yeah, just pick anything you want, any phenomena, and say that's because God exists. That can only happen if God exists. Kind of like you do with the globe, right?
Wait, sir,
No,
I want you
not
to
at all.
understand. Okay, God made the entire world. Okay, so the fact that you're even on this phone or this laptop or whatever you're on right now, okay, that's because of God. That's evidence of God. Okay.
Yeah, and since Ham is a good faith interlocutor, I know that he's being sincere.
Thank you, Jerry. I try to always be
I'm
sincere.
sorry. Are you critiquing me for not being good faith right now?
No, I would never do that.
Okay, thanks. So if you say any phenomena out there can show God, well, then it's not positively indicative because it's not showing the difference between one potential thing and another potential thing. You're just claiming that everything must show a God because of a presupposition. I don't do that with the globe. I look at the two possibilities, one being globe, one being a planar Earth, and I can make an argument that what I witness can only happen on a globe Earth. And until someone can falsify that argument is enough for me to believe, and I think most people should believe based on this argument,
Okay,
that the Earth is a globe.
Here in 24/7 Flat Earth, okay, I know, in your little globe universe, we're talking about beliefs and all that stuff. We're talking about truth. We're talking about reality, okay? Nobody cares what you believe. We're talking about science here, okay?
Yeah, no one cares what I believe, they just care what other people they believe individually. Instead of something that's an objective observation that can only logically fit the globe Earth.
And this is what they do. This is what they do, okay?
This is what they do, Darth Dawkins. This is what they do.
This is what they do.
Darth Dawkins.
Yeah, where do they grow these people?
Ham, can you give me one of your all-time best flat Earth debunks, please?
How can the Earth be flat? Okay, and Jerry will
That's
back
the
me up.
debunk.
How can the Earth be flat? Hold on. Explain this, flatties. How can the Earth be flat if there are mountains and concave structures such as oceans? And they get very
Actually,
false
I think Jerry might be interesting to take this up with because he thinks that the horizon is a straight line.
The horizon. Well, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that the horizon is a straight line, so that means the Earth is flat.
Roo, welcome to Flat Earth.
And this is what they'll tell you. They'll say, no, we're just interested in truth. We're just interested in science. This is what the globalists will tell you. And then you realize this is what they tell you. This is what you realize. It's all to take God away from your life. Okay, accept Jesus in your heart, and you'll know the flat Earth. Okay.
Roo, I do want to just take God away from people's lives. No, I don't. I want to take Jesus away on a nice trip to a nice, I don't know, I don't want to say beach because he's probably sick of sand, but maybe a nice forest retreat somewhere where he can take some ayahuasca and get closer to his dad.
And there we have it, folks. There we have it. In any... Oh, go ahead, Jerry. Sorry.
Well, were you about to ask, what's the mechanism by which Earth was formed to make it flat?
That was the exact question I was about to ask.
Yeah, balls in the sky. Balls in the sky. What's the mechanism for no ball on the ground?
All right, there's Rupert Sheldrake talking about the constants changing.
The thing
Yeah,
about
I
that
looked into his
critique,
argument. His argument is just that the measured constant, we've measured it differently over time as we've changed how we measure and the devices we use to measure. So it just seems like another one of these, like, we don't know the exact number, but, like, that doesn't mean that it changes. It just means that we're the ones that are measuring it differently.
the thing about your
So
flat Earth critique, Ham, is that I don't know if I've ever met a flat earther who's ever said they know what the luminaries are. So I don't know where you could really go with it. I don't know.
why would we make knowledge claims on something that we can't verify?
Because you can logically come to that knowledge without having to verify it based on things like induction.
Well, I think what you're missing is that Ham is a good faith interlocutor.
Everybody knows
I
that.
agree. He seems to be a genius and a gentleman.
You know, I was a flat earther, and then you know what I did? I went to the Flat Earth Society website, and you know what I saw? They don't actually have a model, right? They don't know where Africa is. They don't know where Europe is. They actually just don't know where anything is.
Do I know where London and France are?
No, they don't. They have no clue. They have no clue
Do
where
they
London.
see it? Do they see London? Do they see France?
To be honest with you, these are kind of the uncultured types. Okay, they probably.
What if they look through a hole in the wall? Do they see London? Do they see France? Do they see ladies in underpants?
They see a couple leggings and underpants. I'm not gonna lie with you, dogs. I'm not gonna lie with you. Okay.
My man. Going from the Flat Earth Society to the Fat Ass Society.
MMA, is that you? Australian dude.
Me?
Yeah, are you MMA?
No. I've had no other names on Discord. No, I've always been Dogs of Gods.
Fair enough. Please continue. Oh, but I was going to say that it didn't say in there that they had different tools. They said they were getting different results, and it changed, and he got all the owed copies and saw that they had changed, and he confronted the guy about it and admitted that they had changed. He didn't make the argument that, oh, well, we had old technology back then, and that's why it changed. We've got better and better results. He admitted that they were changing and admitted that they had tied the meter to the speed of light so that people wouldn't notice that it changed. So whatever rebut you saw, it was invalid.
No, it's not invalid, actually. It's still logically valid. What would be invalid is making it so that I can't rebut someone's argument just because someone else, who he was talking to at the time, didn't use the same rebuttal I'm using now. That's an invalid inference. What I'm saying is, and this is valid, that we have different tools that measure the speed of light. Different people have measured the speed of light. There's always going to be an invariance to any measurement that a human being makes because we're imperfect creatures and every single measurement device has a margin of error. And because of that, it is fair to say that the speed of light has changed over the history books, but not in reality, because humans have changed our measuring device and the margin of error on those measuring devices.
But that's what you want to believe, but I don't think you ever heard the original argument. I think you just found the rebuttal, and you're going to go with that because that's what makes you feel comfortable so you can sleep at night.
What do you mean? I just you agreed with the argument that the speed of light has changed over time, or at least humans have, because of all these old measurements that he gave, and then I gave an argument for why that makes sense.
So we were wrong a decade ago, but we're correct now, right? And that makes sense to you?
We're probably still wrong now. We're just probably wrong to a smaller margin of error. That makes sense to me. Does that not make sense to you, mate?
No.
No.
Why doesn't that make sense to you?
Because he said that it dropped by like 20 meters per second in 1940 something.
Okay. What's the speed of light measured as right now?
I don't remember.
You don't?
No, I know
Speed
it's
of
a big
light
number.
in
1.2 million or something.
Wow, so 20 meters per second change out of 299 million meters per second Why does that matter? Why couldn't that just be a margin of error? That's like, I don't know, that's like 0.000000. Yeah. No, 0.00%. 0.000002%, something like that.
Well, if it's changing, then it's not a constant.
No, it's still a constant. It's just our measurements that have changed. So the constant is still there. This is like a reification fallacy again, which I know it gets frustrating that I always
What
call
am I
these
adding
out.
concreteness
It's
to?
you saying to the measurements that we have gotten. So the measurements we have gotten, you're saying that has to be applied to the actual speed of actual light, when in fact it's a mathematical model of the speed of light gained through trying to measure it.
Okay, so I added concreteness to a measurement of an actual thing. That doesn't make any sense,
Yes.
bro.
Of
If
course
it's an
it makes
actual
sense.
thing, no. The reification fallacy is when you add concreteness to an idea. The speed of light is an actual thing. It's not a flippant idea, bro.
The idea is the measurement that we've gotten from measuring devices. If you have like a laser measure, whatever they're called, like a laser distance measurer, and you point that at a wall and it says like 4.83 meters away, and then you go to the wall and the wall is 4.8352 meters away, so it's actually more than 4.83 meters away. Well, then what you end up with is this disconnect between your measurement, because the device is a margin of error, and the thing itself. You're trying to say that the measurements, or at least this guy's, whatever his name is, I've forgotten his name already, he says that the measurements should be applied to the actual speed of light, to say, well, no, the actual speed of light has changed because the measurements of the model has changed. That is a reification fallacy. That's trying to influence the concrete thing with the model that we've created based off measurements, which are imperfect.
Did you say taking a measurement is an idea?
Taking the measurement creates a model.
No, you
So
said
that is
taking a
an idea,
measurement is an
yes.
idea. Because measuring
Yes, so the
something is
number that comes
concrete.
out, the number that comes out at the end of a measurement is an idea. It's a model of reality.
No, an idea is like space-time. That's an idea.
No, and the measurement of something is an idea of the actual measure, like the actual length of that thing.
So measuring something is an idea.
Yes, can you change the actual length of a piece of wood by measuring it incorrectly?
Of course not. But I don't see how measuring
Okay.
something is an idea. Can you elaborate?
Yes, so once you aren't actually holding the thing and saying the thing is equal to the length of itself, you then have to have a mathematical conception of what the thing is, and that's just an idea of what it is. Without actually having it there and saying the thing is equal to its own length, any measurement of distance or length or weight or anything must necessarily just be an idea of the actual thing's length, distance, weight.
Idea, something such as a thought or concept that is a product of
Bingo.
mental activity. So measuring something is not a product of mental activity. Measurement
Of
is a
course it is.
physical. Hold on, bro. I'll let you talk. Measurement is a physical thing that you do to ascertain, the number, the length of something. It's not an idea. An idea is like love or liberty or space-time.
No.
So I didn't add concreteness to measuring something. There's already fucking concreteness to measuring something.
No, Larry, you're wrong about this. The moment you put a number on something instead of just saying it's equal to its own size, you're adding an idea or a concept to it. Because can you show me anywhere that a 1 meter exists that isn't just a concept that humans have come up with and then tried to, as perfectly as possible, put down on a piece of wood, but never actually perfect? Even just the idea of a meter as the distance, speed of light will move in a certain, distance. If you try to do that, a certain time, if you try to do that, that's a concept. So again, all of this is just ideas, even if you physically measure to get the idea.
So when you bring your bananas to the market, or you get them at the market and they weigh that out, do you tell the lady that it's just an idea, that you don't actually have to pay that amount? Or do you just save that for like Discord and shit?
What does that have to do with my argument?
Because you're arguing that it's an idea, it's not the actual weight of the bananas.
Yeah, but I think it comes pretty close to the actual weight of the bananas.
So you don't argue with the clerk, you just come on here to argue with us.
Yeah, because someone has said they invalidated the speed of light by taking the measurements, which are just ideas, even though they're very, very close. They're within like a fraction of a percentage point to each other for the speed of light. He's saying that because we've measured it differently, that applies to the actual speed of light. He's taking the measurement, the concept, the abstract, the idea, and applying it to the concrete speed of light. That is a reification fallacy.
Okay, if you think I did a fallacy, whatever, but I don't think I added concreteness to anything. We're talking about the speed of light changing over time, and you saying the measurement of that is an idea, and I've added concreteness to that idea, which is weird.
Yeah, when you say the measurement changing indicates the actual speed has changed, you've taken the concept and added it and changed it to the concrete. That's his argument is that it isn't a measurement change, just a conceptual change. It is an actual change to the speed of light over time.
So when you get pulled over, do you go to court and try to argue this shit to the judge?
No, but people have actually measured that radar guns only measure, I don't know, are somehow imperfect because of things like this. But that doesn't matter. Because again, like you either have to deal with this argument I've made that it's a reification fallacy,
I'm
why,
serious.
or
you go in there and tell the judge
or
it's
you
a
can keep
reification
doing this
fallacy.
bullshit. You can keep doing this bullshit thing where you're acting like me giving a good argument against someone else's argument is invalid because I don't argue with cops about it or I don't argue with like grocers about it. It's a fucking invalid argument, Larry.
You see, Your Honor, what it is really, it's a reification fallacy, Your Honor. And
Yeah,
what you're trying to do
sarcastic.
what you're
Being
trying to do
sarcastic
is you're
isn't an
trying to
argument,
add concreteness to the measurement of my speed, comparing it to my speed, Your Honor. So this officer here, he doesn't really understand, but he's fallacious in his reasoning. And what's the judge going to say?
All that is, Larry, is an ad hoc. You being condescending and sarcastic when I gave you an actual argument for why this guy's bullshit of like disproving the speed of light, showing the speed of light was different or whatever he did, why that is incorrect. It is an invalid inference he has made.
Are
you just going to act like a little child again?
Are you sure you didn't go by Monsanto at one point?
Oh, bingo. You're just going to act like a little child. You're just going to deflect from the fact that I've like something that you thought someone had done, I have now shown you to be invalid. And rather than discuss that, you want to talk about me. You want to like make sarcastic comments about me. You want to ask if I like am consistent somehow, even though it's not consistent to think that a measurement can be very, very close to the thing itself without actually being the thing itself.
I'm just reporting on that the speed of light has changed. And
no, it hasn't.
You don't like that. Yeah, it has.
The measurement has changed. The measurement has changed, Larry. Does that mean the speed has changed?
And what does that mean when measurements change? Doesn't that usually mean that the thing that we're measuring has changed?
No, it doesn't.
So
not when it's something like a
the
fraction of a
evidence.
percentage.
You're going to ignore
Nope,
the
that's
evidence.
not evidence. I just told you why. Like if I have a piece
then how
of
do we
wood
know we got
and
it
I
right
have a
now?
measuring tape, and then instead of a measuring tape, I have like a micrometer, I have something else that's much, much, much better designed. I can get that bit of wood to measure like 2 centimeters with my measuring tape, and then I find out that it's 2.4 centimeters with a much more fine measuring ruler, and then I find out that it's 2.43 when I look at it with like a laser measuring device. I can change the measured distance of a thing without that thing actually changing.
Well, let me get this straight. We can't accurately measure it to get the actual measurement because there's a margin of error. But we know that it hasn't changed even though we can't accurately measure it. Is that your final answer?
That isn't anything that I said.
Yeah, it is. You said that we can't accurately
No,
measure
it isn't.
But
What
it is
you've done
constant
is...
even though we can't accurately measure it.
Nope. All I've done is I've invalidated the argument that that guy put forward to say that it isn't constant. Okay? Do you understand that, Larry? I didn't make a positive case for it being constant. I said that the guy's argument for it not being constant is invalid. Do you understand that, Larry?
Yeah, I understand that you're saying that the measurements aren't accurate, but the constant is, even though we can't measure it.
Nope, never said anything about the constant being accurate. I just said that the guy who was saying that because the measurements change means the constant changes is
it
doing
constant?
invalid logic.
Is the speed of light constant?
From what we understand of it, it seems to be. That doesn't mean that it has to be. It doesn't mean I 100% know it is. It seems to be, and we have some evidence of that.
What's that evidence? It certainly isn't the measurements, is it?
There are measurements that indicate that it is, yes.
Wait a minute. There are measurements that indicate that it changes.
Yes.
Can you show me
Now,
that?
what you're going to do is you're going to try to straw man that into thinking that it's
Hold on.
proven or that every
Can you-
measurement has to be the same. So please go ahead and straw man.
Can you show me the evidence that it is constant?
I could look it up if you'd like me to, but I just want you to be a big boy since you're asking me to run away from the conversation and like do something for you. I want you to be a big boy and just admit that I never said it was constant when I was arguing against this guy's argument.
So you never argued that the speed of light is a
Oh,
constant?
so bad faith. So fucking bad faith, mate.
So let me get this straight. You
Like,
never
you can't-
said that the speed of light is a constant. That's what
You
you're saying.
can't bring yourself.
What are
You
we
can't
arguing
bring
for?
yourself to. You can't bring yourself to like accurately portray what I'm saying and agree that what I said or what I was arguing for isn't what you want me to be arguing for now. You just can't do that, can you? It's impossible for you to do because you think you have divine knowledge about shit that you don't have. So I'm going to say it again. The guy's inference for saying the speed of light isn't constant because the measurement changes is an invalid inference. So can you deal with that, please, for the love of God?
Yeah, so you're saying that it's not accurate. So if it's not accurate, then you can't accurately say that it's a constant. I'm with you.
Yeah, great. I can't say that it is a constant.
So
Awesome.
what have you been arguing
But
for
do you
this
agree?
whole time?
Do you agree that that guy can't say it isn't a constant?
Well, there's no evidence either way if we can't trust the
I
measurements.
just want you to say the fucking big boy words, okay? Because I conceded to the point that you asked me to concede to because it's true. Are you going to do the same?
So if the measurements are inaccurate, and let's say I go with that, then you can't say for certain whether it's a constant or not. So I guess neither one of us are ever going to know.
Right. So you're saying that guy's argument against constant speed of light is bullshit and you're not going to bring it up again because you're a good faith, intelligent person.
I don't think that's what I said at all. What I said is, by your standards,
You just can't do it, can you? You're going to, next time someone talks about speed of light being
you have to
constant,
overtalk?
you're going to do the exact same bullshit again, aren't you?
You didn't disprove me wrong. You said we can't trust the measurements. And what does that leave me with? Okay, well, if we can't trust the measurements, then we can't say for certain that it's a constant. So next time somebody says that the light is a constant, yes, I'm going to bring up the data that our measurements have showed that the speed of light has changed to show them that they can't be too sure about it being a constant after all, because the data is still the
Okay,
data.
so all you're going to say is that you can't be too sure. You can't know either way based on the measurements that it can't be, that it is a constant. Is that all you're going to say now? Or are you going to say, no, the speed of light isn't a constant because of the arguments put forward by this person?
Yeah, I want to show what this guy said because...
Well, then, you know what you'll be? You'll be invalid logically in your inference.
No, bro, I'm just reporting on what this guy is saying.
You will
That's
be
all I'm doing.
invalid because of your inference. That guy's inference is invalid, so you using him as evidence for any position makes you
Well, if
invalid.
I don't use the measurements of the speed of light, what else should I use, sir?
You're using this guy's inference based on those measurements.
No. Answer the question. If I can't use the direct measurements of the speed of light for evidence, what else should I use?
You should use it. I never said you shouldn't use the direct measurements, mate. Is this all you do, Larry? Do you just straw man constantly, not concede anything, even though I've explained it to you? It's plain as day. You've even agreed with all the premises. You just can't agree to the conclusion of them. Okay, do you agree that this guy's inference is invalid?
What inference rule are you using to determine that his inference is wrong?
I don't know what a reification fallacy would be as an inference rule. I'm pretty sure I'm just showing that it is invalid. There's some form of the inference of, since the speed of light measurement has changed over time, Therefore, the speed of light is not constant. So I don't think I need to define an inference for that to show
Wait,
that
hold on. May I ask
is
a
an
question?
invalid inference.
Okay, may I ask a question? Is the following argument invalid? Premise 1, if it is the case, that there's a change in the speed of light when we measure it, that means there is a real change in speed of light. Hold on, that's not the argument, right? That's just a premise. That's premise 1. Okay, there was a change in the speed of light. Okay, and then the conclusion is that there is a real change in the speed of light. That's an invalid argument.
Yes.
I just used if Q then P Q P. That's modus ponens. It's not invalid.
No, you want to if
Because
P
it's
then Q.
reifying. It's reifying a model. So it might be unsound, but it's also invalid because you are. Is it affirming the consequent where you're saying that because there's no other option for the speed of light being measured different, that it has to be whatever I put forward, but you haven't actually ruled out all other explanations for the speed of light being different?
Yeah, so you can argue that, right? But that's not the argumentative form that I'm assuming, right? I'm not saying if Q then P P then Q. I'm saying if Q then P Q P. So no, I'm not affirming.
Yeah, but it's invalid if you haven't
What's validity?
you haven't
What is
made it so
validity?
that only validity is the structure of the argument is true.
Yeah.
Premise leads to
No,
conclusion.
that's not. That's soundness. Validity is
No,
just all
that's not.
validity.
No.
We could just
No,
hold on.
soundness
Yeah,
isn't about structure. No.
Validity is just when you have a series of premises and the conclusion necessarily follows from that premises. That's all validity is. Okay. With respect to truth, okay, that's soundness, right? A sound argument is a valid argument that is also true. The premises are true. I understand you said no.
Ham, Buckaroo, Champion, Fella. Did I ever say that the premises must be true when I was giving you the definition of validity?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with truth, though.
Oh, I said it was the structure.
You just said it has.
The structure led to the conclusion. Oh my god.
Yeah, so you just said.
Yeah, I said the structure led to the conclusion, Ham. I said the structure led to the conclusion, Ham. Ham, I said the structure led to the conclusion. Now, if in the structure, if in the structure has some premise that that premise doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusion, that would be an invalid inference, right?
You can have an ampliative argument, right? So if you have for example, if I say if P then Q P Q, right, that's valid. But if I say if P then Q X P then Q, that's still
you haven't added any
valid argument. That's ampliative, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's valid.
No, sorry. Do you want to look up what ampliative means? AMP.
Not really. It doesn't matter.
TIVE.
It doesn't matter to me because I know what you're doing now. You're trying to shut down the conversation just because you don't like me
I'm a good faith interlocutor.
admitting something. No, you're not. You're being a little bitch now, and I've dealt with enough people like you. No.
You are saying that I am not worth engaging with because I'm being a little bitch. You're literally doing an ad hominem.
Dogs. Ham is a good faith interlocutor. So there's no reason
everybody
to
can vouch for me. Everybody can vouch for me. Okay, I'm a good faith interlocutor, only interested in truth seeking. Okay.
An invalid inference, but that doesn't change anything I've said to Larry about it being a shitty argument. That does not follow that the speed of light is not constant because we've measured it as non-constant. So it does not follow.
Can I get in just for a second, please?
Oh, go ahead.
So the main argument is that he said he fixed the speed of light definitionally in 1972 so that no one would know that the speed of light changes because the meter will change with it. That's the fudging part that we're talking about. So this has been a straw man from the beginning because he never would watch the video that I posted for 60 seconds. So he got the whole argument wrong from the get.
And this is what they do.
Larry, no, just please don't try to shut down this conversation.
No. Watch the video.
Yes, Larry, I'm going to talk to you, Larry. No, I'm going to talk to you, Larry. So fixing it to the meter doesn't mean that he has somehow solved C as something that cannot change in science or in physics. It just means
it
that when we...
definitionally.
Yes, I understand that. But if the actual speed of C changes, we have things that are meters already in society that are based on whatever his calculation was. Those aren't going to change, are they? Your physical meter ruler isn't going to change just because the speed of light changes.
He asked the guy, how do we know it's not changing? And he says, well, they'll never figure it out because we fixed it to the meter. Definitionally.
So are you telling me that the optics of someone saying something that doesn't feel right makes you believe that the speed of light isn't constant?
Why did he need to fix it if it was a constant?
I don't understand that question. Why did he need to fix it?
Why does he need to rig the system and fudge the numbers if it was an actual constant?
He didn't fudge the numbers. He believed it was an actual constant. That's why he fixed it to the meter.
He said that no one will ever figure it out that the speed of light is changing because they fixed it definitionally.
What do you mean?
I guess you'd have to watch the video before you comment
All right,
on
Larry.
it, right?
What timestamp does he say that? And I'll go watch the video right now.
Dr. Becky does one as well. Same thing. I'm surprised you don't know about this. Dr. Becky.
25 minutes. Yeah, that'll be a good place.
25
Bring
minutes.
it all into line. It's all brought into line because
I'm
the
gonna watch it
second
right now.
and the meter have to be brought into line, like he says.
I'm going to watch it right now, and we're going to see if it shows that he's trying to fudge the speed of light by fixing it definitionally, all right?
They call it intellectual phase locking. Yeah, that guy just, like, the whole time he was talking about just because we measured it doesn't mean that we're measuring the actual speed of light. Well, how do we know it's a constant then? It doesn't make sense, this guy.
Yeah, to make the maths work, you've got to combine the meter and the second, which, I mean, one's a distance and one's a time. How would you link them two together? Inventive science. That's what he's talking about.
Intellectual phase locking.
Can I read a story for all of you? It's a very short, it's like 3 sentences.
Go.
In that empire, the art of cartography attained such perfection that the map of a single province occupied the entirety of a city, and the map of the empire the entirety of a province. In time, those unconscionable maps no longer satisfied, and the Cartographers Guild struck a map of the empire, whose size was that of the empire, and which coincided point for point within it. The following generations, who were not so fond of the study of cartography as their forebears have been, saw that the vast map was useless, and not without some pitilessness within it. That they delivered it up to the inclemencies of sun and winters, in the deserts of the west. Still today there are tattered ruins of that map, inhabited by animals and beggars in all the land. There is no other relic of the disciplines of geography.
Ham, do you think all parallel lines are... Wait. Do you think all perpendiculars to the... Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm very early in the morning. Do you think all parallel lines are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon?
That's on purpose.
I'm sorry. Okay, listen, be quiet. I'm trying.
Yeah, come on, you can do better than this. I've put it in the chat there, the meter.
All right, okay.
Changed to the length of the wavelengths in a vacuum.
All right, so I'm back. I watched that bit of it, and I honestly don't know what the problem is here. The guy found that there was a big change in the measured speed of light historically compared to after like 1945. And when he asked the guy who does the constants, he said, "How is this so?" And the guy said, "Oh, you've uncovered an embarrassing thing that like the speed of light changed definitionally, but it's okay. We've fixed it. We've defined the meter as the speed of light." Like, I don't see the problem here. That doesn't mean that physicists who measure the speed of light don't measure it as consistent two-way. It just means that we have updated the way that we define the meter to include the speed of light, so that if we change the definition of this, like the number for the speed of light for any reason, like we measure it differently for some reason, that we can't then update all measuring devices to keep it constant. That doesn't mean anywhere in this at all that the speed of light cannot be constant, or that anyone disagrees that it isn't a constant.
Then why is it embarrassing?
It's embarrassing because they realized that the meter as a measuring tool wasn't affixed to a constant in such a way that it can be updated.
Was fixed to a constant, though. That's why they invented it. Like, it was a meter because it was a measurement distance, wasn't it?
What?
Do you not know what the meter was to start off with? Have you followed the definition of a meter?
Not really. It's like
okay,
any
so like
other
you're
thing.
really talking
it's a
from
portion of
ignorance
the
here,
Earth's
aren't you?
surface or something. It's like a.
It was
like 10 million or something million.
It was,
the
wasn't
Earth's
it?
surface.
But then it changed, didn't it? The definition of the meter changed. That's what he's talking about. They just
but why is that
changed
embarrassing?
the definition.
But
of
the
a
same
meter.
happened with the kilogram, didn't it?
But the reason they changed the definition of the meter was to make it fit with the speed of light. So the calculations worked. They fixed the definition so the mathematics would be more pliable, that people would never work it out.
But why is that a problem? That just means that anyone who's using a measurement device,
it's not a problem. Now you know, you've just been informed.
A measurement device to whatever the constant number that we use now is. It doesn't mean that anywhere in there's some nefarious plan to fix the speed of light by using the meter stick. Like, the meter stick can change if the speed of light changes, right?
He said
the meter stick can't change. No.
Yeah, of course it can.
The definition changed, not the actual meter. The meter won't change.
You could change it, right? So if the speed of light was to change,
the meter.
A meter is. Yeah, of course you can.
No, the meter's a meter. A foot is a foot. American foot, a European foot, a Roman foot. They're all their
have 15
own
ducks that are one size, I might sort them differently to 15 ducks that are a different size. One chicken is one chicken, but the size of chickens have drastically increased.
Mm-hmm. Meters don't do that.
They could though. But I don't understand the argument out of this, Larry. Can you like enlighten me as to why fixing the meter stick to the speed of light does anything to make sure the speed of light can't change?
I'll go over it again. So Rupert Sheldrake noticed that the constants were changing over time. And he said that the only way he could figure this out is if they're fudging the numbers. And he said, we don't like to use the word fudging. We like to use intellectual interlocking or something like that. And what he said he was doing is he was hiding something that was embarrassing. And then Rupert asked him, well, how do we know it's not still changing? And he said, well, they won't know because we definitionally change the length of the meter to the speed of light. So if the speed of light changes, they won't figure it out. So
who does he mean by they in that sentence?
The people who are asking questions about the constant not being constant.
That doesn't follow, though.
Why not?
Like,
who else would question it?
So physicists do it even now. Every year, physicists will measure all of the constants as finely as they can using new measurement techniques every year.
Bro, he said it was the embarrassment, right? So if it was embarrassing because the light was changing, so they fixed it so people wouldn't figure it out, that sounds a little weird because he's accusing them of fudging the numbers.
No, it would be, so it could be this, okay? It might be an embarrassment because the speed of light was measured in like distance per second, so meters per second. So if the meter was, I don't know, not tied to the speed of light, then that would mean that prior measurements of the speed of light could be off if the meter isn't some constant. So it'd be like if I measure something as like ducks per picosecond, and then I find out that I've been using a measurement that's defined off like something else, like darks, and it's not tied to the constant of anything, well then the measurement can change just because a measuring device isn't properly defined, but now the measuring device is properly defined as it is the amount of distance covered by this thing itself over time. Therefore, now it's a constant. If that thing speed's a constant, well, then it's no longer embarrassing if any of the variables change because it'll just change with the variables.
So he called it intellectual phase locking, which is a condition that occurs when dogmatic assumptions hinder inquiry. Why did he
Who
call
said
it
that?
that? The guy that he was asking that controls the constants, or it releases the constants, right? So he said, we don't like the word fudging, we like intellectual phase locking. So he's
Yeah.
admitting that there's dogmatic assumptions that are hindering inquiry.
Yeah.
You don't find a problem with that? Does that seem totally normal?
No,
to
I
you?
don't, because maybe
Right,
he's
but
using it differently. Maybe
so
he's
it's
just using it
perfectly
to
fine
mean.
to say
Maybe he's just
dogmatic.
using it to mean. Maybe he's just using it to mean that there's different intellectual disciplines, like the measuring of the constants and then the actual physics of the speed of light, that is being locked together. They are phase locking those two things together, so they're always inexorably linked.
So it's okay to you to have dogmatic assumptions to hinder inquiry.
I don't know if that's what he meant by intellectual phase locking.
Well, what do you think?
How do you reckon? How do you reckon they actually measured?
I told you what
the length of 1,650,763.73 wavelengths of Krypton 86 atom in a vacuum.
I don't care. I haven't made any arguments about that. I'm just trying to.
That's what a
debunk this
meter
lie.
is now. That's the new definition of the meter. So they say that that is the length. Are you saying that length will change?
No, I don't care about any of that. I'm trying to finish up with Larry.
Well,
so, Larry,
that's the new definition
intellectual
of a meter.
phase locking.
In case you weren't aware.
Intellectual phase locking to me would mean there are two different concepts that are now locked together. So if one concept changes, the other one must also change.
Right, that's how they hid the fudging, so that if the speed of light does change, you'll never know.
No, how is that fudging?
Dude,
if
you have
the
to
meter
understand.
needs. No,
It's
I'm going to explain
changed
something to you
over
first,
time.
okay? If the meter changes, if the meter is based off something that isn't a constant, then the meter will change if that thing changes. That's why the kilogram was based off the weight of a certain sphere, but that sphere can change due to weather conditions, erosion, that sort of thing. If the meter stick was to change in that same way, the original way that they were defining a meter off of, then meter sticks would be technically unreliable, not a constant. So tying it to a constant, intellectual phase locking, means that if the meter stick changes, it can't change out of that constant. And if the constant changes, they don't have to then oh my God, we got the meter stick wrong, because the meter stick is literally just the amount of time it takes for the light to travel a certain distance through a certain object.
It used to be a metal rod kept in a vault in France, the meter. But now it's the equal to the wavelengths of the radiation corresponding to the transition between the levels 2p10 and 5d5 of the Krypton 86 atom. It's changed. Now,
Larry, where'd you get
would you know if the wavelengths of Krypton 86 atom changed?
It's the response that the guy that Rupert Sheldrake confronted about the speed of light changing. He said, we don't like to call it... Bro,
what does it
ask me a
mean?
question.
Where'd you get
Can I
that definition of it?
I'm trying to tell you. Yes, I'm trying to answer you. You just can't shut your mouth long enough to hear the answer. So when he confronted that, what he did was he confronted the guy about the fudging, and the guy said,
You're asking,
he answered and said,
for them.
He said, we don't like to call it fudging. We like to call it intellectual phase locking. So that's where I got that from the guy who told it to Rupert Sheldrake.
You're answering a question I did not ask.
Okay, what was your question?
My question was, where did you get your definition of intellectual phase locking?
From Rupert Sheldrake, who got it from that guy that he talked to.
No, you said it was. You said it was some. What was your definition you gave before that you read out?
It was from Rupert Sheldrake. I
Yeah,
guess. I
but
don't
where did
know.
he
Let me
get
go.
his definition from? Because nowhere in that quote does the guy give a definition of intellectual
Bro,
phase lock.
I don't know where he got it from. I just looked it up because I didn't know what it meant.
Okay. So your whole argument is based on this term, intellectual phase lock, as if there's like some nefarious scheme to just everyone agrees the speed of light is constant. But intellectual phase lock could be something along the lines of we need a constant to throw the meter onto, so we're just going to throw the meter onto the constant of light because people agree that the constant of light is constant.
If there's nothing going on here, why is it embarrassing? Go ahead, I'll wait.
Well, because it's embarrassing that they had the meter tied to something that wasn't constant, or they had a constant that they were tying things to that had a different value over time. Did you
So if
wait
it
long
had
enough?
a different value over time, how could it be constant?
Because we measured the constant thing differently over time.
So then we can't say for certain if it's a constant if we can't even accurately measure it, then can we?
All I'm trying to do, Larry, here, and I'm going to agree with you, yes, we can't make sure that it's constant based off the measurements that we have over time, unless, like, I'd have to look into that side of it more before I argue that
When
point.
you say measurements
All I'm
over
trying to do
time,
to you, all I'm trying to do here,
you mean
Larry,
the
is trying to
measurements
make
of
you
time?
understand that the guy that you're saying has shown the speed of light isn't constant has really fucking bad arguments, and that keep repeating these things, and you're going to keep losing these arguments.
Can you
Okay,
not
well, just
Trying to
see
help
how
you here,
they've
buddy.
done this? Because if you can link
can't.
time to the amount of time it takes that atom to go a meter, then you can link time to the same thing. You link it all together. You contain it all together within the same thing. But that thing, like, what is it? You just
It's a measured
redefine
two-way
things
constant
together.
of the speed of light.
If you link time to the distance and the distance to the time, then it's
Well, I think we're done here. I think
self-contained.
I've
isn't it?
shown categorically that this argument against the constant speed of light is ridiculous. I haven't tried to argue the speed of light is actually constant using any sort of evidence. I'm just saying that no, the speed of light has always been constant in like maths, and that there's been nothing to invalidate that. And then I even started off explaining that you can't invalidate it just by talking about the one-way speed of light. And now I've debunked this argument the guy Larry referenced put forward, okay? I just want you guys to stop using the same shitty alternative fucking the two different like things needed for refraction, two different mediums. I just want you guys to stop using dumb arguments.
Okay, well, admittedly, you would have to stop saying that the speed of light is a constant because you've admitted that we can't accurately measure it. So I better not ever hear you saying that the speed of light is a constant after you now know that we can't accurately measure it.
Well, actually, I don't know that to be true, that we can't.
Whoa, hold on, bro. You said that we can't know that because we measure it, that it's actually right. It could be that the speed of light is actually constant, but we haven't the technology to actually measure it. Well, if that's true, then we haven't the technology to actually measure it to be a constant. You can't have it both ways, bro.
No, so there are ways that we'd be able to prove the speed of light is a constant. I don't know those, but they don't have to be like a set of measurements. They just have to be something where there is a falsifiability such that if the speed of light wasn't constant, then it would throw up some other signal or other time value than the one that we get. Now, I'd have to look into it more to be able to categorically say whether we can or can't claim the speed of light is a constant. But for right now, Larry, all I'm trying to do is invalidate this guy's argument because, as many philosophers are now saying, as many media personalities are now saying, people will throw out these bullshit little arguments and these bullshit fires, and then they'll just keep throwing them out again and again and again, even when they're put out. They just go, oh, I'll just relight the same fire. I need you guys to try to take in some of this stuff. Otherwise, we're just going to have the same boring argument like fucking Bev has.
Okay, so it's really weird. You've invalidated the measuring of the constant by saying that just because the measurements are off doesn't mean the actual constant is off. In doing so, you've invalidated the constant because you've invalidated the way that we've actually measured it to be a constant in the first place. So I need you to, put out your own fires in your own head and stop pushing that the speed of light is a constant when you can't even use the measurements of the thing that you're saying is a constant because it's not actually measurable according to you. So you can't appeal to the future and one day we'll actually be able to measure it. You can't appeal to some other method of measuring it because you've admitted the only way that we can measure it isn't reliable.
No, I haven't said that at all. All I've ever said
You
is that
did.
the
You
way we
said
have
that the
measured.
way
No,
that
no,
we
no, no,
measured
no,
it.
no, 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 no,
Hold on,
no.
hold on.
No, 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 no. I don't.
Are you a
You want to
child?
just take a look in the live chat, Larry, and just, just so he can get a grip on how this works.
Wait, hold on.
It
Wait.
says the
Before we-
meter is the length of the path travelled by light in a vacuum during a time interval of 1/299,792,458th, right, of a second. So they've linked the meter to time within their formulas.
So that's intellectual phase locking. So it can't be disproven because they fixed it. The game is rigged, and he doesn't realize that. Like he thinks that he's
I know.
won, and he's put out the fire like he's some sort of intellectual firefighter fighting the good fight for the government. So people will stop questioning things like the speed of light. But it's not our fault that it has different measurements when it comes out, and it's embarrassing to them. And by their own words, they had to fix it definitionally so that people in the future wouldn't find this out. That's sad.
The main
bro.
thing I think is they have to get rid of logic so people can't link all of these things together, right? Because that's what's going on here. This guy can't see that they've linked the meter to something and they've linked time to the meter. Then all they have to do is link the time back to the meter and the meter to time. And you'll never know. Because they're the same thing. They're defined by each other.
And this is what they do, right?
Very
Is
clever.
what they want to say, okay, is they're scientific, okay. But in reality, they're trying to literally imagine reality. Okay, what they want to do is, and this is what the atheists do. They literally want to imagine reality. Okay, it's not enough
Oh,
to
they're just
look at some.
defining it to make it work.
Wow. This is what they do.
Yeah, it now works. There's no problems. There's no contradictions in it because they've defined it to make it work.
But how though? How can they not now change the speed of light and measure it to be
Dogs are
different?
God.
Just because just because they tied it to a meter rule.
Dude, you guys told us you can't measure. Right?
Man,
But
I
these
have like
guys
3
seem to
different
have
people
done
that are
that with the
ignoring
meter and
conversation.
time. They have done that. But you say that they haven't, so you're just a sophist. Obviously.
Dogs are gods. I know you probably took a liberal arts college class. Okay, and you think you're equipped
So, Larry,
to deal with good arguments. Okay, but everybody here in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, okay, good faith interlocutors, all of us, we're scientifically minded. Okay, so maybe you should refund your liberal arts college class, okay, and do some real science. Okay?
Don't let me catch you saying the speed
how
of
can
light
they
is
no
constant. What?
longer update the speed of light as a constant because they've tied it to the meter stick?
Because if the speed of light changes, then the meter will change.
Yes. Why can they no longer do that?
Because
The meter is now defined by how far light travels in a certain time.
Thank you for interrupting Larry on that one. Larry, so why can't they change the speed of light and that changes the meter?
the speed of light is going to change on its own because it has been doing ever since we've been measuring it. So when that happens, the meter will change so that no one will be the wiser. They fixed it so that no one will know. That's what he said.
Larry, you're now retreating back to an argument I've shown doesn't work. Why are you doing that? Just because the measurement is different for the speed of light doesn't mean the speed of light itself will change over time. So how can they not measure the speed of light different now when they could before tying it to the meter stick?
Bro, if you're saying that our measurements of the speed of light aren't accurate and that the speed of light is a constant and that our futile attempt to measure it is inaccurate, but it's still a constant, then you can't say that it's a constant because we've measured it to be constant. You do
It
understand
is
that,
clear
right?
you cannot answer this question, even though you keep going back to some conspiracy to hide the changes of speed of light. So I'm done with you now, Larry. You have retreated to conspiracy instead of logic. Goodbye.
He thinks he won, guys.
Does this mean you're going to leave?
31.
Yeah.
It's weird because I'm just reporting on what Rupert Sheldrake said. When he went to meet the guy and asked him about the constant changing. So anybody who heard that video, it's only like a minute and a half. Anybody who heard that should have went, what? What do you mean they don't like the word fudge? So intellectual phase locking is the word that he prefers. And they fixed it definitionally so no one would know about the embarrassing thing that is that the constant doesn't measure constantly. Doesn't measure to be constant at all. How does he not know that? He has to know that. This has to be full-on sophistry.
It's logic. There's a processing part that you can put all of these pieces together. I don't think you can. I think he has the ability to. I got all of my stuff from a video I did quite a bit ago called You Don't Understand. And it appears that 2024, there's some people that still don't understand what's going on. They can't see it. Can't process the information. It's terrible.
I bet he's still going to go around saying that the speed of light is a constant because we measured it. Bet you anything that's what he does. And he just hopes that people never saw Rupert
He said the
Sheldrake.
other day, though, that he can't measure anything. You can't have the shortest distance between 2 points. Their sophistry, that was definitely sophistry, because if he's saying that there is a measured constant, then you can measure that shortest distance.
He said I was reifying the measurement. Like I was adding concreteness to the measurement. If it's a direct measurement, then it's concrete. That's how everything is built. With concrete measurements. It's not a concept that I'm adding concreteness to. Like skyscrapers and towers are built on measurements. What is he on about? Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And that guy I was talking to like an hour ago, that dude was cool as hell. Like, we were talking about some things that I didn't agree with, and he didn't agree with some of the things that I was saying. But we were just like having a conversation. But this guy was like totally weird.
How do I find out where Africa is?
Ask
map?
Bugs Bunny.
Atlas?
Use a world atlas?
Well, a world atlas is a collection of atlases. Like if you look at the atlas of the human brain, it's going to have a bunch of maps in it, right?
Yeah, how do I find Africa?
Hello? A map?
A map? Those globalists made those maps. So, are you saying that the globe model is the flat Earth model? That can't be right.
Not what I said. Did you hear me say that?
Well, my headset cut out, and I kind of just filled in the words. Sometimes, for example, if somebody says "I food," you might fill in "I want food." That's kind of what happened there. I'm a good faith interlocutor, so that's what I did.
Well, it could be love food, like
That's true. You could be
Kung Fu
wrong.
Panda.
That's true. But yeah, so I just don't understand. Could anybody show me the flat Earth model for and where Africa is? I just don't know where to go. I have a trip to Kenya. Um, I-
Whatever distance it is, it'll be a horizontal distance. You rest assured that.
well, of course, we all know that. We all know that. Yeah, I have a trip to Kenya as a missionary to preach the flat truth. Um, so if somebody could help me out,
Oh, I'll see what's going on. See, what you do is you dig a really big hole from wherever you are to Kenya directly through the center of the earth, and see if you get there that way. I think I would just fly straight and level from wherever I'm at to Kenya, because straight and level is how you fly. But if you want to dig through the earth, I guess you hypothetically could try.
I need to be there by tomorrow. So
Oh, well, you might want to take a flight from like over the surface and fly like as level as you can and as straight as you can, or as long as you can till you get there. Like you probably don't want to nose down 8 inches per mile squared. I don't think that would be good for your safety.
well, I'm not the pilot. I just want to know where I'm going. Um,
Well, if
I'm
you're
in
in the United
Montana.
States, it's probably somewhere near the southeast direction.
Southeast.
Yeah, are you in the U.S.?
Could you draw that? Could you diagram that for me with the flat Earth map?
So there is no such thing as a flat Earth map. All maps are grids, except for the AE map, which is not a grid, or it's not a typical grid map. So you know what a grid is, right? It's like something you put over a flat surface.
Those are like the squares on my homework, right?
Yeah, grids. So grids don't fit on a sphere, do they? It would be triangles if we were mapping it on a globe, right? Because you can't just line
No,
up a
I
bunch
agree.
of
I agree.
squares.
The Earth is well. I agree. The Earth is flat. I'm just wondering.
Well, then why would you be
Give me some
asking
directions.
weird? Why would you be asking weird questions like, "How do I get to Africa? Where's Africa?"
Well, I
If
already
you're a
told
flat
you.
earther.
I have a missionary mission to preach the flat Earth tomorrow. I
Preach
need to
the
go to
flat
Kenya.
Earth. Is that like a new religion you just made up?
No, well, everybody knows God is real, okay, and God made the flat Earth.
I don't think
So if I'm
everybody
going to be
knows that.
preaching Jesus, I need to be telling them about the flat Earth before the globalists get to them.
I don't think that's how that works. I think you got a category error there. You're talking about religion. We're talking about geometry. You do know it's a category error, right?
No, it's not a category error.
Yeah, it is, because if you're talking about the shape of something, you would use geometry.
Well, so that's not true.
Because God made the flat Earth. Geometry didn't make the flat Earth.
Once again, I don't know what that has to do with the price of rice in China. You keep mentioning God, but that's a non sequitur. We're talking about geometry. So can you provide any curvature there, ball boy?
Curvature. I don't understand what you mean. I already told you I'm a
Yeah,
flat Earther. I just want some directions to Africa.
Oh, you're obviously a LARPer.
A
You like balls, right?
LARPer?
Yeah, you
What's
like
a
balls.
LARPer?
You know, someone who likes balls, but they pretend that they like flat Earth.
Who likes balls?
Yeah, you like space balls, don't you?
Not particularly. Do you mean the lights in the sky? I don't observe any balls. Are you a globalist, sir?
You're a troll. I guess you're just gonna have to starve. Look, I haven't been on mute in hours.
Are there any new people in here who want to talk besides Ham? Well, Ham's not really new, but we know what Ham's up to. If anyone else wants to talk, go ahead.
Well, I certainly would have muted that guy plenty of times if I'd have known what he was up to. I just thought he was dumb. I didn't know that he was a LARPer. Yeah, so that video that I posted of Rupert Sheldrake, he goes through some pretty interesting topics, debunking the 10 constants. So it's not just about the speed of light. It's it's really interesting. He makes this argument that the astrophysicists are trying to violate the first law of thermodynamics, conservation of energy and matter. And he said that what they did was to fix their model when they found out that the universe was expanding and it should have been contracting because of gravity. When they found out in the late 90s that not only was it expanding, but it was getting faster, they invented 96% of the mass and energy in the universe, and they invented dark matter and dark gravity. And he said you can't do that. You can't just fudge the numbers to make it work. And I thought that was like a hilarious argument. And I used it a few times, but I stopped using it recently. And yeah, I think that's a really good argument. You can't just. He said, and you know what? You're never going to believe this. The dark matter appeared exactly where they needed it to be. So I thought it was a funny video. I like Rupert Sheldrake. And then he goes on about gravity not being a constant, how there's some places like over the Indian Ocean, they say, well, the rocks are comprised of different materials there, so that's why there's discrepancies, and there's still a gravitational constant, you just can't measure it. So it's like the same argument with the speed of light. And yeah, I should have already read that book, but that Science Free sounds like a book that I would enjoy.
Do you think they measured the distance that light travelled in a second? Or in like a fraction of a second? To get the meter?
I don't know, man.
Because it's interesting, isn't it? Like, they started off with the meter being, like a stick in a vault, like an actual physical thing. That's the meter. Look at it. That meter. The old traditional, point at it and say, that is a meter. That's like traditional science. But there's somewhere along the way, it's changed to how far light travels in a portion of a second. In a vacuum as well. That's pretty vital to their... Because, who else is going to do that?
And would that be a straight line distance?
I would say so, yes. But, that's also under contention, isn't it, from the new modern scientists?
Yeah, because if
I'm guessing this is 2024. It depends what you believe and what you can convince yourself of through that belief.
Yes, I suppose if you're in any sort of gravitational field, then the light couldn't be traveling in a straight line. So do they actually know if it's a constant? If the gravitational constant isn't a constant and that changes, then that means that the length of the straight line that isn't straight could change too, right?
Well, does that mean that your perception of what a straight line is would also have to, vary?
Maybe it's the fact that the entire reference frame is shrinking with the Lorentz contraction, and we can't actually measure anything.
I have a rule. Don't talk of the not that. Because it just ends up confusing people. Because you're still putting that picture into their mind of a nonsense.
That's funny. So these people got the rubber ruler with the Lorentz contraction. So they got the rubber meter that changes with the speed of light, and the speed of light that would change depending on the gravitational constant being constant. But since that's not constant, the lines that are curved with the space-time change. This is funny.
Yeah, they've took the meter, that look at that there, that's a meter, and they've added it some science that causes confusion. people are coming in confused about what a straight line is. Adults saying that they're more educated because they're confused about what a straight line is. Oh, sorry, the shortest distance between 2 points.
You okay, Bev? You still rumbling?
Is that a black cat?
Yes.
My black cat sounds like that. My black cat's name is Business, because when you rub his fur the correct way, he's a black cat. But when you rub his fur backwards, you go against the grain, he's actually white underneath. So it looks like he's got a little business suit on. Get down, Zelda. Now I'm wondering if all black cats kind of sound raspy like that.
This one just wants some food.
Straight lines. It's pretty
Is that
good,
you,
isn't
eh?
it? Straight lines. Pretty good.
Yeah, they still troubling you. Really? Okay, that sounds like a maniacal laugh.
Oh, Bev, you do make me chuckle.
Notice how long you paused when I said, "Why is it embarrassing?" Then. Kind of crazy how they act all dogmatic, like when I bring up the things that they thought is settled science, but it isn't really settled. But then they say science doesn't prove anything. But they sure do get butthurt when I talk about the things that aren't proven.
Oh no, it's that logic again.
Yeah, like we can't trust our senses, but all we have is observational science.
Proof always comes through logic, like an argument process that you can follow. Much like science, right? You're meant to be able to repeat physical science, that sort of stuff. Old school stuff, but this new modern stuff doesn't require that. It's just mainly mental, but the minds that are doing it are broken. Can't do logic. So how do you expect to do mind science if there's no logic there?
Well, if I'm ever making a fallacious argument, please call me out.
Do I have a broken mind?
Who are you?
Yui.
What's your name?
Yui.
Yui.
Have you
I can't put it
axiomated any contradictions, like have internalized any contradictions?
Thinking, what, have I internalized them?
Yeah. Have you got
What's an
any
example of that?
sort of contradictions inbuilt, or can you actually see what a contradiction is?
I don't think I've got any contradictions in my worldview, but okay.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is the sky blue sometimes? Objectively?
Is the sky blue sometimes?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Do you want to know why I don't know?
Are you colorblind?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
Blue-green colorblind.
I can accept that. That's fair enough. Okay. when you get kicked in the balls really hard, does it objectively hurt, or is it just signals going to your brain and you could be
Oh
a
no,
brain
my
in it?
balls are the size of the peas. You could, you couldn't harm those.
Okay, that's weird. So you've never felt ball pain, huh?
Wait, what did you say? Sorry.
Have you ever
Possibly the
felt?
hormones.
Have you ever felt ball pain?
Yes, obviously, everyone.
Okay.
Everyone has, except for women, obviously.
Okay, fair enough. And that was objectively painful, not just brain signals that could be your brain in a jar, right?
Well,
it's not that. It's
I
objectively
wouldn't.
painful.
I wouldn't call it. I think brain of the jar can sometimes be a bit confusing, right? So if I say something like an experience machine, I could still be in an experience machine where that actually happened in the experience machine.
Uh-oh.
You know?
Okay, so I'm sitting on my couch. I have a neck massager on my neck because I'm starting to get a headache. So is there actually a neck massager on my neck right now?
Are you trying to see if I'm a 99%er?
Yeah.
Do I know if you've got a necklace on? You're telling me. I mean, I have no reason to really doubt it, but I don't know.
Right, but I know, right? I know whether there's one on my neck, right?
In your mind. Imagine ometry.
Hey,
Good, innit?
I don't like it. You sound like a hard sophist. I mean,
a sophist?
I didn't mean to say that. I misspoke. A solipsist. You sound like a hard solipsist.
Yeah, ask him about the definitions and axioms, postulates.
You can ask him. I'm not sure if I'm interested in the conversation. I thought he was not a sophist when he said he was blue-green colorblind.
Well, I can't help that. I mean,
Yeah.
I take it to be blue because it looks like what I imagine blue to look like, right? But whatever you're seeing blue to look like, I'm not seeing the same thing.
And that's fair enough. But are you in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now?
Am I? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't call the United Kingdom in the middle of it, no, but quite close
Right.
by.
So you're objectively on the land, right?
Oh, I'm on land. Yes, I'm on land.
Okay, we got a winner. He's not a solipsist.
Oh, I never said I was a I don't know
know
anything kind of person.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure because you'd be surprised. They
Look,
exist.
I understand that, right? I take it to that I exist. I assume it. It's like a fundamental assumption I have. But even though I assume it, there's not much I can say that I'm not actually in an experience machine, right? Where all my experiences are being made for me by some doctor, and I could wake up at any second and they could say, well, welcome back to reality. That is still possible.
An Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where he went to Mars.
I mean, everyone in here, I would assume, would agree that you could all be in an experience machine, right? That's manufacturing all of your experiences right now in a laboratory.
I don't think so.
Now, how do you know that?
You've been reading science journals again.
How do I know that?
New modern science journals.
This is a Robert Nozick idea, the experience machine.
So I have, I guess, approximately 20 to 30 years of experience in my memory banks.
Yeah,
I can remember.
And who knows? That could have all been 10 minutes in the experience machine.
Nah, it's real world experiences.
Yeah, I get it. Like it's for utility's sake. We assume that this is the reality. I mean, why would you do anything else, right? But but regardless.
See, now you're imagining stuff. That's it. Get into the spirit of it.
Yeah, exactly. Get into the spirit of it.
Yeah,
but,
this is where I got to pass.
Regardless of what I assume, right, and I take to be true, I can't really argue against the experience machine or straight lines. You know what I mean?
No.
What, Bev? Do you know that you're not in an experience machine?
Reality is what I call it.
Okay, so right, I see. So even if you are in the experience machine, it's reality.
Yes.
Yeah, even though it's been made by some technician in there.
We all live in the same reality. To me, we're all
mind.
experiencing
You
the
imagine.
same reality. Now, you might imagine it differently to me, but I can't imagine what you're imagining. I can only tell you about my experiences in this reality that I consider we share.
See, when you say in this reality, yeah, I mean, I think I would agree in a strange sense where I say the experience machine is our reality, or my reality at least, right? And or could be my reality. But do you think there's another reality that you're just unaware of?
No, I wouldn't. I'm happy with the reality that I'm in. I'm happy thinking about the reality that I'm in rather than thinking about something that isn't. The not that. Don't talk of the not that.
It's not a not that.
What's
I
not a
love
not
that.
that?
I love that. I got to remember that. I got to incorporate that into my everyday
It's
life.
just a reality we wouldn't know much about because we're in the experience machine. Right?
But it's not that.
It's not that.
Yeah,
I mean,
we can
it could
describe
have lots of
reality, but you're
similarities to the
saying
reality
not
we're in.
that.
It could be quite parallel to the reality.
See, this is why it's dangerous to the mind, right? Because this man here can't talk about the reality that we are in.
Oh no! I told you. I assume the reality we're in is.
Because he's imagining it's a possibility that reality we're in is a not that.
I think we all have to do that. I think it'd be very strange to say we're not.
Is why certain people's minds are broken.
But it's still possible. Like, I mean, I don't imagine what the outside the experience machine is like because, as far as my mind can tell, I've never been there. Right, as far as I can tell. But there's nothing to say tomorrow. I won't wake up, log onto Discord, and go, "Has anyone thought about straight lines?" And suddenly awake. And the doctor's looking over me, saying, "Welcome back. You've had 10 minutes in the experience machine. Would you like to go back?" You know, this could happen.
Okay, so what's that movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger went to Mars and had the memory implants or his memory erased or whatever?
I don't know.
It's just like a really bad plot from the 1980s sci-fi with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And you're entertaining it like it's a possibility. It's weird.
Well, it is possible. It has to be. It has to be. It's his experience machine, you might say.
That's weird that he thinks that it has to be.
That's the place he's put his mind. He wants you to go there with him because he can't deal with reality like you can. He has to put you in his place, but he doesn't even know where it is. He's lost.
Yeah, I think in that
broken
reality,
minds.
In that reality, I'd say that maybe people would talk about straight lines. You know,
so
he's internalized.
I just figured it
he's
out.
Internalized
yes,
the contradiction.
Yeah, he did. So what it says in the Bible is that God will give them up to a reprobate mind. That's what that means.
Can you explain the contradiction then?
It's axiomated a contradiction.
Can you explain how it's...
You told us the other day you don't believe the shortest distance between 2 points is possible.
That's not that.
That's within your mind.
I'm talking about experience machines. I've never talked about straight lines.
The other day you did.
No, you were speaking
the other day you used the modus ponens to validate and affirm in the consequent. Like there's multiple ways you've showed us, Yui, that you've got a broken mind.
I think I did quite the opposite. I think I looked at it, saw the problem that you're pointing out, but thought, what was he trying to say, right? And I rebuilt his argument more correct. You know, that's called steel manning, right? Steel manning. Ever thought about doing that once in your life, Bev?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing it for ages.
Right, I see.
Yeah, Steelman Nathan Oakley's Measuring the Earth Flat last night gave him an out. He could literally, logically say that statement and be true about it. And I don't think he'll use it. I sort of fear that I've blocked the only out he's got. He's going to make himself look ridiculous, I fear. But, you know, when you internalise a contradiction, it shows.
Have you ever tried steel manning the globe? Because I imagine
the dogmatic globe, the dogmatic globe, or the real globe.
Well, just a second. I imagine it before you were on the level. You were a flat earther, right? So I would like to know how you would give the best argument for the globe, like the real globe, not the imagined globe. Although I love imagining things, as you can tell.
Okay. Well, my best argument, I think I did one. Let me just get it for you, just so you know that
Bev,
I've already thought about these things.
I was so frustrated with you last night, and then you come in here tonight with absolute genius. Don't talk about the math act.
The same thing. We did the same thing yesterday, right? The same thing. I think people get focused on the wrong thing, and they hear different things than what's actually saying. Here we go. Here's my argument for the real globe. If reality is the real globe, then all proofs within reality will prove the real globe. How about that? Do you agree?
Almost seems non-informative.
Do you reckon we could have a modus polens or a modus tollens from this? And would proofs in reality help prove the real globe? I mean, obviously separating the real globe from the dogmatic globe. Because you could say that the real flat earth, as opposed to the dogmatic flat earth, is the same as the real globe, because we all live in reality, the same reality. We could just say reality, but I mean, people have got linked to these models, a false dichotomy, I call it. But if we refer to it as the real thing and focus on the proofs within reality, then what's anybody got to problem with? Aren't we all here just discussing reality anyway, or should we be? We should be, I think.
We should be, I think, yeah.
I would choose for your little thing, Imaginometer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I got a lot of imagination, you know?
Yeah,
I think...
Yeah, but when you do it geometrically, you're an Imaginometer.
I see. I think take a leaf out of Descartes' book, right? And
Or
say
an Imaginometrist. What about that? That's pretty good.
Well, yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one. I take a leaf out of Descartes' book and say imagination is conceiving of the material, right? And you can think about things like geometric things, like a triangle. But if you're imagining something material. And I can do that. Can you do that, Bev?
Can I what? Imagine something that is real?
Yeah, material, right?
Yeah. You can definitely imagine a triangle, because that's the only place you can have, really, the the triangle only exists in your imagination, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a type of imagination. It's called thinking.
Yeah, in the mathematical realm. It's a logical way of thinking. Mathematical way of thinking. Yeah, when that gets interrupted by somebody injecting a contradiction into the heart of that system that you're using, your mind gets broken.
It does, yeah.
So that's what you want to do, is you want your friends around you to point out those contradictions. Like Larry
all
said, point out the
perpendicular to a
fallacies. If
plane
there is
or
any,
parallel.
point them out. Let's focus on it.
Yeah. How did you come across these? How did you build this argument, Bev? Because I assume you didn't start off like this, right? What made you want to be an innovator in the flat Earth community?
This is for reality, right? I do this for everybody.
I see.
It's just that we got Drew into this because somebody called me a child abuser, really, and then pointed a finger at me and then called me a flat earther. So I think if history books were recorded, and probably it is on the internet, I bet I would probably be the person that said I'm not a flat earther more than anyone, the mostest. And that's because certain people keep calling me a flat earther, and I don't know why. Maybe something to do with this straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points. Maybe because I said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and that caused somebody to call me a child abuser.
I think I know why someone would call you a flat earther. Right? I think it's quite obvious why someone would do it.
Really?
Obviously, yeah, I'll explain. Right? Because obviously you say it's not flat. Right, but
say I have a proof that the Earth is not flat.
Yes, correct. But I would say that all flat earthers would agree with you on the substance of what you're saying. Right, it's just the term, the semantical problem there. That's the issue. And
you'd say everybody would agree that the Earth is not flat. Then fair enough. Let's go from there. Yeah, we're all agreed that the Earth is not flat. Right now. Carry on with your assumptions about labeling people.
So then I would say...
Because it would sound like a contradiction, right? If somebody's got a proof that the Earth is not flat, yet somebody else continues to call them a flat earther, wouldn't the person that's doing that be contradicting both what they know and the appearance of this to other people? Wouldn't they be openly... contradicting themselves to everybody else, and surely everybody else would be able to see it too.
Well, I think the flat earthers would just say that it's just imagine. I want you to close your eyes and imagine, Beth. Imagine flat was a noun, right? Flat earther was a noun, right? Wasn't actually to say there was no elevation change. It's just a useful common term that people describe to say not globe. Right.
I've heard people use it as a pleonasm, right? And also redefining of horizontal. There's a few different ways I've heard people justify what you're saying. But like I say, I've got an argument. I've got a proof that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, fair. The problem is that the established term, flat and horizontal being synonyms, was already been established. So if you look these terms up in the dictionary, you very quickly find that flat and horizontal are synonymous when it comes to, I think, an adjective, an adverb, whatever. Just look it up. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but the synonym argument leaves you in a really tricky position.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Logic does these things. It leads you on a path. The synonym argument.
Let's be clear. Words are token meaning pairs, okay? Words do not have a single token meaning pair all the time. Sometimes they have more than one in any lexicon, in any language.
Can I give an example? Bang.
Okay, no, I'll give you an example right now. Show me anyone who's ever used the term flat Earth to mean that the Earth is topographically smooth and has zero elevation changes.
Want me to tell you the problem with the synonym argument? We
go
tried
ahead.
to tell people this, right?
Yeah, go
If
for it.
level, horizontal, and flat are synonyms, then flat and vertical are antonyms.
No.
Okay, listen, I'm going to be very clear. Once again, in a common parlance lexicon, right? You have dictionary definitions, you have terms, and you have employment of terms and the way people use them. Okay, people will use, I put my TV flat against the wall. What do they mean by that? People will use, I put my rug flat on the floor. What do they mean by that? Okay, to get to this hyper-specific parsing of pedantic terminology, when everyone understands what people mean, I mean, yeah, you could do that, that's fine, but it really serves no purpose, unless it's provocation or exclusivity, so to single yourself out among the crowd, or like you said, to avoid the pejorative connotation. But everyone who uses the earth is flat, right? Nobody is meaning what you mentioning elevation changes has to do with debunking that term. Nobody means that because that's not the term they're employing. Yes, it's the same word, it's the same letters, F-L-A-T, but that's not what they mean by it.
Yeah, I'm just making people aware of the implications of using the synonym argument. By employing synonyms, you end up with an antonym.
I just debunked your synonym argument.
What? Just by saying I can still have it. No, once you employ the synonym argument, then you
You're
have
committing a lexical fallacy.
and
You're committing a lexical fallacy. I'm sorry.
being antonyms.
It's not,
It's
dude.
it is well known. I'm surprised. This is why I think
this is how well known this is, bro.
The implications of it.
When somebody says, hang the TV flat on my wall, dude, okay? They know what they're talking about. No one's going to put the TV horizontal, bro, on the floor. I mean, your parsing of this argument, dude, is just a ridiculous
argument, mate. That shows that you can't use it as a synonym because it's not.
Bro,
that can also
let's get clear one more time. Let's get clear one more time. Words are token meaning pairs. They're a semiotic relationship between a convention of those pairs. Now, one word can have multiple tokens with a single meaning, or a single meaning with multiple tokens. Right?
I'm just trying to make everybody aware of the ridiculousness.
Yeah, you go ahead and keep doing that, dude. You know, it comes off
if you want to convince them that it's a good argument, then
bullish, okay, I'm sorry, that's what it comes off. That's what it comes off as, and that's what most people think of you when they think of that way you go against it.
No, I could go against it because I think the synonym argument opens up problems with the antonym.
Oh my goodness, dude. It's like a brick wall, bro.
It's redefining of flat to make it horizontal in the context of an argument that you want to use. But then you just change it if you want. Flat can also be vertical as well as horizontal, which means that your idea of flat earth can also be vertical.
Oh, dude, that again begs the question of, are people that retarded that when you say the term flat earth, they're going to think, oh, you mean the earth is sitting on its side vertical? Let me ask you this question, friend. Who has ever thought that in the history of this argument?
Some people might be able to see the contradiction within it.
Dude, nobody has ever thought
that's a contradiction. I don't want to employ that.
That's why your argument isn't serious, bro. Nobody ever thinks that way, except pedantic assholes.
Yeah, but when you're in a conversation with somebody, you have to agree on terms. And if you're just saying you can use words colloquially, then you got a problem when you're conversating with somebody.
Dude, why don't you give me a concrete example where the terms that Bev just said are misunderstood in the way that he just said they're misunderstood? Go ahead. Give me one example.
He tried to give you the synonym argument, and you just
No,
said,
I
no, you
said
can
an
use flat colloquially.
example of this occurring in reality, bro. Where somebody was so confused. What I'm trying to tell you, dude, is where is somebody so confused that they think when you say flat Earth, that you're thinking that the Earth is vertical orientated. The plane of the Earth, the plane of the horizon is vertical. Who's ever thought that?
Well, some people are saying the Earth is measured flat, so there's that. Some people are saying the Earth is
Okay,
measured
let me
flat.
ask you this question, friend. Let me ask this question. When they say Earth is measured flat, what do they mean by that?
You'd have to ask them. That sounds crazy.
Okay, so you don't even know what they mean. So how can you critique it, bro?
It's a nonsense.
Because
That's what we're trying to tell you.
When you do measure things, you measure them.
Dude, look. I want to know what they, the person you're critiquing that you're claiming they're nonsense, what do they mean by flat?
Straight.
That's what I'm saying. Like now you're asking for a meaning for it, but you were just on about it being a colloquial term that you can use.
Dude, I listen, I know, and I parsed out the multiple employments of the token FALT with different connotations in different contexts and literal different dictionary definitions and defined synonyms that exist in dictionaries.
Okay, so it's a synonym of flat then. When they say flat, it's measured flat, they mean some sort of a synonym.
No,
not an antonym, right? They definitely don't mean an antonym when they're saying flat.
Dude, what they mean is exactly what it is, dude, which is they mean horizontal. Okay, the synonym relationship is level, horizontal, and flat. Okay, you could find those in dictionaries. Okay, this isn't
trying to tell you that they do measure it on
idea.
the vertical, though, don't they?
What?
They make measurements on the vertical datum.
Of
when
what?
they're measuring the land. Now, does Nathan Oakley mean that's flat, the vertical? Because you seem to think it's horizontal, and vertical is an antonym.
Dude, a horizontal plane is a horizontal plane, right? It's not a vertical plane. So when someone's talking about flat Earth, they're talking about the Earth is generally oriented as a horizontal plane. That's what they're saying. They're not meaning that it's smooth and it has zero variation on the y-axis, which would be elevation, off of parallel horizontals. You could use whatever you want.
Yeah, computer
Right.
programmers use the XY, usually.
Yes, but Z is the depth axis, right?
Yeah, for
You
on a
look into,
computer screen, you keep the XY of original and you put the depth as being Z. But in reality, those of us that measure reality, the XY plane gets led down on the floor, and then we use the Z as the elevation.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. You could use A, B, C, or blue, red, green. It don't matter.
Yeah, Cartesian coordinates, Euclidean, perpendiculars.
Right. All of those parsings still don't change the fact that 99.9% of people, when they say flat Earth, right, they don't mean an idealized plane. They don't mean smooth. They don't mean zero elevation changes or topographical changes. That's not what they mean.
Yeah, the difference, right? There's a synonym for those people listening, are words that are the same with respect to something, and an antonym is the opposite. So vertical is considered as the opposite of horizontal. So therefore, vertical is an antonym of horizontal. But if you put flat as a synonym of horizontal, then it's also an antonym of vertical. That's why I said at the beginning, the synonym argument fails.
Dude.
It's a bad example of
Dude,
the
look,
use
you
of
could
a
say that,
type
and
of
that's fine,
argument. It's like a
That's fine.
semantical
The
argument.
problem is that this way of speaking and talking and the parsing of the context clues, which tell you which meaning they're meaning, okay, doesn't allow for your argument.
Yeah, that's
Because
the
when someone
colloquial
says flat,
development that you've done. Not
what?
many people understand that.
I know, dude. But let me ask you this question. Except for retarded globers, okay? When
The real
someone hears
globe?
flat Earth, when someone hears
Talking
flat
about the real
Earth,
globers.
when someone hears flat Earth, right? Are they actually taking seriously that the flat earther is claiming that the Earth has zero variance in the
Don't know.
horizontal plane?
I've talked to a lot of people and found it very difficult to talk to people. I consider it an oxymoron, right? Because the Earth is measured not flat.
Dude, okay, now go to the dictionary and find the answer for what you mean by measured not flat.
On the vertical datum. It's quite obvious.
Okay.
I've done it.
So what? So what does that mean? Like, parse it out some more. Does that mean there's
measured,
no
not flat.
undulations? Like, what does it mean? Don't just say it's measured not flat. I'm asking you what it means by
how
flat.
to do it. Do you know
Okay,
how to
what do
measure
you
the
mean by
elevation
flat?
changes in reality?
Right, so there's elevation changes off of the horizontal, right? So you pick any point on the horizontal plane,
Down
right?
and down. When you're doing it with an auto level, you're measuring down, aren't you? The land is below, and the horizontal that you used is above. That
Fine.
measurement is a measurement of a rod that's positioned vertically. It's a measurement
Right.
on that
Right. So
staff,
all
the
points,
vertical
right?
staff.
So all points that you measure aren't going to be on the same plane, correct?
You're measuring the land underneath, yeah. It's not on the same plane.
It's not on the same
horizontal
plane
is
that you're
established.
referencing.
Yes, the horizontal is above, right? And the stuff that you're measuring is at the bottom of the measuring rod, underneath. You measure the vertical change, the difference. It's called differential leveling.
Yeah, no, duh, dude.
You're measuring the difference
Yeah, no, you need
between
to
the
measure it
levels on the
from
vertical.
the anus to the both sides.
Anyway, the point is, you're using the word as its meaning. You could go look it up in the dictionary. When you look it up, whether it's adjective, adverb, or noun or whatever, the one categorical definition, okay, is smooth with no elevation changes or rises or bumps and relative to the point, right? That's what flat means in that context. And you keep looking, right, and you'll find another one where it says flat, right? And then it'll talk to you about an orientation relative to the horizontal, relative to level, right? So people have been using this term flat to mean horizontally arranged for decades upon decades upon decades upon decades. Okay, so nobody is meaning that it's smooth with no variations when they say flat earth, dude. Not one person is actually seriously meaning that. So to say, oh, the earth's not flat because I'm using a restricted definition of flat by isolating the token out of its various definitions and context and telling you it's not flat in that context means that you shouldn't say it's flat. Well, they don't mean what you mean when you say it's flat. That's the problem.
Sorry, I've got to go and see my dad. Problems at home. It's been interesting. I don't think we came to a conclusion there.
We did come to a conclusion. You just didn't concede the conclusion.
I might not
Just
have
because we
heard
don't
it.
come to an
It's like,
agreement doesn't mean we didn't come to a conclusion.
well, I'd say I didn't get to come to a conclusion because I've got to go. My dad phoned.
Well, I mean, what
Didn't
conclusion
hear
could you possibly come to? There's no way to rebut what I just said. It's all just a matter of preferential treating of connotations. That's really what it is.
Yeah, it's all definitions are meaningless, right? Contextual.
No, friend, no. That is definitions have meaning. For you to characterize what I just went through as definitions are meaningless, it just shows that you just don't have the depth for what I said, bro. So why don't you go take care of your family and piss right off?
So everybody else, be careful of that synonym argument.
Oh yeah, I'll be real careful of it, dude. I clearly parsed it out quite eloquently. It's not my problem that you don't get it. So I'm gonna go ahead and help you out, so you can go take care of your family instead of trying to do shots across the bow. There you go. There's no reason not to leave. You're welcome to come back when you don't have something to take care of. Freaking pedantic assholes, man.
I keep saying it's just a semantic issue. It's not substantive. It's a waste of time.
Exactly, dude.
He's managed to
Do you know
form
how many
a cult
words?
out of a semantic argument. And the cult
Do you know how
members
many
must
words?
be calling
Go
you
ahead,
out, you're
son.
going to leave in a minute.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I was talking over you.
No, I'm just calling out his cult members. It's literally a cult. He's like a narcissistic manipulator, that guy. Lies, never a straight answer, same thing every day. It's weird.
Well,
and when he
I'll
doesn't have a
tell you what.
rebuttal, he pretends he wasn't listening. Does it all the time.
Yeah, well, why it bothers me is that acolytes of this type of thinking go into other people's rooms and beat up on those people because they use certain terms. It's like, oh, I'm not a flat earther. You're a flat earther. The earth's not flat. They'll say things like you're lying, you're being disingenuous, you're unintelligent, etc. It's just a bunch of click, I'm wearing my colors kind of faggotry. Sorry.
Well,
Now
I've been in his room.
40 minutes.
I've been in his room a lot. And he has two objectives for coming here. One is to try and get someone to say something that they deem as stupid. And they're going to clip it and make a YouTube video. And the other objective, I think, is to get people to come to his room. So every now and again, he gains more followers.
There's a few things that happen. One, I already know that they review conversations in here. But another thing is that if you want to sell an idea, you want to get a bit of fame, right? Get a bit of money, the best thing to do is to make yourself look different, right? And I think that's all they're trying to do. They just want to get to their own little squad, right? That's just it. It's not that interesting. I mean, if your whole squad's based on a semantic issue, it's the reason why it's not successful.
Well, he's targeting this niche market of flat earthers who don't want to call themselves flat earthers, and he's like giving them an out where they can go, "Oh, I'm not a flat earther." I think he's appealing to that.
There have been people, I don't know if they have a name for themselves in their group. There was things called level earthers. There were a thing called plane earthers, realm earthers, water worlders, true earthers, biblical earthers. Now, what's true among all of those who are within the quote unquote flat earth, globe earth argument is that they all believe that the earth is generally a horizontal plane, right? With topographical variation. That's what every single one of them agrees to. So they're parsing out this pedantic differentiations, right? Just to make themselves stand out. It's like, I don't get it, man. It's just pointless.
It's clown world. Welcome to and to be honest with you, globers don't actually think. I mean, in my experience, the flat earthers don't know there's mountains. You know.
I know. How
I
stupid
feel like
could
we
you
all know
be?
that.
Well, let's go. You guys want to do an exercise and just go through these Earther titles? So one of the Earther titles was Waterworlder, right? And they said it's Waterworld because the Earth's not flat. Why is the Earth not flat? Because there's mountains. So you obviously can't call it a flat Earth. It's a water world. Why is it a water world? Because the majority of it's water. Okay, you're saying we can't say flat Earth because it's not all flat, 100% by your argument. But you're then saying it's a water world, but then admitting that it's not all water. So you're wrong, just by the same token that you just criticized the other guys. Now, level Earthers, right? Let me ask you this question. Is the Earth level everywhere? No. Just the same as it's not flat everywhere, right? So calling yourself a level earther or a flat earther, what's the difference? You're both imprecise. Now you could call yourself a horizontal earther, right? But what part of the earth is actually literally horizontal? You know, if you claim the sea level is horizontal, right, like a horizontal surface, but then you say, oh, there's waves and ripples. Oh, so you don't actually have all points of the earth on the same horizontal plane. So you can't use horizontal earth, right? You see that if you use this pedantic precision, you can dismiss any claim, right? It's just stupid.
Yeah, and it creates factionalism where people monopolize on the idea that flat earthers can't agree, and then these make little cults, little groups.
Now, they actually were in here the other day having a conversation, and I actually engaged with Bev for quite a long time. And then he created this, critique video on his channel after the fact, going through what we discussed. And he was trying to make it like I was trying to rebut his argument that he had put forward. But I was just parsing his argument and critiquing the argument in the sense of trying to find out how it worked. And the homeboy literally wouldn't define horizon for me. He was like just claiming, oh, it must be self-evident what a horizon is. Right? And it's like, dude, what's a horizon, bro? Your entire argument relies on what a horizon is. So what's a horizon? Then the guy in the critique that was like his partner critique, he said what a horizon was like almost immediately. When I asked, he heard me ask it in the argument between me and Bev. And then he said, oh, why didn't you answer the question? It's a fair question. He's parsing his terms. A horizon is blah, 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 blah. The guy defined it. What did he define it as? He defined it as the limit of your vision, right? Where the sky and the ground appear to meet, or the sky and the water surface. He particularly defined it as the water surface for obvious reasons, because you won't have, mountains and stuff in the way, and water's the most flattest, smoothest thing you can find in nature, generally. Now the problem is, if you define that as a horizon, right, and then you have parallel to the plane of the horizon, if you slice that through a globe as a chord line, then you have a quote unquote horizontal line that you could create that's parallel to that plane, right? Make sense?
Yeah, I understand you.
Right. So that opens up a critique to his quote unquote the argument, because you have to define the relationship between a horizon and horizontal. Because on a globe, they claim that a horizontal is a point, right, that you then have rays exceeding out from it, from that point, that are perpendicular to vertical straight to the center of the earth. That's what horizontal is in the globe model, right? So a glober can have a plane that's parallel to that, that's a reference plane. Now the surface of the earth won't be parallel to that, it'll be curving away. But if you make it the chord line to the horizon, because a horizon is the intersection of a tangent from your eye line to the limit of your quote unquote vision, which in the globe model is a falling away of the curve of the earth, right? So you could create a chord line and create a parallel plane to that, and then all planes parallel to that chord line, right? So he goes one step further because he's claiming that all horizontals are parallel to each other. Whereas on the globe plane, horizontals are not parallel to each other because they're locally referenced. Each one is its unique hyperplane that exists in free space. Right? So unless you define the nature of the horizon in the first place, your entire argument falls. Your orientation of your horizontal plane is parallel to the surface of the Earth, right? But then you're begging the question, because then it's like, well, how do you know it's horizontal in the first place? Oh, well, it's just obvious. That's the way we live. So what you end up with is a tautology, right? You just assert that the plane of the horizon is horizontal, and that plane intersects all other horizontal planes that are at the same level, right? Because you need that in order for that argument to carry. It's not as simple as just saying all horizontals are parallel. You have to define what horizontal is in the first place. What is horizontal? Parallel to the plane of the horizon. What is the plane of the horizon? It's of something. It's of the horizon. What's the horizon? Unless you adequately define the horizon in the first place, your entire argument falls to pieces.
It's a strange concept because for me, right, I think if you're a flat earther, cause there are substantively flat earthers, so it's a semantic thing, right? You'd want to make sure that you fight your battle everywhere, right? And it's almost like a retreat, right, into one thing, right? Now, one thing that has been tried, I assume, for years, right? I feel like Bev's been doing this for a while, and has been unsuccessful in convincing globe earthers. So, as far as I can tell, if you want to put all your eggs into one basket, it's quite a vulnerable position to be in, first of all, because if a glober just finds a way to reject that claim pretty rationally, then as far as they're concerned, your entire point is ineffective, right? And you don't need to, and they will drift off into obscurity. Whereas, like, at least flat earthers here, to their credit, will try to fight a battle anywhere, right? They're not like retreating into one claim, right? One little tiny microcosm of flat Earth.
The worst part about it is that 99 probably percent of quote unquote flat level. Hey, bro, you know what, man? You're onto something. So check this out. You know LGBTQIA XYZ LMNOP? You know that? You know what I'm talking about? We need one of those. We need one of those acronyms for all the types of flat earthers there are. So we got flat earthers, level earthers, water worlders. What else? We got to make it sound totally stupid too.
You could just do it based off like the because get like 24/7. So 24. Then you got Witzites, so 24W Bevites, 24WB. Then you've got Nathan Oakley, 24WBN, and then QE, 24WBNQ. There you go. You've got your whole LGBT acronym.
Big words from a man who has done nothing at all but talk shit and talk shit about other persons constantly. Yui. Big words.
I've done what, sorry? I've talked shit about everyone.
You're a nobody. You've done nothing. You
Oh,
measure
no, I'm a
nothing.
nobody
You
on
put
Discord.
forward nothing. You just have one
Are you a
mission here.
somebody on Discord? Are you a somebody?
Are you
a famous Discordian?
Get me? No.
Unemployed, perhaps?
So what? You're just an ad hom bitch.
Ad hom? Oh.
Yeah,
What's
you're
the
a
ad hom?
homo.
A
Homo
homo,
here
yes.
to fuck
What's the
with
ad hom?
people who talk reason.
I
You're
see.
a broken
Are
mind.
you like a Bev cultist? Is that what this is?
I don't know, dude.
Are you
By the
offended?
way,
Did your master?
this channel spammed hardcore porn when I played some song on shared activities, so you know where you are.
Are you mad
You
I
know
insulted
who
your
these guys
master?
are. You guys,
You should go cry to your master.
Channels don't have agency, bro. They can't do things unless they have a
Yeah,
script.
but the mods have, so
Never did.
mods
Do you
did that.
Do you think Oh, that's your claim? Your claim is that mods streamed porn to your channel?
I have it recorded, and maybe one day I will release the video with
Oh no,
you
here's how
guys
it's gonna
and the
go. You're
voices.
banned. You sir are banned indefinitely from this channel from this point forward. When I stop talking to you, until you give me the evidence of your claim.
Follow, come, faggot. Suck my dick.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Is he a Bevite? Is he a Bevite?
No, I don't think he is, but I see why he's force muted every day.
I see.
I always wondered what he must have said to be muted every time I see him, and
He was in their live stream that they were having the other day, making that same accusation. Right. So he's not willing to provide the proof. Right. So I don't know. It just sounds like he's being a dinkus.
I feel like calling someone a nobody on Discord is the least harmful insult someone could give to someone. It's like saying you're employed. It's weird.
Look, nobody's perfect, so it may be the case that somebody that has a mod role, had something inappropriate on one of their screens and didn't quite, solve it before they went live, or somebody looked at their thing or whatever. That's, humans make mistakes, right?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to chastise you if some rogue person came in and posted porn.
No, he was claiming a mod did it.
No, that's not true. That's just not true. Which mod would that be? Think about it, right? Think about all the mods. Which one would it be? None of them. Because none of them, they're all 50. The dicks don't work anymore.
So saying it's not flat is what bothers you, right?
Huh?
Yeah. Saying that it's not flat is what bothers you.
No, what bothers me is that people who try to be so precise in parsing out a term don't realize that the term has dual meanings in common language, and that when you attack one meaning, you're not ipso facto attacking the other meaning unless you commit the lexical fallacy of equivocation, in which all terms that share that token mean the same thing. That would be a fallacy. So to then go on and to impugn anyone's character, intelligence, or integrity, or purpose for using the term the earth is flat, that's what pisses me off.
I don't think Bev does that. As far as like insulting people, I don't think he does that.
Well, he does it in a passive aggressive way quite often. Okay, so you see, aggression that's passive is still aggression, and denigration that's passive is still denigration. Okay, so when people say the Earth's not flat because it doesn't have any variations in the vertical axes relative to the horizontal, that it does, and therefore it can't be flat, they're speaking of a particular term where the meaning and the token mean a certain thing. Now, it's very simple to go look in the dictionary, right? In fact, let's look it up. I'll do it. I've done it recently for one of our friends, but I lost those screenshots buried. There we go. Hold on. Start. All right, here we go. Pow. We're going to go on this journey together. What do I want to do here? Take a screenshot. So I'm going to read it off and I'm going to post it. So flat, circle that. Listen to this. Adjective, okay? Part of speech adjective. Smooth and even, without marked lumps or indentations, right?
Yeah.
And it has
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
has
Flat
under
is a Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that flat is a poorly defined word. Yeah.
Well, not really. I mean, that's pretty good. Smooth and even without marked lumps or indentations, right? So smooth and even. Even, right, generally means without variance. Right? So then you go down to so this is adjective definition, right? So there's actually two meaning associations with an adjective. The second one is a personal connotation. So lacking interest, dull of emotion, lifeless. Okay. So obviously the earth's not flat, right? Because the earth doesn't lack emotion because it has no emotions, right? I could just as easily make that argument. So now let's go on to adverb. Adverb. Okay, notice how we switch from adjective to adverb. We're still under the token FLAT, right? So here's adverb. Definition 1 under adverb category. In or to a horizontal position. Follow that? In or to a horizontal position. Stretched out. Informal, completely or absolutely in totality, right? That's colloquialism, like I'm turning you down flat, right? All right, so let me save that. Okay, I'm going to post that, all right? Okay, so now I'm going to trace the other terms in there. So we got horizontal. It says in or to a horizontal position. So now I want to know what that means. So I'm going to look at that. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to screenshot that. Okay, so horizontal, part of the definition of flat in the adverbial sense, was in or to, oriented horizontally, right? Or positioned horizontally. Okay. So the horizontal definition we got here is adjective, parallel to the plane of the horizon, at right angle to vertical. Okay. The second is a social one, which has to do with social tiers or classes. So you have horizontal class loyalties, right? So that means, people that are your peer group are horizontally in your class. Obviously, when we talk about the earth, we don't mean that, right? So then we have noun, a horizontal line, a plane, etc. Right? So horizontal can be employed as a noun. So now we have similars, which, it's kind of like, synonyms in a way. Horizontal. Similar words are parallel, level, even. Now notice how the word even is there. So we got to look that up. All right, so I'm going to post that. Hold on. Where are we, chat? Here we go, chat. Okay, let me zing you with that one there. I'll have to save these in a folder, so I won't have to do this again. All right, so now I'm going to go on to the next word while we're tracing down what these words mean. Let me go back to my screen. Okay, so we have parallel, level, and even. We all know what parallel means, right? We don't need to look at that one. So let's look up even, since that's the new word that we often don't employ. Even. So the word even in the similar connotation means flat and smooth. So I'm going to go to the full definition and rather than just a short. Okay, so let me go here. Now this one is really interesting. But it's got tons of more categories than the other words we've actually gone through so far. Let me copy this. Oh, holy crap, this has got a lot, dude. Wow. This one is way longer than the others, dude. This one has 3 scroll capture scrolls, where the other ones only have 1. Okay, so let me go back to that. Okay, so this one, listen to this. Even, the word even, E-V-E-N, which we already got from the word flat when we were trying to define it, that flat is smooth and even. Okay, the first one is flat and smooth, right? Flat and smooth. The subheading is in the same plane or line, level. Follow that? In the same plane or line, level. Okay, so here even means level, and we already said that flat means smooth and even. Now here we have number 2 on this subheading, equal in number, amount, or value. Right, obviously that doesn't apply. This has to do with numerical systems. Let's go down one more here. Go past all the human connotations, right? Because we're not talking about, interpersonal relationships. Right, then we got numbers. So we got a lot to do with interpersonal relationships, social things, and numbers. Obviously the word even has a lot to do with numbers. So even though this was a really long one, we're now moving on to verb. So even can be employed as a verb, which means to make even or become even. Now, if you're using it in the context of flat or horizontal, that's going to be to level it out, right? To smooth it or level it out, right? So you notice how these words are all interconnected, right? So now we have an adverb under the subheading. So now we're in a totally different part of speech. We went from verb, now we're in adverb. Used to emphasize something, right? This is just a term. So they have never even heard of the U.S. Obviously, that doesn't matter. Right, so we're starting to learn that words have multiple connotations, multiple denotations, and multiple similarities and synonyms that are linked together and can be interchanged. Okay, so we made it through all of that. So all these rests have to do with social, grammar, and numbers. So I think I don't need to scroll capture all of that for you guys, because those don't apply categorically. Yet they are definitions under the same term. So you notice how one term can have different categorical definitions. And so you can't say something isn't even just because you disprove one of these categorical definitions. You have to disprove them all, every single one of them, in order to say it's not even in totality. Otherwise, you have to understand the context and which term is being employed, not which token is being employed. Okay, the token is the letters E-V-E-N. That's the token. The term, right, is the meaning and the token combined in its context. All right, so I'm going to screenshot this. And, hold on, give me once. Hopefully you're not bored. All right, done. Let me isolate. Having a variation in quality, we don't need that. 2 people, we don't need that. All right, so we'll just get the short part here. Get rid of that. Let me circle. Flat, smooth, flat and smooth. In the same plane or line, level.
Why not just say Earth?
Go ahead.
Why flat Earth? Why not just say Earth?
The Earth is the Earth.
Well, why describe it as being flat or whatever it is? Why not just start with Earth is dirt, and then you go from there? Like what? Because when you say flat Earth, it forces people to think of a globe.
Why?
That's the first thing that they think. Because everybody knows why. Because it's all
Well,
we see.
what? Well, yes, but has it not also been the dichotomous impression that people have been given that there's always been this battle between flat Earth and globe Earth? For example, there has been other Earth theories out there, right? That didn't get as much quote unquote press, right?
Yes.
Throughout history, not just lately, but throughout history.
Yeah. So why not?
So,
I mean,
I just want to stop you for 1 second, friend, and I just want
go ahead,
you to see if you'll agree with me that it seems to me that the primary visceral contention you have is with the connotations of the term, the implications, social
it
implications.
denotes a model. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it denotes a model. I think it has connotations of a model.
Yeah. Because the first thing that people think is a pizza in space. Everybody. That's the first question that people think. All right. All the other planets are balls, so why isn't Earth a ball? Like, that's the first thing.
Right. So we're trying to use language then to control the person's impression of what you're about to tell them, while avoiding any preloaded misconceptions. Right.
Right. It's a way for me to keep the conversation going. Because if I say flat or globe Earth, then everyone already has an idea of that in their head. But that's imagination. If you stick with reality, then it forces them to actually talk about reality, like horizontal, vertical, perpendicularity and surveying. That's all reality.
Right. So I had a hard time the other night getting Bev to tell me what a horizon was and what the reference was. But in the end, he said it's the surface of water. Right. The orientation of the general orientation of the matrix of the Earth in which we get horizontal and vertical axes, right, is parallel to the plane of the water's surface at equilibrium, right?
Yes.
Because that was the only tool that he could even think of, and me as well. I mean, there are other tools, but those tools were originally based on either water or self-leveling tools like a laser level, right? Laser levels don't run on water necessarily, right? The higher end ones, they have a self-orienting gimbal inside that hangs the laser. But generally, water's the go-to, right? It's the benchmark standard, right?
Yep.
Because obviously a laser, it's going to lose precision over distance, especially one we can afford. If you had $500,000 to buy a military grade laser, or a laser targeting system from a destroyer or something, that's a different story. But in practicality, water is the gold standard, right? So the orientation of the surface of water, right? That's what the matrix of X and Y, okay, or he uses Z, whatever, you know what I mean, vertical. It's parallel to water surface, right? So
Yeah. So there's no reason to say flat Earth. All right. You
let's
get
go
it?
ahead one more time.
There's no reason to say flat Earth.
Well, I mean, if you just say flat water, like, oh, what do you think the Earth is? Flat water. That's not a complete descriptor, right?
No. Would you be able to describe the entire Earth? I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because I haven't seen the entire Earth. I haven't measured the entire Earth. However, I do know how it is measured.
The Earth. Is that not a
Well,
description of the entire Earth?
well, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
But
Debunked.
Yes, definitely. But what I'm talking about is measured horizontally. There's no reason to say flat Earth. Because that's reality, is that it's measured horizontally.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to break the ice on that one, because as far as I'm concerned, if you have a position, and the easiest way to call it is just flat Earth, that's the name of the position, but you actually mean measured horizontally. That's fine, but who on earth is going to commit to the idea of saying the words measured horizontally? That's my position, measured horizontally. Earth is measured horizontally. You just want to, simplify, make it clear. What you're actually saying is flat Earth. I mean, it's really just what's easier to say, what's simple.
I can't do that. I can't do that. Because the person I'm talking to will think I'm stupid.
Yeah, who cares?
Well, I do. Right? Like,
yeah. I mean, look at the people in this VC. If they hear that I'm a globe earther, I guarantee a lot of them, for some strange reason, assume I'm stupid, right? But I don't mind that. That's fine.
But what people will then ask is, okay, how does the sun work and all that? It doesn't matter how I think the sun works. What can I prove? And I can prove level is horizontal.
Yeah, well,
that's all you need. So there's no reason to say flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that people have a picture in their head about what your positions are, but you can just say at the get-go, I don't care about that, but and then you ask you a question, you go down your parallels and planes sort of dialogue tree.
I think rather what you have is a compelling reason for you not to use the term flat Earth and to use circumnavigational, tactics, right? When you're discussing it with people. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you.
Because that's actually a very good tactic, right? You want to talk about a topic, but you want to avoid incendiary language, right?
Yes. And when you say loaded terms,
right,
the person then exits the conversation. They go into their mind.
But I do think at the same time, if that's your preference for yourself, that's fine. But if people are quite happy to just call themselves flat earthers, that's also fine. But you are effectively the same thing.
Okay, that's the point. That's the point, Yui. That's the point right there. If someone recognizes that they're essentially the same thing, and they're just using a different method of speaking about it, right, is different, right, than saying those guys are flat earthers, I'm not like them, even though when you parse the terms out properly, you agree with everything they agree with. You can't create this false other. Like if you have this air, like I'm not using the term flat earther because I am more intelligent or better morally, or have better intentions or more progressed or whatever. Yet all you're doing is just using a semantical argument to remove yourself from the term one step. I mean, by saying I'm not a flat earther and then affirming everything that is essentially categorized as being a flat earther, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's kind of weird.
It's a very low form of seeming intelligent, because I hear a lot like, oh, it's not, it's a false dichotomy, and no one's set up a dichotomy between flat and globe. There could be a donut for all I care, I don't know, but there is no dichotomy. There is two main ideas though, two more popular ideas that people fight between. That's true. You're not more logical because you've decided to embrace one semantical issue. That's just being pedantic, and being pedantic is very low brow, low form.
But I think that the term flat Earth is a tag that comes with a lot of baggage. When you do declare yourself as a flat earther, in reality, not in Discord, it can trigger a pre-programmed response from people where it generally comes with a lot of hate or ridicule, or they might try and dox you as a flat earther and try and push you in front of a larger audience, like let your workplace know you're a flat earther, and it can mess with your life. So I generally stray away from saying I'm a flat earther. I pretty much won't say it to anyone outside of Discord, because I have done in the past and it's come with a lot of troubles,
Well, I mean, this is basically life, right? Whether you're talking about any controversial topic whatsoever, you're going to get some flack, right, for it. I mean, I don't talk about my politics in real life. You wonder why, right? I talk about it on Discord. Yeah, people might dox me for my political positions or whatever, right? But I'm quite confident that that's not going to happen. So I don't really care. You just have to stop caring, Super Monkey Ball, about what people think about you.
Yeah, but the point is probably more so where I could have a civil conversation about the same subject and say the exact same stuff, and we'd have a civil conversation between us both about it, as long as I don't say the word flat Earth. As soon as that's said, it's like triggers a response in people, and they'll start thinking about what this guy on YouTube said about it or what the TV said about it. Whereas the actual context and what's the stuff we're actually talking about could be exactly the same. As long as
the beauty of it is, Super Monkey Ball, is if you say to someone you're a flat earther on Discord, and they paint a picture of this stupid ape in their head, right? And you're not a stupid ape, let's say, right? I don't know you very well, but I've had one debate, and we're on the same side, so I take it that you're not stupid, right? And you show that globe earther that you're way ahead of him, right? Then it's even more satisfying because their ego collapses before your eyes.
Yeah, but it's not about that for me. It's not about trying to win a debate online or anything like that. It could hinder a relationship with someone you might have to work with on a day-to-day basis, or you could find yourself in a position where once you've declared you're a flat earther, now any opinion you have on any subject going forward is immediately discarded by that person because you're a flat earther.
Well, don't tell people in real life then. It's quite simple. I mean, I don't talk about my politics in real life, and it bothers me little, right? It's just how people are, right? Some people are quite opinionated, and that's just that.
Yeah, so I won't tell people. I think having this conversation about the shape of the Earth without mentioning the word flat Earth kind of like bypasses their bias or programming against it, whatever you want to call it.
About that, I think that everyone in this room or who frequents here knows that Bev's a flat earther. So it's like it's maybe a temporary reprieve, if anything, but everyone knows, right? It's not like it's new to anyone, any global or flat earther.
Oh yeah, everyone knows Bev's a flat earther. I mean,
absolutely.
I don't know what he's playing at. He's claiming that we don't believe mountains exist Is as far
But
as
that's
I'm.
what I'm saying. Like, if you come into the chat and say I'm horizontal or level earther or water earther or whatever you want to call yourself, that disguise is only going to last for like a few minutes, right? Everyone's going to know what you are, right? So you may as well just embrace flat earther and make it simple.
To be honest, I don't think we should call ourselves anything. Like when you found out Santa wasn't real, it didn't come with a label. Or even until you entered this arena with a flat Earth glober, if you didn't call yourself a glober, I'd never call myself a glober.
Yeah, I agree. I keep saying that. I like the concept of calling myself a globe is very peculiar to me because I just think the Earth is a globe. That's all.
Listen, we're going to take this word back until we're the only ones allowed to say it, and anyone else who says it gets fined by the FCC.
I do the same thing with imagine, right? I'm an imaginer. People think imagining is a bad thing. I call imagining every form of thought you could possibly have, thinking or otherwise. So, and anything conceivable. So I'm an imaginer, right? I'm owning it.
Well, my goal is to keep people engaged in conversation. If I start talking about my personal beliefs, nobody gives a shit, right? If you talk about reality, then there's no way for them to escape. It keeps them engaged. Like when
Has
I
that
say
ever
level,
worked for you?
oh yeah, all the
Have you
time.
actually convinced a globe earther once in the years that you've been doing this that this kind of style is effective?
Effective at getting them to think. I can't change anybody's mind, but it's very triggering for people who have a dogmatic belief. But if you stick with reality, then there's nowhere for anybody to hide.
You can change people's minds. It's just that people have this weird expectation that it happens in one debate or overnight. Usually, I don't know if any of you had it, but like when you get a message a year after having a debate with someone and they tell you that you convinced them, but it took them a while to kind of the seed to grow, that's kind of like how huge shifts in the mind actually happen. Small things can change overnight, though.
Because in reality, everybody knows that level is horizontal. It's just weirdos on the internet who think otherwise. It's fun to talk to those people sometimes. In reality, everybody knows that scale maps represent our 3D reality, horizontal and vertical. Well, there is to it. Everybody knows what happens to water when Earth curves. It's just weirdos on the internet who think otherwise. So it's fun. Thing is, if you always talk about what you can't prove, then you're never gonna be talking about reality. Like if you talk about gravity or refraction, or optics, they're dead ends, as far as I'm concerned. But in reality, all we know about gravity is that it's perpendicular to horizontal. All right? That's all we know about gravity. Vertical.
Yeah, you go, girl.
imagine working with an anti-flat earther. Imagine it if you announced that you was a flat earther in your workplace, and then it turns out your manager is like one of these guys who seems to hate the idea of a flat earth. You're never going to get that promotion. And for 40 hours a week, even when you don't want to talk about it, they're going to come at you. They're going to come at you every day.
Is an anti-flat earther someone who hates the idea of flat earth? Because I was told it was someone who thinks a flat earth is always wrong, even if they're not talking about flat earth.
I don't know. I just class them as the people that come here every day. Not yourself, actually, but people who come here every day and they're like fuming, they're like really angry at the idea of a flat earth. Or Peter the Great, I'd say he's one. The guy, he's posted over 10,000 tweets, all opposed to the flat earth, you know. He's dedicated a large portion of his life to this.
Yes, but I've never heard that he was being untoward. What I mean by that is there are people who are members of this server, members of our server, and other servers that specifically collude with each other to antagonize us, such as make petitions to get us kicked off servers, make all kinds of slanderous remarks about bad activity that we might be doing. You know, like they're actively campaigning to essentially harm our efforts, whatever those efforts are.
Yeah, I think that sounds. I initially thought that would be what an anti-flat earther is, right? I thought, you know, if you run into someone who's quite aggressive in debating flat earth, or you know, that's one of their main things to debate about, or whatever. It's like saying you're an anti-glober, right? Which is strange to me. I think you just aren't a glober, right? And you're maybe passionately so. But with anti-flat earth, I imagine someone who goes beyond a debate on the internet and actually tries to make it personal, right?
Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get a list of how many factions we can come up with the definition of what anti-flat earthers means. Then we all have to choose our groups. Now, you're not allowed to change groups for 13 days, so make sure you choose wisely. After 13 days, if you want to switch sides to a different group, you're free to do so.
I got called an anti-flat earther recently by two people. It's very interesting. And it's just because I think I got more aggressive in my debating with the flat earth. But that's only because I think that once I've made a point and I feel like we've come to a consensus, I hate the idea that that same person resets the day after. Oh, it just does me some internal antagonism, right? I don't know.
Yui, can you tell us why you've strengthened your belief in a globe? Can you tell us how that happened?
Well, you know, initially I didn't give a fuck. You know, just my interests were elsewhere. Let's just shoot in the globe and walk around and think, yeah, it's a globe, sure, whatever. I didn't even think about it, right? Why would you, right? But then I spoke to flat earthers for the first time in September, and then I thought, like, oh, this is a fun debate. But I didn't know any physics. I'm scientifically illiterate and mathematically illiterate. I'll include it as well. But what happened was that with pure reason, right, I got involved in the debate, and my opinion strengthened over time because I was just unpersuaded about proofs. So if you claim you have a proof, it better be some darn good evidence, right? Like it has to be pretty rock solid. And I find some of the proofs are so whimsically, like, facile that there's no. It's like it's amazing that people would consider them proofs at all, which is why I, you know, hearing the opposing argument just strengthened it based on the idea that this is the best they've got, right?
All right. That begs the question. Give us the most flaccid flat earth proof.
Well, the Black Swan. Easy. Actually, I don't know if that's the most flaccid one. trying to think, what would be the most flaccid one that I've heard? Oh yeah, okay, this one, right? When someone says to you, because I guess a black swan would be a bit more intelligent than the one I'm about to say. If someone says to you, "How does this work on your flat Earth or whatever?" Like, so they say like, "Oh, the sun does this," or shadows do that, or whatever it is. The weirdest response I get is that, well, it's the same as on Globe Earth, and I'm like, that you may as well have just said, "I don't know," right? Rather than making that strange point, I don't get it. Or like horizontal, the horizon's horizontal being self-evident without any method to measure it. That's also a funny one. It's just self-evident. All right then. I can't tell if a photo frame is horizontal. I don't know how you're managing to do it with the horizon.
What? No, dude. Okay. It's not as much self-evident as it is definitional. Okay. I just went through this with the guy earlier, right? The term horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon, right?
I don't understand it to mean that. And so, definitionally for me, it doesn't mean that, right? And then the whole.
Okay, well, then you're making up your own definitions.
I think that's okay. You might hate this take, but I think definitions are just used to describe reality, right? Like straight lines, right? You just want to use a word and capture what you're trying to talk about in that word. And if your word captures flat Earth, it's as good as my word capturing globe Earth, right? It's neither here nor there.
Okay, so let's parse it out. If you take an idealized globe Earth, right, with an idealized observer and an ideal ray of line of sight to the intersect point where you can no longer see beyond, right? And you trace that 360 degrees around you, that would be a circle, correct?
Can you say it one more time? I'm on my phone, so I can't quite hear what you're saying.
So you take an idealized globe, put a little dude on it, draw a tangent line from his eyeball to the intersection point, right, of the surface. Trace that 360 degrees around. That's his horizon, right?
Yes, I'm going to say yes.
Okay, now is that a circle? If you take the intersection point 360 degrees, what shape do you have? A circle, correct?
It's like a circle to me, yeah.
Okay, now the term horizon rootedly means a limiting circle of vision. Okay, so in this ideal that I just gave you, the limiting circle is the geometry of the ball that you guys standing on. However, the limit circle is still a circle. Now, take a flat Earth conception, right? You have an extent of your vision, which is a circle, right? Because the limit, let's say it's 3.6 miles. You trace that around in a circle, and that point at 3.6 miles in a circle around you is a circle. So now we have two circles, correct?
Two circles, yes.
Yes. Model A has a circle. Model B has a circle. Okay. Now,
yes, sir.
So that circle is arranged, right, on a plane, right?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because a plane would be horizontal, i.e., not a globe.
Well, no, you done screwed up, dude. We just removed the circle, okay? Just the circle. All you're looking at is the circle. Take away the flat Earth from guy A. Take away the globe Earth graphic from guy B, and all you can see is the dude standing vertical, right? And then you can see the circle around them. That's it. So both guys are standing vertical with a circle around them, right? And that circle, right, isn't vertical because we already described it as the intersecting point at the extent, right? So it's extended out from him laterally. And it's those points are all on the same plane or in the same line. Okay, that's geometrically necessary in the way we constructed this setup.
Can
Right?
you show me that on a globe and how it would look?
Dude,
I do
I'll draw
realize
it for you. It's very simple.
not on a flat plane, just on a globe. So if it cuts through the globe or whatever, I want to see if it does. You know. As I said, I'm mathematically illiterate. I need to look at things.
The circle would have to be on a horizontal plane. I mean, that's the only way you're going to get a circle.
Correct. Well, no, it just has to be on a plane, which is all I asked him. Is it on a plane?
Yeah.
Well,
that's it, and that's where it ends.
A circle on a spherical object.
Well,
Okay.
See, when I hear circle, I'm imagining something a little bit like this. But I know what you're imagining. See, when you described it, I was imagining that, right? What are you imagining?
Hold on, buddy boy.
Well, if you're vertical, the circle would have to be perpendicular to that. There you go.
Making a sweet graphic, Holmes. You're gonna love this graphic so much. It's gonna be like, dang. I'll buy that on Fiverr. Oh, I gotta use red for that color.
Yeah, but while you do that, I'm just going to say that, the worst argument, if it can be called an argument, I don't think it can, is you get asked the question, how does this work on a flat Earth? And someone says, the same as a globe Earth. It's just the same. Nothing new under the sun. Quote from Crit. I think we all intuitively know that isn't how you explain things.
Example.
An example?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for instance, how do you reconcile, I don't know, a sun moving across the tropics with seasons and daytime? Nothing new under the sun. Right, there you go.
Well, one thing we know is the sun always above Earth, right? We would agree with that.
Oh yeah, I'd say above Earth from where I'm standing. Yeah.
Objectively.
Objectively, I don't know about that.
See, it's always above Earth, dude.
Yeah, well, I think me thinks that that no, that's not how it works, because then when it sets, it's always going below Earth, right? That'll be very weird.
No. Oh, dude, it's not. Because up in your worldview, to anything is a line from the radial center through the surface to the object. Away from the surface, that's up. So the sun is always up in relation to the Earth.
Yeah, but that's why I said in relation to where I am, right? So up is from where I am. But if you're not where I am, say Australia, right?
There's your
It's
answer.
below
Yep.
you.
There's your answer to all observations. Your distinct instance from your point of view, interpreted visually. That's why you see the things you see. Now you could parse that out differentially, like say, oh, well, what about the mechanical relationships of me to those objects? Where do they exist in free space relative to me? And then you have to start making different assertions and backing them up with different evidences. But in the meantime, I posted the graphic for you.
Yeah, that's you can't have the only one where pi remains constant is B. You'd be doing all kinds of funky shit if you tried to say that. You could trace out a circle on a sphere without cutting through the sphere.
Oh, this is it. So look,
on the surface of a sphere.
the horizon tangent intersect point, if you're standing on an arc, like is on the left, right, is where your line of sight meets the limit of the ground, right? That's the whole claim, right? That there's this hump of Earth curve that you can't see beyond, right? And if it's an ideal sphere, which means no variations, then that intersect point is going to be at the same drop angle and at the same distance from your center point, as you can see from my top-down view. So if you trace that point 360 degrees around you, you get a perfect circle. Now, all those points are on a plane, right? Which is perpendicular to the man who's standing vertical, right? Which makes it what, by definition? Anyone?
Well, you would say a plane, right? Horizontal, flat, whatever.
Yeah, by definition, if you're perpendicular to vertical, you're horizontal, right?
All perpendicular lines to a plane are parallel. I learned that from the master.
Right, so then the answer is true that in both A and B, the limiting circle of your vision, which is, an etymological foundation of the word horizon, right? So there's your horizon, that circle, and that circle.
Me thinks there's a faulty premise in there somewhere, and I think it has something to do with the idea of a perfect circle, in the way that you're describing it on a flat surface. So, what I drew, what I posted is what in my head when you say circle on the surface of a sphere will be that, right? And what you're describing, I don't know if that could be replicated on the Earth unless you could show me that being done. Measured out or whatever.
What? Hey,
so
if you take a pole, stab it into something, right? Let's say it's a big juicy orange. Tie a string to it, and then put a marker on it, and then pull the string until the marker touches the orange, and then go around it like you would be using a compass. In fact, you could just use a compass, right? Take a drawer's compass, set the angle, and scribe a circle on a sphere.
Is there a maximum distance to where this will no longer be possible?
Well, of course. So as soon as you... The whole point of this is that's the intersect point of your line of sight to the surface, right? So how could you go beyond that? Think about it.
Well, there's two issues, right? The first thing is, one, the idea of a perfect circle doesn't exist in reality, at least to my mind, right? Nearly perfect might be a better descriptor. The second thing is, if I was going to walk, I don't know, 1,000 miles, 360 degrees, I think I would get something a little like what I posted, not this perfect circle, which is parallel to the plane and intersecting circles. I don't know. but I'm a mathematically illiterate, so you'll have to ask Manufactotum.
What was he?
He's the math magician.
He's the mathemosophist.
Anyway, if you have a point above a reference, right, and you drop an angle and a distance, and then you trace the intersection point where that line meets the surface below it, you trace that at 360 degrees, or you rotate your little setup 360 degrees, right? So you have the same angle, the same distance, and 360 degree rotation. Those points of intersection that you've rotated where the angle and the line meet, they're going to be on the same plane and a circle when you plot them out.
Yeah, I'm just going to get Manufactotum to translate the maths. Because, like I said, illiterate.
You know what Manufactotum's going to do? He's going to say you could do anything you want. And, straight lines go out the window, that's straight on the surface of the sphere, blah, 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 blah. So, come on. What's the point?
Yeah.
But let's be clear, though. What I just described isn't math.
Geometry, is it not?
Yeah.
Doesn't geometry fall under the umbrella of maths?
Not necessarily.
Oh. It does to me necessarily, so I'm going to consider it mathematics. Or I could call myself geometrically illiterate, if you prefer. But I am also mathematically illiterate.
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah. Don't need maths. Perfectly fine as I am.
No, there are no numbers in
When
geometry.
they teach kindergartners shapes and colors, do they call it math class?
Well, if you're in year 1, which is equivalent to being 5 years old for me. But it's one of those things where if you haven't dealt with geometry since you were 16, you just forget most of it. People say to me like, trigonometry is easy, right? And to me, I understand the sentiment. It's something you would have done for me at GCSE, which is like when I was a young teenager. But when you haven't done any geometry for nearly a decade now, you kind of just don't care anymore. You forget.
Yeah, check this out. So if I get a compass, right, a drawing compass, and I get a piece of paper, and so the way a drawing compass works is it has a pencil on one arm, it has a joint, and it has another arm with a stabber, right? And so you stab the stabber into your paper, and then you open the legs to make different radius, right? And you scribe the pencil around the stabber to make your circle.
Would you call that a perfect circle?
Well, obviously, if you're human, it's going to be pretty hard to keep that thing at the same angle because you can force it to go left or right a little bit, right? But the point is, if you have an ideal, so where you're not going to turn that, you're going to get a perfect circle. You're going to get a line. You're going to get a line drawn, right, with a consistent radius to the center of the stabber.
See, yes.
Now, check this out. If you take the stabber, and rather than stabbing it directly into the piece of paper, you take a little piece of foam that's like an inch tall, right? And then you stab it into the foam, and so the stabber is actually an inch above the pencil, and you turn the pencil down till it touches the paper, and then do your circle, you still end up with what shape?
Two circles?
A circle. A circle. Exactly.
A circle. I thought you said you did it a second time.
Well, you have your first circle and the second circle, right?
Yeah, 2 circles.
Yeah, so the point is, dude, I mean, I know you need a Glober to confirm that this is correct before you believe it's true. But,
yeah. Sometimes, sometimes, I mean, I don't know about you, right? But for me, when it's out, I mean, if I'm physics illiterate and I'm mathematically illiterate, best thing to do is if I hear information from one side, better off hearing it, how it's articulated on the other side before I jump into a position, I think that's a rational thing to do, because I understand what you're saying, right? But but I feel like, I've got this emotion, this kind of like, I don't know what the feeling is, but a feeling that there's a faulty premise somewhere, right? And I want to know what the Glober would say, so I can decide from there.
Dude.
So what was the issue?
You got to take some drawing classes, Holmes.
Yeah. But I think there's an assumption about what can be recreated in reality, and I think that's where I feel like some faulty premise might lie. In reality, as Bev would say.
What was the issue?
Okay, so I'm going to articulate it, and AI can confirm or deny. I want to see if he believes that I've actually understood what he said. A circle, that is a 360 degree view around you, which would be a circle, can only be created on a horizontal plane. But if you intersect with another circle, it would be parallel. Is that correct?
You need a straight line radius, but
What you just said is the dumbest thing that we've ever heard. Everyone is stupid for having listened to that.
I told you I'm geometrically illiterate.
Just kidding.
I'm perfectly happy with admitting that. Do you want to articulate it for him then?
Yeah, it's simple. If you're on a sphere and you're standing vertical, right, or standing straight up, radially out from the center, draw a line from your eye that intersects the arc of the sphere. That would be a tangent. If you then rotate yourself 360 degrees, the intersect point, right, will follow you and will form a circle. That circle is on a plane. Now, since you're vertical and the definition of horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, then that would be a horizontal plane that circle is on.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what Yui was trying to grasp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right, don't mark me anymore. I'm feeling insecure about my geometric literacy.
No problem, bro. The point of that.
Go ahead.
The point of it is this: that the definition horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. He didn't like that definition, right? But I was demonstrating to him that if the horizon is the limiting circle of vision, right, which is the etymology of the word, and it kind of is exactly what we just described with the tangent line being your line of sight, right? Or if you take it on a flat Earth, where let's just say you have a 5 mile distance between, you can't resolve any more information. If you circled that in a circle, you'd end up with a circle again, which would be on a plane. So in either view, your horizon results in a circle that's horizontally orientated.
Yeah, I think I can agree with all that. I think the issue comes. First of all, let me just congratulate you on your linguistic analysis from earlier. I was thoroughly impressed. That was very well done.
Great.
It was good. I love linguistics. Anyway, I think the issue comes up when people start talking about multiple circles and multiple planes and their parallelity or lack thereof. I think that's where people start getting, that's where people start disagreeing. Or even where that horizontal plane sits might even be so even in the drawing you posted with the AB, the fact that this green guy is sitting on a mound above this horizon and the purple guy is sitting on that plane, that's, I guess, just another illustration of that difference.
Right. Now, interestingly enough, you could read my diagram as the left being a guy on a globe and the right being a guy on a horizontally planar surface, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Or you could just as easily say the guy on the left is just on a hill on a planar surface.
Yeah. Well, I think the reduction to geometry that we did to explain all this would sort of idealize the sphere. Because if you say the horizon, I'm about to sound like Bev. But if you say the limit of our view due to the horizon, and you have an ocean in front of you and mountains behind you, whatever line that demarcates is not going to be, well, it's not going to be a circle, first of all. And it's not going to be on a single plane. It's not going to be on a flat plane, at least. So you could, yes, but I think then the previous definition kind of goes out the window.
Well, are you trying to refer to like a topographical horizon, like the the silhouette of the mountains?
Yeah, I mean, for the sake of the definition, or this example, we kind of eliminated all that, like ignored it. But if we're saying this green guy is now on a hill, we kind of have to bring all that back in. I mean, all this is kind of beside the point, I think, but
So are you saying in reality it doesn't really square up?
I think it's good enough as a geometric example.
Well, Yui, that's only if you include topographical silhouette as your definition of the horizon.
I see. You know, I thought that maybe if you two had an exchange, I'd understand any further, but it seems like I don't.
Also, while I'm here,
it's like this, bro. If you go to the beach and you look out over the ocean, right? Or you go to a desert that's perfectly, smooth. Those are like the only two times that you see like a line of the horizon, correct? Almost every other time, it's interrupted by buildings, topography, hills, ramps, etc., right? Trees, right? So you could say that the building, the tree, the ramp, the dude walking across the street, the guy smacking his girlfriend, they're all your horizon, right? Because they're the last part that's attached to the ground before you see the color field of the sky, right? But we all know that that's not what we mean by horizon, correct?
Yeah.
Exactly.
On the heels of that, something I would have wanted to say earlier, I was working, is Larry's not here anymore. Or I don't know who it was you were talking to about calling yourselves flat earthers, especially in conversations with Bev. And I talked to him about this, had a 3-hour conversation with him some time ago. An easy sidestep might be to define the shape of the Earth or describe the Earth by its mean sea level. When people talk about water lies flat and all that, I think that would be a good way to get around all the topography issues and the pedantry of.
Do you need to get around Bev? Does anyone struggle with Bev? I don't think they do.
Well, I feel like the conversation stops that the reason I gleaned from that conversation of why he does that, and I think he would disagree with my interpretation, but it seems to me it's really just meant to shut down the conversation before it's even started, to find an excuse to not engage with it.
It's meant to, for me, I figure it's just meant to be different, right? Because he
Ultimately.
agrees with the flat earther, but he just wants to be different.
Yes, so hold on, Yui, before you go on. Since he made a good point, which is the point, he may have not listened to our conversation yesterday where I dragged Bev through a tedious process of parsing out his argument to finally make him realize that his entire claim rests on the orientation of the surface of water, right? Exactly as you just described.
Right.
Because that's his ultimate baseline, right? It's he in the past I think he called himself a level earther or whatever. But to what level is he saying? He's saying, water levels move a horizontal because the 2 points are level to each other and the surface of water is horizontal. So you end up in this feedback loop of your reference point, right, is the surface of water's orientation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I don't think this is a rational thing. I think it's overthought. I think it's thought too deep. If people would, because he was talking about the contradiction between if horizontal is flat, then vertical would be the antonym for flat. If horizontal is a synonym for flat, I think he it has been explained to him by several people multiple times over the course of the time I've known him, and he just doesn't accept it, right? Like he doesn't accept the idea that one could just refer to themselves as flat and basically believe the same thing as he does substantively. So as far as I'm concerned, it is just a case of wanting to be different. I don't think it's a logical thing. I don't think it's like a.
Well, listen, that may be the case, but he did have a little confession, which I kind of think I was there back then when that happened, back in those days. But he basically said that he became like visceral in his motivation to be against the term flat Earth when somebody pejoratively linked being a flat earther with being a child abuser. Right. So basically accusing him of abusing his own child with being a flat earther. And that is when he just said it tonight. He had a distinctive turning point in being against that term.
I don't think that's true. I think that's Bev making up an excuse. Personally.
Yeah, same. Because if that was the case, right, it would be a very personal thing, right? It wouldn't be a thing that you would impose upon someone else, and he does. He insists upon it in debates with flat earthers, right, where he says we're the third position, right? And he'll come in and argue with flat earthers about it. Now, if it was just some personal thing where he doesn't want to tie himself to that kind of sentiment, I mean, you wouldn't
Absolutely.
impose it.
So sometimes you can tell people by the aura of their acolytes, right? The way they conduct themselves. So in the other day, there was a guy who basically said, it's good that where there's two guys that are against each other, and you get to be the third guy to come in and say you're both wrong, right? So he was taking pride in consolation, like I get to be right while both of those guys are wrong. So the third position is I'm right and you other two guys are wrong, right? And you get a sense of power from that, sure.
I mean, he tells people in his own group that he only comes here to educate the people in this room. And that's another load of shit. Like, the people in his group don't call him out on his bullshit. And for me, that's why it's a cult.
Yeah, I mean, if you see some of them when they come in here, it's like, and they try to do a Bev, right, where they try to regurgitate what Bev says, right, which is, you can tell, because I think Bev is the progenitor of this whole, like, thing. It's not him who's annoying. I actually I find Bev funny. He's entertaining, whatever. He's just a bit strange with his semantics. But his fans, oh my god, right? That when they just they treat him like he's a god, right? It's so cringe. I don't know.
It's weird, yeah. I've spent a lot of time in that. I don't go there now, but I've spent a lot of time in his group to see what it's about, and no one disagrees with Bev. And I think they're worried that if they disagree with him, he won't have this place to hang out anymore or whatever. Because, like, it was maybe a few weeks ago or a couple of months ago, Bev said in this group that in school, in the education system, nobody taught him about space or the globe. And that's just a outright lie. Like, it's blatantly been mentioned in at least one class, right? But none of his members called him out on it.
Yeah, I think that's to some degree just Discord in general.
Oh,
I think they might be having this conversation over there.
oh yeah.
Oh no, sorry, that was like an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, he might do another live critique with his critique crew on the interaction that me and him had just now. He did it yesterday. He posted it. No, I don't know if he posted it yet. I listened to it live. He said he will post it.
I was expecting him to post our conversation, honestly. They called me, they were trying to, I don't remember if it was Air to Bear, someone in there, kept trying to pin me down to like religious motivations.
Oh.
Thought that was a little
I had a
weird.
situation with this is why I kind of like don't like the fans, right? Is because I think Bear called me a sophist. Now, obviously, Bev likes to use the word sophist. I think he uses it too liberally, like just to mean an argument he doesn't like. But I imagine he knows what sophistry is, right? Bear called me a sophist, and I spent about half an hour asking him, "What does sophist mean?" And he just didn't answer. He was like deflecting the whole way through. Which is why I think, like, if you're in a position where you recognize someone is regurgitating what someone else says, they don't have a mind of their own. You know, they do not know how to think, and that's meant to be the whole shtick there. Try thinking, which I don't think they do.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Yeah.
You know, I like the followers, to be honest. Like, I don't like what they do when they come in here and they regurgitate whatever Bez says and back him up regardless of what he says. But I think they're inherently good people from speaking to him that are kind of been led astray. Or maybe I'm being too nice, I don't know. But that's how I feel about them.
Oh, okay, fair. In what way are they led astray, though? When you think about it, like what in particular?
I don't know. It's just like they formed this alliance with Bev, and you know they can deny it all they want, but Bev's the leader of that group. I
think alliance is an incorrect term because it sounds like it's on equal terms. It's more like daddy and kitten relationship.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Yeah, it's not an alliance, is it? But they maybe think it's an alliance, when really it's more of a following.
Yeah, it's called daddy and kitten.
It's called a what?
Yeah.
Daddy and kitten, did you say?
Yeah, that's the relationship. It's daddy and kitten. Yeah, Bev's the daddy, and they're all his little kittens. You know.
I see.
Like the Manson family.
Oh,
Of the
let's talk
Trooper
about that.
community.
Oh, I don't think it's quite that bad, friends.
Okay, it's not quite like that. But it's similar.
The geometric sophistry for silly. What the hell? Was he gone to bed? No. What do you think the worst flat Earth argument is, Manufactotum?
That space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I think you actually put it best at some point. I don't know if that's what you were talking about at the time, but you said something to the effects of if it seems like an obvious oversight, chances are you've probably misunderstood something. I think you said it a bit better, but that was the gist.
You know, sometimes I might be geometrically illiterate, but I can think. You know.
Okay, so let's go through
What's the
logic.
best flat Earth argument? If there's a
Hold
worst,
on a minute. I
The
want to
best
talk
one?
about
Oh,
that
that would
one.
be easy. The best flat Earth argument is something to the tune of, well, I know I don't know if this is an argument, but you know what? I'm going to put the Black Swan close to the top now, thinking about what we're dealing with here and the plethora of arguments. But I think the best one is to do with the validity of a photograph, because that really has shook up the globe. You know, the amount of globers that would want to default to that, knowing they can't because you have controlled photographs as not sufficient, it's masterful. You know, you've done a very good job of that. I've changed my mind. I think photographs are sufficient, but I think most globers would be very shy about photographs, right?
I think I could agree with that.
unless they took it themselves, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you've done a very effective job at making people believe that photographs aren't sufficient. That is very masterful.
All right, let's talk about the gas pressure thing. So, let's say you have an object, a square, a cube, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, take that cube and place it inside a big bucket of water, right? Now take the cube out and put a sphere in there instead. Now take the sphere out and put a pyramid instead. And just keep doing that ad infinitum until you realize that the water that you're putting that shape in has nothing to do with the shape, right?
Sure.
The reason the shape is changing is because you're removing one and putting another one in.
Uh-huh.
So let's say, for instance, that the Earth is a cube. Right?
Oh, hold on 2 seconds.
And he runs away. Typical.
I was trying to feed. I'm trying to power up through the night so I can get into the next day without sleeping.
You know that never works, right? Just have a few hours. If you have 3 hours, it's better than nothing.
No, because most of the things I have to do are in the midday.
I see. Well, I'm just going to let you know, I don't know if you've done this before, but all-nighters just mean you will be asleep really early tomorrow. That's all it means.
That's okay.
It's not healthy in your old age, AI. You're getting too old for this.
I have reverse entropy, so I'll be good.
Benjamin Button. I understand.
Sorry about that. Girlfriend asked me to put the water on, so I probably don't have much time. But shapes in water, you were saying?
Yeah. The shape inside, it doesn't matter. Yeah, the shape. So if you say to yourself, the Earth is an object, right, that exists, and it has an atmosphere or an atmos or however you want to define it, it has air, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does having a enclosed container or an unenclosed container have any necessary consequence on the shape?
Does having a container.
Or more simply, couldn't you have a cube Earth inside a container? Couldn't you have a pyramid Earth inside a container, just like I was doing with the water, constantly changing the shape out?
So yes, you could, but I would contest that analogy, because what's affecting the water in the bucket is the bucket itself. The shape is affecting the form of the water internally, so to speak. It's, removing some water from those edges. And I
Right.
don't
So
know that
the shape that I put into it, deforms the water. The water doesn't deform the shape, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So no matter what shape I put in there, the water is the water, right?
Yes.
Right. So the point of all that is, if you have a flat horizontal planar Earth that has air above it in the vertical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether that goes on ad infinitum in the vertical, 3,000 miles in the vertical, 7,000 miles in the vertical, whether it hits a boundary or not, doesn't change the shape of the Earth below it.
Sure. But wouldn't that just be another?
You could have a spheroidal Earth inside a container with air between the container and the Earth, right?
With you so far, yeah.
So the logical consequences of having a container or not don't have any contingent bearing on the shape of the Earth. It's not going to change the shape of the Earth. So,
yeah, but isn't that another reason why it's a bad argument?
Well, my point is it doesn't actually address the shape of the Earth at all.
Yeah, but yeah,
so it's not a flat Earth proof at all. So to even say it's the worst flat Earth proof is a category error.
Sure. So yeah, that's fine. I think what it does, though, the reason that it's brought up is to ultimately try and debunk gravity. So if the globe model proposes that the atmosphere is kept to the Earth via gravity, the rebuttal to that is usually, well, no, because air pressure is only possible with the container. We have air pressure, so there's no need for gravity. Couple that with it's never been demonstrated, and you no longer have access to the region outside of the atmosphere where we can take those photographs that Yui mentioned. I think that's kind of the functional train that it's trying to do.
Well, see, that part of that problem is that people, when they're in this argument, they think that gravity in and of itself is proof in itself that the Earth is a sphere, because they have this matrix of interpreting the term gravity and the quote-unquote vector of down as not being down, but rather radially inwards to a ball, and it can only function that way. And therefore, if there is gravity, there must be a sphere. Well, now that's just wrong.
I can agree with that. I think you could be a flat earther and still believe in gravity.
Oh, well, it also depends on how you parse out what you mean. Like if you have mass attracts mass to the center of mass, concept of gravity, you can have a flat Earth surface, no problem. Now there's it'll crush itself and blah blah blah, but why? My cup. I have my cup here on my desk. It's not crushing itself. Why? Because it can withstand the forces. It's that simple. This idea that gravity would crush the Earth into a ball if it was flat is just stupid.
Yeah, I've never heard that one, but I agree with you. I think you could actually even have relativistic gravity.
Easily.
flat Earth. But yeah, those are all reasons I think it's a bad argument. And there doesn't seem to need to be a distinction made there. But it does make getting to space easier. So I think I kind of see where it comes from.
You see where it comes from? I don't.
I see the purpose of it, the function of it, maybe.
I mean, the function of it, if there is one, would be quite problematic, because the idea is to say that this argument is designed, right, to basically throw out anything that could be said about people having gone to space, right? Because if it's the case that you can try to show that space was never a thing, or it's not somewhere you could go, then every single piece of evidence that said that this is a photograph from space, this is what we sent to space, is ruinous. It's like there's no point to that argument anymore, right?
Yeah.
But I would say that's a very dishonest tactic. I would say it's not an honest argument. You know, that would be my take.
Check this out. If you leave the surface of the Earth and continue on a vertical trajectory, you're going to be gaining altitude, correct?
Yep.
So all you need to do, if the Earth is a finite object, is gain sufficient altitude from the surface to where your field of view is capable of capturing the object in its entirety. Now, notice how I didn't mention space one time.
Mm-hmm.
So, the idea that I must travel to space to take a photo of the Earth in and of itself isn't even a coherent argument.
Well, I think that's just two different ways of stating it. Right? Like what it means to gain sufficient altitude on let's say the globe model to see the object in its entirety. The region you would find yourself in is typically referred to as space. I mean, it means the same thing essentially, but you don't have to mention space to say it. I think it's just two different ways of saying it.
Right. So if I have not yet left Earth's system, but I have reached a sufficient altitude or distance from the Earth to take a picture in its entirety, I could prove or disprove theoretically that it's a particular shape, let's say. And I can do that all while maintaining my claim that gas pressure requires a container, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. When did this argument come about? When was it conceived, would you say, AI? I would say, I mean, in my mind, it's a quite recent invention, right, of an argument, not an old one. Maybe a 21st century flat Earth argument, not a 20th century one.
Yeah, I don't remember any old school, like 1800 or whatever.
1800s? Oh, I don't know about that. For me, it sounds like a 21st century flat Earth argument.
And that's what I mean. I don't remember any from that era, 1900s. Although I do remember.
Sorry, go on.
There's one guy that had a book, and it might be Earth Not a Globe, or whatever. There is one reference to space. I want to say space being completely fake.
Yeah.
In the way that it's described, but I don't think they made the argument about the gas pressure.
Yeah, I think that the gas pressure argument, this might be my cynicism, came about in the 21st century as like a staple of the repertoire flat Earth arguments. But I think it came coincidentally, coinciding with the bringing about more accurate cameras with less fisheye lens, right? And I think that because technology is increasing, there needs to be a fail-safe to say, well, yeah, your camera is CGI because your camera photo is CGI because you can't actually go to space. See container argument and gas pressure.
Yeah. All right, now it's my turn for the worst globe argument of all time. The absolute worst, in my opinion, that I can think of at the moment. I reserve the right to revise this opinion later. The worst argument. Drop a pencil.
Yeah, maybe that. I think that could be quite close to there's spheres in the sky, so we're on a sphere, because that is a fallacious argument.
I think I could
At least
agree with
drop a
both of those.
pencil could lead you somewhere. I mean, spheres in the sky, so therefore we're on a sphere.
How come you don't correct Globers in here when they say drop a pencil?
I am cringing in the background.
Because drop a pencil could lead you somewhere. At least it's an opener, right? It's not an argument.
No, dude. See, think about it this way. If you look up in the sky, you see what you think is a spheroidal object, right? You at least then have like a basis to be like, oh, giant, and then you say, oh, it's giant. You could say giant spheroidal objects exist, right? But dropping a pencil has no inference whatsoever to giant spheroidal object. Not one train of thought.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's used for the sphere though. I think it's more used for like gravity, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually,
no, yeah, but we already said that the whole point of the gravity being an argument is that gravity is necessarily radial. That it can't function without spheres. Like spheres and gravity are like intertwined.
I
don't know about that.
I think if I was a flat earther and a creative flat earther, I would just deny some of the properties of gravity. Pretty.
Oh yeah, but for Manufactotum's benefit, like in the arguments, dude, people appeal to the gravity's sheer existence as a concept as being ipso facto proof of a sphere, because in this view, only spheres can have the effect of gravity. That we experience, not that any object couldn't exert mass attracts mass in their view, but that to have up and down in a coherent mode of travel on the surface, like they think that can't exist if the Earth is not a sphere. Like they think that dropping the pencil is necessary proof because the antecedent of dropping a pencil is a giant sphere.
I've never heard anyone make that argument, but I mean, that's not a good argument. I can at least agree on that. If that's like all they're bringing to the table, yeah, that doesn't quite track. But to Steelman to drop the pencil, the way I might propose that would be to try and find some sort of common experience we all agree on that things fall, and say you don't have to call it gravity, but there's this thing that we all agree on that happens as at least the kind of starting point. I don't think it's a great argument, and I agree it's not an argument for the globe, just an argument for gravity, just sort of to get the door open to that argument, if anything.
Personally, whenever anyone tells me things fall down is proof of a globe, I tell them down is perpendicular to horizontal on the vertical axes. So if I drop something down here and I go over there and drop something down there and you drop something down, you've just proven that we're all on a horizontal axis. So you just show me that the Earth is flat. And then I'll parse it out further and I'll say what you meant to say was inwards. If down is down, then the earth is flat. If down is inwards, then you have an argument. Now demonstrate to me that down is inwards.
Well, I think both of those need further definition, right? So down is down doesn't seem to necessitate any universality. I think you mentioned earlier that a horizontal can be made locally as a reference. And I think that can still be true in that argument, even if you say it's down for everyone. Like you haven't yet specified that those individual downs are the same down.
Yeah, sure, but the only reason you're even thinking that is because you have a globe paradigm to think about in the first place. The idea that down is inwards is just not intuitive, or it's not experienced. It just simply isn't experienced. The rational intuition that people have is that they live on a giant horizontal plane, and everywhere they go, down is down and up is up, and horizontal is horizontal.
I agree with that, but I think the experience for most globe proponents is that something they encountered something to challenge that notion, right? So it could be, being taught that we live on a globe, for example, but it could also be other things. I think there's enough out there that challenges the notion that what we see is accurate, that we can start entertaining ideas that we maybe should question that perception.
Like what?
Like most of the globe proofs that come into this room, but I'd love to expand on that. I have to go.
All right.
I will talk to you guys later.
Can I just reflect on the fact he said his girlfriend is going to run the bath for him? I think that's kind of strange. His girlfriend baths him.
No, run the bath.
Yeah, I think he's wheelchair bound, and his girlfriend bathes him. I think that's what it is.
Do you want to?
No, his girlfriend does.
No, that wasn't the answer to the question, Holmes.
Wow.
That still wasn't an answer.
I think he's reserving judgment until he gets visual confirmation. And I got an hour and a half to go. Let's see. Yeah, I get a lot of flack about that, when I say that, well, not too much, but in the past I did. When I say that the gas pressure argument is non-contingent upon the shape and isn't actually an argument about the shape of the Earth. Yep. But logically, that's true. Now, there are other ancillary claims that it could defeat, which one could argue both ancillary claims may be necessary, but I don't think they are. I think the entire sky is irrelevant to the Earth. Because you can have an object of infinite permutations of shape be surrounded by other objects of infinite permutation of locations and shape.
Yeah, I mean, my critique of the looking at the sky, looking at spheres, and deriving a sphere from the sky onto Earth is a deductive problem, not an inductive one. So you can very easily make it an inductive inference based on what you're observing in the sky here on Earth. I mean, you could say, all objects in the sky that are large have this shape. It appears I'm on a large object. I probably am no exception to the rule.
Well, dude, you've already jumped the question of deciding that the Earth is an object in a sea of other objects, right?
And you decided that those things that are the size of a quarter when I hold my hand up, and then some are the size of a pin when I hold my hand up, are huge.
Yeah. So how would you assess whether or not you are? It's more likely that you are a part of a sea of other objects or the ground of other objects.
Why was that? Why is that more likely?
Question.
It's only more likely if you already adopt a view of the cosmos that has that within it, right?